Oh, baby, we're trying to effort a highlight to get in here, man. The Warriors finally win the game. Give me a damn highlight, Risotto and London. Come on, oh, baby. Give me a highlight. The Warriors dropped 42 assists on 53 made field goals. They blow away the Sixers wire to wire. Stephen Curry goes 8 for 8 for the three-point line. He drops 10 dimes.
I think he's still scoring, Bonte. That's the problem. The game hasn't stopped. Stephen Curry's still hitting those three-pointers. He's perfecto, baby.
Perfecto. The only player in NBA history to go 8 for 8 for the three-point line while dropping 10 assists. Hell, he surpassed Michael Jordan.
And the Warriors get a much-needed 139-105 victory, shooting 60.9 from the field, 22 of 39 from distance at 56%, with 42 assists and 43 rebounds tonight. Just a remarkable evening for the Warriors, who get back above 500 at 17-16, and will get ready for a back-to-back at home this weekend.
All right, that's Tim Roy on the call. Give me a Steph Curry 3. Do we got a Steph Curry 3 anywhere? That's how we got to start the show off. The chef was cooking last night. All right, for guards, hold on, Lubman. For guards 35 and older, he's the oldest guard who has the most 30-point games for a guard 35 and over. Most 30-point games for a guard 35 and over, surpassing the great Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Give me a 3, Risotto.
Rebound fell straight down to Curry. Curry brings it across half court, puts on the brakes. Heat check 3! Got another one! Curry is now 8 for 8 from 3. He's got 30 points.
What is going on here?
Yeah, what is going on? Fitz, StatMuse had the stat. Again, Stephen Curry becoming, for a guard 35 and older, most 30-point games for a guard 35 and older, surpassing Michael Jordan last night. Look, that's the way to start the show here on the Payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday / Hollow Notes / Phil Collins Friday.
Thank you.
Whatever it is.
It's not Hollow Notes. Hollow Notes does not rhyme with the Friday, with the F. It's Phil Collins Friday, and I'm wearing the shirt right now. If you're watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit.
Look like you're in great shape, man. It looks like you're a six-pack
actually
roller.
not, but I appreciate you saying that.
Man, that shirt looks good.
Thanks, bud.
Looks good.
Black is slimming.
Man, the holiday season didn't do me right, man. Gotta
look fine. It's a nice flannel you're wearing.
Oh, yeah. It's nice and rainy out there. By the way, good morning, everybody. Drive safely.
Please.
It is wet on the roadways.
Don't drive like an idiot.
Don't drive like an idiot. It is wet out there. Shout out to all the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers, all the overnight dancers. Probably was a slow night on a Thursday as we get into the new year here. But the Warriors start off the new year with a bang, going 1-0. We're clean slate. They're 16-16. Now you're 1-0 in the new year with 49 to play. Everybody played well, too. Draymond, J.K., Wiggins. I mean, Dennis Schroeder hitting 3 threes in the first quarter to set the tone. How about Trace Jackson-Davis dunking all over Joel Embiid, who, I got some thoughts on him. Absolutely embarrassing effort last night from Joel Embiid. I'm very disappointed in him. But the Warriors get a must-needed win at home. They're 17-16, and as you heard from Tim Roy, a huge back-to-back this weekend against Memphis and Sac.
Well, it's great to see Trace Jackson-Davis, as you mentioned, because he's been playing well against some of the big boys in the league. Anthony Davis, albeit a small sample size, Giannis in the past, and now Joel Embiid. Add that, like, those are the 3 best big men. Probably you would, if you did a poll of NBA GMs, they would have 1 or 3 in that order, right? All 3 of those guys. So good to see from the sophomore in Trace Jackson-Davis. And then just overall, like, we were talking yesterday, it felt like doom and gloom. It just felt like where this team is at right now, they're mid, as Stephen Curry said, average, just the worst place you can be as a sports fan. Because if you're horrible, right? And you can, focus on the future, draft pick, whatever. But if you're in the middle, it's just like, are we good enough? Are we not good enough? It's very difficult to be in that spot, whether it's in Major League Baseball, because Giants fans have definitely felt that the last few seasons, whether it's in football, the Niners have kind of been muddling around that. Now they're just having kind of a bad season. But with the Warriors, like, they needed that win last night. And if you look on the other side in that Philadelphia 76ers team, if you're a Warriors fan, just that's what it could be like.
Right.
That's a bad organization in a team that is headed, and I know they won 8 of 12 or whatever it was heading into that game, but they're not good. Right. They're not a good team.
They're not right.
They're not good. Like Paul George and that trade that didn't go down in regards to Paul George over the summer, they better thank their lucky stars it didn't happen if you're the Golden State Warriors, because you could be in a similar position right now had that trade gone down, Bonte, and you potentially moved off a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who, again, showed his size, his athleticism, his speed, his scoring ability, all that last night.
I mean, Kuminga, Wiggins, you would have to give up a lot for Paul George. And you know where I stood on that trade. You know where I stood on that trade.
God, he's old.
I just did not want to see the war. I told you this. I was walking at Levi Stadium the day of the Kansas City Chiefs game. You could, so Joe Lacob. I told Joe Lacob, I said, Joe, I'm really pleased that trade didn't go down. I didn't like it. I just didn't like it for the Golden State Warriors.
Not Mr. Lacob. It was Joe.
It was
Joey.
What did I call him? Joe, Uncle Joe, Mr. Lacob. I think I call him Joe.
Call him Joey next time. See how that lands.
Nah, I'm not going to do that. I think we're on first name basis, hopefully. But no, you look at Paul George. Look, he was okay last night. 19 points with just 2 rebounds, and no assist. The Warriors really blew past them with a 9-0 run late in the first quarter that lingered into the second quarter. They opened up the game 17-6. Spadoni in the first 5 minutes of change. So they rolled yesterday, 35-19 after the first quarter. The assist numbers, they had 12 assists in the first quarter off 13 made baskets. They were rolling. They were 7 of 11 from the three-point line in the first quarter alone, folks. So they had the shots rolling, but the great ball movement, which created open shots. And we get to Steph, where it didn't feel like he forced anything last night. It was all within the rhythm and flow of the offense. Ball was hopping around. I thought Draymond was aggressive offensively. Had one of his better nights in the last week, 15-7-6. Yeah. 15-7-6 for Day-Day. Andrew Wiggins playing solid defense on Paul George. He had his 15 points. It was good to see his offense come around. But Dennis Schroeder trying to learn how to play in the system. And he spoke about it after the game, Spadone, about playing in the split action, not letting the ball stick. And him hitting shots early, I think lifted the burden off of everybody. He started hitting shots. He started feeling good, and the rest of the team followed behind him. And they rolled last night to a much-needed win. And now you have a chance to get, by the end of the weekend, you play Memphis and Sacramento. Memphis has no job or rep, but they're playing well. It's a winnable game. And then you play Sacramento on the back end of a back-to-back. After catching Memphis on the back end of a back-to-back, you have an opportunity to end the weekend with 19 wins. So, look, that was a feel-good win, and I think everybody around here needed it, Spinoni.
Absolutely. And Dennis Schroeder's best game as a Warrior. Like, I don't think we could undersell that enough. Easily his best game, most efficient game, clearly. As he dropped 15 points, he has 6 assists. He's a plus 17. All the starters in the plus category, like damn near everyone was in the plus category, whether it was off the bench or starting. Jonathan Kuminga, plus 25. No, the plus minus isn't the end all be all, but it can be a telling stat, just like all stats are. It doesn't tell the whole story, right. But just everyone was contributing to that win yesterday. It was a total team win. It was just refreshing to see the team happy. Like, God, just Stephen Curry happy after a game. Because I was listening to, it was Grandy and Dibbs yesterday, Mark Grandy filling in for Mark Willard, and they were playing just, Stephen Curry after the game, and him just, just not sounding like Steph, sounding like a guy that's defeated, and it's only January, Bonte. He shouldn't be sounding this defeated. Like, you're used to that, after a finals series or a playoff series, not during the regular season, not during when your team isn't completely out of it. But it was just good to see it, and Steph acknowledging that he met a 101-year-old fan, and he hasn't missed from beyond the arc since meeting said 101-year-old fan. And God, imagine being 101, by the way. And
great life.
That's an incredible life.
Peggy from Colorado, the super fan from Colorado, Peggy.
She's
100 years old. Sister Jean. What's Sister Jean? She might be 102 now.
Maybe 130. Who knows?
Yeah, Sister Jean is rolling here, but
'tis the season. It's a wonderful life. There you go.
It's a wonderful life. They're living wonderful lives, and they're enjoying their basketball here. But Steph, look, he understood the assignment. Look, you can't sugarcoat it. You're 16-16. You can do a sugarcoat job all you want to,
Thanks, Joe.
but you're 16-16. So, yeah, you are very mid. But last night, I thought they came out with a lot of energy and force, and I thought the key stretch, Spadoni, last night, you get out to a big lead. You hear from players all the time where you get a big lead in the NBA game, and it's almost like, oh, no, because the team's always going to make a run and get back into it. You get so comfortable and relaxed. But I thought a key point last night in the first half, Warriors are up 58-46. 58-47, excuse me, with 3:34 left in the first half. And it felt like at that point, Philly was starting to find a rhythm. And the Warriors ended up going up by 16 by the half. So they increased their lead. They go +5 in that stretch in the last 3:34 in the first half. They really put their foot on the gas pedal and really increase that lead, because it would have been inappropriate to be up, say, single digits. The Warriors in the first half, Spadoni, shot 56.5% from the floor and the three-point line.
Yeah.
But I thought that stretch in the last 3:34 in the first half last night to go up 16, I thought was key. And they came out in the third quarter, did their thing, and it was an ice and chill game in the fourth quarter. So the Warriors really not letting, You know, because it could have got, we see this all the time with this team. This team blows double-digit leads like there's no tomorrow. So in that last 3:34 the first half, I thought it was a very key stretch for the Warriors to win that game last night.
And it's just indicative of today's NBA, Monte. No lead is safe. It doesn't matter if you're the Boston Celtics or the Toronto Raptors.
That three-point shot.
Exactly. Everyone's shooting them now. I mean, that's a product of what the Golden State Warriors, kind of instilled a decade ago, and now everyone's trying to replicate that. Obviously, it's difficult to do that when you don't have Steph Curry, but everyone's trying, right? That leads to a conversation we'll have a little bit later on in the state of the NBA, the three-point shot. Charles Barkley going at J.J. Redick yesterday inside the NBA. We'll get into that at some point today. But to your point, just having a lead and being able to sit on it is not as easy as fans like to think, right? Like, people get mad, like, oh, you had a 15-point lead. That's nothing in today's NBA. 15-point lead is nothing. That's 2 3-pointers away from it being a single-digit game. Yeah. So it's to your point, it's a skill that you need to have. And hopefully the Warriors can get better at doing that. I don't think they're not a juggernaut by any teams, but even the teams like the Boston Celtics who are, or the teams like the Cleveland Cavaliers, those are the teams that get the 20-point leads and they have them and they stay with them throughout the entirety of the game. The one guy, that's searching still right now, and I'm going to need to see something from him going forward because, it's a great win. We're not going to hammer him or anything, but Buddy Hield. It's been a rough stretch for him, Bonte.
Oh, we're not going to focus on that.
No, but 1 of 5. They're going to need him at some point soon, though.
Well, you know what? This is Buddy. This is who he is, right? Buddy's going to be a streaky player. Can you get by the slumps? There's peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. Look, in December, he shot 30% from three. He shot 30%. Entering that game last night, he had missed 23 of his last 25 three-point attempts. Jeez. I've seen this from Clay. I've seen slumps. Hell, I even see the chef have slumps. Shooters go through slumps.
They had equity, though, built in within this team.
No doubt. And look, Buddy Hield, right now the Warriors, they didn't make the playoffs last year, so I don't know how much equity you need on this team right now because they didn't make the playoffs last year. They lost the play-in tournament. It got blown out by Sacramento. But I'm not, Buddy played his 20 minutes. I liked his activity. When he puts the ball on the floor, that's when he gets himself into trouble. Kind of like Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Puts the ball on the floor, and he gets himself into trouble. Catch and shoot. Catch and shoot, catch and shoot. And right now, teams are taking that option away because they're cognizant that, hey, Buddy can get hot in this system. So they can put the ball on the floor. He'll come around. I do believe he'll come around, but this is who Buddy Hield is. I don't know why everybody thought he was going to be an all-star and become an all-NBA player the first couple of weeks.
12-3 start, yeah.
Yeah, he was off to it. He was shooting 48% from three-point line. That's not going to hold up. No. Hell, even Stephen Curry's never shot 48% from three, for crying out loud.
He hasn't?
So, let's just chill off Buddy. He's going to come around, but he's a streaky player. The key is the consistency from Steph, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, and now an ascending Jonathan Kuminga. 25-5 last night. You saw his month of December. His month of December was awesome. Over 21 points a game, nearly 50% shooting from the floor. And you get consistency from him. 8 of 11 last night. Just one turnover for JK. One turnover. That's it. And he took 3 3-point attempts, which I love because he's not taking a lot of threes. If you get consistency from Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, Stephen Curry, and Draymond Green, well, then you can afford an off night from Buddy Hield. You can afford an off night from Dennis Schroeder from time to time, but you need consistency from those core four right now.
Well, I mean, you just look at the assist total compared for both teams. Like, that was the difference in the game. 42 assists from the Golden State Warriors, doubling and more so than the Philadelphia 76ers, who had 16 total assists. Right. And that's the number I look at, too. Getting other people involved within the team. Ball movement. 5 assists for Jonathan Kuminga. 6 assists for Dennis Schroeder. Steph, as you mentioned, 10 assists there, double-double. Andrew Wiggins, 4 assists. Trace Jackson-Davis, he only scored 3 points, but 3 assists there. 3 more buckets. Draymond Green, 7 assists. Like, that's winning basketball. And I know, hey, listen, the Sixers stink. That's fine. I mean, they're 13-19. It's not like they're the worst team in the NBA. They've been playing a little bit better as of late. They probably should have beaten the Sacramento Kings. But it was just the ball movement and everything was working in totality. Can they build off this, though? That's going to be the next question.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you get this win, but you lose to the Memphis Grizzlies in a shorthanded Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow at home. Mm-hmm. Then what did that win yesterday mean? Nothing. And then you get the Kings in a back end of back-to-back on Sunday, to your point. And this stretch, could be favorable. That's the thing. But the Warriors have to show us that. I'm not going to give them any of these gimmies coming up here. There is no gimmies for the Golden State Warriors or for anyone for that matter, because as we've mentioned, Bonte, anyone could beat anyone on any given night in the NBA. I wouldn't be shocked.
I got some thoughts on Embiid, though, before we,
Sure.
before we hit the break.
That guy.
Because I love what the Warriors did last night. By the way, JK in the month of December, 21 points, 46% shooting, 35.5 from three, 6 rebounds, 2.5 assists in 31 minutes played. When he plays at least 30 minutes, he produces. So bookmark that with Jonathan Kuminga. Bookmark that. JK is not your problem.
Didn't need to play 30 minutes last night.
He didn't need to play 30 minutes last night, but he played 25 and he dropped 25 and 5.
He did.
So the slander when it comes to JK about who he is and IQ and all that, dead that. Miss me with that. Because this is the second straight season where he showed that he could be a big-time player in this league. Now, are we talking superstar? Not sure about that. Are we talking about a guy who can carry a franchise? Don't know about that yet. But damn it, he can help you win. That's for sure. He does things on his team that nobody else does. So lay off of JK for a second, man. This is a month plus a game in January that he's balled out here, where he's finally getting consistent minutes. And that's the one thing too. Before we get to Embiid, Steve Kerr starting to shorten his rotation. He's going 9 deep. So Podziemski's been out now for a week, but he's going 9 deep. And Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney drew the short end of the stick where they're not getting playing time. Now you're going 9 deep, and everybody knows their roles. You telling me that's not helping? TJG knows that, okay, I'm going to start, and if I'm playing well, I'm going to get about 20 minutes. JK is going to come off the bench, but he knows if I'm productive and I'm playing well, I'm going to get nearly 30 minutes a game. Buddy Hield knows his role. Shooter knows his role. So now that Steve Kerr's shortened the rotation for now, I think we're going to get more consistent play from the Golden State Warriors. When you're going 11, 12, 13 deep, guys don't know when they're playing. Am I playing 15 minutes a night or I'm playing 5? Am I playing 25 minutes or I'm playing 10? Now Steve Kerr shortened the rotation, and I think we're going to see some better basketball from the Warriors moving forward.
It's a mindset, right? Like that it's more mental than anything at that point. It's just knowing what to expect when you go into a workplace. As for any workplace, so whether it's the NBA, whether it's here, Bonte, like you're going to be hosting from 6 to 10 a.m., right? Like you have to mentally prepare yourself to what you're going to talk about, what you're going to do this, that. Like it'd be different if you were, let's say, producing, or you're like, oh, maybe I'm starting, maybe I'm hosting today, maybe I'm not. Like you have to be in that mindset constantly, and that takes a toll on a player. Like, I don't know, maybe a Moses Moody at times, who's been in this position many a times before, a Kyle Anderson, a Buddy Hield. Like, knowing when you're going to play, it does a lot, and it affects you on the court more than anything mentally. And if you, listen, look good, feel good, play good, right? Well, if you know you're going to play, you're going to produce at least somewhat better, you'd hope. But yeah, to your point, it's a huge relief for some of these players, just knowing that they're going to be getting consistent minutes. And, credit to Steve Kerr a little bit for wins last night. He gets a lot of heat right now. We give him all this praise when they start off 12-3, and we're going to rip the guy when they've been struggling the last 15-plus games after that. It's just, right? It's the nature of the beast. That's what we do. It's always going to be, hey, when they're winning, it's the players, it's not the coach. When they're losing, it's the coach. It's in the NBA, it's in the NFL, it's in Major League Baseball.
It's actually really dumb.
It is.
It's actually, I've lost brain cells over the last year with some of the dialogue about sports. But anyway.
Well, fire Kyle Shanahan. That's what we need to do, right? Because that'll change everything.
The fact that Jed York had to come out and tell Kawakami that they're coming back next year was an absolute joke. Like Shanahan, don't even get me started. Irish dialogue. Joel Embiid, by the way.
Your boy.
I do want to get this out. And I like Joel Embiid. But boy, his season, you know what? We got a break, right? We got a break right now? Let's break. Because I want to pick up Joel Embiid. And this is why people get frustrated with the NBA. When you got a star like this guy out there dogging it.
Fading
you got
star.
Tyrese Maxey out there early in the season telling him that, yo, you're a leader. You need to come to practice on time. What I saw last night for Joel Embiid was downright embarrassing. And I want to get into that on the other side, plus recap this Warriors win. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We have a fun guest list that I'll reveal on the other side, as this segment is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Badly, it's been a long time since we even shot 50% from the field. So to shoot over 60 felt like the floodgates kind of opened up for us. So great night for the whole team. It was a really well-executed offensive game. And then, we caught them on the back-to-back, which helped. But, our defense was solid and great start to the game, and there weren't any let-ups. So it was a really good night for us.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph Shasky out, Spadoni in, doing a hell of a job here. And Steve Kerr's right, as you hear from him after the game. Steve Kerr, and of course, Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors shot 60% last night from the floor. Actually, 60.9%. So if you round it up, it's 61% from the floor last night.
Got math.
They had gone 22 consecutive games shooting below 50%. Shooting below, like that's crazy.
That's un-Warriors-like.
Well,
or it is Warriors-like given the last few seasons, right?
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That's hard to do.
Very hard to do.
Well, and he mentioned the floodgates opening, Steve Kerr, that is, in that cut. And it's raining right now. So, maybe that was a good sign that rain was in the forecast, and maybe we should have expected the Golden State Warriors to break out of this slump. But, God, just the,
you know what?
The 76ers, but real quick, because you were mentioning it, I know you're going to get into it.
I was thinking about it. I had an umbrella tie clip last night.
Oh,
maybe it was a sign of the times.
There was a lot of signs right there.
A lot of signs, yeah.
Wow. I saw the sign.
Oh, just thought about it. Anyway, go ahead.
The Sixers stink. Nick Nurse left the Toronto Raptors.
Well, he got fired.
Well, didn't he leave? No, I thought he left.
He got fired.
He got fired?
Yeah, he got fired.
Or did he resign?
He got fired.
Let's see, because I don't think they'd fire the guy that got them their only championship,
they were fading
right?
away. They were starting to fade.
I thought he resigned and it was a pivot move for him. As Joe Shasky said, pivot, don't panic. But I would be panicking
they fired
if I'm
him.
Nick. Okay,
they fired him April 21st.
There you go.
After the team failed to make the playoffs due to their loss to the Bulls in the play-in tournament.
So there you go.
Yeah, he got fired.
He got axed.
Axed.
So, and then he pivoted to the Philadelphia 76ers. And he might get fired here real quick after this season. By the way, did you say what's up to Kate Scott, our old friend?
So we were in the studio last night.
Okay.
I texted Kate yesterday, and she was so we didn't carry the game because it was a TNT game, but Philadelphia carried the game on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Mm.
So I was like, damn, I would love to see Kate in the building. But we were texting back and forth a little bit yesterday. But no, we were in the studio yesterday. We're in the studio, away from the Gatehouse, back on 3rd and Harrison at NBC Sports.
Feel good to be in the studio?
I love the studio. I love the Gatehouse too. They're both different.
Yeah.
Like, home games are our road games because the producer's back at the studio. Everybody's back there. You don't see anybody, so it's just us out there at the Gatehouse, and it's a who's who. You see it out back there. Fans are going crazy.
Yeah.
Then you get to the studio, and it's nice and calm. You got your box scores. You kick your feet up.
So when you're on assignment, if you will, if you're at Chase Center, it's kind of like a playoff game for you then, Bonte.
Yeah.
A little bit. You got to fight through some adversity.
You got to fight through adversity.
There's some distractions. You got to block out the noise,
a lot of
right?
distractions. Steven Risotto's of the world coming around trying to get a picture and say hi, and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to work.
The Joe Spadonis of the world, really, just come and say, "What's up, Uncle Bonte? Hey, man, come say hi to me, make me look good in front of these people, right?"
Yeah, get some Instagram clout, get some likes on your photo.
That's what we got to do. That's what being friends with Bonte Hill, who's got that blue check mark, that helps.
Do I have a blue check mark?
I think so.
Oh man, I don't.
Well, I'm just gonna lie and say you do.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Those blue check marks do nothing. Twitter, Instagram, whatever. They do nothing.
Championships, if you will.
Checkmark championships.
Thank you. You like that? You like that? Bring it all around. But just going back to the game a little bit, and Joel Embiid, I know you have thoughts on him for sure. Just the difference in attitude, when I see it on a court with a guy like Stephen Curry, it makes you appreciate guys like him, guys like, Kawhi when he's out there. He's one guy I would say is not a diva when he's out on the court.
Right.
There's certain players I know that when they're playing, they're never going to dog it. Like, we look at Julius Randle. Mm-hmm. He was a big acquisition for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and it just hasn't worked. But we've seen it throughout his career, whether it was with the Knicks, whether it was with the Lakers, whether it was the Pelicans. Whatever team he's on, there's moments in the game where he's just going to be, I don't care. I'll get back on defense when I want to. Like, you can't have that in one of your star players. I know I'm never going to get that with Stephen Curry. I'm not going to get that with LeBron James. I know we like to poke fun of him, but I am never going to question their want to in a given game. I'm questioning this season, Joel Embiid's, just whether he cares. And that when you get to that point, Bonte Hill, I don't know if I'm ever going to look at you the same. Like, I'm never going to look at Aaron Rodgers the same in the NFL after what I saw this past season from him.
Well,
it's hard to look at him.
The last few seasons for Aaron Rodgers, I haven't looked at him.
I haven't looked at him past because of the Achilles.
I didn't. The way it ended in Green Bay, I looked at him differently. The way he dogged it in Green Bay. And when receivers were coming out saying, man, we never got a chance to work out with Aaron Rodgers in the offseason. He didn't hit us up. These are young wide receivers trying to find their way in the NFL. So Aaron Rodgers, by the end of his tenure in Green Bay, I'm done with the guy. Done with the guy. Hell, his last 2 years in Green Bay, I'm done with the guy. But to your point, Joel Embiid, I was a big fan of Joel Embiid. And what I saw last night in his 12th game played this season, I saw a guy who's not in shape. And I get it, he's been hurt, so it's hard to stay in shape. But I saw a guy just not – there was a couple times Steph Curry is pump faking him, and he's just jumping, and he's trying to get back on defense, and Draymond's going right down the lane, scoring layups against somebody he's not getting back. And Trayce Jackson-Davis, give him credit. He sprinted from one end to the other end all night long, running Embiid into the ground. In that market, in that city, to dog it the way Embiid has dogged it. You know, he had the reporter incident. He had the players-only meeting. And Tyrese Maxey's sitting there thinking, yo, dude, you're the franchise. We follow behind you. Well, maybe that mantle needs to be passed to Tyrese Maxey because maybe they need to follow behind him. Mm-hmm. Because what I saw from Embiid last night was just an absolute circus. It was a clown show.
8 of 19, 28 points. If you look at the stats at the end of the game, 11 of 14. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you just look at a box score, you're like, oh, he wasn't that bad. No, but you got to look at just the totality of a game. That's why, yeah, numbers do lie sometimes because it doesn't take into account his defensive lapses, his, again, not looking in shape. And again, is that his knee? Is that what? There's a lot of wear and tear. Like, listen, a lot of these guys that played in summer in the Olympics, it took them a while. And you saw the effects of that stress. Like, you saw it with Steph. You're seeing it with Steph. I mean, Steph was incredible in those final few games in Paris, putting the team on his back. You saw it with LeBron early on in the season. You saw it with Anthony Davis, who actually carried over his good play, but now he's looking a little, he has some wear and tear on him. And then you saw with Joel Embiid, who I do think it's more mental than physical with him because he did get crushed in the summer, Bonte. Yeah. Like, I thought it was really cool that he was going to be a part of Team USA and that he acknowledged he identifies as an American. He has American citizenship. He could have chosen a couple different countries, I believe, because he has dual citizenship. He has a couple different ones he could have claimed. But he claimed America, and he wanted to win gold for America. And I thought that was cool. But then you get out there, and it just wasn't a fit immediately. No. And a lot of people thought Anthony Davis should have been the one that's in the starting lineup, not Joel Embiid, vice versa. But I think he got a lot of hate on social, and he carried that with him into the season, and he's letting it affect him on the court. Well,
I just think, so I got a text yesterday from somebody. They said they make Embiid watch his minutes played. They tell him, if you're going to play like that, take a leave of absence. You're embarrassing yourself, your family, your teammates, and your organization. And he is. And he is. I mean, that was bad yesterday. And so when he's coming at reporters, and maybe the Olympics had something to do with it, shouldn't have played in the Olympics. And I gave Embiid credit for playing in that Knicks series last year in the postseason. It's like, man, this guy, what do you have? Cerebral palsy? What the hell did he have in his face?
He had Bell's palsy.
Bell's palsy. Yeah. Whatever the hell it's called. He had to do so. I'd never heard of the damn thing. Whatever he had. His face was paralyzed.
It's what Jim Ross has for those of you that watch WWE.
Bell's palsy, right?
Bell's palsy. So you see his face like they're scrunched up a little bit, but there's paralysis in your facial muscles.
Yeah, he had that played in the playoff game.
Which is incredible.
Struggling and still trying to play hard. So I give him the benefit of the doubt. But what I saw last night from him was an absolute crime. It was a crime to NBA fans who paid their tickets to go see the Sixers, especially Philadelphia fans who live out here in the Bay Area. You see that guy go lumber up and down the court. It was bad. It was bad watch. But you know what? I'm not apologizing. The Warriors needed to win. No. They went wire to wire yesterday, and they did what they were supposed to do. They ran Embiid on both ends of the floor, and at one point in the third quarter, it was like 8:31 left in the third quarter, and he's hunched over, sucking for wind. Sucking for wind. So he's got to get his big butt into shape, or they're going to be they're going to be one and done. Well, no, they may not even be one and done. They may be playing a tournament.
Exactly. And I'm looking at them, and they better thank their lucky stars that the Philadelphia Eagles look primed for a playoff run, because once the Eagles season ends, if it does, all eyes are going to be on Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers, not Philly's spring training. I'll tell you that.
Well, they love the Phillies.
They
too,
do, but it's a little ways away. We got some months here until baseball action. And the Sixers, and I don't think that Philadelphia Flyers, I don't know how they're doing this. Maybe
they beat the Sharks on was it New Year's Day or New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve, they beat them 4-0. Yeah. But the Sharkies
we'll
got
get
a big
into them.
win last night over the Tampa Bay Lightning. Hey, listen. They got some redemption against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Didn't the Lightning just kill them earlier this season?
I think the last time when they were in Tampa, 5 minutes in, it was already 8-0.
Well, they got revenge last night, baby. The Sharks.
They battled last night.
The Sharks avenged that loss, baby, in a major way. All right.
Sharks are circling.
All right, let's get to the Warriors' future focus. Is this the future focus or the Kuminga focus? Because J.K. showed why he is the future last night. Coming off the bench once again, dropping 7 right away, punctuated by this 3-point shot.
Kuminga gets it. He wants to attack and stops and shoots a 3 instead and hits it. 24-12. The Warriors are 10 of their first 17. Kuminga with a quick 7. That's the largest lead so far for Golden State.
All right, that was the Warriors' future focus. Just like we love the future of the Dubs, Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. JK playing well. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, where you at? How you feeling after that win to start the new year? 139-105, the second most points they've scored this season. The Warriors roll. They shoot 61% from the floor. 56% from 3, 22 made threes last night, 42 assists on 53 made baskets. Steph makes history. Draymond did his thing with Andrew Wiggins. JK, as I just mentioned, 25-5. What does it mean to you that they got the big win over the Sixers? Does it mean anything to you? Is this the start of something to start January after they get through the treacherous December? Now you got some big games coming up here. Memphis, Sacramento. You got Miami. And we'll get to Jimmy Butler. We'll play some sound with the Miami Heat. Who knows if he'll be in the Heat uniform by the time the Heat come to town.
That hairstyle, by the way, of Jimmy Butler, the neon braid.
Warrior fans, are you out on Jimmy Butler?
Oof, I would be.
I'm going to play some sound for you, Warrior fans, in case you missed it last night with Jimmy Butler. Let me know if you're still in on Jimmy Buckets, because a lot of people wanted to trade for him. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. That would be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Knocked it away. Rim protection as Wiggins in transition to Hield to Kuminga. Back to Draymond. Back to Buddy Hield. Lost the handle. Shovel to Curry. Deep three. Up and good.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Shout out to YouTube. I know the chat is disabled, but I still feel you. I still love you guys. Poor chat. Poor chat.
All right, just hop on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, and you can look at that beautiful flannel that Bonte's wearing, and also that sweet New York Yankees hat he's rocking right now, too.
Hey, when Soto, Judge, and Stan went back to back to back, I said, babe, we got to go back to the team store. We're not getting this at Oracle Park anytime soon. Back to back to back. I saw Stanton hit 4 of his whatever home runs this season. 2 at Oracle Park, 2 that day. He had 50 and 51. I mean, if that place was in a frenzy, I'm telling you, man, because they had to do the women. They love the blue Yankee hat. They love the navy blue Yankee.
Well,
hat.
even like the Europeans or people that are traveling from the tourists, if you will, they all love the Yankee. Low key, now the next hat that's coming up though is the Dodgers. I see a lot of LA Dodgers hat nationally, but the New York one is iconic because what are we known as internationally? Yankees. If you're from America, you're a Yank. That's what they say.
I'm not going to go there, but
but if you go overseas, if you go overseas, Bonte, they'll call you a Yank.
I think also the hip hop community helped.
Make Jay-Z's of the world, 50 Cent.
Yeah, all of them. They all rock Jadakiss. They all rock New York hats, and they made them famous in the rap videos.
I love New York.
Red hats, red New York hats, blue New York hats, black New York hats. So
and you're going to see Paul Goldschmidt rock and run next year too.
Yeah, I know. Goldschmidt.
Short porch for Goldie.
Short porch. Well, you better revitalize. He had a good year with St. Louis last year.
He's 37.
He's old. That bat is slow. But we'll see if he gets revitalized. I do like Cody Bellinger in that lineup though. That's pretty cool. Moses
Dodgers going to make any more moves real quick? I think.
Dodgers?
The Giants checked that.
Oh, hell if I know. Hell if I know. I thought Corbin Burns was a lock. I thought he was a lock. Not so much. He's in Arizona.
Stop it.
King Rosenthal actually has a story that I bookmarked to read this morning. But he had how Arizona used the home field advantage to their advantage. Basically knowing that Corbin Burns lived in Scottsdale, Arizona. So Steve Arizona's on the board, and he's one of the more optimistic Giant fans out there. You know, he was a big Farhan Zaidi guy, big analytical guy. And I walked in this morning, you guys were talking Giants baseball. It's like, boy, they lost all that momentum.
Hey, I still like the Willie Thomas signing.
I haven't heard the word Giants around this part in a couple of weeks.
The fact of the matter is Farhan's not there anymore, so it's a win no matter what. Honestly, that's the thing with Buster Posey. It was so bad before him, he could do no wrong this season. Even if they suck, Bonte, I could be sold because you know what? Oh, you'll get a top 5 pick. Probably. The lottery now, so you never know.
Farhan really, he sucked this organization so
he
bad.
Really did.
Oh, my gosh. The Farhan
and he's lucky that there was an even bigger debacle across the bay that everyone was focused on for a long time, too. Otherwise, it would have been even more.
You know what?
Horrible.
You know what? This segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Oscar Stockton, hang tight. We're going to get to you in just a second. Now, I have to ask Steve Arizona.
Oh.
I have to ask Steve Arizona because, young Steven, I think you were walking with us on the Embarcadero on that day Farhan held his in-the-season presser.
So introduce this Steven Risotto to the audience.
Steven Risotto is a kid from Reardon High School. I love him, actually. I love Reardon High School. A lot of people think I hate Reardon. No, I actually got a lot of love.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I got a lot of love for Reardon. I do. I just give crap to Shasky because he claims Reardon now. Like, wait, do you claim Sacred Heart, SI, or you claim Reardon now? Okay, cool. But Steven Risotto, proud member, Archbishop Reardon, Crusader. I got love for the Crusaders. Covered a lot of basketball games at the Crusader Forum. A lot of football games there. A lot of baseball games.
SF State Gator.
SF State Gator as well. Can't forget about that. He's got the Gator beanie on right now. And he got hired here at 95.7 the game, 2 months ago? 3 months?
In October.
Wow. Time flies. I'm getting old. And, he got hired, and this week, he's covering Niner practices and Warrior practices and Warrior games. Like, wow.
Doing a hell of a job.
What a life. What a life for young Steven Risotto. Must be nice. Anyway, you were walking with this.
Real quick, I asked you to promote the guy and make him seem nice. Now you're just crushing him low key.
Well, that's what happens on a murder roast.
That's what a promotion is on this show.
If I'm not crushing you, that means I don't love you.
Well, it's literally called the morning roast.
Yes,
is it not?
Exactly.
I get it. I can take it.
Yeah. He has thick skin.
I thought it was
you guys are all sensitive around here. Maybe we should change the name to the morning. I don't know. What do you guys want to change
the
the name
morning
to?
boast most mornings. That's what we call
most
it.
mornings is the morning boast. But
Hey man, I went to Reardon when it was all boys. I played on the baseball. Like I know what I could take.
I went to an all guys Catholic school too. So there you go.
Yeah, it must have sucked for you guys, man. Damn, all boys school. Woo.
Met my wife down the street at the time, but we won't get into that.
Oh, all right.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, Steven Risotto, they had Mercy High School by Souls
exactly.
too. So yeah, you guys are doing all right. No, if you're not getting, see, you guys got so sensitive around here when we just take shots at people. Oh my God, don't do that. Don't do that. See, we all take shots at each other. That's what the Doobie Awards are all about. Roasting you. Stop being so sensitive in 2025. Anyway, Risotto has thick skin, so he knows it's all on the love. I love Risotto. But he's walking down to your Embarcadero with Lubman tonight today at a Farhan presser. And what did you think, Risotto, when you read it as Lubman and I, thinking that, damn, they're really going to the Farhan presser. This might get spicy. What was going through your head?
I was thinking all hell's gonna break loose. I was like, oh my God, Bonte came out for this. Lubman is always there. I see Lubman on the weekends, does a great job. He gets out there. He gets a lot of good stuff for garlic fries and baseball guys. But when I saw Bonte walking down, I was like, oh my God, they came straight from work. I think you guys were at the old building back then. And I was like, he's gonna bring the heat. And I was like,
wait, hold on. I love that I have that reputation. He's going to bring the cheese. Actually, you make me feel good.
Bonte Hill walks in, man, you know.
He's going to bring the heat. Wow,
it's not just you. All the radio people were there, and there's a lot of columnists and radio people that aren't at every game.
Yep.
So usually when you see them, it's kind of like, uh-oh, something's up. And I knew your thoughts on Farhan at the time. And I'm like, these thoughts that he's been saying on the radio are going to translate to this guy's face.
Oh, no. And so when Norman and I went back-to-back at Farhan, and Farhan snapped at me, and then he knew what time it was. It was like, oh, he knows who I am.
I call it the pincer maneuver that we did. You asked him the question on the left. I was asking him the question on the right, and we both hit him with quotes that he had said in the past. It was brilliant.
What'd you think?
You pulled up your phone for receipts, and I was like, wow. I mean, first of all, I was like, you know what? One thing about Bonte that's different from a lot of radio guys, you have the journalism background. Yeah. So you were not going in there blindly.
Thank you.
You just crushed. Stop promoting Bonte. This is the morning roast, and now it's the morning boast again.
It was impressive. Man. It was really impressive.
You can come on. Hey, you know what? We may need some replacements around here in the future. How about you stick around the morning roast for quite some time?
Is that what it is?
You're my favorite now in 95.78. Any advice, anything you need from me, Steven Risotto, you got it from me.
Stop by the gatehouse anytime, Steven.
Oh my God, I love this guy. I love this guy on the page.
He'll introduce you to Mullion Festus. He might even get you on the show at this point.
You know what, Steven? You want to come down to NBC Sports Bay Area and tour the building? You can. I ain't got no problem. Hit me on Zoom.
I want a picture. I want an autograph. I want to post it. I want to get the likes.
FaceTime me before between the open of the show and the second segment on the pregame show. You can FaceTime me, talk to Mully Fezzi, whatever. I mean, this guy said, I know Bonte's going to bring the heat. And he, unlike other radio hosts, has a journalistic background. I love this guy, man.
I know you do.
You made me feel better than my wife has made me feel the last month of the holiday season. No,
I also want to say hi to Bob Myers, please.
Oh, there you go, Bob Myers. You want to
personally?
Yeah, he wants to say Bob.
And season tickets.
All right, now you've overstepped right there. Now you've hit a sensitive subject with the amount of people that hit up Bonte Hill for tickets.
No, you may not make it at 10 o'clock today, buddy. I tried to give you a bowl, man.
I told him to say the Bob Myers thing, the season tickets thing.
Steven Risotto, a good guy. But see, his thought process, we were walking out there far, and he said, I know that guy's going to bring the heat. That's all I want. Fair and bring the heat.
Are you going to bring the heat with Buster Posey is the next question. If he doesn't live up to your standards, though, Bonte
Absolutely.
Hill.
I'll just ask stern questions.
Okay.
That's what I do. It's been a while since I've been in I miss being in the pressers every single day. I do miss the scrums. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yesterday's presser with the Golden State Warriors actually, it made me feel better if I was a Warriors fan, speaking of the pressers. Like, listening to Draymond. By the way,
I can't believe how much I love Risotto.
Yeah, I know you. Well, no, I
can tell everybody at Reardon Risotto, that's all love. You tell the basketball head coach up there to stop being sensitive that I got love for Reardon.
At this point, Bonte's going to come to the high school to do a talk like he does at SF State.
Oh, they won't ever let
TED
me.
Talk with Bonte.
They won't allow me at Reardon for that one.
I'll facilitate. Hey, Shasky did that downtown luncheon that they did.
Yeah.
Maybe next year. for Bonte Hill.
Shasky did a hell of a job.
Headlining it.
Shasky did a hell of a job at their luncheon. I already did a hell of a job there, so that's good. That's good. Shout out to Craig Sargent, the new baseball coach up there.
Talking about patting yourself on the back real quick as they're doing that. Do you hear Draymond Green yesterday in the presser? Do we have that? No. We'll get to it in a second.
Leave my boy Day alone, man. You've been all over Draymond the last 2 days here.
Someone has to hold him accountable, all right?
He's playing well.
Great.
He's playing well right now.
Congratulations. He scored double-digit points.
Hey, you know what? He's done that a lot this year.
Yeah.
No, he's playing well.
That's
you
great.
guys want to trade this guy for Zion Williamson, who can't even stay on the damn court? I'm telling you, Zion's rookie season, I kid you not. When I visited locker room Bonte.
There you go.
Zion Williamson, his rookie year, needed 2 people to help him take off his tank top that's under his jersey. That's how big he is. I was like, damn. I've never seen. He needed people to help him.
That's called being a physical specimen, Bonte.
That's called being out of shape.
I would run around this studio naked.
Zion was out running around the locker room naked. Not sure where that job
comes in. Might have been Mariah Mills.
But you know what?
Continue.
You know what? Screw that. You're trying to trade my Hall of Famer, my 4-time champion for Zion Williamson? Back up, Spadoni. That's what you do in Lakerland. Don't do that here. All right? That's not what we're doing.
It's called a commitment to excellence, Bonte. And I thought the Warriors wanted to compete for titles still. I thought that was what the expectation is in Golden State with Joe Lacob. The expectations are to win.
Why would you want to trade your championship player?
I'm trading a declining player is what I would be doing. And the stock right now might be at an all-time high for Draymond Green coming off that performance. But anyways, yesterday in the presser, what he had to say in regards to, Stephen Curry, because Reggie Miller was on the broadcast yesterday at TNT, and Reggie Miller was in the building, and, Steph likes to show out in front of guys like that, in front of Ray Allen, the greatest three-point shooters of all time, right? And so Draymond was like, sometimes it just takes one of those people to be in the crowd. Kind of like me when I was in Paris at courtside in the gold medal game and Stephen Curry went off. I was like, yeah, Draymond, because Steph really went off because you were in the crowd in Paris, not the entire world watching him. It was Draymond Green specific. I just oh my God. I wish I had the confidence of a Draymond Green sometimes. I do.
It'd go a long way, buddy. Here's Draymond Green to ask about Steph's great shooting night.
It was great, especially that he barely practiced yesterday. Kind of walk around practice, doing everything with his left hand. We did a conditioning drill, full-court layups at the end, but in conditioning, he did all of them with his left hand, even on the right side. So to see him come out and have the game that he had, just kind of sums up Steph.
Yeah, I was concerned with the tape all over his right thumb. I was like, man, I asked this in the pregame. It's like, what is it like to shoot with that? He goes, Bonte, I'm not a shooter. I'm a shot blocker. It's like, I'm trying to give you a ball, throw you a bone here. But Monty Poole, who joined us yesterday, as well as Festus Zeeley, said it's going to have no impact. And it didn't have any impact. He didn't miss a 3 last night. The only shots he missed was inside the arc. He was 3 of 7 on 2s. And even for the 3-point line.
I don't when it's the finger or the thumb, I don't worry about certain shooters like that. All-time greats, they'll figure it out. I remember Kobe had to play with the splint on his non-shooting hand before. They figure it out. They're going to be fine at the end of the day. It's the guys that don't have the greatest shots, like Festus Lucci's for a guy like me, that I would have probably struggled. But for Steph, when Anthony Slater joined us, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider yesterday, he said, yeah, he expects him to play. He'll probably be fine. I didn't sweat it after that. Yeah. When a guy like Anthony says he'll be fine, he'll probably be fine. Yeah.
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. I know he's always fine with the Warriors. Oscar, what's happening, man? Good morning to you.
What's up, Bo?
Hey, good morning to you guys, man. That's what I like about 95.7 The Game. You guys, you talk the realness when it's there, and if you mess up, you come back and apologize. But not you guys, man. I like about that. You guys, you wake my morning up, with good analysis, man. So I'll give y'all that props. And another thing, like I was saying, the way we pass the basketball is the way we have to play. And I know Kerr emphasized that at the practice. And Stephen Curry, when you talked about the last game, they have to start running the offense, and they did that last night. And the floodgates opened up. Once Steph started hitting and started playing with joy, the first shot, he said he did it on purpose. And that got everybody going. That got him going. I haven't seen Curry play like that with the joy. And, everybody keep on talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Bonte, like you say, you get a young man 30 minutes a game, and you see what's happening. We have to continue to let him play and let Moses Moody play. Moses Moody's shot looked good. He looked good, and that opened the offense up.
Yeah.
And not only that, Schroeder, you got to get him at least play 10 games. You see what happened last night. Schroeder is starting to get into the offense, and he defensively wise, he played his butt off yesterday. The whole team, man. So, we got a good organization, a good coaching staff. I know everybody wants to panic. Like I said yesterday, we're 16-16. The season not over with. If we do make a move, good. We need a big man. But if we don't make a move, this team is going to improve, man. Like Steph said, they was 12-3 for a reason.
Right.
A bad team doesn't start off 12-3. They'll get it back, man. We are shooters, and last night it opened the floodgates. And right from this point on, guarantee you the Warriors will get their stride back.
Ooh,
you guys have a nice day, man.
I love the optimism, Oscar. Very, very good points there. Well said, Oscar. And Moses Moody, that's 3 straight games in which he scored a double figures. 3 straight games in which Moses Moody has scored a double figures. And he looks confident, and he's just playing out there without thinking. So that's a good development here. If Buddy Hield's going to struggle, Moses Moody could pick up the slack. Moses Moody went 4 or 5 from the 3-point line last night. Dennis Schroeder, as Oscar pointed out, his point of attack defense on Tyrese Maxey and whoever he was guarding was effective last night. That was Schroeder's trying to find his rhythm. We'll get some sound on Dennis Schroeder because he spoke after the game about, hey, I'm trying to get down to split action, the patented play that the Warriors run, the split action where you get the ball to the post, guy split screen, and boom. Next thing you know, a guy flares off that screen, and he's hitting the 3 or whatnot, or he's diving to the rim. Dennis Schroeder is starting to let's see if he can figure this thing out because I do like him. I like his demeanor, but he's just never played the style. So give him some time. I hear it, but time is running out for the Warriors because the deadline is coming up February 6th, so you got to figure this thing out over the next couple of weeks.
If my math is correct, I think I counted 17 games up until the trade deadline they have. 17 games remaining until February 6th, right? They play the Lakers that night, but it's the earlier in the day, obviously. 12 o'clock Pacific time is when the deadline is. So, yeah, 17 games to prove if you're going to be a team to believe in or not to believe in. As we go, we believe with the Golden State Warriors. And to your point about Dennis Schroeder, why I like the acquisition is, I think he's just going to be I thought he was going to be a good fit, and that remains to be seen a little bit here. Definitely his best game as a Warrior, I believe, last night and that win. But I just like how he plays on the court. Like, he plays with this flair that is just fun to watch. He's got some swag on the court, and he just brings something that's unique to this team. And he's not the biggest guy. He's got a longer wingspan, but he's listen to 6'1".
Yep.
He's a scrappy player. He does the little things sometimes, but he also does some things that make you pull your hair out. But I like that they have a player that kind of lives on that edge, right?
Yep.
Like Draymond lives on the edge in a different way, but Schroeder does some boneheaded things, but he'll dive on the floor. You're going to get everything you've got when it comes to Dennis Schroeder. Not like what I saw Joel Embiid yesterday at times. I know what I'm getting from Dennis Schroeder at the end of the day, so I don't crush him as hard as some other players where I'm expecting more out of. This is a guy that's coming to a situation. It's his 18 in 8 years, something like that, or 8 seasons, 8 different teams, something ridiculous like that. Like, he's played in so many different variants and styles, and that's got to take a toll on a guy. So just joining a team with 2 future Hall of Famers, not one, but with Stephen Curry and Draymond Green that demand a lot out of you. Hell, we've seen Draymond get on the likes of Buddy Hield, who's been a longtime NBA veteran. He's not afraid to do that. So hopefully this is a sign of Dennis Schroeder and things to come for him to play well now going forward.
Well, here's what he said last night about adjusting to playing with this new team and Steph and Draymond. Here's Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the last couple of years, what they've been doing has been working, and it's great. And for me, I played with a lot of people in my career, and I always can adjust. And whatever they ask me, to do, I'm always ready for it. But it's gonna take a little bit of time.
Here's more on that.
The last 10 days, 12 days been tough, but luckily we won the game today. Played very well, shared the ball, played with force, and we stayed aggressive. And the most important, we had fun, and we just got to get back to that. And of course, I have to adjust to the team, and it's getting there.
He said the word fun right there and playing with joy. And I do think we kind of get bogged down in the X's and O's a lot. And sometimes it's as simple as, listen, when you're winning, it's fun. And when the shots are going in, it's just fun. And when you're playing free and you don't have this, and you go back to the rotation and what your role is on a given night, that makes that a lot easier. And a guy that exudes so much fun on the court is what I was just kind of getting at, is Dennis Schroeder when everything's going well. Yeah. And no, it hasn't been going well as of late, and he's been, struggling to fit in here, but you saw what it could be last night. And again, it's the Sixers too. There's part of that.
They got talent on that team.
They got talent.
It's an NBA team that's trying to find its way.
But I don't want
to. Listen, I've said this all season. You can't control what the other team does. You control how you play.
Correct.
Control what you control.
Correct.
And last night, the Warriors played the right way.
It is. It's a step, but they need to show us. And
of
for
course,
trust,
consistency. You're a 500 team. You're a 500 team. There's no doubt. You got to stack wins.
But it was a good step in the right direction. And playing with joy. And you just saw it from top to bottom, and the entire team. No one had a frown on their face yesterday.
Nah, nobody's going to pop champagne and say that, hey, man, they've arrived. They're back. No, you got to stack these wins. And this weekend is huge. It's huge against Memphis and Sacramento. Can you win these 2 games? Can you win these 2 games and then get ready for the Miami Heat in a homestand with 4 straight victories? That is the key here for the Golden State Warriors. And then if they could get to 20-16, 19-17, or whatever it is, all of a sudden you go on the road to Detroit and Indiana for a back-to-back next weekend, and it's not going to be easy on that back-to-back. They got some players in both Detroit and Indiana.
Detroit's not the worst team in the league like they've been for all. No, they got talent. They got talent.
They ran the Warriors a couple years ago. Yeah. They got speed, man. They got athleticism. Yeah, Sadiq
Forever Warrior, Sadiq Bey.
Forever Warrior. Here's Draymond Green when he was asked about Dennis Schroeder.
He brings a different mentality, different aggressiveness, and yet what we've needed, I think the last piece is his offense. We need that also. And, he's starting to get more aggressive, which we like. It takes some time to come in middle of the season and try to find your way, especially on a team that's struggling, And I think he's starting to do that. He's starting to figure out where to find his shots. Like I said, he's being more aggressive, but also what he brings to us on the defensive end is huge. With the way he gets into the ball, for the opposing team, best ball handler. It changes a lot of things for us. So he's starting to come along, and it's great because we need him to be really good for us to be good.
That's Draymond Green on Dennis Schroeder, and he's not lying there. So nice night for Dennis Schroeder as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sam Gordon, San Francisco Chronicle, a main man. We can talk some boxing with him, too. He's a big boxing fan. Yeah,
Deontay Wilder retiring.
Yeah, he did. Did he really?
Mm-hmm.
He needed to.
Yeah,
he needed to. It was done.
Smart to do that now, like because you see some guys that don't know when to hang it up, and it could be unfortunately fatal going forward. So
he was cooked. Yeah, so good for him for retiring. But we had a great heavyweight fight with Fury and Usyk, and Usyk
he's
put hands on him. He's the guy right now.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Sam Gordon about the Warriors. He covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle, and we'll talk to Kitty Caraway.
Oh, KC.
ESPN 1320.
How are they feeling about their Kangs right now?
We're
I know
him
and Damian not very happy about that firing from Mike Brown.
And he's a big Niner fan.
He is.
Big Niner fan. So we'll get his thoughts on the Niners moving forward as they do have a game against Arizona. Yes, they do have a game. It may be meaningless, but they have a game.
It's not meaningless to a couple people. I would like to see George Kittle finish with the most yards for any tight end this year. That would be big for him. I think he's playing for a first-team All-Pro position, so he's playing for something. And some of these backups are also playing for something as well. I mean, there's going to be auditions. You're auditioning for the rest of the league at any given Sunday, Bonte. So
Ricky Pearsall. Hey,
Josh Dobbs is looking for a backup job somewhere else, probably.
Possibly.
I don't think he's going to be there next year for the 49ers. So he's going to have an opportunity.
No doubt.
And hey, is Kyler Murray going to play in this game? Because I want to see some more from Kyler Murray, who also might be playing for his job going forward in Arizona.
What a fade they had.
Right.
They had that game against the Rams, 13-9.
Bonte, I knew they were done when I started hearing rumblings and conversations on ESPN of topics on their screen for Get Up saying, should Kyler Murray be in the MVP conversation? I was like, oh, they're cooked. As soon as that popped up, I was like,
man.
there's no chance they're living up to that.
Stop.
And then
Kyler's playing well.
And then he wasn't.
But no, I'll tell you one guy who was playing well, though, Trace Jackson-Davis. His last 7 games for the Warriors. Wow.
Box score wasn't sexy for him yesterday, but again, you have to watch the game. Yes.
The activity was great last night. So we'll talk more Warriors. 888-957-9570. Are you coming around on the scene? What'd you make of last night? Then we can get to the 49ers. Also, we'll get to the Jimmy Butler sound. Because I'm asking Warrior fans. A lot of Warrior fans want Jimmy Butler from what I hear. We'll play some sound from Jimmy Butler from last night. Now I'll read you his game logs from the last 2 nights. Plus, we'll get into what J.J. Redick said about the NBA and what Charles Barkley had to say about J.J. Redick. All that coming up on the Morning Roast here on a Friday. A payday Friday. Bank account looked good this morning. Oh, we're all happy. Right, Steven Risotto? My favorite. That's my new favorite, man. Steven Risotto's. I was a Carter guy. Might be a Risotto guy now.
Just wait. Just wait.
Just wait for what?
Just wait.
Oh, I don't turn my back on guys. Carter's still my guy.
But
you know what? Risotto's catapulted.
Ominous.
There's stock rising and falling is what you're saying all the time.
Well, Risotto's is just rising. Carter's stock is still there.
Much like your happiness with Brock Purdy, you're happy with Stevie and Risotto.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. It's not like you morons out here who watch Sam Darnold all of a sudden.
Well, you're not getting Sam Darnold.
Don't lump me in with that.
Sam Darnold's staying in Minnesota. We'll get to it on this.
I would say Lubman's stock Lubman had a great performance at the Doobies. My guy was unbelievable.
He did. He looked good. The tuxedo shirt was hilarious.
He was working the room. He made people walk the red car. Like Lubman was, it was next level.
He should be working for E! Entertainment at this point, right? Being the actual Oscars, right?
Maybe. I should make a little more money. Might not be a bad idea.
TV? TV Lubman?
Hey, TV Lubman. Hey, stay away from the Gatehouse at Chase Center. More coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
He's an Italian.
Pass cross court. Wiggins was cut off on his cut, though. Maxey the steal. It's a breakaway and a foot race, and he misses another layup. Wiggins gets it to Curry. Over to Draymond. Draymond goes inside to Curry. Tight ropes the baseline. One hand. It's up and good. Chaos, I'm telling you. It's chaos.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Tim Roy on the call. Warriors roll last night. Wire-to-wire win. Never trailed whatsoever. Beat the Sixers, 139 and 105 to feel good about themselves to start the new year. They
beat them like
61%.
a drum.
They had gone through 22 straight games where they didn't shoot 50%. They were struggling.
Floodgates opened.
Dude, they had some of the worst numbers in the month of December in the NBA. They were in the low 20s in field goal percentage, three-point percentage, turnover. It was bad.
I mean, we laugh at the whole thing, like new year, new me kind of a thing. Well, for the Warriors, you're hoping for just a new month, new me, right? Because the month of December, and you talked about it, Monte, you and Shasky, ad nauseum. Hey, we'll find out who this Warriors team come December is. And right now, they're a mixed bag because they are that team still that was 12-3. You are what your record says you are, as Steve Kerr quoted Bill Parcells, who famously said that, right?
Right.
So they're an average team right now, but you are a sum of your parts. And for as much as they are that team in December that struggled, they can be that team that started off the season hot as well. It just, it takes a Buddy Hield getting back into his rhythm, right? It takes Jonathan Kuminga continuing to do what he's been doing. It takes guys stepping up all around him. And yesterday, everyone stepped up, and it was a total team win.
888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. First shout-outs of the new year. If you want to shout out anybody from the new year, your cat, your dog, your liquor store, what shameless shout-outs is all about is shouting out your family, shouting out your loved ones, shouting out your job, shouting out your coworkers, shouting out your kids, shouting out their teams, whatever you want to do. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Line them up, 888-957-9570 as we begin a new year. Maybe you want to shout out your New Year's resolution. I don't really care what you shout out, but we are doing it at 7:45.
Okay.
We're at 7:45.
I'm excited.
I want to do a couple things here before we get back to the Warriors. Jimmy Butler.
You want to shout out Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, shout out Jimmy Butler for giving us content.
Thank you.
Jimmy Butler has been rumored with the Warriors now all season long. Obviously, he has a player option where he can opt in or opt out, and it's for $52 million. And word on the street is he's going to opt out to try to get a new contract. And he's starting to bounce around the NBA as well. Minnesota, Chicago, Philadelphia, Miami. And he's had some good runs with Miami, leading them to a couple NBA finals. He's played well in the postseason. He really has. Two-way guard. Tough player. Multiple all-star, but he's kind of worn out his welcome in multiple stops. Right now in Miami, it's not ending well. And then the last two games, Spadoni, Jimmy Butler. Last night he goes 3 for 6, 27 minutes. 9 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds. He took 6 shots. The night before that against New Orleans, at home, he took 5 shots, scored 9 points, grabbed 4 rebounds. And, of course, he was featured in that Netflix series with the basketball player, LeBron James.
Starting
Tatum,
5.
Starting 5. Domantas Sabonis, Jimmy Butler. Who was the other guy?
So there was Sabonis, there was Anthony Edwards, Jason Tatum, LeBron, and Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler. So he has a great personality. We know that.
He was the star of that show. It was him and Anthony Edwards, I would say. Actually, LeBron James low-key, too, just because you saw all the therapy he does, which is insane. Domantas Sabonis was the biggest snoozer. His wife was more interesting than him on that show, but we won't get into that.
We won't get into that at all.
Maybe with Casey.
But Jimmy, it's been rumored that he's at odds with the Miami Heat. Remember Pat Riley, right after the season, Jimmy Butler, because I don't know if he's trolling. I don't know if he's being funny, but you're not playing the Knicks right now. You lost. You should probably shut your mouth. And so now Jimmy Butler's kind of taking subtle shots at Pat Riley and the Heat organization. He's got into it with multiple Heat guys in the past, Udonis Haslem, Eric Spoelstra. And then last night, we had this doozy from Jimmy Butler. Take a listen, Roasters.
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here off the court, but I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop. and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Wow.
Said, I'm happy here off the court. He's not happy on the court. So, Warrior fans, I ask you, do you want to trade for Jimmy Butler after hearing that? He's indicated multiple times that he wants out of Miami. What did you make of that soundbite from Jimmy Butler?
What's the price point? That's what I would ask first and foremost, because as we know,
I wouldn't even.
Listen. I know.
Sorry,
I hear you.
I'm not even going to consider trading for this guy.
I understand.
Yeah,
I'm playing doing the exercise, if you will. So if the price point is, Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga, I'm out. Actually, if anything, with Andrew Wiggins, to be honest, I'm out on. If it's a lot of first-round picks and some of the young guys, now the salaries are going to have to match. So, a Wiggins or a Draymond would have to be a part of that, or a lot involved. And I don't think I'm just trading the farm for Jimmy Butler at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just not. So salaries are going to have to match. It would be a 3-team deal. But regardless of all that, the player himself at this point in his career, being 35 years old, is this version of Jimmy Butler, who has been battling injuries all season long, is this going to take you over the top in the Western Conference? No chance. I'm sorry. It's just not. What you're going to have to give up, whether it's a combination of Wiggins, Kuminga, a Draymond, just any combination of these guys, Pajemski, it's not going to make that much of a difference to me. If this was an Eastern Conference team that felt like they're a Jimmy Butler away and they have a plethora of talent to shed, sure. But also, do I want that in my locker room? That's another thing. And this is a guy that's played for a lot of teams, Bonte. And when you play for a lot of teams and you're, and you've gone to the finals a couple times, granted, I'll give you that. But you've worn out your welcome in every single place you've been to. Every single place you've gone to, you have worn out your welcome. That tells me a lot about a player, a great player, a Hall of Fame player, but a player that has flaws. And at this point in his career, am I willing to jeopardize my entire future for this player who could just bounce? Given what he's saying here, do I trust him to re-sign with my team first and foremost? I don't know. Like if I'm the Warriors and I feel like I'm going to have him for a couple seasons, but he has a player option, maybe he opts out of it and says, actually, this isn't a fit. And then you just mortgage your entire future for what? A couple months, and you maybe win a series in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's no for me, dog. Now, it's interesting. DraftKings Sportsbook, Bonte, they have this thing up right now. Next regular season minute played after the trade deadline for which NBA team? This is Jimmy Butler. So they have odds for this. So next regular season minute played. So who's he going to be playing with post-trade deadline? The Heat are the favorites still, minus 300, that he's going to remain with the Miami Heat.
And Pat Riley mentioned this on Christmas, right? Yep. That we are not trading Jimmy Butler.
Correct. So, and Jimmy wants to play the game, right? And obviously there was that big thing on Christmas morning. Everyone woke up to Jimmy Butler it was Shams Charania and Shams and Jimmy's team going back and forth, back and forth.
Shams was right.
Shams was right. Of course he was right. But the Heat are the favorites. And then the next favorite, according to DraftKings Sportsbook, the Golden State Warriors, plus 500 for the next regular season minute played after the trade deadline for Jimmy Butler. So the Warriors, I mean, listen, they love to be in these conversations because they got their name out there. They're big fish hunting. And Shams has been on that. He's been saying, hey, from what I'm hearing.
No secret. The Warriors they tried all offseason to do something.
And then the Rockets are right behind them. Now, I think like a team like the Rockets may be more in line to take a chance like that. Now, what are they giving up? Is it a Şengün? Is it something like that?
You're not going to do that. You're not going to trade a young Şengün for Jimmy Butler.
Well, no.
And then you already have Dylan Brooks. You have Jalen Green. You have
or Fred VanVleet. Some combination. Yeah, so there's a lot of...
I don't think Houston wants to disrupt that young locker room.
But he's a Houston native, correct?
Yeah, but which is why he didn't really... When he was looking for a new team...
I know there's a lot of baggage, yeah.
He didn't really want to go back to Houston.
There's a lot of...
Yeah, so I don't know if Houston would be on that table. But the ironic thing is the Miami Heat come into town January 7th. That's on Tuesday, folks. Next Tuesday, the Heat are coming to town. And I wonder how many conversations Mike Dunleavy will have with the Heat brass as they come to town. Will that conversation be? But Warrior fans already, I'm looking at the Comcast Business text line. Conflicting texts. 925. Jimmy is a cancer and he is showing it. 408. Our boy Oreo Cookie. There's only two players I wouldn't trade for Jimmy. Jimmy is a closer. That's what the Dubs need. I take Jimmy buckets over Day-Day. No. Would have liked to see Drummond last night, but I did notice seeing Draymond took some extended post-game to chop it up. I'm never high on Jimmy Butler either. I know I'm like sitting here and I'm not high on a lot of trades here because I don't think a lot of trades are going to get them over the top. But now you're bringing in a guy like Jimmy Butler, and what does that do? There's another guy, read and react. Can he play in this type of system? We're asking for all the movement. He's 35 years old. He's had multiple injuries. Could he play in this pace? Could he play in this system? In the playoffs, again, you're going to hold the ball a little bit more. The game becomes a half-court game where Jimmy excels. But Warrior fans, you have to ask yourself, would you really want to make a trade? Like, it's probably going to cost you Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
From what I've seen from Kuminga, last season, and since the start of December, why would I want to trade Jonathan Kuminga for Jimmy Butler? I got a 22-year-old who is ascending, who is averaging damn near the same everything. And I get it. They're different players right now. But I would rather bet on the prospect of J.K. becoming a Jimmy Butler-like, becoming a star, than I would to trade J.K. for Jimmy Butler at the age of 35, knowing he has a player option that he can opt out of. I'm good off that. I'm sorry, Warrior fans. I'm not on the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes.
Well, I just picture Jimmy Butler, like you picture all of his playoff moments, right? It's him with the ball in his hands, winding down the shot clock at the end of every game in the playoffs. Like, that's not the Golden State Warriors offense. Like, as much as Schroeder is struggling right now to adapt into this system, you don't think Jimmy Butler is going to have his struggles? And Schroeder, to his credit, he's been very introspective. He's been very forthright in saying it with his struggles. And, this is a process. Like, if they're struggling early on in the Jimmy Butler era, you don't think Jimmy's going to be upset and chirping at the media and saying some things like, I'm just not getting the ball in my hands. It's like you don't want any part of that, especially if you still have all these young players that you want to develop. Like, there is something to the Warriors culture right now, and I get it. A lot of Warriors fans are going to be like scoff at it and be cynical and say, Steve Kerr and, this Warriors culture, what does that mean? He hasn't really developed anyone. No, he has when it comes to trades. I look at a guy like Andrew Wiggins, night and day since going to the Golden State Warriors. And he's had his struggles, no doubt. I think a lot of that was mental and a lot of that was off the court, dealing with the loss of his father and his sickness, obviously. And I think we're seeing a different Andrew out of this. But we saw the difference early on in Andrew Wiggins. First and foremost, him and Ron Adams getting together in the defensive effort. Just night and day from what you saw in Minnesota, and him becoming one of the best two-way players during that run, in that championship run in the NBA. And then you saw the willingness offensively. Like, I don't know, and I have my questions with Jimmy Butler in a short amount of time to what the Warriors would want to do if you made that trade, to turn this into a championship type of team. I don't see it, Bob.
No, I don't. He wanted the extension before the season. Pat Riley said, I'm not extending you.
Oh.
You're playing this out. And so him talking about, I want to see me get my joy back to playing basketball, well, that's on you. That's a personal problem. Bam Adebayo looks like he's having fun. Tyler Hero's balling. He's playing well. He's having fun.
Who'd he get a scrap into?
Amen Thompson.
Yeah, he threw him to the crowd.
Yeah, he slammed him. So the whole Jimmy Buckets thing, I'm good off that. And right now, Miami, they're 6th place in the Eastern Conference. They're 17-15. They're out of the box, so despite all this trouble and trauma and the turbulence with Jimmy Butler, they're still in a position to be in the top 6 and qualify for a playoff series in the best-of-7 series. So I just, look, if it costs me J.K. or Wiggins, I'm keeping those guys instead of trading them for Jimmy Butler. I'm just not doing it.
And I know you're against this, what I'm about to bring up too, but I just want to have the conversation anyways, because I'm sure there are people there, and I would love to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Oreo Cookie said, Day. Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, the salary there, and then you could add maybe like a Pajemski, I don't know, Kavan or a Moses Moody, something like that, some sort of package there. Like, is that doing anything for you? If you keep Andrew Wiggins...
No, I'm not trading Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler. Not this system.
But if you keep Jonathan Kuminga and you keep Andrew Wiggins and you add a Jimmy Butler with a Stephen Curry, I'm
not trading Draymond Green.
Okay.
I'm not trading Draymond Green
Who
off
do you think's a better player at this stage of their career? Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler?
Draymond Green's value to the Golden State Warriors is infinitely better than freaking Jimmy Butler. It's not even close. Draymond's moving that basketball. He's pushing that rock.
You don't think
He's
that
champion to change,
you
man.
don't think what you're getting offensively compared to Draymond Green with Jimmy Butler? I know you're going to sacrifice some on the defensive end. What you're getting there, Jimmy's no slouch defensively. He's a little older, but you don't think that you're getting an infinitely more better scorer in Jimmy Butler than Draymond Green?
I don't need Draymond to score on his team. That's what I have Andrew Wiggins, Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga, and Dennis Schroeder for. If Draymond's giving me 10, sure, I'm good with that. Points is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for quality shots. I'm not sure Jimmy's going to create quality shots in this building. And then you're going to trade a 4-time. You imagine that. You trade a 4-time champion? A guy who rocks with Steph Curry would not approve that trade.
Think
about it. Think about the locker room dynamic. Think about the locker room dynamic. You're trading Draymond Green, a 4-time champ, for a guy you may have for 4 months and may walk on you? I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm good. No. I wouldn't do that.
I'm trading a guy in Draymond Green that is devaluing in front of our eyes, and I'm trying to maximize this Stephen Curry window. That's how I sell it.
Draymond's actually had a good year.
He's had a great year. He's had a good year, and they're 500. That's what I'm trying to say.
Jimmy Butler can't even stay on the floor.
Well, okay, but again, it's a risk. It's a risk.
Let's do this exercise.
We're doing the risk. I'm with you, Bonte, but there's people that think that they're...
I would love to hear from people who want to trade Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler. That sounds asinine. Jimmy Butler, the last 4 years with the Miami Heat, this year he's only played 22 games. Year before that, he played 60. Year before that, he played 64. Year before that, he played 57, 52, 58, 55, 10, 59. This guy wasn't even hitting 60. He wouldn't even hit the 60s, Spadoni.
Well, what did Draymond Green do last year?
We got suspended.
We
got suspended, no doubt.
Yeah,
No doubt, he got suspended.
Let's not act like Draymond's a saint, too, if we're comparing Jimmy Butler.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I get he's built the equity. I'm saying there's going to be some people, and there's going to be some hard feelings.
I would love to hear from people who wants to trade Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler.
You're overvaluing, I think, the blowback that there would be in the Bay Area.
Oh, no, I think you're undervaluing that. You're talking about a 4-time champion.
Great.
You're talking about a defensive player of the year. You're talking about a guy who was running the Warriors' way. Come on, man. Let's stop this. We're not trading Draymond Green for Jimmy freaking Butler. Are you crazy?
I'm trading a Hall of Famer for a Hall of Famer.
Jimmy Butler's a Hall of Famer?
Yes. He will go into the Hall of Fame. By the way, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. Everyone gets in, first and foremost. So, yes, he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 10 minutes. Shameless shout-outs.
He took a team to the finals twice as the best player.
Shout-outs. That's great. Did he win those finals?
Is that his fault?
Did he win those finals?
Okay, are we doing the LeBron argument?
No, we're not going to do those finals. But
what are we doing here? Come on.
And Jimmy Butler.
Are you really discrediting Jimmy Butler doing that?
You're trading Jimmy Butler. You're trading Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler.
Team on a championship run.
Are you improving your roster with Jimmy Butler? You're not winning more games in the Western Conference than Jimmy Butler.
If I get to keep Kuminga and I get to keep Andrew Wiggins, and it's just going to cost me Draymond and some young guys, Pajemski and Moody maybe, okay, and some picks.
All right,
I could be sold on that.
Now let's get crazy here. Let's get crazy. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. I think we found somebody who would trade Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler, which is crazy. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Bonte?
What's up?
I'm definitely trading Draymond Green head up for Jimmy Butler.
Wow.
Absolutely. And throwing in one of the young guys. To me, as a Warrior fan, we've held on to Draymond Green entirely too long. We should have traded him that year after that championship. He couldn't even get on the court really in that championship to Game 4. So it's not like he's the player that he used to be.
Mike, Mike, I recognize your voice. Mike.
Oh,
okay.
Didn't you call the show today after Draymond Green clapped at me on TV?
I may have. But I didn't have time to stay on. You guys had me on hold for too long.
No, I think you called, and I think you may have called me one of the biggest haters out there. And now you want to trade Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler. It could be somebody else.
No.
Maybe it's not you. But I recognize your voice, Mike.
No.
I got a great recall, man.
I've been the voice for trading Draymond Green for a few years now. Right. You can ask anybody that know me.
But why now, though? But let me ask you this.
We need to trade Draymond
But why now, though, when he's playing some really good basketball for the Warriors this season?
Because he's holding Jonathan Kuminga back.
How is he holding
Draymond
Kuminga
Green
back?
is playing some good ball, but I think we need to move him to make room for Jonathan Kuminga.
JK's playing 30 minutes now. He's playing well. He's getting his minutes.
Bonte, he's our second best player.
Jonathan
and he's
Kuminga
coming
is?
off the bench right now.
You think he's
Jonathan Kuminga is our second best player.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. That's
Wiggins
fair.
is our third best player. We got our second best player coming off the bench. That's a problem. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga and I'm his agent, why would I re-sign with the Warriors? You guys are devaluing me by having me come off the bench behind a guy who I'm clearly better than now. No, I can't play the defense that Draymond Green can play. But just as a basketball player, I'm a much better player than Draymond Green is right now.
All
That's
right.
just period.
That's fair. That's your opinion. That's fair. I don't agree with it.
And I'm going to tell you another thing. You're talking about Jimmy Butler being a cancer. To me, Draymond Green is a cancer. If you look at his attitude during the game, the way he complains to referees, the way he yells at Steve Kerr, if I'm a young player looking at that, why would I turn around and listen to Steve Kerr, to what he has to say, after the way I watched Draymond Green?
So, Mike, have you watched Jimmy Butler in Miami? Go after Eric Spoelstra. Go after Udonis Haslem.
Absolutely.
Go after Pat Riley.
Absolutely.
Go after youngsters.
Yes.
Yell at referees. You want to bring that guy to the locker room?
We already have a guy like that.
Well, then why would you want to trade a guy like that for another guy like that?
We had a guy that year after we won a championship.
Mike, to your point, though, you want to get rid of that. Why would you want to trade for that? If that's because now it's not making sense to me. You want to trade Draymond for Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Butler does the same stuff.
But Jimmy Butler's a better player.
Jimmy
than Draymond.
Butler's thrown the organization.
Jimmy Butler's a better player, Bonte.
He's okay.
I'm not saying that.
He's
I'm not saying that we need a little edge on the team.
But hold on. Being a better player doesn't mean you're a better fit for the team. You have to fit into the team.
It doesn't.
It does. Yeah, Jimmy Butler don't fit. Jimmy Butler, I'm sorry.
I think he fits. I think he fits.
Jimmy Butler has worn out his welcome at every stop. Every stop he's been, he's worn out his welcome. And you want to trade Draymond for that guy?
Bonte, the only reason why Draymond Green is still here is because of Steph Curry. On any other team, he would have been gone.
And you think Steph wants to trade him for Jimmy Butler?
I don't think Steph wants to do that, but I think it's time for us to do what's best for us and not necessarily
so
what's
Jimmy
best for
Butler
Steph.
is the best. Jimmy Butler's the answer here, is what you're telling me.
I think Jimmy Butler would fit us better right now.
And where's Jimmy
than
Butler taking
Draymond
his?
Green.
And where's Jimmy Butler taking his team?
Well, he's taking us to the second round of the playoffs. With Draymond Green last year, we didn't even make the playoffs. You know why? Because he can't handle himself to stay on the court.
Well, I think he's done a better
ticking
job.
time bomb.
Well, I think he's done a better job. Thanks, Mike, for the call. I think he's done a better job of doing that this season. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Philmo, what's happening?
I wasn't mad at it.
Ah, that's fine. I want to hear from people. What's up, Philmo?
Man, they out here. What's up, baby? You out here preaching, man. For real. Call you Bonte, Martin Luther Bonte. Anyway, on some real talk, I don't know why people smoking they puffing a Magic Dragon this morning, man. You feel me? For real, because you can't. I mean, on so many levels. You talking about trading Draymond Green? Steiny was on here yesterday talking about trading Steph Curry.
I heard that.
No, he was not.
Yeah, I heard that. They had the conversation.
He was, wasn't he? Exactly. Man, they puffing it, man. Steiny, new year, new Steiny. He's smoking weed now. He's smoking crackers. I don't know what the hell going on. But Jimmy Butler for Draymond is not even a question. Like you said, you said it's the fit. Draymond is a connector piece. He's not the greatest of players. He's a connection piece, and that's why we need him.
I'm with you. And not only that, Philmo, thanks for the call.
Thanks, Philmo.
What is Steiny talking about? Draymond Green makes $24 million this year. What's Jimmy Butler making? 47?
Yeah, you have to add some pieces to that.
So you're going to have to add, say hypothetically, you want to trade Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler. Let me put my name on it. I, Bonte Hill, do not want to do that. In case somebody clips me out here, because I know how y'all get down. You're going to have to staple in Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green, possibly, for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
You do that? No. Wiggins and Draymond for Jimmy Butler?
So
hell no. And if you would do that, come on.
You're basically getting rid of all your depth to bring in Jimmy Butler.
All your depth. And guys who know the system here. And we're seeing how difficult it is for Schroeder to adapt to the system. We're going to do that for Jimmy Butler? Really? After this guy says he's trying to find his joy? You're playing in South Beach, Miami. They're giving you $47 million. The hell you mean you need to find your joy? You need to find your joy. Are you kidding me? Jimmy Butler, you need to find your joy? Well, you had joy in Minnesota. You blew that. You're in Chicago. Blew that. You're in Philadelphia. Philadelphia actually chose Tobias Harris over you, and I see why. Not because Tobias Harris was a better player, because this is what you do, Jimmy. And now you got to – Eric Spoelstra's considered one of the better coaches in the NBA, and he can't even get along with Spo. He can't get along with Coach Spo. And we want to trade one of our Hall of Famers, 4-time champs, for Jimmy Butler?
Trying to maximize that Stephen Curry window.
Oh, my God.
Got to maximize it.
Just got a text from my mom. She texted me. She can't even stand Draymond Green. She's never liked him, and even she wouldn't trade Draymond for Jimmy Butler.
I just love Sam chiming in.
This is insane.
I just got a text from Mom.
This is insane.
Shout out to Mom. She's listening.
Her first name, please, Sam.
Jamie. She's a roaster.
Exactly. Please.
Big time
Thank
roaster.
you. And I've met the lovely Jamie. She's very nice.
I do love the lovely Jamie.
She's very nice.
Mama Loveman. I love her.
Well, no, but different last name.
Yeah, different last name. Sorry, Mama.
What's the last name, Sam?
Rucky.
There we go. Jamie
Mama
Rucky.
Rucky.
There we go.
Mama Rucky.
She ain't no rookie. I'll tell you that.
Uncle G coming in on the text line. This is how you know it's serious. Comcast. By the way, shameless shout-outs coming up in a couple minutes.
Shout out Jimmy Butler if you want to.
We need to get shout out
For all
to
those
Jimmy
people
Butler.
that love Draymond Green.
And the green braids in his head.
For all those people that love Draymond Green, come shout him out. 888-957-9570.
Come on, man. Butler talk is nonsense. Time for some Niners talk. That's Uncle G.
The Niners, stop. Gene, I love you. The Niners are nonsense right now. They're cooked.
Man.
They have a meaningless game on Sunday. Talking about a team that...
Did Steiny really talk about trading Steph?
Yeah, I was doing my grocery shopping and I was heading back around like 11:30, and I heard him talk about the hypothetical of trading a Stephen Curry and then you would receive... He actually made a comp that was interesting. It was when the Pistons traded Grant Hill for Ben Wallace. He was likening it to that. If you traded Steph now, the haul that you would receive would not be what a lot of Warriors fans think. So I actually think he was saying that you wouldn't trade him because the haul wouldn't be as what you...
All right.
I think that's... now that I'm reliving it, they were having the conversation.
Okay.
But he was saying, yeah, Warriors fans, you're not getting what you think you're getting if you trade Stephen Curry.
Yeah, because I don't think so either, because of the contract.
Correct. And the age and all of that.
And then you still got to hit on the picks. You just don't do that.
No.
I don't care if Steph started shooting 37% from the floor and 35 from three. I'd have a hard time as an organization personally trading away a guy like Stephen Curry and everything he's done for this community, this organization, and who he is as a player. It's just like your favorite radio host, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather them die on a microphone than get told, hey, you got to walk out the door and you're fired.
Right.
You got to leave. No, I'd rather them be able to die. They should be allowed. Like Kruk and Kipe, a lot of people are ready to move on from them. Kruk and Kipe should retire whenever the hell they want to retire. Yes. I don't care how bad they get, how slower they get, how older they get. I don't give a damn.
Was anyone doing that to Vin Scully for all those years with the Dodgers?
No.
Please. Guy was 95 and still calling games at a high level.
No.
And Joe Davis was pushing to get Vin out of here. No, stop.
No.
Joe Davis is doing a hell of a job, too.
He is doing a hell of a job.
I mean, no one replaces Vin Scully, but he's like
Jim Nantz. He decides when he walks away from the match.
And kudos to Scott Van Pelt saying, he's like, yeah, no one, I'm not going to the footsteps of a Jim Nantz. I could never do it on his level, nor would I want to have that job and take that away from him.
Draymond making $25 million a year in this NBA. It's not like he's getting paid $45. Anyway, shameless shout-outs coming up in just a second. Let's get Will and Moran real quick before the shout-outs. Will and Moran, what's happening, Will? Happy New Year, Will.
Happy New Year.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, thank you so much, Bonte. Happy New Year, guys. Hope you guys had a good Christmas and a holiday season with the family. So when you take a list of pros and cons, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, pretty identical outside. I mean, I know that Jimmy Butler's probably never slept a teammate, but oh well. I think that they're both pretty much the same player, though. I think that Draymond's a better facilitator. He can run the point better. Jimmy scores better. That's one of his things. Defensively, I think that they're pretty much a mirror image of one another, and I do agree with Bonte. I think that Draymond does run the system again. You don't have to teach him the Warrior way. You don't have to teach him a new thing, because Jimmy comes in here, he's going to have to learn. He's going to have to learn. He's going to have to learn a whole new thing. There's a lot of passing. There's a whole thing. So I think you keep Draymond, because at the end of the day, I would rather be in bed with the devil that I know than the devil that I don't know, meaning that neither of them are perfect, but I'd rather be with the flawed guy that we already know, we already respect, and he's already down to play ball, and he's already making changes. So, like, this is a completely different Draymond this year. So it's like I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I want to ride it out with him. He's done way better for this franchise. He's been a way better leader, role model for the youngsters this year. He talked about it, and he's walking it. So I want to keep him. Thanks, guys.
That's Willem Moran. Let's get the shameless shout-outs. We'll continue the conversation on the other side with the Warriors here as they beat the Sixers wire to wire. But we're talking trades here, hypothetical trades. All right, shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's hit it.
Love it.
Go ahead, Spadone. You kick it
Shameless
off.
shout out. So shout out whoever and whatever you want. You heard the voiceover guy. Like, come on. Like, let's start lining him up. 888-957-9570. I want to hear all the people that are defending Draymond. Come defend him. Shout out Draymond Green. What is your favorite Draymond Green memory over the past 3 years? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your favorite Jimmy Butler? If you love Jimmy Butler, shout him out too. 888-957-9570. I'm going to shout out a guy that just turned 40 years old. One LeBron James tied Michael Jordan for the most 30-point games in NBA history yesterday as the Lakers beat the Portland Trail Blazers. They're trying to win one for Chauncey. They're not as bad as we all think they are. Right. They're not a great team, but they're trying for Chauncey at least. Yep. But LeBron James, 40 years old, and again, don't take these guys for granted. I don't care if Stephen Curry and the Warriors and LeBron James and the Lakers, respectively, aren't going to be championship teams. But when they're gone, Bonte, which is going to be sooner rather than later, the NBA's got big shoes to fill still. And they're waiting for someone to take over this mantle in the NBA. Adam Silver and everyone, they're waiting. Whether it's Anthony Edwards, whether it's John Morant, Victor Wembanyama, somebody needs to step up here this season to take over the reins. Because it's not Jason Tatum. It's not Jaylen Brown. Who's it going to be? They're hoping for Wemby. They're hoping, and this is a bigger conversation for the NBA and ratings, and we're going to get into it with JJ Redick and his comments made the other week and what Charles Barkley had to clap back at him. It's a conversation that needs to be had, and it's going to be had, but I'm celebrating LeBron and Steph, what they were able to do respectively last night with their 30-point games. Steph surpassing Michael Jordan for the most 30-point games by a guard over the age of 35, and LeBron tying Michael Jordan all-time with the 30-point games.
Shameless shout-outs, but not shameless story time.
Well, it's my shout-out. I mean, is there that many people that are lined up to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man.
It's my shout-out, Bonte, not yours, all right?
It's 510. Shout-out to my daughters.
Shout-out.
Yeah, no, you are filling it for Shasky more ways than one. Shout-out to my daughters, Mia and Kaya, for both making the traveling soccer team in San Ramon. Congratulations, Maya and Kaya. Good stuff right there. Good stuff. That's Israel. Israel in San Jose. Shameless shout-out. He wants to shout out to San Jose Sharks, I believe. Not sure.
Sharkies.
All right, let's go to Ronnie in Oakland and then with the Georgia Los Altos. Ronnie, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
I can't hear you, Ronnie.
Turn your radio down. Turn your radio down, Ronnie.
Sorry about that. Shout out to Lawrence and let's do another year. 957 game, 510 game. Hey, yo, Bonte, hit those brakes, baby. Love y'all.
Hit those brakes. There you go.
Those brakes. There it is. There it is. Georgia Los Altos. George, what's happening?
Georgie.
Hey, guys. I want to shout out to my daughter, Grace, who got into the college of her dreams, and a shout out to my daughter, Stella, who's a 7 handicap golfer.
Wow.
Going into her second year at Indiana University.
Wow. George, where'd your daughter get accepted?
She got accepted last year, and believe it or not, Bonte, even though she's a 7, she joined the rowing team and finished second in the Big Ten last year.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So she's a little stud, man. She don't take after her daddy, I guarantee you.
Go Hoosiers.
Let's go.
Go Hoosiers, baby. Let's go.
Got Trey Jackson Davis, Hoosier.
Yeah, no doubt. Air Indiana. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to Mountain Mike's Pizza for all the half-off pizza when the 49ers win. Can we get one more half-off pizza for this season? Maybe we will get that with the 49ers on
Business
Sunday.
has not been booming then this season, unfortunately, for the half-off pizzas.
Mountain Mike's right next to Baby Chez's tiny gym where she goes to gym class on Friday.
I used to have a Mountain Mike's near me at Palma High School down the street that had the buffet, Bonte. And back then, the buffet was like $5.99.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that price anymore, probably. That was back in 2009, 2008. But that always hit, and I will always have love for Mountain Mike's. Quality pizza.
All right,
Mike's.
so we have a
Hi,
poll
I'm Joe
up.
Spadoni, and when I think of quality pizza, I think of Mountain Mike's.
Hey, remember the Michael Crabtree Mountain Mike commercials?
Yes,
they were great.
I do remember that.
They were
Not
great.
much like the my guy Alex Dickerson in the cheesesteak shop.
Love it in risotto. Shout out time. Hey, risotto, if you want to shout me out, go ahead. I'm not mad at that.
Shout out to Bonte Hill's question-asking ability to Farhan Zaidi. And by the way, that had to have been someone from Mountain Mike's. Let's just leave it at
Might
that.
have been Mike himself from Mountain Mike's.
It might have been Mike himself coming down from the mountain. I want to shout out actually my New Year's resolution. Me and Cam Williams, fellow producer here at 95.7 The Game, we're going to try to read 30 books this year. So it's an uphill battle. I don't know how far we're going to get.
Have you started one book yet?
No, it's January 3rd. I'm giving it a few days.
Hey, so I just go to sports books. I am trying to do that as well. I'm trying to read 2 books a month. Very difficult with my schedule. So I will try to do 1 book a month.
God bless.
I'm also reading
bless.
sports books, so
Yeah,
you
it's
have
all
to tell me
sports
which
books,
ones
too.
you're reading. And
Well, I read Genius in Hawaii, the Bill Walsh book. We're at Winning Time on the Lakers, Jeff Pearlman.
Jeff Pearlman's amazing, my journalism hero.
Dude, and USFL book that he wrote is unbelievable. Did you read that? It's
that one,
unbelievable.
he actually sent me the audiobook. I won a Twitter contest he did, and then he also has the Bo Jackson book.
Oh, I
and
didn't see
next year he's releasing a Tupac biography, his first non-sports book.
Wow. So I'm the next book that I'm diving into is Cam Emmons' franchise, and then I have a Mike Florio book on my nightstand. So those 2 books are on deck for me. RJ, and then we'll get the Lutman on a shout out. RJ in Fairfield, Happy New Year. The Kings have a new coach, RJ. The Kings are rolling right now. Light the beam, baby. Light the beam.
Let's go, baby. 2-game winning streak, baby. LTB. We gonna win. I shout out to the Kings for that 2-game winning streak. Hopefully we get another one today. And then, Judgment Day is on Sunday, Bonte.
It's a legacy game on
you better
Sunday.
be ready on Monday.
It's a legacy game, RJ.
Hey, are you coming to Chase Center on Sunday night?
Hey, you give me a media pass. I'm there with you, dog.
I ain't getting you nothing, RJ. Happy New Year to you. Kick rocks at those Kings, RJ. What else you got? You got another shout out, RJ?
He gone.
See your ass on Sunday,
What do you
RJ.
got, Sam?
The Battle of I-80, baby. Let's go.
The Battle of
Kings Warriors. You know what time it is, Sacramento.
Time for your trip to the dental office, right? I'm going to do something we don't usually do on Shameless Shouts. Bonte, you always say, shout out your dog. But I've never heard anyone actually shout their dog out on Shameless Shout. So I'm going to shout out my dog, or my girlfriend and I's dog, Gloria, the lovable pit bull staffy mix. Just shout out to you, Gloria, for being such a great dog. I love you. I love cuddling and watching football with you. I was getting a little emotional there. I miss my dog so much. I can't wait to see her tonight. But yeah, so shout out to my dog, Gloria.
I'll shout out Pinky, another little dog that I love right now, a little Chihuahua. She's an old girl. I think she's like 12 years old. She's a good dog. Love Pinky.
Love Pinky. I love a good
Cuddled last
Pinky.
night.
The Pinky name. Shout out to my little cousin, Pac, going to play football in Vegas for 9U Northern California Island's best sports future NFL O-lineman. Pac, shout you out, little cousin. Go out there and dominate in Las Vegas. Go dominate. 650, shout out to Moses. Mr. Stay Ready. 3 straight games, double-figure scoring. Started to shoot the rock. Moses Moody, maybe coming around.
Parting the Red Sea.
Hey, there it is.
There you go.
And that is this edition. Did I even give a shout-out? I didn't give a shout-out.
They shouted out Draymond Green for the last 45 minutes. So there you go.
Well, just trying to school you, educate you on basketball here.
I mean, we had
Even shout out Steven Risotto.
You're not passing this class.
we have the same education. We have the same exact degrees from San Francisco State
Actually,
University. Same teachers.
I was Dean's List, buddy.
Oh, he was Dean's List.
No,
so
only for one semester.
Shameless shouts,
Only
not
one
shameless
semester.
pats on the back.
What is my shout out? You know what? Let's shout out my fiance and baby Chaz.
Smart.
For dealing with me during the holidays.
Smart,
baby Chaz woke up for a brief moment this morning and said, bye-bye, Papa. See you later. It warmed my heart.
That puts a smile on your face.
Put a smile on my face, and I have no problem sleeping in the big bed anymore. I'm like, go ahead, sleep in. You got the pillow right here. Because I know 4 years from now. So he wants nothing to do with me.
Exactly.
He's going to want nothing to do with me.
I'm enjoying that time. Benny there was obviously stayed at my place in Oakland. A lot of fireworks, kind of freaked him out. A lot of fireworks in our neighborhood out in Oakland. And you know what? He came into bed. He wanted to hang out. I was like, you know what? I'll enjoy this. Because you know what? Next year he might not want to have anything to do with me. Kids are weird, Bonte.
Kids are weird.
I mean, once the teenager years start, they don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah. Well, sometimes my fiance wants nothing to do with me either. But
well, that's
neither.
Let's get to that. That's an injury report right there.
Yeah,
that's what that is.
My ego's bruised right now. Pods, man, we haven't seen that crazy hair flowing on the floor over the last 2 games. He missed last night's game against the Sixers, the second straight game that he's missed. Missed against the Cavs and the Philadelphia 76ers. He suffered an abdominal strain over the weekend against the Phoenix Suns. He's not able to get back on the court this week for practice, and it is unclear when Pods will return to action. Did we get a report from Dr. Narab Pandya on Brendan Pajimski? Or you know what? We iced him out on the show, kind of like James Kincaid, Jimbo Kincaid. He's iced out. We're Team RC Davis.
Team RC and Team Dr. Brian Feely.
Dr. Brian Feely and Team RC Davis. We'll get to Brian Feely on what's going on with Pods and RC Davis whenever we went on Warriors Sound or anything Warriors related. James Kincaid, we have no idea who that is.
Kick rocks Kincaid.
He's dead to us. We've iced him out. And that's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. And it's Spadoni's fault, not mine. Do you really want Jimmy Butler? Oh, baby, just got chilly in here. By the way, what's coming up in this segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We jumped the gun a little bit, but that's okay. It's a Friday. We're feeling frisky. It's payday.
Well, you gassed up your boy Steven, and he's letting you down. This is what happened.
Nah, players slip up. Players slip up. It's all good. He'll bounce back.
Players only meeting happening soon? Is that what that means?
Yeah, Carter, Risotto, myself.
Oh.
You guys are not players. You guys are haters around here.
I told Rizzo after that, you know what? It's okay. You're never going to make that mistake again. This is how you learn.
So
he's growing. He's learning. This is how you get better. So
are we calling him Rizzo or Risotto? I like Risotto.
I call him Rizzo, but you can call him whatever you want.
So actually in high school, there's another Steven on the baseball team. So he had the name Steven, and because of risotto, I went by Rizzo. So the principal, Tim Reardon, calls me Rizzo. Everybody, teachers, students, it was all Rizzo.
I'm not calling you Rizzo.
Well,
because
Rizzo's
it
the
reminds me of
character
Anthony Rizzo.
Well, or Rizzo the Rat from the Muppets is what I
Oh,
think
wow.
about.
Rizzo the Rat. Wow.
Right there.
Cool. Yeah.
Mhm. Shout out the Muppet Christmas Carol, Bonte.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with that word.
No, not yet.
I think I had a Muppet shout out on my morning roast bingo.
Yeah, I haven't got to the Muppet Baby Shower with Baby Chaz, but even though she's not a baby anymore, but I'm going to call you Risotto. I just want to call you Risotto.
It's a good name. It's like when
it's a great name.
Filmo called in and wants me to go by. He doesn't like when people call me Spadone because he likes my last name Spadoni.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Like, I don't mind the Spadone thing because that was something that was contrived in 95.7. So that's fine. Like, no one else calls me that here. So that's okay. I feel included.
I like Risotto. Yeah.
It's an Italian name. Of course you like it. They're the best names in the history of names. They're Italian. Just like the best food in the history of the food. Best everything, really. Culture, everything.
Let's relax.
Shout out Gladiator, too.
Let's relax. Let's relax. I love your culture.
He did.
I love your culture.
Come on.
I love your culture.
Versace? Come on, Bonte. What do you got? Come on. Gucci?
The Versace shirt was
Come
good.
on, let's go. Come on.
Hey, you know what?
Prada?
Hey, I know Spadoni ate well during the holidays, too.
Oh, of course I always eat well. Well, this holiday season is a little bit different because your boy had to cook, but I made my baked ziti.
Hey, there you go. You got some good stuff from, by the way, shout out to Laughing Monk Brewing.
Oh, I did get some of that lobster linguine and prime rib.
I mean, that's the thing, too. By the way, you know what? We're going to get back in the Warriors here, and shout out to everybody. 9251, shout out his fiance, Luke, for getting a much better job that also covers the medical and dental as well. Can't thank him enough. Now that I think about it, Risotto stock is down. The Doobie Awards.
Within a span of an hour.
You know, the Doobie Awards. This guy and Carter, even Lucas Alexander.
Right on.
I'm looking around and saying, what the hell are they doing? All they did was sit there and eat food all day long and act like they took photos.
Was it good food?
They took like 5 photos on their iPhone, ate food all day. I was saying, wait a minute. I couldn't get Spadone down there. Well, we needed you on the board.
Yeah, you guys need,
Can't trust Risotto. Yes.
No.
No, Doobie Awards. Can't trust Carter.
With great power comes great responsibility, Bonte. Peter Parker, you needed him back there.
Cam, I love Killer Cam. We need them all Warriors, not the Doobies.
Correct.
And Risotto just, I mean, you talk about stealing money. I mean, some of the best crimes I've ever seen at the station.
So what were you guys hammering down at Laughing Monk Brewery? Let us know. What was the food there? Because they were tremendous hosts for the Doobie Awards.
You don't need to reference it.
A lot of food.
Stuffed chicken.
The greatest food.
Stuffed chicken breast, prime rib.
The biscuits and gravy, for me, along with the prime rib.
Well, you know what I did? Because Sam brought me the prime rib, Bonte, and we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors. And the prime rib of the Golden State Warriors is Is Draymond Green the prime rib anymore? Or is he a side piece?
Wait a minute. Where is this coming from? I got to ask. No, hold on. I got down everywhere here. What the hell?
The prime rib and eggs is what I was trying to get to.
The food was great. The food was great. We get it. The listeners get it. The food was great. Food was great, right, Risotto? You had like 5 plates.
I didn't eat anything that day, actually.
That is a bold-faced lie.
You're lying.
Actually, the only thing I had was the bacon that was served before anybody even got the food.
Might be our first category, our first nominee for lie of the year.
This lie of the year. No chance. He went through Laughing Monk Brewing for 4.5 hours and all that weed being smoked. You probably hit some weed too, knowing you. No chance that you didn't have any food.
Steven's pretty clean cut, actually. He stayed away from those
So
trouble.
what? Everyone can be clean cut and smoke.
Sam could attest. I had the crumble cookie that was in my car.
I can attest that. I was standing with those troublemakers.
Crumble cookie grade or crumble cookie? Because Turtle Pie was in the building. And he was loud. Front office is in the building. Loud. I got to tell my boy front office, so I know he's listening right now.
His name is front office?
We call him the front office.
Oh, okay.
Is there a story behind that nickname?
Not really. I don't know why he calls himself the front office.
So that's just not an appropriate story.
No, it could be an appropriate story, but the front office, you're 42 years old.
Yeah.
It's time to start. It's time to stop sagging your pants. Now, you guys know what sagging is, right?
Correct. That was popular in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yes. When we were like 8 or 9.
Almost gave out his government name. Front office. It's time to stop sagging your pants. You're 42 now.
Tight is in. But
let's clean it up. No, you don't need skinny jeans.
No.
You just don't need to be sagging your pants anymore.
Tailored and tighter is in, but the kids are going back to baggy. Like you're going to start seeing the styles if you start, because Baby Ches is going to get up there, Bonte, and the styles that were cool when you were in high school might be cool again when she's getting back up there.
Hope so.
You hope so, right?
I hope so.
The single strap with the backpack. There you go.
Stop sagging your pants. All right, you're 42 now. Let's clean it up a little bit. But you need to clean it up too.
What did I do?
So I've been back here now. This is my second day back.
Yes.
And yesterday I was in a very good mood. It was good to be back. It was all smiles. Risotto wasn't here. It was just you, Lubman, and myself.
Yeah.
And you got away with
trading
Draymond for Zion Williamson. I said, you know what? Maybe we're just bored. Leave it alone.
Well, you said I got away with it.
I mean, got away with it. I didn't hammer it. I didn't press you on. I was just like, all right, I know on Zion, blah, blah, blah. Well, to take my nap, go do the pregame show. Draymond Green goes out there and 15. Last night, what do you have? 15, 7, and 6.
Sounded like he was motivated.
6 to 10. Setting tones. He's talking Kuminga. He's doing all this stuff.
Yeah. It's great.
And all of a sudden, we come in the second hour, we're talking about the ball movement. Wow, 42 assists, 53 made baskets. Wow, 22 made threes. Wow, first game in over 23 that the Warriors shot over 50%. And all of a sudden, Jimmy Butler, we played the Jimmy Butler sound. And now we got people want to trade Draymond for Jimmy Butler? What is this, hypothetical trade season on the roast?
Yes.
What are we doing around here?
We're a 500 team. Of course it's hypothetical trade season.
But why Draymond? Draymond is playing well.
Because I don't want to trade Andrew Wiggins, who's 30 years old, and I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, who's way younger than that.
For the majority of the season, he's been your second best player, Draymond Green.
Great. Second best player on a team that's not a championship team.
Jimmy Butler ain't making you the championship team.
Oh, but I can feel better about my championship chances.
No. How much better?
A little bit.
You feel better about a guy who's never won a championship?
Oh, he's gone there twice as the best player, though, Bonte. Come on. That's a little
Did Draymond Green being a 4-time champion and winning championships and playing well on that stage?
Okay. Like, are we really parsing like Jimmy Butler as a big time player?
No, I'm not parsing that. I'm not parsing that, but oh my gosh. Jimmy Butler? Listen to Jimmy Butler last night. This guy's out there self-sabotaging the team. Doing it himself. He's self-checking himself. 6 field goal attempts from last night. It's embarrassing. And then this quote. Jimmy Butler with this quote, with the great Pat Riley running the squad, and Mickey Harrison, and Eric Spoelstra, and Jimmy Butler has the audacity to say this.
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here off the court, but I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Probably not. He's being honest and forthright. Honestly, I appreciate that honesty from one Jimmy Buckets.
He's taken 11 field goals in the last 2 games. He's 6 for 11 in the last 2 games. Jimmy Butler out there playing.
Getting his legs back.
Oh, God.
I mean, he's been the best player on that team for God knows how long. He's taken them to 2 trips to the finals. Like,
He's had help with Bam Adebayo. Yeah, I get it. No, Jimmy Butler's been great for those teams, no doubt.
And we'll talk to Sam Gordon at 8:30 about it. The likelihood of a big trade with this team covers the team for the San Francisco Chronicles.
Well, let's not get it twisted. It was in the Eastern Conference, right? It was in the East.
Yeah, but it was against the team like the Milwaukee Bucks that have won a title, a team like the Boston Celtics
Giannis got hurt.
who have won a title.
Giannis got hurt, and Celtics hadn't won a title up until that point. And it beat up Philadelphia, where we saw James Harden, where Tim Legler broke down James Harden in that Game 6 elimination, where he basically gave no effort whatsoever. So I'm
but they weren't the talented team compared to those other teams. They weren't the most talented team. That's why it was amazing that Jimmy Butler was doing what he was doing.
If they're in the Western Conference, they wouldn't even make the play-in game.
Yeah, but they weren't in the Western Conference.
So I'm not buying that.
We saw what we saw.
Jimmy Butler does not increase your chances.
Are we diminishing what Jimmy Butler did in Miami?
No, what I'm diminishing is the fact that we believe, or that maybe you believe, that Jimmy Butler gives the Warriors a better chance to win a championship than Draymond Green on this team, where he's going to have to come here and adjust to a new system. And we've seen this guy butt heads with great coaches in the past. Butt heads over and over and over again. And he's 35 years old. 35.
I just don't know.
He's actually older than Draymond.
By a few months. Like Draymond's going to be in March. He'll be 35 too. So it's just a couple months. But
September 14th, Jimmy Butler, my Virgo brother.
There you go.
So you got about 6 months there.
There you go. All right. I just don't think, and this could be a broader conversation, I just don't think anything's off the table for the Golden State Warriors outside of trading Stephen Curry. I just think that's where this team is at right now. And listen, they had a big win last night, and people are turning on the radios right now and saying, whoa, trade all these guys. We're having the conversation. We had Anthony Slater on yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
And this is the but Bonte, this is the conversations that are going to be had for the next month. Up until the trade deadline on February 6th, we're going to be having these conversations. And it's not outlandish to say, maybe you should think about trading a Draymond Green. Maybe you should think about, again, these are conversations that are going to be had. By the way, Mike Dunleavy was a teammate with Jimmy Butler, and he knows him very well back to the Chicago days.
Which is probably why he won't touch him.
Apparently, according to Nick Friedel, they were friends.
Come on, man.
Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider.
Come on, man. This guy's making, and then you're not just trading Draymond for Jimmy Butler. The contracts have to match. Draymond Green's making $24 million.
Correct. I found some salaries that would match there. You'd have to add in a Moses Moody and a Gary Payton, probably. So that's 3 players.
To make up to $47 million?
Correct. That would add up to it.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
And now, are the Heat going to do that? I don't know. Probably not. And it doesn't sound like Pat Riley is going to be willing to play hardball, or is going to play hardball, I should say, and is going to say, yeah, actually, no, you're going to stay here, Jimmy. Sorry. You're S out of luck here. So, yes, Pat Riley in this entire situation, kind of like how we were talking about the marketing thing all summer, Bonte, where it just felt like Danny Ainge wasn't going to trade Lowry at all, the GM of the Utah Jazz. It similarly probably is going to happen with Pat Riley. And after the February 6th trade deadline, it's probably going to say Jimmy Butler still in a Miami Heat uniform. But it doesn't mean we can't have the conversation.
Had a conversation.
We did, and we did.
We're going to have the conversation.
We had the conversation. I just don't think it's outlandish to think about trading Draymond Green at this scenario. At this stage,
no, we're talking about for Jimmy Butler. We're talking about for Jimmy Butler. That's what it is.
Nobody's it doesn't sound like you want to trade him at all, though.
No, that's not true. You give me Zion Williamson and Jimmy Butler, and I'm saying no. Hell no.
Well, there's no one else out. Like, who else?
Right. So it's the same thing with Lowry marketing. When people wanted to trade Kuminga and Moody, Pajinski for Lowry marketing, I said, hell no.
Let me tell you this right now. You just
Paul George. We want to trade Wiggins and Kuminga for Paul George. Said hell no. You dodged a bullet there.
Okay, let's
That's
pivot.
me though.
Okay,
that's me.
That's fine.
And I had the conversation, and I'm not involved in
That's fine. And I don't want you yet. And you're speaking with with honesty.
No. I'm telling you, we were having a conversation. I'm not doing those trades.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And that's fine. What about a guy that we saw yesterday who we were hard on, who isn't super old, but does have a lot of mileage on his body? Joel Embiid, whose stock is low right now, and I don't know how much.
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
30 years old. 30 years old.
I'm sorry. Are you out of your mind right now after what you saw last night?
It would be
this guy
a risk.
Lumbering up and down the court.
It would be a risk.
He can't run. He can't run in his pace. Oh, hell no.
Because he's not healthy yet. You don't think he's going to get healthy? at one point?
I used to love Embiid.
Yeah, I know you did. That's why this is kind of surprising.
That's what I'm telling you. No, it's not surprising. It's not surprising at all. The way he's acted this season. Being a teammate and trying to be a leader of that organization, I've seen the opposite of that.
Well,
I've seen the opposite
Philly will bring down anyone. I'll tell you that right now. That fan base will bring down anyone.
Has it brought down Saquon Barkley?
This is his
Has
first
it brought
season.
down A.J. Brown? Has it brought down Devontae Smith?
They were talking about firing their head coach and quarterback at the start of the
Has it brought down Bryce
season.
Harper? Has it brought down Trey Turner? They picked Trey Turner up. It got him rolling.
Yeah, and what did they do to Alec Boehm, who was one of their best players this past year? They were ragging on him at the start of the season, weren't they? Because of a mistake he made? Come on.
We're no different in the Bay Area. But I'm not.
Philly fans and Bay Area fans.
I'm not. No.
So you're out on Joel Embiid entirely?
I mean, you won't get him for back-to-backs. He's going to hold the ball in his hands. He doesn't run back on defense. He doesn't give you maximum effort every single possession, every single game. So, no, I don't think there's a trade right now. If your premise is making a trade to become a championship team, which the Warriors are not right now, and they'll self-admit it. They'll admit that themselves, that they're not a championship team at the moment. There's not a trade out there that's going to just flip the switch and make you a championship team. There's not a trade out there.
No, but the combination of Joel Embiid and Stephen Curry still intrigues me. These guys were teammates just a few months ago at Paris in the Olympics under your current head coach and Steve Kerr. It's a lot better than what Jimmy Butler and Zion Williamson would say, because you know what? I have some rapport here with these two players. It's at least interesting to me, much more than the Jimmy Butler one, because Joel Embiid is 5 years younger. He does have size. His stock is at an all-time low right now, much like a guy you acquired whose stock was also at an all-time low at one point, was Andrew Wiggins. I'm not saying it's like for like. I think Joel Embiid, who has an MVP under his belt already, Bonte Hill, who has DPOY potential when he is on.
Joel Embiid even available?
I mean, I can't imagine. Who's the Sixers GM? Who was it?
Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey's running the show.
Give him a call. Why not?
For what? You want to, now we're going to Joel Embiid.
Well, I am talking about trading something and getting something right now if I'm the Golden State Warriors.
You may not need to do anything. Right now, you're in the box.
Are they?
I think you play this out.
Yeah,
I think you push it close to the deadline, and the market will dictate what happens here. And then I think if you stabilize, here's my idea. Honestly, I think in a perfect world, you wait until the summer where more guys are available. Guys like, I don't know, Larry Markkinen, who will be available to trade for if you could always go revisit that. And there will be more names on the table to where you can pull some moves in the offseason. It may behoove the Warriors to just wait until the summertime to make a big-time deal, if that's what we're looking at. Because right now, I don't see anything that's going to make them infinitely better. Definitely not Jimmy Butler. Now, Kuminga is improving, and he's been in a lot of trade rumors, right?
Yes.
I personally don't want to trade him. I never have. Now, he may not fit here. Who knows? But 25-5 in his month of December tells me that there is a fit for him here with the Golden State Warriors. Here's what Draymond Green said about Kuminga.
You can just tell he's getting comfortable. He knows now, I'm going to get the ball. I'm going to have my opportunities to score. So now I just don't have to show you that I can score. Because if I pass the ball 4 possessions in a row, the 5th possession, what he's now starting to understand, the 5th possession, I'm still getting the ball back. When I'm on the court, the ball's coming to me. And with that, it's building a sense of purpose for him. But like I said, even more so than just the sense of purpose, it's just raised his comfort level. When that happens, and you feel like, I don't have to make it happen for me to stay in the game or get my minutes, then you just can allow the game to come to you. And for him, he's special. So you allow the game to come to you, you're going to do special things, but even more importantly, then you start making everyone else better off of what you're good at. And I think that's what he's doing. He's driving, he's collapsing defense. And if the finish is there, he's going for it. If not, he's kicking out and finding open shooters. Got Buddy a wide open 3. Buddy hadn't seen the ball go through the rim in a while. He got him a wide open 3 off a great pass on the baseline. And, that's the type of stuff when you become a superstar in this league, which I have zero doubt that he's going to become, those are the types of things that make guys didn't want to run through a wall for you as just a guy on your team that you're the superstar leading. And, he's learning that, he's picking it up, and, it's really coming together for him.
It feels like it's coming together for him after that month of December where he averaged over 21 and 6 rebounds. He's crossing the glass a lot better. Before last night, he had 3 straight games where he goes 10 rebounds, 9 rebounds, 10 rebounds. And last night he grabs a 5. He has a 5 helpers. He's playing probably his best basketball of his young career.
No, it's incredible to watch. And listen, there never has a player been so polarizing this summer. And it's all-encompassing, right? When you talk about Jonathan Kuminga, the head coach is involved, his relationship with his teammates, his relationship with the media. Like, for being such a young player, Jonathan Kuminga has been very polarizing in a Golden State Warriors uniform, Bonte, for a multitude of reasons. But just talking about on the court, which feels like the last thing we ever talk about with Kuminga is on the court production, and what he shows you and what he has shown you this season is a guy that has potential, as Draymond Green, who just said, and again, we're talking about Draymond Green. Let's not get it twisted. Guy's one of the greatest defensive players of all time. He's a future Hall of Famer.
Right.
He's a multi-time champion. When he says something like that, future superstar in Jonathan Kuminga, he's not just blowing smoke up what, Bonte. Like, do you think he believes that? I do. Like he wasn't saying that a couple months ago.
He said, actually, he was with Melo on the podcast. Oh. He goes, Kuminga's going to be here. We're not trading Kuminga.
No, yeah.
We believe you. So he's been singing the praises of JK for a while now.
But for him to say future superstar, that was eye-opening.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see about that. We'll see about this, too. Our boy Leroy texted.
Oh, Leroy in Oakland?
Oh, yeah. There's a trade for the Warriors that will make them a championship contender. Jakob Poeltl from Toronto.
I called him yesterday about Jakob Poeltl. Yeah. Is that the big difference, Jakob Poeltl? He's 7 feet, all right, by way of Austria, Vienna specifically. Shout out the Vienna sausage. 29 years old, Bonte. You like to reference the age. 29 going on 30. He's averaging 15 points, 10 boards, 2 assists, shooting almost 60% from the floor. It's pretty good. Very good.
He's very good.
Now let's look at the spot track. Look at the contract. Jakob Poeltl. What's he going to cost you? It's on a bad team of the Toronto Raptors. They're not going anywhere. $19.5 million capped this year. Then next year after that with the player option. So not a horrible contract given the production. How's he going to look on this team? Ask the question. How is he going to look on this team? But that would be a low cost kind of a move. What are you going to give up to get a Jakob Poeltl? What are you willing to give up to get a Jakob Poeltl? Are they just looking for draft picks? Because that's a guy that might get into, like, if you're the Toronto Raptors, you might have a bidding war on your hands.
Yeah, you may, because they're going to be selling off parts, and a lot of people are going to be intrigued on him. It's a great name. Jakob Poeltl could play. He could play.
He checks some boxes.
He does.
Size specifically. That's another name in Nikola Vucevic.
How much time do we have before the break?
1 minute.
Less than that, like 40 seconds.
We're going to get to a special guest on the other side, Sam Gordon from the Chronicle. But I want to get to
another special guest.
Stagger Sam Gordon to 8:35. And we'll get to the 2024 Rusher of the Year.
Wow.
She has something to say. It's only in Oakland.
Straight from the zone.
Appointment radio right there, folks. Appointment radio. And that's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
Moody has to come and get the ball. Now Schroeder comes back to get it. Throws it back to Kuminga. Almost backcourt. Kuminga drives, goes up, shoveled it up, and went in off the glass.
Perfection.
What up, JK? Hey, you know what? I love JK. I love his peoples. Talk to his people sometime before the game.
Oh.
They love the Air Congo shout-outs. They appreciate the love. They're aware of what's going on around these parts. Since I've been out, I remember before I left, there was a lot of like, oh, boy, you may just have to bite the bullet and trade JK, blah, 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 blah. Where are we at now with Jonathan Kuminga? Where are you at now with JK?
Is he untouchable at this point?
To me, he may not be untouchable, but he's very difficult to trade for me.
Okay.
I've had a hard time doing it. This kid can do a lot, man. And he's just scratching the surface. He's strong. He goes to you see the way he just finishes at the rim. He's now getting nifty with the left, the right. He's dunking on people's heads. He's being selective with his three-point shot. He's passing. He's directing traffic. Tell the shooter, hey, you get down there and set the down screen. Steph's coming off the curl. Set the pin down. Like this guy, he's 22 years old. I'd have a very difficult time in trading Jonathan Kuminga.
The word I come back to is confidence. He's playing with so much confidence right now, and he feels empowered by not only his teammates, but importantly his coaching staff. It feels like he finally has the trust factor there, and he had to earn it. There's a part of that where you have to earn that trust factor. Steve Kerr, he has to show him, and Steve Kerr's spoken glowingly about him the last few months. Draymond Green speaking glowingly about him the last few months. Those guys aren't going to sugarcoat anything. And what we know about Steve Kerr is he demands perfection as well. He demands excellence from his young players. Whether you like that or not, that's the reality. This is a championship organization, and they have won a championship 4 times under Steve Kerr. Guy knows what he's doing. All right? I know a lot of people like to think he doesn't know what he's doing. He does. And right now, Jonathan Kuminga is a better player because of Steve Kerr. You have to give him credit for that and empowering him in this situation right now. And he's giving him the minutes off the bench. And yeah, he's going to be a spot starter at times if there's an injury here or there. But I like him in this role right now because he's just exuding confidence. I keep going back to that word. You can see it and feel it when you're watching it on TV or in person.
Well, I thought he had this confidence last year, starting in January. I thought it
was taken away from him.
Well, yeah, because he was balling. That confidence was there. I don't think the confidence ever wavered. I think some of the frustration with JK is like, look, I can do this. Just give me the minutes. But before we get to Sam Gordon at the Chronicle, we got Kenny Caraway coming up at 9:20, ESPN 1320. Let's get to the roaster of the year, the 2024 roaster of the year. It's Tony in Oakland. Let's get in the zone, baby. Happy New Year, Tony.
Happy New Year, Bonte. I was telling Sam, the great thing about you is if your radio ain't working quite right, just the intonation of your voice is enough. It's like you don't even have to understand what you're saying. It's hilarious, quite frankly.
I appreciate that, Tony.
I'm sure that other people have that effect on them as well. But what I wanted to say is Draymond Green is fine. The dude is a believer. He goes within, so I would keep him. Kerr is very good. He has some of that, but he isn't like the linchpin, with Shanahan. The linchpin would get itself down there. But what I wanted to say was, we get the North Star. This is for the Masons out there, Rosicrucians. The North Star, which the Big Dipper points right to it. You'll have to look at what. But anyway, it gets to be in us, and we get to feel it at all times. So, if they're going to get rid of Kerr one day, someone with the fields got to find someone with the North Star within, because then it can mirror like your voice, Bonte, and get everyone into that place without doing a thing. And then, like Kuminga's good and he's got it, but you need a little more mirroring. Plus, mirroring of the North Star, which is, let's get down to it, it's the Christ within, or whatever you want to call the solar principle, nothing more than sun and moon together. But then the whole team is feeling like they've been listening to Bonte's voice all morning.
Hey, you know what? I had that effect on people, Tony, and it's good to hear you. Happy New Year. Hopefully you had a great New Year's. We got to run, Tony. Please call back on Monday because we're going to have a lot to talk about with the 49ers and the Warriors coming off of this weekend there with the voice. I can't stand my voice, Tony. I don't know about you. I
think everyone hates the sound of their own voice. Well, maybe some people in the radio, this radio station don't. But, we won't get into that. We won't get into that.
Whoa, shots
fired.
I wonder if these shots can go a number of different ways.
You guys got to, I'm
not going to guess nothing. I'm not getting. My name is Ben, and I'm not in it. No,
By the way, the North Star is called Polaris.
I'm trying to be drama-free in 2025 at all costs. New slate, new me. Positive mindset, positive mind frame.
I think our rising star is Sam Gordon. He's on the line right now, Bonte Hill.
Is he a rising star or is he already a star? You know, I saw Sam Gordon. He was walking. I was driving up to Chase Center and he was walking into the media section. And the way he has a bounce in his step. He had the AirPods in. I wanted to honk at him, but he had the fresh cut. I think he had some dunks on. And I'm like, damn, Sam, look at him with the swagger. I'm not talking about Sam Lubbock. I'm talking about Sam Gordon from the Chronicle who joins us on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Sam, Happy New Year. Good morning, brother.
Hey, good morning, Bonte. Happy New Year. How you doing? Happy Friday, too.
Happy Friday. Got to say good morning to my man Spadoni. He's over here. Spadoni's trying to stir the pot. He's trying to stir the pot on some trades here, which we'll get to in just a second. But let's get to the game. Last night, the Warriors go wire to wire in the victory over the Sixers, and they needed it. They went 22 straight games, I think, without shooting 50% from the floor. It was much needed. And again, the rise of JK, but we have to start with Steph Curry. 8 for 8, 10 assists. The demise of Stephen Curry has been a little premature. It's a little premature out there, but it was good to see Steph have a throwback night last night, Sam.
Absolute masterclass. I mean, like you said, throwback night, 8 of 8. From three-point range, the 10 assists, dimes, too. I mean, dimes. He had a cross-court skip pass, I believe it was, to Andrew Wiggins in the weak side corner, one-handed skip pass, catch and shoot, 3, cash. Chase Center was on fire. But the Warriors, and Steph talked about this after the game at length, the Warriors found their pace and they found their passing, their ball movement and their rhythm, and they were able to find their pace and their passing because they were able to string together stops. I mean, they weren't having to take the ball out of the net every single time. We've been wondering why haven't the Warriors been able to sustain their pace? This is a team that needs to play with pace. We know this when there's a little bit of clunkiness in the half court, like there has been for sustained stretches this year. The way to unlock that is to play fast. So you're not playing against set defenses, so you're creating catch and shoot opportunities. Passing lanes, cutting lanes are open. And the Warriors did that, and they weren't having to take the ball out of the net every single time down the floor. They get up and down, they get open looks, and next thing you know, Stephen Curry is stepping into clean looks from 3 and getting his swag on and having fun playing basketball. And that fun that he had last night, the joy that he played with was contagious up and down the roster. I think you sense that confidence emanating through him, through the rest of his teammates as well. They go 22 of 39 from 3 as a collective. They shoot 61%. Curry, one three-point shot away from tying the single-game record for most threes without a miss, and all around a spectacular night, like you said, for the Warriors at Chase Center, and just a vintage performance with all the showmanship, with all the frills and showmanship that we've seen from Steph Curry the last 16 years. The vibes, the energy, the mood at Chase Center was a spectacular one for a team that again had been one of the worst offensive teams in the NBA for a sustained stretch. So their leader answered the call, and everybody else, kind of followed with the way he was playing, the energy he was playing with, the tone he set, and with the kind of the team first spirit that everybody played with last night. You saw the results, and the Warriors needed it bad.
Talking with Sam Gordon, covers the Warriors for the Chronicle, and Sam, guy we've been talking about ad nauseum, hell, really just his entire tenure as a Golden State Warrior is Jonathan Kuminga, and he's such a polarizing player, and he's been playing so well. Best basketball of his career up to this point. We had one of your colleagues, Anthony Slater, on of The Athletic. And yesterday he said basically everyone is, no one's untouchable except for Stephen Curry and probably Draymond Green. But anyone other than that, don't be surprised if their name comes up in trade talks. But just given his recent play and just given his age, his ceiling. Jonathan Kuminga feels pretty untouchable at this point. Is that too far, though, to say he's untouchable in trade talks?
Maybe a little too far, but I would say he's certainly playing himself into that category, right? I mean, if there's a trade and I don't know if there's going to be a trade that's out there, right? I think if you're making a trade that involves Jonathan Kuminga and, if you're trading for somebody, you're presuming they're on a pretty sizable salary if they're an impact player. There's going to obviously be other salaries going out. They have, of course, expiring salaries. They have, Andrew Wiggins, who's making, $25, $26 million. That could, in theory, be a centerpiece of any trade, although he's, we know what he brings to the table as an elite defender that fits perfectly within the read and react offense, that can play a little pick and roll, that can do a little bit of everything offensively. He's having a sublime season. So obviously, any kind of trade you're making, I mean, it has to be a trade, I think, that you're making that you feel like is going to definitively catapult you in a title contention. Is that trade out there? Even with even if Jonathan Kuminga is a part of it, I'm not necessarily sure it is. Meanwhile, what you've seen since the Minnesota game, right? Since the game in Minnesota, where Steve Kerr covertly, not so covertly, but covertly addressed his shot selection with the contested mid-range jumpers and basically challenged him. My read on that was basically challenged him. I mean, to as consistently play 0.5 basketball as possible, understanding his teammates' spatial awareness. And what have we seen since then? We've seen exactly that, along with, I believe, 24.5 points a game on really efficient shooting, better than 50% from the field, almost 40% from deep, in part because he's taking the right three-pointers. He's not just, not holding the ball and shooting. They're three-pointers that are in rhythm, and he's playing to his strengths, which is getting downhill, getting out in transition, an absolute force at the basket, and then reading the floor brilliantly, understanding where his teammates are, understanding that getting off of it and getting it back, and maybe a second side action, the defensive rotation, that's going to open up driving lanes. That's going to open up cutting lanes. That's going to open up opportunities for him to go baseline and play above the rim. And with his combination of physicality, force, speed, and transition, the defensive upside that I think we're starting to see realized, 6'7", 6'8", versatile, can guard different types of players. When he's engaged, he's certainly a disruptive defender. Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, they're right. This does feel different than maybe just productive offensive spurts that he's had in the past. He's playing, more so within the framework of their read and react offense, within their flow, while still finding his opportunities to do what he does, play to his strengths, get downhill, and get out in transition. So, 22 years old, it takes time. Everybody's developmental track is a little different, and he is a rookie, coming out of G League Ignite and goes to a veteran, experienced team with championship expectations. Obviously, we've seen kind of the ups and downs as he's finding his way, but look at him now. Look at what he brings to the table. I think you have to be getting a real significant impact player in any kind of trade for Jonathan Kuminga. And is that player out there that's going to swing the title for the Warriors or get them, punch their ticket to conference finals? I'm not necessarily sure it is. So you continue to evaluate, see what he's doing, and then go from there. But he's been spectacular these last 2 weeks, no doubt about it.
I agree 100% with everything you just said, Sam. Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors, does a hell of a job doing that. I agree 100% on everything you said about JK. He's coming into his own. He has the confidence. The team knows it. The coach knows it. And now he's starting to see a lot more minutes here. Whether he's starting or coming off the bench, that to me, Sam, doesn't matter. He needs 30 minutes a game. And if he gets 30 minutes a game, he's going to be productive. Now let's get to Dennis Schroeder, who feels like maybe last night could be a turning point for him. I love the way he started that first quarter. He defended very well. And then, of course, the shot came around here. What do you know about Dennis Schroeder? How are you feeling about Dennis Schroeder and his fit so far with the Warriors?
Well, it certainly hasn't been the cleanest fit so far, right? The statistics, the eye test, the plus minus, all that kind of bears out over the last couple of weeks. And to a certain extent, I think the Warriors were braced for that, right? I think in the short term, right, as he was kind of, finding his way offensively, incorporating pick and rolls with maybe not the cleanest pick and roll personnel, figuring out, the nuances of their off-ball actions and stuff, and what he needs to kind of do to keep that flow going. While he was kind of figuring that out, at the very least, he provided a ball handler, right? Another ball handler to get Stephen Curry off the ball so he doesn't have to deal with 94 feet of pressure defense and blitzes every time he's coming off a ball screen and super aggressive, ball denial all the time, right? That, in the short term, Curry gets freed up of that as the Warriors are figuring out how to incorporate Dennis Schroeder. Yeah, not necessarily the cleanest fit. But what we've seen over the past few games is him finding his spots, him finding his jumper, him, knocking down shots. In so many ways, it's a make or miss league. I know it's cliche, but he was getting, relatively clean looks and just missing them. And last night he comes out in the first quarter, as you mentioned, sets the tone. He knocks down three triples, stepping into his shot with confidence. And then the on-ball defense that he provides, I think that did a great job helping hold Tyrese Maxey to 4 of 13 shooting. He's going to compete on that side of the ball. And the energy on the sideline, the energy in the huddles. And then noticing last night, just him sprinting and moving without the ball, in transition and getting down the court faster. The Nets with Shooter at the point played the slowest pace in the NBA. Obviously, as we talked about before, the Warriors want to play fast. Well, he's going to have to be a part of that, whether he's on or off the ball. And, you saw him playing faster. You saw him getting downhill, stepping into his three-point shot with confidence, and just giving you a nice all-around game, kind of showing the total package what he can provide. Ball handling, a little bit of scoring, some defense, a little bit of facilitation, some shot creation, so on and so forth. And he plays his best game, start to finish without a doubt as a Warrior. So still a work in progress, right? Still going to get, take some time getting comfortable. I don't think you're always going to see 22 of 39 three-point shooting, that kind of collective night. But he showed what he can do. He showed why the Warriors brought him for his two-way impact, for his ability to get Steph off the ball, and for his ability to create different shots from the Warriors with his skill set as he continues to figure out what else goes into the read to react offense. It was a great showing for him last night, and the kind of game that you think would give the team collectively some confidence moving forward.
Talking with Sam Gordon, covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. And Sam, big talking point of conversation, really kind of started on Christmas, but even back to last summer, Jimmy Butler, just your thoughts on the player and the potential fit if the Golden State Warriors were to trade for him. This is a guy who clearly wants out of Miami. He spoke about it last night, doesn't have any joy when he's on the court in a Miami Heat uniform. Your thoughts on Jimmy Butler, the player, and his potential fit on the Dubs?
Well, Jimmy Butler, the player at his best, at his absolute best, on any given night can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the NBA. He's shown that he can put up that kind of 40-10-10 stat line that you need in a playoff game, in a key playoff game where shots aren't falling for other guys, where you have to grind through possessions, and he's shown to be that kind of engine, the past few years with Miami. He does a little bit of everything, can kind of adapt his game or his style of play to whatever the game needs, can facilitate, can will his way to the free throw line, can guard, all those things. And the Heat have enjoyed a great amount of success the last few years because of it. But I think there's a caveat here when you're considering, trading for Jimmy Butler. One, you see the kind of the situation in Miami and how that's playing out. And that's because, he's going to need a contract extension, wants max money. And do you want to max a guy that's going to be 36 in September? Because unless you're trading real assets and resources and trade chips for somebody that you want to be an expiring contract, he's going to have to come with a contract extension. That's going to be a lucrative deal for a guy that's going to be entering his age 36 season. That generally when he's at his best has the ball in his hands, kind of slower pace. We know the Warriors want to play fast. So there's, I think, a lot of moving parts that would, be involved with incorporating him in any kind of deal. You have to consider the age. You have to consider the contract. You have to consider, the fit and all those things. And in a vacuum, is he, a talent that would upgrade the Warriors and maybe give them a better chance to compete this season? Yeah, I think certainly, depending on what you're giving up. But is he the kind of player at this stage of his career? You're talking about another. You'd be trading him for the postseason. You'd be trading him to win a championship. Do you think he can get there right now? And do you want to put all your eggs, in the basket of three guys that would be in their mid-30s? That's a lot. That's a lot of risk, with the injury concerns that everybody, that they've all had in their respective careers at this stage. It's just natural that the mileage is going to pile up. So that's something that all those things you have to consider. But that being said, there are few players in the NBA when they're at their best that can have the impact from the wing position that he can have with his all-around game. So certainly an interesting development in Miami. Certainly would be an upgrade, in talent in the short term here. But you have to wonder about age and fit and incorporating him on the fly. And if, he in a vacuum, considering what you'd have to give up, puts you in championship contention.
You know what, Sam? I've been saying it all morning. I'm out on him. Mm-hmm. And I agree with what you said about the player on the floor. leading the Miami Heat to the finals. I'm not scoffing at that whatsoever. I'm not going to scoff at that. But looking at the player and who he is right now and what the Warriors, as you mentioned, would have to trade for, I'm not sure he makes the Warriors that much better in the Western Conference because he's making what, $47 million this year? So you're going to match those salaries? Now you're talking about giving up maybe an Andrew Wiggins, maybe a GP2 who I know is hurt right now, but maybe even Kuminga. Pat Riley's not going to want anything less than a Kuminga, right? Pat Riley's no dummy.
100%. And, I mean, look at the way Kuminga, he's giving you everything that you would want. Again, I understand that playoff basketball situations, the way you're getting your points is different, but from a production standpoint, from, what you've been wanting to see if you're the Warriors in terms of his growth and development, like, look at the way Jonathan Kuminga is playing right now. Yeah. And we know what Andrew Wiggins, how valuable his skill set and what he does is in the playoffs, right? If you're thinking about playoffs, big picture, his contract, what he's able to give you at just $25 million on both ends of the floor. So yeah, it would be costly. It would be a huge cost. And at this stage of his career, with what has to come on the other side of any potential trade, which would be a lucrative contract extension, you have to wonder if he's worth it, if he moves the needle enough where you're putting yourself in a position to win a title. And I just think at the expense of the depth, it's certainly no guarantee.
All right, the Warriors scored at least 33 points in every single quarter last night, Sam, and we saw a shortened rotation. Is this the way Steve Kerr is going to roll here for the foreseeable future? Maybe rolling 9 deep here. You saw Lindy Waters III, Moses Moody, who scored in double figures in the last 3 nights. Buddy Hield is still playing despite the struggles from the three-point line, and Jonathan Kuminga alongside the starters. No Kyle Anderson, no Kevon Looney until Garbage time. Well, can we expect to see a shortened rotation here moving forward, maybe going 9 deep under Steve Kerr right now with the Warriors, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen this look, I think, since the Phoenix game the last few nights. Just trying to establish some continuity and consistency. And, the 11-12 kind of 13-man thing, it worked early in the season and never necessarily thought it was super sustainable long-term because for all the reasons we've seen for what's played out. Injuries happen, losing happens, things change, situations change, and lo and behold, you lose 13 to 17 games. But, the 9-man rotation they've gone through the last 3 games, you have continuity. Guys are in more defined roles, kind of know where their shot's coming from. Or what kind of shot diet they're getting. And Kerr was extremely, went out of his way in his post-game press conference last night to emphasize the professionalism of Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney, veteran players that are still more than capable of contributing at a high level in their respective roles, right? We understand how valuable Kyle Anderson was to the Timberwolves just last year. And Looney was the starting center, for a considerable period of time this season and had been playing a big role coming off the bench. So, this this is working and this is being established because you're having veteran players, stepping into leadership roles, being professional, kind of putting their pride to the side and doing what's best for the team right now, which is, again, a tighter rotation, defined minutes, more defined roles, more defined shot diets, and the chance to develop some continuity. So yeah, I expect it to be this way moving forward. Of course, you have Brandon Podziemski, coming back, Gary Payton. The second coming back is not going to be easy to rearrange those minutes. I think Moses Moody certainly played his way, after the knee injury into a more consistent role with his shot making, with the rhythm he's played on the offensive side of the ball. And conversely, you have Buddy Hield, slumping, right? He made a 3 last night, but there's been a pretty significant extended slump. So maybe there's a switch there. I presume that Brandon Podziemski still going to be in the rotation and then kind of spot minutes beyond that top 9. So still a lot for Steve Kerr to figure out, but the fact that, you're looking at a 9-man rotation, I think is going to make for some continuity moving forward and a better sample size, the next few weeks as the trade deadline, as we approach the February 6th trade deadline, just, to see what they have and to see what they might want to do if there is anything that emerges in the next few weeks.
Before we let you go, we got to figure out a day to watch a fight together. Usyk Fury was a great heavyweight fight. I thought Fury lost. No controversy whatsoever. Usyk was putting them hands on him, letting out left at will. But there's some big-time fights. Benavidez or Morrell. I don't know what Tank Davis is doing right now. He needs to fight somebody. Teofimo Lopez, he needs to fight somebody. Jared Ennis, he needs to fight somebody for crying out loud. But we have to pick a day and watch a big-time prize fight together, Sam, all right?
Oh, yeah. It'll happen for sure, Bonte. It's not an if, it's a when. So I can't wait for it. We'll make it happen and looking forward to the boxing calendar and the basketball calendar. Absolutely. In 2025 and beyond.
We got a lot of hoops to play, a lot of boxing fights, all that stuff. Sam Gordon, read his stuff at the Chronicle. Really good at what he does. I'll see you at Chasing tomorrow night, brother.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great Friday and talk to you tomorrow. Yep. Take care.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Sam Gordon here on the River Islands guest line. He was on fire. I guess, look at these. You rarely get this during guest, but 925, great guest. Zucci, man, this man is on fire. He was on fire.
I mean, that guy was Magic Johnson, Showtime, holding the point, holding on to that ball for 3 to 4 minutes at a time.
Hey, I'm not mad at that.
No, but he was very succinct, and he takes you through the layers of the conversation. Absolutely. He's not just going to give, hey, what is your thoughts on this? No, he's going to go through the progressions, if you will. Kind of like a quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. He had the ball in his hands. He went through the progressions, the reads. He didn't throw any picks. It's a clean game from Sam Gordon.
Clean game for Sam Gordon.
If you Google Sam Gordon, he is not the Sam Gordon that pops up. It's Samantha Gordon, who I guess is a football player who's 21 years old out of Utah.
Oh, wow.
She's very famous. 5 feet tall and plays football.
She's famous?
Apparently so. Samantha Gordon.
Samantha Gordon, nicknamed Sweet Feet.
Oh.
Sweet Feet.
There you go.
Let me see.
And not to be confused with Commissioner Gordon from Batman.
Well, I just put up Joe Spadoni, and your picture with Joe Lacob popped up.
Oh, that's my guy. I mean, that's Joey Lightyears times 2, Joe Lacob.
Wow, a lot of images of Spadoni. USA jersey, 95.7 banner, backdrop. Wow.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Hopefully there's nothing else on there. I'm getting a little nervous now.
Always clean up your internet.
Oh, I did that. Yeah, a long time ago. Well, Facebook's been gone since 2016 for obvious reasons. So.
Oh, you haven't been on Facebook since 2016?
Since 2016. There's a certain thing that happened in 2016 that made me delete the Facebook.
What happened?
Well, there was an election that year that divided family members, and I was like, I'm out of here.
Oh, boy.
It's too much.
Boy.
We'll stick to Twitter, which is, as we know, is a much better bastion of mental health and vast knowledge.
And there's our second Lie of the Year nominee.
There you go.
Shout out Blue Sky. Shout out Blue Sky.
No one's on that. You can shout it out as much. No one else is shouting.
You'll be on there soon.
No, we did that.
Blue
What was the
Sky.
other one?
Mammoth.
Yeah, no.
No, it wasn't
the week
Mammoth.
when everyone was saying Mammoth.
Yeah, everyone's still threading.
Threads.
Stop.
Threads.
No,
People are still threading.
Threads is its own thing.
People are threading. And people are blue skying it.
Are the Warriors threading the needle with this Jonathan Kuminga move?
You love talking trades, man. Let's talk about the game last night, man. It was fun. I feel
Great.
good.
They won by 40 points.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah.
Winning, and now all of a sudden we want to trade everybody
I'm
after
happy
a
with
win.
40-point
Yeah.
Wire to wire win, and we want to trade everybody right here. By the way, 60 seconds of celebrating coming up.
Talk about a run, baby, now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going on a run, Bonte?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No.
Let's go on. Let's
It's
lock
like the
it
Bucks
in.
game last year.
It was a little different.
They had a win in what
I
was
don't
that?
remember that. I actually don't even remember
don't
that.
even remember it.
Dude, we do
I
so
have the
many
best
shows.
recall.
Listen.
I remember everything.
No,
we
this
do
is
4
total
hours a
re- this
day.
is
I,
total
Bonte
recall.
Hill, will never lie to you, and I remember all.
No, I will never lie to you. I don't lie. Lie to get you in trouble.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie if you believe it. George Costanza. There you go.
There are a lot of people who believe their lies. Listen, man, we do 4 hours a day. It's hard to remember every single thing that I say. Every single thing, every single day. I don't remember what I said an hour ago. 5 minutes ago, I don't remember what the hell I said. What were we talking about? Oh, heavyweight fights.
Do you remember Mike in Oakland from 3 years ago?
I do remember that.
Clearly
I
wasn't the
don't
same
remember.
Mike because Mike said that wasn't me.
Yeah, it sounded like
Well, you
Mike's
always
in
know there's
Oakland.
only one Mike that lives in Oakland, so.
just one. Mike in Berkeley. There's a Mike in Berkeley.
Berkeley? There's a Doug in Berkeley. There's a Mike in Berkeley. There's a Shaka in Berkeley.
Well, Mike in Berkeley's on the line.
Oh, what does he want to talk about?
Let's see. Mike in Berkeley. What's happening, baby? Happy New Year.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, Mike?
Happy New Year to you both.
Hey.
I'm just kind of wondering when I've been watching the last couple games, and I'm wondering if there's something personal going on between Steve Kerr and Moses Moody. I've watched the Warriors for the last couple of years. I think that maybe when Steve Kerr had to go to the podium and not necessarily apologize, but say, hey, it was my bad for pulling him after Moses Moody hit 4 threes in a span of like 5 minutes. And I think that really resonates with Steve Kerr, like he's never going to have to do that again. I think it left such a sour taste in his mouth. And that's got to be the only explanation I can think of. I mean, Moody's been, 11 for 13 and 7 for 9 in the last 2 games from 3.
Double-digit scoring in the last 3, Mike. Double-digit scoring in the last 3. He's starting to come into his own here.
I don't get it. And I followed basketball for a long time, and I know there's personality conflicts, but this young man doesn't seem like he has a conflict. He seems like he's pretty buttoned up and pretty well together. I don't understand it, and I think it bleeds into the rest of the Warriors, too. I think they look at this and go, there's something going on there.
Mike, I think
it's holding them back.
Yeah, I just think it was a byproduct of all the numbers. Thanks for the call, Mike. I don't think there's anything personal going on between Moses Moody and Steve Kerr. They have conversations every single day. Now, there is frustrations for Moses Moody. How can it not be when you're not playing as much? And you see Lindy Waters get a start. You see Pod's get a start. You think, man, this is my fourth year here. When am I going to get a crack at this? Now I signed a long-term deal. So then he got hurt, set him back. But since he's been back here, you look at his last 3 games, 4 for 11. All right, fine. In a loss, but he played hard against the Clippers. You get to the Cavaliers, nobody played well with the exception of him. He goes 7 of 8 from the floor with 19, tries to play some defensive hustle in a bad loss. And then last night, he goes 4 or 5 for 12 points, so 15 minutes. I do think he will get more of an opportunity. But how good is Moses Moody? We're not there at the practices. We're not at the shoot-arounds. We're not there at the film studies. So I don't really know. I don't know. And I'm going to trust the championship head coach to kind of push the right buttons here. But you got to think, with the rotation being short now, Mike and Berkeley and everybody out there who's wondering about Moses Moody, I think Moses Moody's going to get a crack. And I think he's going to be part of this 9-man rotation moving forward here. So let's just hold our horses and see how January plays out for Moses Moody.
He's in that tricky spot, Bonte, where it's like he leaves you wanting more because you only get a short amount of time of him given each game. But when you get too much of him, sometimes it leaves you like, oh, well, that wasn't what we wanted. Like, it feels like that happens a lot with Moses Moody. And to your point, and to Mike's point, like, that comes with playing time and knowing what you're getting on every given night. And we just don't have that with Moses, and that's not his fault. And that's something that Steve Kerr has to figure out, and he's been trying to figure out. It looks like he's figured out with Jonathan Kuminga, because both of them were in the same boat at one point, and that was when fans were like, okay, like, are we going to figure out what we got with these 2 high draft picks? And we're figuring that out with Jonathan Kuminga, and that makes me feel and gives me hope that we're going to figure that out with Moses Moody going forward here.
I do think, I believe so too. So we'll see. A lot is on the table for the Golden State Warriors moving forward here. It is trade season. February 6th, these are some big games for the Warriors. As you mentioned earlier, Spadoni, 17 games up until the trade deadline. So a lot of things are on the table. What if they start surging? What will the Dunleavy do? What if they start going the opposite direction and they fall 5 games below 500 or whatnot? We'll see. We shall see. But I think a lot of people, Jimmy Butler thing is going to be on the table for a long time. Zion's going to be on the table for a long time. Jakob Poeltl's a name that is reasonable. I can get down with that. What is it going to cost you? 510 says might be able to trick Dallas into trading Lively or Gafford for Draymond. But I mean, what are we doing here? That's not how the NBA works, man. Dallas is set. Dallas is set with their bigs.
I also think that helps Dallas. Like, why would you want to help them out more by having Draymond Green there, and you might have to play them in a playoff series? I would not want to do that.
Yeah, not doing that. Not doing that at all. Not doing
Draymond does love him some Luka, though. He does.
A lot of people love Luka. Well, can we do this?
Sure.
We've been teasing the JJ Redick thing.
We have been.
You want to do that now? Let's do that now. Let's do that
Let's do that now. That could lean into our conversation with Kenny.
I know we have 60 seconds of celebrity, but we can love him.
You want to save it, Sam?
Let's get 60 seconds of celebrity out the way.
We can push it to 9:45 if we want.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's do 60 seconds of celebrity right now before I get Shark fans on my line saying that I'm a Sharks hater.
It's a quiet night for our boy on the ice, and the Sharks 2-1 win over the Lightning. Nice little revenge win for the Sharks last night. As you remember, the last time the Sharks were in Tampa, before you could blink, it was 5-0 in that one. So Sharks win 2-1 last night. 3 shots for Celebrini. That was about it. He did have a sweet ankle-breaking move on Tampa defender Gage Goncalves in the third. Some of these hockey names are very fun to say. But kind of bearing the lead a little bit, guys. Mark-Edward Vlasic, Pickles. He finally was back on the ice last night, making his season debut, and he did not waste time helping things out, helping Tyler Toffoli start the scoring in the first period. Steven, play it.
The shot just goes wide. Now it's Vlasic. Back for Toffoli. The dangle. The shot. He scores! Tyler Toffoli!
Again, getting the help there from Mark Edward Vlasic. Randy Hahn on the call there. Mario Ferrero would give the Sharks a 2-0 lead in the second. The Lightning would cut it to 2-1. But then Yaroslav Askarov with the dominant performance in the third, stopping 14 shots in the third period. He stopped 24 of 25 shots overall. Sharks win 2-1. You love to see it. Snaps a 7-game losing streak for the Sharks.
Needed that win. Big win for the Sharks.
They hadn't beaten the Lightning since 2019.
And by the way, if you go to DraftKings Sportsbook right now, leader in the clubhouse for the Calder Trophy. As we all know, that's the Rookie of the Year trophy, as I knew that this entire time, looking this award up. Macklin Celebrini, leader in the clubhouse right now, minus 180 to win the Calder Trophy. Right behind him at plus 210, as Sam knows, the great Matt V. Michkov.
Great. Look at that knowledge.
Matt V. Michkov.
Very impressive. Very impressive stuff. Very impressive.
I got to be honest. When I pulled up the awards for NHL, it didn't say Rookie of the Year, DPOY, any of the ones.
Hart Memorial, the Calder,
Norris, Vezina, Calder, and Jack Adams. Is that like a logger or something?
I kind of like that they have the trophies actually named after players. I think
it's cool. It's very respectful, which I like, because we kind of we do that with the conference now. They got the Magic Johnson Trophy, Larry Bird. It doesn't really hit. Maybe 20 or 30 years down the line, eventually, the Bill Russell Award, that's cool. That's
the Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals MVP. I'm not mad at that. It'll start to stick.
Doesn't Major League Baseball's taking the Hank Aaron NL MVP or something like that? We just never say it though.
We never say it,
which we probably should.
What's the AL one?
Is it Larry Doby?
Why for some reason Jimmy Fox?
Do they even have one?
That popped into my mind.
Jimmy Fox? Well, he's
Rizzo,
a legend.
He's
a really good player.
Rizzo would know this.
I have no idea.
Oh, well,
I thought
it's not that important.
Wasn't it the Jackie Robinson Rookie of the Year?
Stock down. Let's see. MVP baseball awards. Names. How do we get on this?
We can look it up at the break if we want to tease JJ Redick sound.
JJ Redick. I want to get to him. Plus, Kenny Caraway, 920. Kenny Caraway, co-host of D-Lo at KC, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. He'll join us on the other side to talk about some Kings, Warriors. I know we got a couple games before that, but you got the Grizzlies Saturday and then, of course, the Kings Sunday. But we'll get to Kenny Caraway, and then we'll talk some Niners with him as well. What does he think about Shanahan, Purdy, and all the rhetoric about that? Should we just play? We don't have time. We have time? Okay. Here's JJ Redick on the media. JJ Redick, LA Lakers coach, because Charles Barkley clapped right back at JJ Redick. Here's what this is what set Barkley off,
This was from 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. This is what set Barkley off.
I don't think we as, and by we, I was part of it, we as the sort of national partners have done a good job of storytelling, of celebrating the game. If I'm a casual fan and you tell me every time I turn on the television that the product sucks, well, I'm not going to watch the product. And that's really what has happened over the last 10 to 15 years. I don't know why. It's not funny to me. Nothing is entertaining to me. This game should be celebrated. I've watched the league evolve. I'm in this league right now. I can tell you without fact, or with fact, that the league is more talented, and not just raw talent. The league is more talented and skilled than it was 18 years ago when I was drafted. That's a fact. There are more players that are excellent. There are more teams that are excellent.
So that's JJ Redick.
I thought there was a lot of truth in what he had to say there. It's actually it was a long response. It's 4 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he did speak that I was a part of it, and I was part of the problem too. So
no doubt.
I don't think, and it wasn't like he took a complete shot at the NBA on TNT crew with Charles Barkley, Kenny, Shaq, and Ernie and all those guys. I think they do a great job, but I do think, where we're at when it comes to the coverage of the NBA nationally, it pales in comparison to what we talk about when it comes to the National Football League. And I think it starts there, the coverage of the sport. Bonte,
it does.
And you're a part of it at a local level.
I mentioned this. I think First Take has done a lot of harm to the NBA and the way they talk about the NBA, the dialogue. Inside the NBA is funny. Those are Hall of Fame players for the most part. Kenny doesn't really, that's more Barkley kind of talk about these guys and Shaq. And they have validity to what they say. A lot of these guys don't play hard night in and night out. You think about it, there was a lot of pride in the 90s of guys playing 82 games, and now you get the low management or whatnot. So there is a lot of truth on both sides of the equation, but the media has done a poor job in highlighting the good with the NBA. It's all about, too many three-pointers. It's always people complaining. That's what people do these days. But here's what Barkley had to say in retaliation to J.J. Redick.
Was he just talking about folks on TV?
He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. That's JJ. Yeah, us. Like, we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know, Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king. You better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvingham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
He came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77,
Put the makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pigs.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man. Okay.
I gotta love Barkley, man.
I guess he kind of proved JJ right a little bit with that response, but you know what? That's why we love Chuck.
Well, he said, hey, we're not the ones checking up 100 threes. You are.
That's the way the NBA's played now.
You got to fix it.
He did say earlier, and we'll get into it on the other side because I know we're up against it. We got Kenny Caraway of ESPN 1320 coming up, Bonte. We could ask his thoughts about the NBA as a product too. And
we'll play the sound bites for him.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll play the sound bites.
We'll do that.
We'll do that. Hey, man, last segment of the show on the Payday Friday. Feeling good. Hey, 2-day work weeks are not bad.
Hey, Bonte's going to be singing in the rain here in a second. He's chipper. He's feeling good.
I've been feeling good since the holidays, man. New year, new me. Is that what the kids say?
Relax.
Segment sponsored by Chilled Auto Body. All right, Lindy, Mr. I stay with that strap, Waters the third.
Wow.
I stay with that strap. You heard what he said after that first game. My guy Shasky's ready to put him in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. After that first game where he showed out.
There's a lot of water references this morning. The Golden State, obviously, one of the Splash brothers, Splash Buddy, still hasn't made an appearance since early on in the season. But Steve Kerr mentioned the floodgates opening. Lindy Waters, that's another one. And it's raining outside.
It is raining outside. We got the perfect guy on. Since you brought up Buddy Hield, we have the perfect guy coming out to the show.
Oh, his number one fan?
To discuss Buddy Buckets. Oh, Bub. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Kitty Caraway joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? I don't know who's the best dressed man in Sacramento. Is it Damian Barling or Kitty Caraway?
I thought it was Kyle Madsen.
No, guys. I mean, Kyle Madsen can dress.
He's got great hats, so I'll give that to Madsen.
He ain't wearing Gucci into the studio.
No.
He's not wearing Louis Vuitton.
Doing flannels like you.
Yeah, he's not wearing big Cuban links around their neck.
Is he around a sweater? Are we getting the ascots like Charles Woodson?
This guy walks into the studio with a cardigan and a Cuban link around his neck that cost about $40,000. Damn, the money must be flowing in Sacramento, man. At 916. Damn, I'm in the wrong market.
Hey, look, man, do we need to pull up Baby Chez's birthday pics again? Do we need to do that?
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I had the little birthday hat on, right?
Oh, no. I saw some Medusas. I saw a Medusa head on there, man, so we already know what that means.
Hey, the only thing I'm disappointed about is I didn't take the chains out that day. Damn it. No, I'm trying to get like you guys up there in Sacramento, but it's my boy Spadoni, man, just brought up Buddy Hield. And before last night, Buddy had missed 23 of his last 25 three-point attempts. And, the first 15 games, it was all good, right? They're 12-3, the Warriors, that is, and Buddy's lighting it up, and people are already saying, oh, Buddy over Clay. Clay who? I said, wait, just hold your horses real quick. And Kings fans are telling me, just wait, Bonte, just wait. Now, I still got hope that Buddy Hield will get his shot back. But, boy, the struggle's been real. He shot 30% from three in the month of December. Is this who Buddy Hield is? Have we just not watched the rest of the NBA the last decade?
Short answer, yes, this is who Buddy Hield is. That's just what it is. That's who he is. Now, look, here, so Buddy's a little complicated. You talk to a lot of people out here in Sacramento about Buddy Hield, and they won't have too many nice things to say about Buddy. Buddy is fine with me. Like, he's fine. Like, the reason why he gets a lot of hate is because he literally thinks he's Kobe. Like, he's like, no, I'm Kobe. Give me the ball. Like, I'm a cook. Buddy Buckets is a real thing. I thought at the beginning of the season, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, yo, this is crazy. This guy's shooting like 58% from three. He can't miss. He's hitting off the dribble. I said, this is crazy. Now you see the way he's playing right now. And I don't believe he's not going to be like this the whole year. He's just an up and down guy. I always thought with the Warriors, it was a good fit for him because they had enough guys around him where he could just focus on catching and shooting or, shot hunting and things of that nature. Now, the problem is if you're getting Buddy Hield doing that on about 8 to 12 shots a night, cool. 12 is kind of pushing it a little bit. But sometimes he out here taking 17, 18, 19 shots. Like, all right, man, you're doing a little too much now. And that's the thing. Buddy in moderation, that's really the key. And if he can slow down, like, just his the amount of shots that he takes, I think you could see those averages dip up a little bit. But right now he's pressing, man. He's in a cold streak. He'll get out of it, but he's in a cold streak. When he get cold, he get ice cold.
Yeah, no, we're finding that out right now, man. He hit a three last night and looked at the heavens and said, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for this. But what did you make of Draymond Green the other night? Or last Saturday against Phoenix, where he's yelling at Buddy Hield and said, wake the bleep up. Or go sit the bleep down. I say, damn, you coming at Buddy like that, man? But you know what? They won the game. And Draymond said, look, I'm going to talk to him like that. And then he throws his Draymond goes, what he say? I know Buddy hasn't played a lot of meaningful basketball over the course of his career. I'm like, damn, what you making that with Draymond? Was it appropriate? Was it needed?
Hey, it was understandable. It was understandable. And you know how it is with Draymond here in Sacramento. But at that moment, we were connected. All right, we were
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
We feel you, Dre. We feel you, big dog. We've been saying this for I don't know how long. But it happens. It happens with Buddy Hield. Like sometimes somebody need to yell at him. Somebody's gonna yell at him. Somebody's gonna look at him crazy. I remember one time, Buddy got the ball. Tyrese Halliburton was still here. Buddy got the ball with the game clock running down, into the third quarter or something like that, and takes a dribble at half court, lets it go, right? Misses. Tyrese Halliburton runs down, catches the ball, puts it back in at the buzzer. So me telling you that story lets you know how much time was on the clock when Buddy shot a half-court shot at the end of the buzzer. Tyrese got the rebound, put it back up and in before the buzzer. And Tyrese gets the ball, puts it in. He don't even celebrate. He looks at Harrison Barnes like, what's this guy doing? Like, what is he doing? That's the Buddy Hield experience right there. Draymond got a piece of it. And like I said, we was connected on Saturday night, and we was all like, we feel you, Dre. We feel you. We're not always on the same page, but we feel you on this one, big dog.
Talking to Kenny Caraway, co-host of D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento, our sister station over there, and the Warriors and Kings obviously play on Sunday. And Kenny, I'm just thinking right now, like 2 years ago, these teams met in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs, and since then, it's been not a dumpster fire, that's really strong, but it's just not been good basketball between both of these teams. Obviously, last year in the play-in, Kings won that game but failed to make the playoffs. What the hell has happened to the Sacramento Kings in the last few seasons since that Game 7 matchup at Golden One Center?
Man, it's crazy. You know, you talk about 2 years ago and you talk about Kings versus Warriors, and people are talking this year, what's wrong with the NBA? They don't have any rivalries on. That was supposed to be it. Kings Warriors is supposed to be it. I know we go back and forth, and, you know, the Warriors are the Warriors. You know, they move the needle, they're the ratings and all, but you need a dance partner, right? You need a dance partner a lot of these times to have these mega ratings sometimes, and that was the dance partner, the Warriors, the behemoth that was the Golden State Warriors with the madness that was Golden One Center and the Beam Team and all this other stuff. That was supposed to be one of them rivalries that was going to help the NBA moving forward. And both of these teams have just fell flat on their face in the last 2 years. Sacramento, I mean, there's so much going on. There's so much disappointment for what happened this year. You know, you get DeRozan in the summer, and you feel like that's going to be something that's going to propel you back to the playoffs and a little bit more. And it has been the exact opposite so far. You know, they're 4 games under 500. They fired Mike Brown at this point, who just won Coach of the Year less than 2 seasons ago. And, you know, they're struggling. They're doing what they can to keep their head above water right now. They got Doug Christie in there, and a lot of people are upset about what happened with Mike Brown. A lot of people are upset, and I understand it. I didn't like it either. You know, I didn't like Mike Brown having to leave, and I didn't like the way it went down as well. I understood it, though. And then you look at Doug Christie. I'm a big believer in Doug Christie. I think Doug Christie is a leader of men, which is something that they were missing in this locker room. And he gets people to believe in what he's saying. And he's 2-1 in his first 3 games. And, you know, who knows what's going to happen? Maybe it'll just be the same thing because the roster does have a lot of shortcomings. Maybe it'll be the same thing. But I don't know, man. I'm here to put it on wax, man. I think Doug Christie is going to do a lot of good things with the Sacramento Kings, starting with this interim time that he has right now, man. I'm a big, big believer in Doug Christie. His time is now, and I think he's going to do a really good job.
You know, Casey, I watched you guys on the live stream the moment Mike Brown got fired. It was entertaining radio. Damian Barling set the tone. And I was like, was the FCC listening? But I heard you guys were
in front of Baby Chess.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, I had to turn it down. And Baby Chess looks at me, he's like, oh, Papa, he said bad word. And I'm like, yeah, bad words are not good. But in that case, I feel the pain. I feel the passion. Even Kyle Madsen jumped in an Uber or something. I don't know where Madsen was at. I was like, damn, they got to live in Sacramento. I'm locked in for this. But after the shock wore off about Mike Brown being fired and the way it went down, a lot of grief and a lot of heat went towards De'Aaron Fox. To the point where I saw De'Aaron Fox tweet at somebody saying, yeah, nah, you guys got this all messed up here. I'm not the reason Mike Brown got fired. But how are Sacramento fans now, despite Fox saying that, hey, we don't know what happened with Mike Brown. We don't know if Fox has something to do with it or not. From what I hear, he didn't. But how are Kings fans viewing Fox now after not only the Mike Brown firing, but the Rich Paul meetings with the Sacramento Kings brass, in which we don't know if Fox is going to be there in Sacramento long term? Have Kings fans sort of turned on Fox right now?
There's a contingent of fans who, are frustrated with De'Aaron Fox, and some of it comes from just him by nature, right? Like, he's kind of a low-key guy. He's not a rah-rah guy. He's just kind of chill. He goes about his business. One of the frustrations that a lot of people have had is he just hasn't done the whole takeover games thing enough in his career. He kind of lets the game come to him, and it sometimes can be a little passive. And with his talent level, because Monte and Sam, he is one of the most talented basketball players in his generation. Like, he's got it. He's got it like that. And, the fact that he didn't do that on a consistent basis frustrated people. But they love De'Aaron Fox here. They love De'Aaron Fox here to the depths, to the end. And they're frustrated, they're scared, they're worried that he might leave. But if De'Aaron Fox wants to stay, the city's going to welcome him with open arms. So he decides he doesn't want to be here anymore, because he was on his way to being the greatest king of all time. And if he stays, that's where he's going to get to. But, he got him to the playoffs. He broke the streak. He gets the credit for all of that. Sometimes I just think Damian says this a lot. Talking about Damian, thinks that he knows how good De'Aaron Fox is more than De'Aaron Fox knows. You know what I mean? And that's what frustrates people from time to time. But as far as turning on De'Aaron Fox, not at all. Not at all. This is his city. This is his city, man. And we're going to ride with him as long as he's here.
Talking with Kenny Caraway, co-host of D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 and SAC, Joe Spadoni alongside Bonte Hill here. And Kenny, we can pivot a little bit to the San Francisco 49ers, because obviously you guys cover the Niners out there a very high level. And just another disappointing season. We're talking about disappointing seasons of the Kings and Warriors thus far, but a tremendously disappointing season for the San Francisco 49ers, who were just a year ago had the dreams of hoisting a Lombardi trophy. And now those dreams seem very far away. How would you evaluate this past season for, you can pick and choose who you want to talk about, but I mean, the biggest name obviously is the guy that's going to get paid probably, and that's Brock Purdy. What did you think of his season and, his upcoming payday?
He had a good but not great season. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, if you look at the numbers, and there's more to it, like, I watch the games, so sometimes you look past the numbers. The numbers will tell you he's a top 10 quarterback. The numbers will tell you probably he's closer to 5 than he is to 10. You look at, a lot of those numbers, and it supports that. I watched the games this year just like everybody else, and he wasn't always comfortable. His decision-making wasn't always there. But I thought he had a good season. I think he's under a super microscope, which is just the nature of the beast. But I thought he was good this year, considering, you look at that offense sometimes, and there was second stringers and rookies all over the place. I mean, how many running backs did these guys go? They went through about 6 running backs this year. Their first-round pick got shot. Yeah. I didn't stutter. The first-round pick got shot in the chest.
Right down the street from our studio. I walk by there every day. He got shot in the chest, for crying out loud.
I mean, my goodness. Christian McCaffrey, the biggest weapon that, anybody has in the NFL a lot of the time, at least this past season, was he wasn't there for much of the season. The best left tackle maybe in the history of the game, or one of the best left tackles in the history of the game, was in and out of the lineup. George Kittle was in and out of the lineup. My man Debo, who I love, he looks like he's a shell of himself a lot of the times. And Brandon Ayuk ripped his knee apart halfway through the season. And still with all that, you look at Brock Purdy, he's top 10 in yards. The touchdowns weren't there. They had a red zone issue or whatever the case may be. But you look at the QBR, you look at the completion percentage, you look at the average yards per pass and all this other stuff. It's still up there. It's still up there. And I think, do I want to give him $60 million? No, but that might also be just kind of what the market dictates. I don't think he will. I think they'll find a way to get him more than Trevor Lawrence. That's the key. That's the killer right there. He'll get more than Trevor Lawrence, but maybe not as much as Dak. And I think he deserves it. I believe in Brock Purdy. And much like everybody said, well, He's no good without talent around him. Yeah, no, almost cursed. Yeah, of course. Like, you need talent around you to be good. And Brock Purdy is no different than any other quarterback in this league. So, yeah, I'll tell you, man. I have no reservation.
KC, with the way Parag Marathe can, draw up contracts, who's to say it's not a 2-year deal with opt-outs after the first year or second year? Hell, if it's a 5-year deal, you can opt out after 1 year. It's the Jimmy G contract where you have a chance to get out of the contract every April. So I'm not worried about 50 to 60 million because you're right. What quarterback without talent is going to thrive? We saw Mahomes in the Super Bowl with no offensive line couldn't score more than 9 points. All right, we saw Tom Brady in Super Bowls struggle because his offensive line couldn't block. His last year in New England, I thought Brady was washed. I thought he was washed, but then you look at the roster around him, it's like, well, that wasn't really a good roster. So nobody's going to thrive. You need your offensive line, as you mentioned, a running back situation, and you need some receivers who can beat man coverage. Now, let's end this conversation with this because I'm glad I don't think Jed York had to come out and say that Shanahan and Lynch are coming back. We already knew that, unless you're a dumbass who thinks that teams are going to fire these guys after one down year. That's just idiotic talk right there. So they're coming back. We know that. Brock Purdy's probably going to come back as well. But one guy I looked at on Monday Night Football last week against Detroit, and he got one target. Now, the one target went for a touchdown, but it was on a jet sweep. Deebo Samuel. I feel like we're going to see Deebo Samuel, if he does suit up for the last time on Sunday against Arizona. What do you think about that, KC? It feels like he's playing out the string here.
Man, Deebo is, I talk about this all the time on the show, he's my favorite 49er in a long time. Him and Fred Warner. I love the current iteration of 49ers. I love those two guys. Deebo is my guy, but Deebo is washed. He's finished. He's not the same. You guys, I talk about this on the show often, right? You remember the movie Little Big League?
Oh, yeah.
Where the kid took over the manager position for the Twins.
Yep.
And he had the old great, like the old Will Clark type guy that he loved, and he was struggling. And the guy, the old Will Clark type guy, he gets a seeing eye single into right field. And the little kid goes, he tells the little adult assistant manager, he says, see, look at him. He got that hit. You know what I mean? He still got it. And the guy tells him, that was a single to right field. If you're excited about that, that tells you everything that you need to know about where he's at. And that's how I feel when I see Deebo on a jet sweep go for 11 yards. I'm like, look at Deebo. He got 11 yards on that one. The guy used to go 40 yards to the house. And I'm up here getting hyped because he goes 11 yards on a jet sweep. My man is finished, man. He's finished, man. And I think we've seen the last of him as a 49er. And, it's time to regroup. You talk about this 49ers team. I don't think that they need a complete rebuild. I think there's still young talent there. You still got your Warners. You still got, the guys up front like Pony. You got Purdy. You might have found something in Jordan Mason and all those guys and stuff like that. You got De'Amon Lenore. You got some young guys still around there. But you got to reload. You got to retool some of this stuff. And it starts at that wide receiver position. I like Pearsall. But you got to get another receiver because I think Debo's gone. Brandon Ayuk, I love him too, but I'm just being real with you guys. I'd be surprised if he looked anything like he looked previous to his knee injury ever again. I mean, that knee was ripped to shreds, and I can't imagine he comes back at any point in his career looking like Brandon Ayuk. I hope I'm wrong, but you got to plan for that. So I think at some point you got to look at maybe getting 2-3 receivers in this offseason to kind of bolster this offense. So you're going to have to retool some stuff, man. And I think John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they're the guys that can get the job done. Yeah. But you know how much I like Kyle. You know that's my dog too. The clock has started.
Yeah.
The clock has started. Yeah.
No doubt. Clock has started, but he's not going anywhere, and they'll be recharged. I think they need to fix the trenches as well. Defensive line, offensive line, they'll fix that, but I think the Niners will be back in contention next season for the NFC. But, hey, Kitty, it's on Sunday, the first round between the Warriors and Kings. Monday shows are going to be lit. Monday shows are going to be lit. It's good. I can't let you guys come down to the dental office and come away with the win. I got to give you guys some root canals, some Novocaine, put some braces on your mouth. I'm telling you right now, man, it's going down on Sunday.
It's going to be a quick little teeth cleaning real quick. You know what I mean? It's going to be real quiet in there. Real quiet. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to worry about that. It's going to be real quiet in there. And, to be honest with you, You know what I'm afraid? I'm afraid of Buddy Hield, man. Remember when Harrison Barnes last year? Remember when Harrison Barnes hit for 39 on the Warriors last year?
I do remember that.
I can see Buddy Hield trying to go off, man. I'm worried about Buddy Hield, man. He might get his groove back on Sunday.
Hey, man, he might start cooking. I can't wait for that. You guys got the Grizzlies tonight. The Warriors have the Grizzlies Saturday. So I need you to run them into the ground, tire those legs out, so we could, make quick work of them on Saturday. And then Sunday, we'll see you down here at the dental office. Let's go.
That's the plan. And I think it's a back-to-back. I think Steph don't need to play 2 nights of back-to-back. Got to look at that knee a little bit, man. Yeah. Got to look at that knee. So, you know what I'm saying? Have him play against the Grizzlies. He can sit out against the Kings. It's good.
And the Sabonis may get the Draymond flu. You know that may happen.
No, don't do that to Dre. Don't do that to Sabonis. Don't do that. My boy going to be ready to go.
All right,
Stomp the yard part 4. There you go.
Hey, relax over there. Relax over there, all right? He's playing well. He's a champion to change.
Yeah.
KC, always good to talk to you, my brother.
Always love, man. Y'all take care. Bonte, Joe. I think I said Sam earlier.
It's
Joe,
okay. You and Baldy both. Yeah, Baldy called me Sam 4 different times the other day.
No, Sam is on my screen. That's why I said
okay,
that.
gotcha.
Hey, you know what? The way Joe been talking about my Warriors, man, you can call him whatever the hell you want to, KC.
Hey, Kenny would be coming on my side. I'm saying trade Draymond now. The value's at an all-time high.
He wants to trade Draymond for Jimmy Butler. I want nothing to do with Jimmy Butler right now. I want nothing to do with that guy.
The trick or treat Draymond, you don't know what you're getting every night. You don't know what you're getting. Sometimes you play good, sometimes you don't.
Hey, none of that's been happening this year. He's a champion to change.
Yeah.
He showed a lot of leadership this season. All right? Leave my boy alone. KC, have a good Friday, my brother. Have a good show up there.
Y'all take care, man. I take care, bro.
Anytime. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. Damian Barlick and Kenny Caraway. Their show. They went live stream because they weren't on the air.
I watched it.
You watched it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was great. It was unbelievable. Damian Barley said he was so mad.
He started up. He didn't even know what to stream, like how to start it up. He said, I don't even know if anyone can hear me. I don't know what's happening right now. But he was just dropping F-bombs left and right. He was pouring himself some brown liquor.
I love those guys. When they drafted Keegan Murray, their faces, they did it. They did it, Keegan. Oh, no.
Talk about buyer's remorse going back to that Halliburton trade. Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
I mean, last year in particular, seeing Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers being the Eastern Conference Finals the way they were. And now you have De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, and that thing already crashed out. And their high watermark was a Game 7 loss to the Golden State Warriors in the first round.
They better do everything they need to keep Fox up there in Sacramento.
You think they're gone? You think he's gone, though, after this summer?
No, I don't think he's gone.
You know?
They bet not. They better not do that. No. 404, but I'll tell you, you guys might as well watch my latest YouTube video, What Happened to the Warriors versus Philly. Then subscribe. It's going to get real.
Well, what's your name?
Yeah, what's your name? 404. And how's it going to get real?
If you got to plug your channel, you got to
give us your name. Yeah, I'll give you a free plug. Got no problem.
Yeah, we'll plug.
As long as you're starting to stream at 10 o'clock.
Exactly.
We'll shout it out shamelessly.
Exactly. 95.7 The Game live stream. Is that what we do?
You can start it when Steiny gets out of here.
There you go. And Evan Giddings.
By the way, really quick, Steve Kerr will be on today with Grandy and Dibs at 5 o'clock.
Ooh, Appointment Radio.
Yeah.
Coming off a win for the first time in a long time, it feels like, Steve
That's why
Kerr.
I got him on today, yeah.
There you go.
Smart.
Hey, no respect for Spadoni here. We got Baldy and Spadoni.
Yes,
Sam.
Well, in fairness, because that actually makes sense. I didn't think about it. Both of them were on Zoom the last time. The last people that said that. And it does say Sam Lubman's name when he logs in on his account.
Gotcha.
So that does make sense. But you know what? That's okay. I don't take that as a slight. Sam Lubman is beautiful. I actually wish I had the hair of a Sam Lubman. It is beautiful.
Put a lot of work into it. Thank you, Spadone.
Tormund Giantsbane over here. Oh, that's a Game of Thrones reference for some of you. There you go. Doesn't have the beard, though. Quite the beard of a Tormund. But Kenny was great. Kenny was great.
I may drop in for that Kings game. 262 says, do y'all have any intel about the Modelo Cantina seat?
Oh.
I don't have any intel. I've never sat up there. I've done a show from up there.
That's a Chase?
Chase Center, yes, at the top. Behind the basket, closest to the Warriors.
That's not the Michelob Ultra Lounge, right? That's a different one?
Yeah, that's on downstairs.
I think I've walked by there a bit because sometimes during the playoffs when the media section's too full, people like me get bumped up to the top section, which is right above that Modelo section. That's whatever, fellas.
Hey, Raymond Ritter, come on. Let's just go. Take care of
If I said it was
someone.
Joe Spadoni, I'm probably down with the rest of the media.
Joe Spadoni, you're probably not getting the credential.
No. Benny might. Not
But
me.
anyway,
Rizzo might, not you.
No.
it seems like pretty cool. I think you get those slushy alcoholic drinks from there. So if I know this is great slushy alcohol weather.
Is that what we're doing when we get our media passes? We get the slushy alcohol? Is that
No,
what
I'm
we're
just
doing
saying.
here?
I've walked by there.
about
I
that.
saw the drinks there. Maybe the first time I got a credential, I might have gotten something there. But yeah, it seems like a pretty cool place to sit and watch the game. You're very high up, so if you're into that.
You know what? That brings me to a question right now. We got 3 credentialed guys in here. Bonte been credentialed in the past for obviously Giants, Niners. What is the protocol about having an alcoholic beverage? Is that a faux pas? Is that a no if you're covering the game?
Well,
or is that a press box only thing where you don't do that?
Well, I think it's a no, right, Risotto?
So I think it's a no. Okay, so funny story.
He's not old enough to drink, though.
He's not. Well, but
He's like
again, you might
16 years
see
old.
other people, I'm saying.
I
you
think it's
did just graduate high school. Yeah, that's
No, you just graduated college.
I just
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah, I
May,
forgot.
graduated
Yeah, go
college.
Gators, go
But
Gators.
okay, so there is the prime minister of the president of
Malaysia.
Argentina came and visited Oracle Park a few years ago. And he had this entourage of media that came and sat in the press box. And a beer vendor was walking by the press box, and this guy was in the front row, and he tried to order a beer. And there was somebody else, an unnamed member of the media, who tried to say, hey, we don't do that here. But the guy ended up ordering the beer anyways, and he was drinking a beer in the press box. So I guess in that case, it was fine.
If you're
but
the president of a sovereign nation, yes, you can drink in the media area.
Yeah, it was one of the media members for the Argentina president.
Different cultures, right?
Well,
That's a different, Dan
Dibley always, brings up the story, so I don't feel like I'm snitching here. I'm not 311 Shasky in this moment. But Eddie Johnson, who we have on the show a lot.
Sure.
He comes to the finals because he does his Sirius XM NBA radio show, and very good on that. I love him in Termini. I listen to it every day. Eddie Johnson would always bring a beer to the press box, but that's Eddie Johnson.
Yeah.
That's the guy who scored over 20,000 points in the league. Eddie Johnson do what the hell he wants to do.
So I think technically, yes, you're not supposed to drink if you have a media credential. I might have broken that rule once when I went to my first playoff game with a credential at Chase Center. But where it gets kind of fuzzy, though, is for Niner games afterwards, when everyone's doing their post-game media work, they will pour beer out of the tap for you after Niner games in the media section while you're doing your post-game work. So I don't know. Sometimes it's a no-no. Sometimes apparently it's
after the game. Yeah, I guess after the game.
That makes sense after the game. I mean, yeah, there's a professional standard too. Obviously, you got to kind of police yourself in that situation. That's why I had had a bunch of water with it, and I like to think that was my way of being responsible.
There you go.
Okay, so it's for the most part is frowned upon. Is I guess the phrase, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Why do you?
Unless the team is having a celebration.
Spinoni doesn't want a credential
You
anymore.
wanna sip
I'll go and drink because I don't care because I'm not whatever. I'm a guy on the couch most of the time. So that's how I view my viewing experience because I like to block out the noise of everything else and everyone else. I'm actually tapped in more than the people that are actually at the game most of the time. So I don't do that sort of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Look at you.
Too cool to drink.
Too cool for school. What about
I got 2 kids.
I thought you were going to ask if you could wear a jersey in a press box.
No, that is absolutely
that's not
allowed
happening.
in American sports media. I've heard other countries will let you do that.
Oh yeah.
I had a journalist
The
professor
Argentinian guys probably wearing a message.
Yes.
I had a journalist professor in college. She said she would cover the World Cup a lot. And all the other nations, their press people are going nuts. They're cheering, they're wearing jerseys, taking selfies. And then all the American media is in their stuffy suits and whatnot, just in their laptops with no emotion, being all boring and whatnot. It's pretty interesting.
Covering the All-Star game in New York City. Remember the press box at Madison Square Garden? The folks who came over to cover the game from China, Brazil, Japan. Dude, they had Lakers scarves, Bulls beanies, jerseys on underneath. They were celebrating. I was damn it. Dude, this guy from China, I forget his name, man. He has some broken English, but we got along great. I love the guy. I wish I got his Instagram name or whatnot. It was back in 2015. But dude, he had the Bulls beanie, the Kobe Laker jersey, an NBA scarf with the pea coat, and he was decked out, ready to roll. And he had these NBA logo pins. I mean, he was all about it.
See, that's the thing. And then you already referenced that guy, you referenced the Argentinian. There's a cultural difference here, too, that we just don't understand. We are a hub for sports in America. Basketball, baseball in particular, and obviously American football. Soccer, we're not there yet with these other countries, obviously, especially in Europe and South America. But I do wonder if we were to go over as an American, if I go over cover like a Mexico versus USA game out in Estadio Azteca, I'll have it a cerveza. Why not? Right? If it's culturally, if it's accepted over there, like who am I to tell someone from Argentina or China, like not to have a good time and have fun with it?
I guess when in Rome or Argentina.
You know what? I guess the question too now, because we didn't talk much football today. Purdy's not going to play. Josh Dobbs is going to start.
Pastronaut.
The Pastronaut's going to start. How many beers will you need to get through that Niner game on Sunday?
Gotta have some juice on it for that game.
Gotta have some juice?
Gotta have some for that
What kind
game?
of juice?
Well, gin and juice particularly. Right? But like Kyler Murray versus Kyler Murray versus Josh Dobbs.
Is Kyler going to play?
He better play.
Should have got Gambo on.
Talk Suns too.
Talk some Phoenix Suns.
Oh,
You can talk some Phoenix Suns with Gambo.
Well, Corbin Burns, we're going to talk there. Actually, there might have been an angle with that.
Yeah, no, Corbin Burns.
He's a loser.
Jesus.
We would just wait till he strikes out 13 at Oracle Park.
He'll be a high-level loser.
D-backs were just a year removed from the World Series.
Risotto's asking, what about starter jackets? And I know where you're going with that one. Our boy Ryan Leong wears a starter jacket there every game.
To his credit, he never wears a starter jacket of a team that is playing that day.
He doesn't.
So he shows up to Giants games with like the Niners starter jacket. Or he's at Niner games with like a random Nuggets starter jacket.
He's got all the starter jackets.
You got to have the starter jacket with every single team on there. That's the next level one right there. Like the NFL starter jacket with all the teams.
He's got them all.
Level.
Ryan, if you're listening, there's your next jacket.
Does he listen to us? He's always quoting the other station. I'm going to get to Ryan Leong and tell him, you better start listening to us.
He's probably going to want to come on the show.
Sure.
I would book Ryan Leong for an interview.
And who is
Why
Ryan
not?
Leong?
Why not?
And who is
Ryan
Ryan
Leong's
Leong?
been covering Bay Area sports since like the mid-'90s. What is this Bay Area sports rap?
Yeah, there you go.
Bay Area sports rap. They do a good job. They got the Klay Thompson video of him skipping back to the locker room. That was him and Marco.
He has been a Bay Area sports media fixture for over 25 years.
Yes.
During that time, he has worked for ESPN Radio, CBS Sports Radio, which no longer exists, Associated Press Broadcasting, and Sirius XM NFL Radio.
I've learned a lot of interesting things from Ryan Leong, actually.
Third generation San Francisco.
No, he is.
He did traffic at KCBS, I think.
Yeah, he did traffic at KCBS. He does the updates live for the press box at Levi Stadium. He does a great job at doing that. He's a great update anchor. The pride of St. Ignatius High School. Shout out to Ryan Leong. Somebody's texted in, no, 415. Mo Salah had especially sweet feet for Liverpool versus West Ham United yesterday. That game was actually on Sunday. But, yes, Mo Salah is the best player in the world right now. The best player in the world. Mo Salah. Liverpool is rolling in the Premier League.
They are balling. They are 6 points clear of second place in the Premier League.
You'll never walk alone.
You'll never walk alone.
Never walk alone. See, Spinoni, we could do shows. We didn't even talk soccer.
I love
We
soccer.
didn't talk the U.S. Open.
Australian Open.
BG
Tennis Nation.
Woo! He was texting yesterday. He was on Jeopardy, I think.
Was he really?
Yeah, he texted
Like
me a
the
video.
Celebrity Jeopardy one?
Yeah, he texted me a video.
How'd he do?
I got to watch it.
Ken Jennings and the now host, R.I.P. Alex Trebek.
I didn't watch it. Not yet.
We got Liverpool Tottenham coming up next week in the EFL Cup.
Yeah, I moved off of Tottenham.
And we got Liverpool Man United at Man U Sunday at 8:30. A little appetizer before Niners Cardinals.
Before Niners and Cardinals. My final thought is,
or Raiders Chargers.
My final thought is this it for Deebo Samuel with the 49ers? If it is, how will we remember Deebo Samuel? Maybe that's a talking point on Monday. It's going to be very intriguing to see, number one. Could possibly be his final game with the 49ers if he does suit up.
And you were just mentioning Mo Salah. This could be his last year at the club. That was his quote yesterday via ESPN. I'm reading it now. But Deebo Samuel, that's a good point. I want to see George Kittle finish this year off on a high note. In a season of disasters, George Kittle has been a bright spot, and he's been one of the best players in the NFL. Probably going to be first team All-Pro, if not second team. It's just been unbelievable. Finish it off. I'm calling it. Touchdown and 100-plus yards for George Kittle in his final game.
I love that.
And a backup quarterback's best friend is who, Bonte? They're tight end.
Let's talk about, is this it for Deebo? Is this it for Buster Posey and the Giants offseason? Andrew Bagley wrote a piece in The Athletic yesterday basically detailing how ever since that Willie Adama signing, the Giants have been not really doing anything. And what was once a very promising looking off season is now starting to look like are we doing anything kind of off season? So, man, Buster Posey he's not hot or anything, but I mean,
rating going down already.
Already.
3-time World Series
there are certain Giants fans on Twitter who are already going down that rabbit hole.
Oh, let me guess who.
Yeah, you know who.
Let me guess who.
Yeah, but we're not going to mention him because he's a knucklehead. But, you know, the truth is the Giants, their improvement's not going to come through free agency. These young guys on the team, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey, need to see these guys take the next steps in their development and become real ball players.
The guy you're talking about who complains, and he always takes shots at this show. He always takes shots at the show. He seems to know what goes on the show every single day. For a guy who hates this show. Let me just say that.
Can't wait to hear him tweet about this Fast Five later on.
Clown. Risotto, what's up?
Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys is the podcast that Sam is on, so you can check out more about that. But also, we were talking about what name is for the Rookie of the Year. What's the name? Who's it named after? And the National League and American League are both named after Jackie Robinson. So it's the Jackie Robinson Rookie of the Year award.
There you go.
There you go, Risotto. Good job.
Mason
Contributed to the show today. And you said I bring the heat.
As you would say, stealing money from Odyssey.
Hey, listen.
Another week of doing that.
I've been doing it for almost 8 years, man. Over 8 years. Trust me.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Look at me now. Look at me now, baby. Getting haircuts every other week. Woo! Thank you, Odyssey. No, Risotto, great job. You told me that I would bring the heat. You told me that I had the journalistic background. It's the best compliment I ever received on these airways. I swear to God. It's
I heat,
which has been canceled on the MLB Network. Chris Russo.
ESPN might pick it up.
Oh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. 650 Spadone in the Hill. Shaska in trouble because y'all are great. No, Shaska will be back on Monday. He'll be back.
He will.
And then can't wait to who else said something? Somebody else said something. Oh, never mind. Oh, you'll never walk alone. Shout out Patty LaBelle. Just like Patty, kick off your shoes, guys, because your show is over. Great job. I don't know if that's a compliment or what, but whatever. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Warriors win. Warriors win. We ain't trading nobody. Get the hell out of here with that Jimmy Butler talk.
The Warriors get a much-needed 139-105 victory, shooting 60.9 from the field, 22 of 39 from distance at 56%, with 42 assists and 43 rebounds tonight. Just a remarkable evening for the Warriors, who get back above 500 at 17-16, and will get ready for a back-to-back at home this weekend.
That was Tim Roy, courtesy of 95.7 The Game, the flagship station of your Golden State Warriors. And they blow out the Philadelphia 76ers last night. You know what? I didn't even write the score down. 139, 1-something.
It was their best win in 2025.
Was it their best win of 2024-25 is the question.
That's good.
They beat Boston in
Boston. Probably Portland.
They beat Boston in Boston. Warriors absolutely dominated last night. Curry, 8 for 8 from 3. Didn't miss a shot from beyond the arc. They shot 60%. No, it hasn't. Oh, for Curry.
For Curry. That hadn't happened before.
Who would have thought? You know what's funny is when he made the 8th one, I thought, I wonder if he's ever gone 8 for 8 before. And I guess he hasn't. Was that the one he
banked?
Yeah, he banked it. And he was making some weird faces last night. You see,
he was having more fun than I've seen him in a while.
Up 30.
I mean, it's been a while.
I know. Everybody offensively, the team was clicking. Kuminga was good. Wiggins solid. Draymond good. Schroeder helping out. Who else? Missing one guy. I tell you who really helped the Warriors last night was Joel Embiid.
About everybody on the Sixers helped the Warriors last night. That might be the most hollow 28-14. Is that what Embiid ended up with?
28-14.
I mean, God, the amount of I don't know. I saw them in Sacramento the night before without Joel Embiid. They didn't look any different with him. Actually, they might have looked slower. Like, him and Schroeder might as well have been the same size last night.
And it took 3 minutes. We get a 262 text. Steiny, I think Curry was responding to you. I think he went to the cam and said, Steiny, quit schnookering with me with the trade talk. I was thinking about that a lot today.
Well, in that case, you're welcome.
For what?
Well, if Curry actually did respond to you.
Exactly. I mean, maybe you should fire Steve Kerr. I'll coach this team. I'll get Curry back in action. Curry, terrific yesterday. But here's the thing, though, because Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, and Steve Kerr, from the start of this season, before the start of the season, during the offseason, they've set an expectation that this team is on the lookout for a star player. They said it over the summer. They tried to get Paul George. They tried to get Lauri Markkanen. It did not happen. All right? So now we wait until the trade deadline. And you know what they say about the NBA? There's always a guy or two that come, and here it is. It's as simple as this. Last night in Miami, Jimmy Butler.
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here off the court, but I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
All right, that's Jimmy Butler. And I got an email today, and it said the Warriors are the favorites to land Jimmy Butler. The Warriors are the favorites right now to land Jimmy Butler. How are we feeling about that, Dub Nation? It's really simple. 888-957-9570 is the number. And here's one thing, Evan. I'm just gonna explain to everybody where we're coming from. You know, the Butler stuff breaks. I'm like, boy, we've talked a lot about Jimmy Butler, but that's the point. The Warriors have talked a lot about this move that's out there. And Jimmy Butler sure looks like he's available. I mean, what's Pat Riley going to do? You got to move him, right?
Jimmy Butler just requested a trade. I mean, as explicitly as you can state it, he said, "Get me out of here." Someone asked him, and this is a great follow-up, do you think that you can play with joy here? Because that's what he talked about. He said, probably not. It was a minus 27 last night. He stunk. He didn't look interested. He didn't look like a player that wanted to be in Miami. Get him out of there. And I realize that Pat Riley is a guy that you can't just strong-arm into whatever you want, but I got to tell you, like, if he's not helping you, he's hurting you. And he's drawing unnecessary attention to a franchise that they're not playing terrible basketball. The Heat aren't bad, but Jimmy Butler wants out. And the Warriors, I think, are the favorite because I'm not sure who else is going to be able to go after him. And I'm just in a vacuum.
Yep.
Do people think that Jimmy Butler could make the Warriors better?
Yes. I believe in a vacuum he could make the Warriors better.
Because where there's smoke, there's fire. And I'm talking about Golden State.
No doubt.
They would not be discussing this. Shams wouldn't come out with a report every single week. We wouldn't hear rumors. We wouldn't hear betting odds unless there was a legitimate possibility that the Warriors have, I believe, talked to the Heat or made a feeler. They've thrown feelers in the water about Jimmy Butler. That's the only way that this happens.
I mean, I would look at it like this. If the Warriors haven't talked to the Heat, or they're not interested in Jimmy Butler, then they're just lying to Steph Curry. Then they're just lying to Steph Curry and the entire fan base because they've told Curry and the entire fan base, we're big game hunting. We want a big fish. We're looking for a number 2 for Steph, maybe even a number 1, and take some pressure off Steph. So, yes, they absolutely have to be talking about Jimmy Butler to the Miami Heat. Now, to me, Evan, the question is, all right, Butler's making $48. All right, $48 million. So either Wiggins or Kuminga's got to be involved in the trade, pretty much. They got to be involved in the trade. And it is a little bit of a tricky trade because the money's got to essentially match up exactly for a trade like this. But, I mean, I wasn't crazy about Jimmy Butler until you tell me, what if they have a chance to get Butler and keep Kuminga? Is that realistic? If that's realistic, well, now my ears have perked up.
If that's realistic, I'm in. Like, that makes you better.
Right.
And keeps your only valuable young asset. I'm not even looking at him as a cornerstone piece. He could be one of those guys, I don't know. But if you keep Kuminga and you bring in Butler, to me, that would be the best of both worlds. Because I know people don't like him, and I hear the 408, Duck Sauce, we love you. Why would we want a guy that forces himself out of every situation when it gets tough? No thanks. That's at the end of every situation. Like, I ran this by you, and I was shocked myself. But Jimmy Butler's played in the NBA for 13 seasons.
Yep.
I asked you how many times he's made the playoffs. I think you said 7.
I said 7.
Ken said 5. He's made the playoffs 12 times. That's a player. I realize he does not have a ring. He wins. And he wins immediately. Wherever he has gone, he has helped franchises win basketball games. And that, to me, is why I would absolutely consider trading for him, is because it might flame out spectacularly in a year or two. But right now, if your goal is to maximize this window, that's a player that does it and has a track record of doing it. We saw a player last night in Embiid. I don't know if he's ever going to make a conference finals. I certainly doubt he's going to ever make an NBA finals. The closest he's ever gotten to winning a championship is when Jimmy Butler was on his team. Jimmy Butler has made the NBA finals multiple times. In fact, he broke the Boston Celtics to the point where they had to go get rid of Marcus Smart and bring in a bunch of different players to get them better. Like, Jimmy Butler, I'm not trying to tell you he's Michael Jordan, but I don't understand why the hate for this player is so loud when the Warriors are in need of players that know how to win basketball games. Like, that's been their biggest issue this year is They brought in a lot of nice pieces, but how many players did they acquire that have been a part of winning basketball? Buddy Hield? Draymond told you he ain't. I mean, literally, just explicitly. Kyle Anderson has. D'Anthony Melton to some extent, but they don't have winning players or enough of them.
Jimmy Butler has a player option for next year, and that's the thing. He's told the Heat, I'm exercising my player option for 50, which means I will become a free agent. That's another little part of this. If Jimmy Butler's in the discussion that the Warriors are having with the Heat, could you get him to agree to playing next year at 52? So you would ensure that you'd have Butler for a year and a half. Would you want him to even do that if you're the Warriors? I think you would off the top of my head, but I'm just quickly thinking aloud. But look, the Warriors just won a game handily last night. Everything locked in. They shot 60% from the field. They shot an unbelievable percentage from three-point range. And halfway, well, not even halfway across the country, all the way across the country, Jimmy Butler basically said, I got to get out of here. And I got to get to another team. Where are we with Jimmy Butler? Where are we with the Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
tipped up by Yabusele. Lost it. Curry gets it. Curry waits. Pulls up. Heat check. Banked it in! The Bank of San Francisco has nighttime hours. It's 89-68 Warriors.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty, Steiny and Giddings with you. It's Payday Friday. It's the start of the new year. Your boys feeling pretty good. Oh, what?
You know, everyone talks about how the Olympics were, Curry got so much out of it and he benefited from it and all did these. Not a single individual got more from the Summer Olympics in basketball than Gershon Yabusele, because he just came back with a highlight that included him. I'm out. I don't think he can play. I don't care that he hit a couple shots last night. He stinks.
What about Koulibaly?
Oh.
Washington. All right.
At least he's 21.
Just indulge me for a second.
All right, what's up, Steiny?
Okay. You guys out there are pretty funny. And clearly you're not as dumb as some of your comments. And I knew it was coming. Oh, Curry has 30. Oh, Steiny, you got to trade him now. Now you want to trade him. Okay, listen. Why don't you all answer me? What's more of a hot take? What is more of a hot take? Somebody like me saying, you know what? Got 2.5 more years left. This team's been 44 wins, 46 wins, 43, 44 wins. I think it might be time to start entertaining the possibility of trading Steph Curry. I even said something like, if you make that decision now, it doesn't mean you trade him tomorrow. But I think it's time that this organization might have to be open to it, particularly because Steph may be the one to initiate it. That seems pretty reasonable to me. You know what sounds like a hot take to me? We're going to ride it into the ground for the next 3 years until the wheels fall off, and we don't care if we're a 22-win team. See, to me, that sounds like a hot take. We will not even consider trading Steph Curry under any circumstance that exists. No way, no how. We are riding it till the wheels come off. Draymond and Steph, they're going to be playing for 2.5 more years with the Golden State Warriors, and that's it. That's off the table. That, to me, sounds more of a hot take than being open to the idea as opposed to never in a million years. It's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it.
I don't know if it's a hot take, but it sounds miserable. I mean, I'm just...
Till the wheels fall off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which by the way, is a fantastic
Bob
documentary.
Dylan, great song.
No.
Wheels of Fire. That sounds like it's going to be the Warriors in 2 years.
Well, it is a Tony Hawk documentary.
Oh.
But some of the guys that do that are miserable because their bodies are physically broken and they refuse to get off, whatever, the car, in this case, the skateboard. My point is, if you are going to ride it until the wheels fall off, that's not enjoyable. Like that, it's
that's what Thelma and Louise did.
Yeah, so did Bonnie and Clyde. How'd that work out for them? My point is, you gotta pick when to cash in your chips if you are going to, or you have to consider getting off the table. And that's why I do think that Butler is an interesting conversation because
no doubt
he represents cashing in your chips. Or maybe just some of them, because I actually do think the fact that he is trying to put the pressure on Pat Riley so much so could actually help the Warriors keep what they have highly coveted for the last couple of years, which is future first-round picks and their young core. Now, they're going to have to give up something if we're going to entertain this trade. And I personally am in if it does not include Jonathan Kuminga. We can talk about the different machinations, different players that would go, but to me, if there is one young piece, or if there is one asset that the Warriors, in my opinion, have to keep in their cupboard, either because he's going to help them in the future or they could use him in a trade in the future, it's Jonathan Kuminga. What he's shown over the last now couple of weeks at a time which the Warriors have not been playing well, he might have been their brightest spot. And last night, again, just stacks another good game on the ones that he's been playing. So I've been really impressed.
All right. Again, Warrior fans, I'm asking where you're at, because this has been 6 months at least in the making. And what I'm getting at is from the start of the offseason, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr have talked openly. Shams Charania has reported it. Woj reported it before he left. Every Windhorse has been talking about it. Every pundit, every NBA guy has said the Warriors are super aggressive. They're being as aggressive as any team. They want a guy to play with Steph Curry. And for 3 or 4 months, well, which guy? Could it be Vucevic? Could it be Levine? What about this guy, that guy? Well, the bottom line is it's Jimmy Butler. And this is why it's Jimmy Butler.
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here off the court, but I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
All right. Yes or no, Warrior fans? Is Jimmy Butler the type of big fish that you were thinking about when Joe Lacob and Dunleavy and Kerr were talking about a guy to play with Steph Curry and to maximize Steph Curry's window? Does Jimmy Butler do it? And does he do it under some circumstances but not others? In other words, do you say yes if it doesn't mean Kuminga? Do you say no if it does mean Kuminga? Or are you all in no matter what? 888-957-9570 is the number. And I also wonder, Evan, and I get the NBA is a long season, but you know, the Warriors are coming off of probably their most impressive win in 5 or 6 weeks.
Yep.
Does that, like, to me, that the last night's singular game doesn't change anything for me in terms of if they were hoping to get another big player. Well, we just played a great game last night, so do we like that doesn't come into play for me. This is a team that's one game over 500. They've talked about a big fish, and here comes Jimmy Butler, who's now available. Where do we stand on him? At 888-957-9570. And real quick, I know I'm babbling here, but our good friend Zuki Main is thinking so much about this. He says, do you think Jimmy Butler used the word joy on purpose? Because that's a word that's now become synonymous with the Warriors' heyday of playing style.
Well, and that's what they've talked about trying to get back to doing, playing with joy. And I know it sounds, I don't know, like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth when you say the guy who wants to get traded wants to come to a place and help bring joy. Like, I understand that. But I don't know, Steiny, like I was thinking about this last night. I actually do think that he can fit with this team. And I also think he can fit with Draymond Green. You know, I know that probably means Wiggins goes out and people really like him. I think that might hurt the Warriors in some areas for sure. But like the point is, of all the big fish, he's number one. I think the biggest one, you know, literally be Zion. But he's also the one that's out there, that he's the one that's gettable. Like,
right.
Jimmy Butler is available for trade. He wants to be traded. If you want to maximize this window, there's your guy.
No, that's
there he is.
That's
like,
what
go get him.
No doubt. That's what I said.
This isn't the LeBron James conversation last year where it's, oh well, you know, I made a call and you know LeBron kind of nixed it, but it was real. You know, they were trying to get him. Or a couple of years ago, I think before Kevin Durant signed his long-term extension with the Suns, you know, I'd heard that Warriors made some calls. Could we bring KD back? Could there be a reunion? You know, they've tried to go out and get a big-name player, but this is the first one, and I'm not saying that Butler's as big as LeBron or KD, because he's not. But my point is, this is the most realistic trade scenario coming into a deadline where it is legitimately possible for the Warriors to go get one of those guys, to get a max salary player. And I just wonder why people are out on that idea. Because to me, what I've seen from the rest of the older players on this team is that they actually, they might not have that many years left.
Right.
So if you are indeed trying to maximize a window, this might be your best chance to do it. I mean, do people think that Cameron Johnson is a better player than Jimmy Butler? I would wholeheartedly disagree. Even some other guys that are out there, Ingram. I haven't seen enough from Ingram to me that impacts winning basketball at a high enough level. So Jimmy Butler to me is the biggest fish that's out there. And to me, I am in as long as it doesn't include giving up my best bait, which is Kuminga.
Well, and that's the way I'm looking at this too. Because now let's throw three guys into the mix. Let's throw Paul George, Markkanen, and now Butler. All right, so Paul George, the Warriors make a run at. And in fact, I heard your boy Jared Greenberg address that last night on the telecast. He was doing the sidelines, and he was talking about the Warriors' pursuit of Paul George. And basically, Greenberg said, it was always going to be a long shot because the Clippers had to get under the apron. So they didn't want to take salary back. What I'm getting at is, okay.
Miami could do that.
So Paul George was available, but I think it's fair to say, you know what, though, it wasn't realistic. Okay, then here comes Markkanen. Let's go try to get Markkanen. They don't get Markkanen. But we know Danny Ainge is the GM of the Jazz, and you can kind of say, you know what, I'll bet he was asking for something crazy. I get it. You know what, we might not have really, but I'm telling you right now, I came in and I looked at Evan and I said, hey, look, if the Warriors want Jimmy Butler, if they really want Jimmy Butler, they can absolutely trade for Jimmy Butler. They could get Jimmy Butler. I truly believe that. Now, might they have to bite the bullet here or there if it relates to picks or a player? Probably. But here it is, Warrior fans. I mean, a guy of this stature, I guess what I'm saying is, it can't be any more clear-cut than it is. Jimmy Butler's available, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd be surprised if he's a Miami Heat player in 6 weeks. So where are we at? 888-957-9570.
Well, and look, I understand the backlash and people are telling us we're crazy, and I get it. But to me, the reason why people are out on him, that does interest me. Like, for example, like the emotional part. And like I love Bonte and Spadone did a great job. They're talking about the volatility, like the emotional aspect of things. Jimmy Butler is a firecracker. Like wherever he's gone, it will erode. The question is just how long and why. To me, he's the Jim Harbaugh of NBA stars. But when he gets there, he helps you out. So my thing is, if you're out on Jimmy Butler, why are you still in on Draymond Green? Like if you are a fan of the way that Draymond Green plays basketball, and I am. I think he's a good player. He's done it for a very long time. That's him. Like, I don't understand why, if you still believe that Draymond is an integral part of this team, and I know we talked about yesterday the possibility of moving on from him. I actually think if you bring in Jimmy Butler, you have to keep Draymond Green because you need someone that can challenge him, and you can't have Butler being the loudest voice in any room because we've seen how that goes. But if you're in on Draymond still, I don't know why you're not in on Jimmy Butler. Because to me, they're kind of one of the same.
888-957-9570. This is the Comcast Business Text Line. 510. Jimmy's not going to be a fit here, and he's going to get hurt. 415 or 650. No thanks. Pass on Butler. 510. Jimmy Butler was a top player. He isn't a top player anymore and not worth the money. No. Instead of regurgitating Butler, okay, never mind. Jimmy Butler rarely plays. This is laughable. See, you're pissing me off, 510. You may not want Jimmy Butler. I get it. But the topic is not laughable unless, again, You think Joe Lacob's full of BS? And then that's the case. So you know what? Hey, Steiny, they don't really want a guy like that. They're trying to mollify Curry and make Curry think that they're really trying, but they don't really want a guy like Butler. Okay, fine. But I don't believe it. I think they do want a guy like Butler. They wanted a guy like George. They wanted a guy like Markkanen. They may want a guy like Vucevic. They may want a guy like Zion Williamson, Ingram. I don't know. But they're saying they're looking for a guy like that.
Well, you just mentioned his name, and it's someone that gets brought up a lot because I think he's seen as a similar version of Markkanen, who people really liked, and that's Vucevic.
Right.
The tone of our listeners, and I think we have some really smart fans that are Warriors fans, really smart listeners, so I'm legitimately just asking, if you're in on Nikola Vucevic, why doesn't the fact that he's 34 years old matter in the equation? Like, is it because he's been available for more? He's just as injury prone. He's also old. He's also on the back end of his career. And I don't think that he's as impactful as Jimmy Butler is. So there are players out there, again, the Johnsons, the Vucevic's. Ingram's in a different category because he's younger. I mean, that's another guy whose situation is eroding that is probably available. But if you're leaning one way or the other, to me, I don't know why you wouldn't, and why Curry specifically wouldn't feel more comfortable with a known commodity, with someone that he believes that he can win with. Again, it's not just about the Warriors, because all of this conversation about getting a big-name player, to your point, is about pairing him with Curry.
Yep.
Who fits best with Curry? And I think Jimmy Butler has a legitimate case that he's the best of the bunch.
This from the 510. Trading Wiggins and Kuminga would be a ridiculous move to get the bones of Jimmy Butler. I think it would probably only take one of those guys. I'd be shocked if it took both.
Well, that's why the public proposal for a trade or public ask for a trade, that is significant because he is tanking his trade value. Everyone knows he wants to get out of there. No one's going to want to give Pat Riley the full haul. And so if that soundbite that you played earlier is the difference between the Warriors having to give up both Wiggins and Kuminga, or one of those players, I would lean more towards Wiggins than Kuminga, but that is a big difference, and that might be what gets the trade done.
I'm going to throw this one to you, Evan, because I know you did some research on this before the show. What do you think of this text from the Comcast Business text line from the 415? Wiggins' playoff performance was better than any Jimmy Butler performance in the playoffs.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
God. Jimmy Butler has had some unbelievable playoffs.
Oh, my God. The guy had a 40-point triple-double in an NBA Finals game. Are we really going to talk about this? We don't have to go there. Jimmy Butler, I love Andrew Wiggins. He was a massive part of probably the greatest championship that I've ever watched because of how important it was and the lack of expectations surrounding it. But to say that Jimmy Butler is not a better postseason performer than Andrew Wiggins is factually incorrect.
I agree with you on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Peter in San Ramon. What's going on, Peter? How you doing, man? Get us started. Mm-hmm.
All right. Hey, hi, guys. Happy New Year, all that.
Yep, sir.
Mm-hmm. So about Butler, 35 is a nice age for a year or two of him. I wouldn't mind, but my question is that maybe you could discuss a little bit. Why does he have no joy in Miami? What's going on there?
You know, go ahead.
Have a great day.
Oh, appreciate the call. That's kind of what I want to figure out too, is what has happened with Butler and Miami. And I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of it stems from he didn't get a contract extension that he wanted.
Yeah.
And that's why he then said, well, now I'm opting out. But, I mean, I know you're going to, people, I could see Jimmy Butler in Miami being upset. You know how people say, well, Curry might get upset because he doesn't have any help. I'm sorry. I look at Miami and I feel like they've had the same team for 5 years. Like maybe Jimmy Butler doesn't think Pat Riley has done enough to put the right pieces in place. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure it's got to do with Jimmy Butler's role. And I think part of it, too, is Miami's got the same issue with Butler, not to the same degree as the Sixers have with Embiid. When your most important player misses 1 out of every 4 games or 1 out of every 3 games, it's just impossible to build any kind of continuity or cohesion. And maybe that's a reason that Butler's time is coming to an end in Miami. I don't know. The question is, do you want him, Warriors fans? Because it looks like he's available. Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Happy New Year, fellas.
Yes, sir.
I want Jimmy. I think Steiny's been on point all morning. He has that Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan dog. Every time it falls out, it's because they're not winning. He wants to win. And I think you get rid of Wiggins, and it helps Kuminga develop. Because the games Jimmy can rest is when Kuminga can take on a bigger role and get his IQ up. Because that's the only thing wrong with Kuminga right now is learning how to play. So I'm all for the Jimmy Butler trade. I think that makes the Warriors a championship contender.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Christian. I mean, I was telling Evan, just kind of off the top of my head, yeah, if you could somehow at the end of the day come out of it with Curry, Butler, Draymond Green, and Kuminga, that ain't bad. I mean, that's something I'd be open to for a year or two, just to see what would happen. But I think that, if you keep Kuminga, I feel like you're going to have to give up at least 2 future firsts. But that becomes a little less of a problem if you're not giving up Kuminga too.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. But that's, if I can keep Kuminga here and get Butler, I'm interested in that.
Well, and I think the 415 brings up a good point. Like, it's all about the money for Jimmy. And that is, I don't know, something that, again, based on it's his seeming desperation to go play elsewhere and find quote-unquote joy in basketball and all the rest. He might be willing to go somewhere that he thinks can win and not give him the contract. And that to me, I think, was the biggest holdup for a lot of people. That, well, if you sign Jimmy, you're going to have to sign him. It's kind of like the Paul George thing. Like, I don't want to get in on Paul George for 4 more years at max money. And that I totally understand. I would feel the same way about Butler. But if he really has 1 year left and it's a player option that he opts into, maybe you do put an end date on your relationship with him, but you can still get a decent amount out of him. So to me, that's worth heavy consideration because, yes, you're going to give up some picks and some pieces, but what are you really doing this year and the next year anyways? I mean, if the goal, which has been reiterated and beaten into my brain with a sledgehammer, is to maximize the window, then unless you believe that there's a better move out there with the dwindling window that is, I think, Curry's elite level of play, which we saw last night, he's still capable of, what other option is there? Because to me, I think what we've learned this year, and especially over the month of December, is that Curry needs someone that on some nights can carry him.
Right.
And I think Kuminga's shown that in spurts. I don't think Vucevic can do that. I don't think Johnson can do that. I don't even know if Ingram can do that. I don't know if Levine can do that. But I've seen Jimmy Butler do it. That's what would interest me the most.
All right. From the 510, Butler always wants to leave teams, though. You know what, though? By the time I want to leave here, you'll want him out anyway.
So does LeBron James. Like, what are we talking? I mean,
888-957-9570 is the number. Somebody's got another name out there who's waiting to talk to us. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler, yes or no? Or are you waiting for another name? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
You've always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you. So here we go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Guru. It's January 3rd. It's a payday Friday. We're all upbeat. The Warriors, they just absolutely smoke the Sixers. Oh, boy.
By the way.
Yeah, jeez.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Go ahead. Explain.
I told you 2 nights ago they were going to do that.
The Warriors are going to roll?
Yeah. I know
it's easy, but after 2 minutes of watching that game, I was like, oh, my God, Philly's going to get blown out. But too late. It's 2 minutes too late, Matt.
Well, actually, so that's the only difference is that I saw them the night before in Sacramento for the first 2 minutes, and then I could text you the night before and say, yeah, the Warriors are going to beat that team.
Here's what I'm talking about from the 408. Dubs busted out of their slump and showed everyone why they're legit when they're locked in. Yeah. Order the rings.
Well, if they're going to shoot 60% from three every game, then I'm with you. Although, I didn't know it was going to. Geez, that was like a tidal wave last night, but they were due. I mean, they literally were the worst shooting team from the floor in the month of December in the NBA. They were due. 2025, new year, new Dubs.
Warrior fans, it's pretty simple. You want Jimmy Butler? You can get him. He's there. He's ripe for the picking. He wants out of Miami. He's at Loggerheads with Pat Riley. He wants to find his joy. Did he use that word on purpose? You want Jimmy Butler? He's there for you. All you got to do is pick up the phone. 888-957-9570. Do you want him? Does Dunleavy want him? What about Big Joe? Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. Wonder what he has to say. What's up, Murillo?
Hey, Murillo.
My guys, all is well. I will. Here's the thing. Let me preface: no emotions, no locker room BS. That's not my perspective here. I want you guys to help me. The Warriors, unfortunately, for the Jimmy Butler, and I'm going to explore the both names. I hope Jimmy Butler and Vucevic with the same kind of frame of mind. It's not really possible to make this trade. This guy makes $48 million. The Warriors are right at the cap. In order for the Warriors to make this trade, I'm being mathematical here. I'm not putting emotions again. The Warriors would have to send, let's say, Draymond or Wiggins, just an example.
Wiggins.
And three more players. Three more players. Let's say Looney, because the Chicago Bulls will want the Heat. The $8 million and Tyler. Maybe Tyler Henderson, maybe Gary Payton. Let's say 4 guys. But here's the problem. The Warriors would have to sign 2 more players. The Warriors would be not able to sign those 2 players. Still, not enough. The Warriors need 13 or I think 14 minimum. Sam Loveman touched this, recently. The Warriors would not be able to sign more players to fill up the roster. And on top of that, let's say, what is your rotation? You have 3 guys that are 35 plus.
Well, that's the issue.
And
I know.
You don't have who's playing? I'm asking you who's playing on the back end of your rotation. There's no players out there. So, and the thing with Vucevic, Evan, it's not about who's better, who's worse. I think Vucevic is more. He fits the system. I think the way he plays. And the money is an easier thing. He makes $20 million a year. I think that's something the Warriors could work around. So. The thing with Draymond and Butler exchanging one for another, it's not that. Of course, Jimmy's better than Dre. The problem is Dre makes 25, and 6 months ago I told you guys Draymond making 25 is going to be helpful for the Warriors. Can you imagine if he wanted his 35 a million? We would be in a worse situation. So unfortunately, Jimmy Butler is a pipe dream because of his salary.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I really don't. I mean, Murillo. He's making 48, so you get Wiggins at 26. And I'm not saying Miami would do this, but all you need is 2 other players. Wiggins, Payton, and Schroeder would do it. And then you'd still have 10 or 11 guys on your roster. Now, you may have to give up picks in that situation, and that may change the equation, but I get hey, you know what? Murillo, you're right. Trades are hard.
Well, they are.
But this one could be done with this one could be done if both sides would want to get it done. So let's go to Austin in San Mateo. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Dynamite.
Good.
Oh, that's what's up. Hey, I got something. Hey.
Oh.
I don't know if we can afford it or whatnot, but it looked like Philadelphia is ready to clean house, and they made a mistake giving Paul George that money. With that being said, I think we should go after Joel Embiid because I think he wants out of Philly. Let's say get rid of Looney, Wiggins, even Schroeder. even though he just got there, maybe Pods, either one of them, and a couple draft picks. If we go big, let's go big. We don't want no more old heads, because the only thing you're going to do is just come 1 year and then leave. And then what? Now we stuck and go have to build all over again. I'm sorry, Jimmy G. I mean, not Jimmy. What's his name? Butler. You great and all, but, your time is almost up, player.
All right, Austin. You know what? I'm ready to have a sincere conversation about Joel Embiid. And I heard some of Draymond's quotes after the game about him, and it made me, look, and I don't mean this in a patronizing way. I'm feeling sorry for Embiid these days. Like, he just can't, his body is just, like, he's never going to be able to get it done, I don't think, anymore. Because the more he plays, the more likely he gets hurt. Then he gets hurt and he gets out of shape and he misses games. And then you have to kind of wean him back slowly. Like, I made a promise to myself today. I'm not going to make jokes about Joel Embiid because he's a heck of a player. But I've got to pass on Joel Embiid. And the reason I'm passing, I'm looking at him this year. So Embiid's played half the season. When you have a player who's a 30-point per game scorer, can anybody out there tell me how you can be a good team if your 30-point per game scorer plays 58 games? So in the 58 games when he does play, he's your number one option and you got to go through him, even though he may not be in the greatest shape. And then there's 24 games when you're just playing without a 30-point scorer. Like, how can you get any continuity with Joel Embiid?
You can't. And
that's what I'm most worried about with him.
That's probably why they look better against the Kings the night before than the night after. Not that Embiid's not the best player on the team, but you have to play so much differently when he's on the floor. Defensively, you might be a little more compromised with him on the floor. I mean, the Warriors put him in pick and roll like the entire first half and just abuse the Sixers. So, and part of that is because he's not 100% right now, but that's always been the case with him. Dude, he didn't play his first 2 years in the league. I mean, he was hurt in college. That's the only reason why Andrew Wiggins probably was taken over him. That is one of the most talented centers to come across in my generation. And he was the 3rd overall pick, probably because of injury concerns. He's never played more than 68 games in a regular season. And when he did, he was the MVP. But you need that guy for not just the regular season, for the postseason. I don't buy that he can't be it can't be a number one on a great team or a championship team, but he hasn't proven that he can stay healthy for 6 months and then 2 more. And that's what you also have to do in order to win a championship. So Embiid's a great player. What I think is going to happen is he's going to go down as one of those what ifs. Like, just what if Joel Embiid had titanium knees or something, like
kind of like Sam Bowie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we saw it more with Embiid than Bowie. Just, I don't know, man. He's an awesome player, but last night he looked like he's looked most of this season, which is just a dude he's just trying to stay on the court. Like, he's not even trying to, it feels like, play or get into a rhythm. It's like he's just playing his game and trying to stay out there for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times I like to just find out what fans think of players. Like, what do Warrior fans think of Embiid's game last night? Like, how do you think Embiid played? One of my topics today wanted to be like, can we talk really about Joel Embiid and how he played last night? Because on the one hand, I kind of thought he stunk. On the other hand, you can't just laugh off 28 and 14. Hit 28 and 14. And I felt like, oh boy, he wasn't that great. So clearly the guy has unbelievable talent, but I don't, and this is my biggest fear with a lot of these players who are getting older. And I get that Embiid's not as old as Butler, but he may as well be. And that is, if you're obtaining an older player, you have to be convinced that the guy can play enough games to make you a good enough regular season team so that you don't go into the playoffs as a play-in team, because you're not going to be able to make a run as a play-in team for the most part. That's always the biggest thing I've talked about that for years with Steph and Draymond. Can you get 65 games out of both of them anymore? Because if you don't get that many, then you're asking for big trouble in terms of where you're going to finish in the regular season. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's Steve Kerr after the big win against Philly.
Needed it badly, It's been a long time since we even shot 50% from the field. So to shoot over 60 felt like the floodgates kind of opened up for us. So great night for the whole team. It was a really well-executed offensive game. And then, we caught them on the back-to-back, which helped. But, our defense was solid and great start to the game, and there weren't any let-ups. So it's a really good night for us.
Yeah, one of those nights where everybody chipped in. Everybody can walk out of the locker room after the game feeling pretty good, knowing that they contributed. Warriors blow out the Philadelphia 76ers. And now they got, So Curry, tremendous last night. Model of efficiency. Now they got Memphis Saturday, the Kings Sunday, and the Heat Tuesday. Now let me ask you this: Do you expect Draymond and Steph to play all three of those games?
Hell no. No.
Hell no.
No. No. Unless they.
So do you think they're done playing back-to-backs? Essentially this year?
They should be. Yeah, they should be. Because you cannot risk them getting hurt.
Yeah.
Imagine if Curry had to miss 2 weeks.
I just hate those choices, though, E. But you're right.
Well, but Ja's not going to be there on Saturday. He's dealing with an AC joint, so probably out for Memphis. Sacramento doesn't have Keegan Murray. Miami's not going to have Jimmy Butler on Tuesday. So, those are tough choices you have to make. But to me, that's why, and I know that he's like the third story or fourth story from last night, but that's why Kuminga playing consistently at a high enough level as he has, that's massive. Because a couple weeks ago, certainly a couple months ago, you're looking at that back-to-back and you're saying, all right, Curry and Draymond, I'm playing one of them. Yeah, we're going to lose that game. Now, you might still lose the game on Saturday or Sunday without Curry and Draymond, because I personally don't think that they're going to play. They could be wrong. They're certainly going to play suppressed minutes. But now that's not the case, because you have somebody that can step in, play 35 minutes back-to-back nights. Like, one of the reasons why Philly has been in as many games as they have, even though Embiid's been out, is because Tyrese Maxey can still play. I forget how many minutes he played last night. He played 32 minutes. He played 38 the night before. So he played 70 minutes back-to-back nights for the Sixers. Who on the Warriors can play 70 minutes on back-to-back nights? Certainly not Curry, not Draymond. It's Kuminga, Wiggins maybe, Schroeder. If you want to run him into the ground, you can, but he's in year 12. So to me, I think that the Warriors have found something with their younger guys that lends them also to giving into, all right, well, Curry and we have to build in rest for them if they're going to make it through the marathon.
Yeah. I mean, well said. Well said. 888-957-9570 is the number. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. Embiid looked gassed last night, just trying to sort of keep up. I can't imagine him trying to fit into our system. He would need to become the system. And that's the thing about Embiid. And again, I'm not ripping him today. He's a great player, but he's not in great shape right now. How come? Well, because he's been hurt. All right? So he's working himself back into shape, which I have a problem with on January 2nd, but nevertheless, he's working himself back into shape. But he still can't play back-to-backs, and there's a chance that the more he works himself back into shape, the more likely it is that he gets hurt, and then he's on a treadmill or treadwheel. And I don't want to play a season like that.
Well, but that's the other part that I do like about Jimmy Butler is it doesn't have to be, contrary to popular belief, it doesn't have to be his show. It can be his show. But I think that he's demonstrated over the course of his career that he can play and win with a lot of different guys. He's won with Embiid. He has won with, Hero and Bam. He's won with Cat. He's won with Wiggins. He's won with a variety of teams, even going back to Chicago days. So to me, I know people think about him as this, I don't know, this black hole that's going to come in and just suck out all the energy of your team. But I don't think that's the case. I think that he is a player that can adjust the way that he plays if it's winning basketball to what other teams do. I don't think he's going to come in and all of and say, I'm the alpha and Curry's not the guy. Or, that I gotta take over for Curry and Draymond. I don't see that how him, like he might do that in a postseason game because he needs to, because he understands what it takes to win. But I don't believe that Jimmy Butler is some sort of my way or the highway player. Like he's being portrayed right now because he's asking for a trade.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Kind of with you on that one.
Like
I don't necessarily
would not be a concern of mine.
Yeah, and neither would his attitude or demeanor alongside Draymond Green. That wouldn't worry me either. And in fact, it's like I don't want anything to do with Paul George. But I would I'd be more interested in Jimmy Butler. Well, how come? Well, because Jimmy Butler's not signed for the next 4 years. Like if Jimmy Butler were under contract through 2027, I'd be like, new chance. But I'm not afraid of acquiring Jimmy Butler. And if he walks, and then we'll figure that out. Or maybe the other thing is you get him to trade here, and the agreement is if he gets traded here, he will opt in next year at 52.
But even that's not a long-term commitment.
Exactly. I mean, the reason I wasn't crazy about Paul George is because you weren't just getting Paul George, you were going to get him for 4 years. Well, it scares me to get Jimmy Butler for 4 years. You don't have to get him for 4 years. Maybe you only have him for a year and a half. Maybe even less than that. Nick's in Ohio. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good, guys. I think Warriors should go after prospects. Picks, I know it isn't a popular idea, but Jimmy Butler isn't going to send them or guarantee him the playoffs. I mean, he would help them. But I don't really think they're going to go that far. There's talk about why Steph's window is open. He had a good game, but it's like global warming. People say, oh, well, hey, it was cool today. See, so much there's global warming. Steph will have a good game here and there, which is great. I think they need to go after younger players, prospects, build for the future. It's time,
Nick.
I just don't think that.
Is Nick in a mine shaft?
Yeah, Nick was, I don't know where Nick was. I'll tell you what, Nick's been consistent. He doesn't believe there's a quick fix out there. I tend to agree with him.
Well, I don't either. But again, why we're talking about this is number one, because Jimmy Butler basically requested a trade yesterday, but also because it was reported during the TNT broadcast of the Warriors-Sixers that the Warriors are still committed to maximizing Curry's window. And if we're going to take them for their word, if you don't see that, then you believe that they're liars. And I don't believe that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are liars. I think that they are legitimately committed to Curry's window. And so to me, this is almost just an obvious choice. Maybe not the trade itself. It'll be difficult. Like Murillo called in a little while ago, and I hear him. Like, all right, just legitimately, you can't logically, kind of the pieces have to fit the money wise. there are people in the Warriors organization a lot smarter than I that I would like to believe if the rumors are true and they are the betting favorites to get Jimmy Butler, they would figure out a way to do it. What I think is that if it costs you Wiggins and some other pieces, that's something that I'm open to. Even picks. If it includes Jonathan Kuminga, that's where I draw the line. And that's how I feel about it. Because the other part, too, is, well, it empties your depth or your bench. Right. They just played 9 guys. Like, Steve Kerr's actively trying to shorten the rotation. They're not, I don't know if people have noticed, they're not playing 13 or 12 guys anymore. And it's not just because GP2 and Pods have been hurt. Kevon Looney, who hasn't played poorly this season by any means, has basically been benched.
Right.
Kyle Anderson, who's a veteran player you brought in, as we talked about, one of the few pieces that's actually been a part of winning basketball, has been benched. He's been getting DMP CDs, he and Looney, for the better part of the last 2 weeks. And Kerr actually made it a point to shout them out last night after the game, I think because he appreciates their sacrifice. So if you're bringing in a player, it's because you're trying to improve the top part of your rotation. And to me, with all due respect, the Vucevic's, the Johnsons, they don't move the needle enough for me. If we are indeed going to shrink this down to what a potential playoff rotation looks like, Jimmy Butler helps that than anybody else out there.
Yeah, and here's, you were talking about shortening the rotation. Steph addressed that last night. Take a listen.
I mean, asking a lot of the guys over the course of the season, you know, it's great when you're winning and it's tough when you're not, because it's the way this league works, obviously, and kind of the predictability of knowing when you're going to be in, who you're going to be out there with, that does matter. Guys having an understanding of where their possible shots are going to come from and starting to get, you know, a rhythm. We've talked about it, obviously, as of late. I know BP's out, and he's part of that 9-10, you know, rotation, whatever it is. And you even got Kyle and Loon, who have played significant roles for us at certain parts of the season, you know, not get minutes. So again, it's tough because that's the challenge of this team. But I think narrowing the roles and the rotation just helps everybody, because you start to build a little bit of chemistry. It's not an easy thing, and will continue to be a challenge for us until it's not. But, you know, it's one of those things about our identity as a team that we have to keep addressing and staying locked in on.
Yeah, I mean, look, the question when you're deciding whether you want to play 11 guys or 9 guys, the question usually is, well, if I play 11, then I'm going to split 2 guys who come off the bench their time, and maybe, you know, 2 players each get 10 minutes. But in order to develop some continuity, maybe you just say, you know what, this guy's not playing, so the other guy can play 20. I mean, that's clearly what's happening with Kyle Anderson right now. He's told Kyle Anderson, look, rather than me playing you 10, 12 minutes a game, I'm not going to play you for a stretch, and I'm going to give the playing time, your playing time, to someone else who now will get 18 or 22 minutes as opposed to 10 when he split it with you. And the hope is that you'll get a guy into a routine where he starts to become more consistent, but it does come at the expense of not playing another guy.
Well, or it also could be for someone like Anderson, who's either he's been playing like small ball 5 or 4. It could be not someone going from 15 to 20 minutes, but hey, Kuminga, you're going to get 25 minutes at least tonight.
Right.
Whether you're playing well or you're not, you're going to be at 25. And he probably would have played 30 if the game was closer last night. But to me, it's about prioritizing minutes for your best players, for your best 9. And that's been something that we've had a lot of questions about because, you know, they went 4-13 in 17 games. But I do think that when Curry addressed the team on Christmas and when he slowly talked about, hey, we might need to adjust this thing, he's also been talking to Kerr. And I think last night and really the last few games, Kerr has shown that he has heard Steph as far as trying to get the best 9 guys on the floor.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see calls. I'll get to them on the other side. Warriors win a game, and it was very impressive. Most impressive win probably the last 4 to 6 weeks. They blow out the Sixers. Same time last night, Jimmy Butler basically says, I want out of here so bad, I can taste it. Do you guys have any interest in Jimmy Butler? I think you could probably get him. I don't know what it would cost you, but I think you could get him. Do you want him? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at In at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com.
Rudy has to come and get the ball. Now Schroeder comes back to get it. Throws it back to Kuminga. Almost backcourt. Kuminga drives, goes up, shoveling it up, and went in off the glass.
Perfection. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Tolbert. Only one guy who was perfect last night. That was Steph Curry from three-point range. 8 for 8. What's up, Tommy? Tommy and Tim Roy on the call last night on 95.7 The Game, the Golden State Warriors flagship station.
Well, we're on it.
I know. I want to remind people.
Well, you made it sound like it's two separate entities. Like them calling the game on the flagship is different than us doing a show on the flagship.
What I'm doing is emphasizing that we are the flagship. We could do that. that Penn State, we are. We could do that too. We are.
Well,
only end it with the flagship instead of Penn State.
It's been working out for him.
Well,
by the way,
I mean, let me just ask you this.
Okay.
And we can have some fun with this at 888-957-9570. What's your worst matchup? What are the two schools you see play and you hate them both and you realize that one of them's going to have to win? And I'll have that next week. Notre Dame, Penn State.
Probably Linfield and Pacific Lutheran. Can't stand those schools. Shout out to the Northwest Conference.
I mean, it's a tough one, but I got to root for the Fighting Irish. I got to root for the Fighting Irish against Penn State.
Okay, this is where you got to explain this to me because I didn't grow up in like the heyday of college sports.
I know that when college sports were better.
That's fine. You can have them. Why does everybody hate Notre Dame? Is it because they're elitist? Is that the feel?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's it's not the easiest school to get into. And what? It's not.
That's not a reason to hate a school.
Well, but
be better.
I got a list of 4 or 5 schools where it's hard to explain, but you come out of those schools and the people just think they're better than everybody else.
By the way, I didn't get into a great school, but my point is he's coming in later and I love him for it, but Grandy, the reason why the Oregon Ducks have such a massive and very passionate fan base, all you guys our age, you're paying out-of-state tuition. I mean, anybody and their mom from California could get into Oregon.
Be careful with that, Steiny. The Penn State phrase, we are, is so people, what?
Did a racial unity?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't grow up in the heyday of college sports.
That's the phrase in Penn State. We are. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I'd put, Duke is obviously on that list, probably. Duke, Notre Dame.
But Duke is
some would say Stanford. I find a lot of humble people, though, coming out of Stanford.
What?
Humble. I'm talking about, it's when you graduate from a certain college and you think you're better than everybody.
Yeah, that's Stanford to a T. Now, I know some very...
See, I know Dave Fleming. And Flem's he doesn't come off like that at all. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to touch that.
You shouldn't, because you don't want to say that Dave Fleming's a big, he big time you?
No, what I'll say is Stanford alums, and I think this is true for most big boy schools or elitist schools, Ivy League, whatever. The further they get away from college, the more easily acceptable it is to be in their company. Because the further you get away from college, no one cares anymore. But people my age that went to Stanford, I can't stand. Because they still feel like they're Stanford people and not whatever they've become with their careers. They're still not yet comfortable in their own skin. They haven't found it, whatever it is. And so what they cling to is the badge of supposed honor that is being a Cardinal. And that, to me, is something you just got to get rid of. The moment you leave college, let's be honest, no one cares.
Well, no, I think you should give a 5-year grace period.
Hey, isn't Stanford known as the Harvard of the West?
Well, by people in Stanford.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Oh, so...
By the way, Yale's a better school than Harvard.
Yale doesn't take a backseat to Harvard on the East Coast.
That's why people don't like Yale. But it's I couldn't get into those schools. So what? I'll figure it out.
Too bad.
Well, you went to Franklin and Marshall.
Yeah, that's right. What's your point?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it.
It's highly competitive.
So is
Barron's.
Willamette. At least it was when I went there.
I don't know. Their acceptance rate is awfully high.
Yeah, so is everywhere now. Have you seen tuition? That's why acceptance rate is through the roof. Dude, if you're charging $76,000 and I can pay that out of pocket, yeah, you can come take classes in my school.
415 on the Comcast Business text line saying it's easy to get into Oregon. Those are facts.
Everyone knows this. This is like the worst kept secret in the world. Every single Oregon fan that I've met, even in Oregon, is from California. It's because they will, like I said, if you can pay, you can play.
Let's go to Chucky D in Concord.
All right.
Hey, Chucky D, what's going on, man?
Hey, nothing much, Diamond. What's going on with you? Happy New Year to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know you're excited, and I'm listening to you about Butler and everything. And Butler is a nice player. It's a nice addition to the team and everything. But how does that fit into our size need? I mean, we're getting killed every time we meet some team with size. Butler is kind of like equal to size as everybody else we have on this team. But we don't have any size, and every time we're not going to go anywhere without our size. So, if I'm all for the Butler thing, but the need is size. And I don't see where Butler is going to help us there.
Evan?
Sorry. There's a couple things going on right now. Number one, quit eating during the show. You do it
finally.
You yell at Goo every single time that he comes back from break chewing. Are you kidding me? Did you just take a bite as I was asking you to not chew?
They need the best
And I turned my
version of Blue Chew.
On the air.
Walked in this morning. I said I was starving. And the wonderful Megan in sales said, I'll run down to Starbucks. Or had somebody run down to Starbucks. And I just inhaled. It's over.
Your white knight.
It's over. It's eaten. It's inhaled. Back to business. Let's go. What were you saying?
You would inhale food. I don't know now. I'm thinking about your jowls.
I needed it. No, Jimmy Butler's not going to help their center spot.
Oh, yeah.
That's clear. And he said, Steiny, you're excited about it. You sound excited. And you know what I think? I guess I do sound excited, but it's mostly because I just wanted to get back on the good side of Warrior fans. He's upset at me because I said we might want to think about trading Steph Curry. Oh, boy, I hurt some feelings.
You got to leave that in 2024.
I'm going to do it twice as much.
Yeah, no, well, as long as Goo does it to you back, because that
was pretty good.
I really do find that funny. The thing about the size is, all right, Sonny, and I'll ask people this too. Who had the most size on the floor last night?
Philly.
It didn't matter. Like Trace Jackson Davis was giving up 8 inches and 40 pounds, give or take. And Joel Embiid 28-14 is not an insignificant stat line, but they got blown out. Like, just because you have size, to me, it's more about, and actually I think that's another reason why Butler fits, is to me, it's more about size on the perimeter. It's about length. It's about wings. And yes, he's older, but going and getting a center, to me, just doesn't help you in the way that you'd think it would. Like, one of the reasons why Schroeder was perceived as a good pickup for the Warriors, and I think he showed it a little bit more last night, was just because he's 6'1". Like, he's small, but he's pesky. You know, he made a big play in the Suns game last weekend where he kind of dipped behind and poked the ball away from Kevin Durant. He can guard players bigger than him. I don't think the Warriors' issue is just not having a 7-footer. Because if that 7-footer doesn't have any skill, well, then they're food. And last night, the Sixers' 7-footer, Joel Embiid, was food.
I mean, he had numbers, but how much did he really impact that game last night? Didn't seem like a whole heck of a lot. By the way, where is
numbers are numbers, and
numbers are numbers. I have an updated take a little bit on on what we were talking about with Curry yesterday.
You do kind of update your takes. Like you'll come back to the rough drafts. You know, it's like you put a tweet in the draft and then you'll revise it. Is that because you were a former writer, or?
No, it's because I'll find something that will bolster a claim that I made a day or two before. In other words, when people say, oh, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about, then I'll find out that somebody else shares the same thought, and I'll want to share it, which I'm going to do in a second. But first, I want to go to George in Los Altos. George in Los Altos. What's up, George?
Hey, George.
Hey, guys. So, you know what I'm thinking? That if we're going to do anything with Miami, I would say, all right, come up with the package that includes Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. You get those two guys together, then I'm willing to give up a whole hell of a lot of the Warriors to get those two guys, because I think we need more than just Jimmy Butler. I honestly, if I have a choice between the two, I'd take Bam.
Well, go ahead.
No, that's it, brother. That's just a thought I wanted to throw out for conversation.
No, appreciate it. I think most people would take Bam. He's younger and he's a little bit more of a fit positionally.
But Bam Adebayo didn't request a trade yesterday.
That's true. That is true. Not that we know of.
Yeah.
Not that we know of. Free the people. Free the people's in Oakland. What's going on, Free the People?
Happy New Year to you guys. Thanks for taking my call. First things first, Steiny, you asked about how we thought about Embiid last night.
Yeah.
I saw flashes of Embiid. It looked like he played at about 70%, and he was dominating Trace. I saw a couple plays where he was just so much stronger and finished around the basket because Trace couldn't really do anything with him. He was pump faking Trace, getting jump shots off. I feel like Embiid could have went for 45-50 last night if he was not a shell of himself. And Embiid at 70%, wow, hell of a player at 70%. But on the Warriors, I think Celebrini is probably the best in the business, but the kind of injury history that Embiid has, it just seems to not make much sense. I am not out on Jimmy Butler. Switch it up. I'm not out on Jimmy Butler, but the package has to make sense. We're in a situation in a day and age where no team that trades a star gets equal value. I'm sure we've seen it over the years, where the team getting rid of the good player generally gets shafted unless they get great draft picks. I think that the Warriors need to attack Miami with a draft pick heavy trade. I'm willing to get rid of GP2. I don't really want to get rid of Schroeder, but if I had to get rid of Schroeder to get Butler and get Wiggins out of town, I would absolutely do that. I think Butler next to Kuminga and Draymond would be great. The last caller said something about Bam and Jimmy Butler. I might be in the minority on this with Warrior fans. Draymond is one of my favorite players, but if I could land Butler and Adebayo and get rid of Wiggins and Draymond, I would make that trade right now today in a New York minute because I think it improves our chances for winning over a longer period of time versus trying to just go after Jimmy Butler. I would be down to get Jimmy Butler on a rental, but for the right price, I would not re-sign Jimmy Butler to some huge, crazy contract because, let's be real, Jimmy Butler also has the injury history, 35 years old. There's no reason to give that guy $45 million in the next year or two so that he could stay with the Warriors until he's done. I don't want to trade Curry at all. I also don't want to ride into the sunset. I think we can see the early stages of Jonathan Kuminga becoming a star. It's very slow paced, but there are flashes of this dude doing things that a lot of players in the league can't do. I think that his mid-range improves next year, and I think that he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in that Kawhi free throw line extended area. And I also see his three ball getting better because I know he's going to shoot a ton of jumpers in the offseason just to make sure that he's working on that. That's my time and my call, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Happy New Year's again.
Good stuff, Free the People. Appreciate it, man. Couple things. How about this? I haven't heard this one about Kuminga.
Okay.
You ready for this? You're gonna like this one.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
And I bet it's something. It's a nugget you've never heard before. How about that?
Denver?
No, I'm going to say something about Kuminga. I'm going to tell you something I like about Kuminga, and I'll bet most people out there go, hey, that's true. You ready?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Here's what I like about Kuminga and his confidence. Even though he's been shaky at the line, it has not made him any less aggressive going to the basket. That tells me he believes in his free throw shooting, and he knows he's going to shoot the ball better from the line. And he will. He will. But a lot of players, you see when they're struggling at the line a little, what would have happened to a lot of players? Their three-point attempts start to go up. The mid-range, he's not done that. He's done a great job of staying aggressive and not being afraid of the foul line. If you're afraid of the foul line, you're not going to reach your potential as a player. Well, so good for Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm.
I do like that.
I'm serious.
No, I know. But because I was actually going to bring up the fact that, the last, I think Kerr said 5 games has been great. I would push back on great, but he's been consistent. I actually think the last 6 games he's been pretty consistent. What do you think he shot from the free throw line, like just his last 6 games?
Last 6?
Yeah. He's gotten to the line close to 10 times per game, I think.
He still missed a few here and there. I bet he's 72%.
How does he do that? He's shooting 72%.
I swear to God, I didn't know. 75 was still going to be a little too high.
But to me, right now, 72%, that's good. What he can't be is 60%. But if he's at or around a little bit above 70%, that you can work with. Because I don't think that he's played 6 great games. He's been a little bit up. He's been a little bit down. He's had some really nice performances. Obviously, the back-to-back games against the Clippers and the Suns will help him there. But over his last 6 games, he's averaging 24 points per game, 8 rebounds, which is notable.
Yes.
And 3 assists. But he's shooting 53%, 35 from 3, 72 from the line. If he can have those shooting numbers, the percentages, over a long period of time, I have no reason to believe that he can't help the Warriors win games. And again, this is a good stretch for him, but it's not as if he's played 6 great games. He had a stinker against Cleveland. I don't think he played particularly well against the Lakers, though we might get some pushback on that. So my point is, even though he's had now 6 games, let's say he's been good in 4 and been bad in 2 of them, the aggregate is where you want him to be. And that's another reason why, come trade deadline, I'm sorry, unless he takes an absolute dive in the next 4 weeks, which I don't believe is going to happen, I can't trade him, man. I can't do it.
Not for anything other than a surefire star who is not 35 years old or older.
Well, and the other part about his emergence too, which is another reason why I would be in on Jimmy Butler, is because in order to make the money work, and people are correct, there is something called the salary cap. You're going to have to move one of the 2 guys, Wiggins or Draymond. And I know the morning show is talking about Draymond. And actually, I am with Bonte. I wouldn't move Draymond in a Jimmy Butler trade. What I think is happening with Kuminga, and I mean this respectfully because I think Wiggins still helps the Warriors a lot on defense. He's getting on the floor more than I've ever seen before. I think he's evolving into the kind of player that can help you win, but he's not going to be what the Warriors need, which is a focal point offensively. He's more of a guy than he's been. The way that Kuminga's playing is making Wiggins more expendable in my mind. And that's not a knock. It's just if Kuminga can get you 24 to 26 points a night and not hurt you too badly on defense, I think it's a massive boost for the Warriors. And if they move Wiggins for someone like Butler and some other pieces and picks perhaps, I do think that makes you better.
I mean, listen, when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, there's another reason why I can't include him in a trade for an older guy, and that is it's been too recent. We did that with Jordan Poole. We traded a 23-year-old for a 36-year-old, and the 36-year-old is long gone, and so's the 23-year-old. You trade Jonathan Kuminga for a guy like Jimmy Butler, and in 2 years, Jimmy Butler, or 3 years, won't even be a Warrior, and Jonathan Kuminga will be in his prime.
But that's kind of why I would like Butler, is because I don't think he'll be a Warrior in 3 years.
Exactly.
That's the point.
And that's why I'm not necessarily I don't want to give up Kuminga and picks for Jimmy Butler. I'm not doing. But that's me. Two things here. One is something about Kuminga. What was it about Kuminga?
You like him.
510 Steiny, do you think if Kerr had played Kuminga more last season, do you think he'd be further ahead this season? Yeah, probably. I mean, I can't argue with that if Jonathan Kuminga had played more over the last 4 years, he might, you know what, he might be further ahead, but he might have developed more bad habits.
I mean, he started 46 games last year. I realize, he didn't play at the beginning of the season, and people will have that ingrained in their head, especially the Portland game where he's out of the rotation and saved them. That game gets brought up a lot. But, I mean, he played 74 games, 46 of them starts. A lot of it was due to Draymond being out. I don't know. Whenever a player comes into their own across any sport, I think it is interesting to have the conversation about, well, could this have happened sooner? And that's possible. But generally, I am of the school of thought that if a player becomes what they're supposed to be, and maybe Kuminga does or doesn't, but like if Kuminga somehow flourishes into a superstar, I actually think that the way that they've handled it is that would be proven to be the best way. If a player reaches their potential, I don't care at what stage of their career, it means that you took the right approach.
Right. No, I'm kind of with you there. And, you know, I've never been, I know that there've been a lot of fans who have, who've been really hard on Steve Kerr because, he doesn't know how to develop the kids. I mean, I give him every break in the book through 2022 because I firmly believe, and you can disagree with me, but you're playing for a championship, you ain't going to be playing the young guys very much. And that's where this franchise was in 2022. And it's easy to say now those guys should have gotten more playing time. And I'm talking about Kuminga and hell, even Wiseman. But the reality of the situation is if you would have played them more, you might not have gotten that 2022 championship. And then you got the 2022 championship, and then you had to go for another one. So even the following year, they weren't given a lot of runway.
I mean, you could also make the case with someone like Wiseman, and Kerr said that like they gave him too much too soon. Like he should not have started as many games as he did his rookie season. They probably feel like they should have brought him along slower. So, I mean, sometimes it helps a player, sometimes it does them disservice.
Right. This from the 408. Jimmy Butler makes $48 million a year. How do you expect to make those salaries work? You'd have to move Wiggins and Draymond. Otherwise, you'd have to trade 4 guys for Jimmy to make the money work. No, you actually wouldn't. You'd have to trade 3. You could trade Wiggins. You could trade Peyton. You could trade who's making 13. Who's the guy making 13? Is it Hield or is it Anderson?
Schroeder.
The other thing is, I get it, guys. We all can listen to Joe Lacob when he says trades are hard. But somebody answer me, if it's so impossible to get Jimmy Butler in here because of the money, why are the Warriors the favorites to land Jimmy Butler, according to Vegas?
And why do they continue, not just the league, but it feels like, I don't know.
Right.
When there's smoke, there's fire. And I just feel like there's been too many insiders or sideline reports or rumors connecting Jimmy Butler to the Warriors. And I don't think it's just because Jimmy wants to get out of Miami. I do think that there's mutual interest, and there's been reported mutual interest going back as far as the summer between the two sides.
I mean, there's no doubt.
Like, if you ask Curry right now,
right,
would Jimmy Butler make you better? What do you think his answer would be? Because that's also what this is about. Everything has been geared towards what does Curry need to compete, possibly not for a championship, but at the highest level possible, whatever that is. How are you going to get Curry the best team this year? And I would go as far as to say next year too, because after that, he's going to be 38. To me, it's even right now, it might be unrealistic, but let's say this season, the best chance to get him the best team this season. Do you think he says yes to Jimmy Butler?
Yes, I do. I think he would say yes to Jimmy Butler. But here's the other thing I'm thinking, more of a big picture, and this is kind of what I'm hearing from the Warrior fans. And I've kind of said it for the last 3 or 4 months. There's just something about this organization saying we are all in to maximize Steph Curry's window. All right. And I feel like when I say I'm not crazy about that, I get a lot of pushback from Warrior fans who are saying, dude, this guy built the franchise. He deserves it. Okay. All right. So if the philosophy, here's what I don't understand. If the philosophy is, yes, let's go all in for Steph Curry. Let's maximize his window. It's all about the next 2 years. Well, then how can you be against acquiring Jimmy Butler? In other words, if you're for anything and everything for Curry's window, how can you not want Jimmy Butler regardless of who the trade includes? If it's all about Steph Curry, then you got to be looking at Jimmy Butler. So I might be hearing a lot of Warrior fans pushing back on agreeing with we should do everything and anything for Steph Curry. I'd love some fans to try to help me with that explanation. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also have been meaning to bring up something I read in Marcus Thompson's Athletic piece as it relates to Steph Curry. And when Steph Curry was talking the other night about this team being average or this team being mid, the writer that knows Steph Curry the most, Marcus Thompson, he looked at it very differently than I did or a lot of fans did. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. And then Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz with you, Darryl Guru Johnson. He'll be back Monday. It's Payday Friday. We're excited. Yeah. I'm looking at the Defensive Player of the Year odds.
Nick Bosa?
For the NBA, Draymond Green has gone from 10-1 to 33-1.
First of all,
just saying.
It's a one-man race. You see who the favorite is and what the odds are?
It's Wembanyama.
What?
But I didn't see what the odds were.
Minus 20,000. Is there anybody in the league that actually could win Defensive Player of the Year not named Victor Wembanyama?
Go Bear. I mean, it's not likely, of course.
Well, yes. I mean, someone could.
Yeah.
You know.
Willard, I mean, if he's winning if you're telling
Willard could show up to work today, but he's not going to.
I mean, if you're telling me Wembanyama's 22 and he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year award, it sounds to me like he's going to win about 13 of them.
Yeah, he is. Well, but what it's going to be is the same conversation that people had with LeBron during his prime, which is, well, he's the best player in the league, but is he the most valuable player in the league? It's the same thing with, I guess, Jokic now. It's like, well, everyone knows he's the best player on the planet, but he's got to do better than what he did last year to get the MVP, because that's the only reason we can justify giving him that award. But yeah, Wemby's going to win DPOY as long as he stays healthy.
I would think so. The one thing so yesterday, we talked a little bit about where Steph Curry fits into this whole equation and whether or not that if you don't think you can get somebody in here to help Steph Curry, I said, sure, it might be time to start entertaining whether you can move Steph Curry if you want to change direction. But the most important thing as it relates to with Steph Curry that I tried to emphasize is it's what Steph Curry wants.
Yeah.
It's up to Steph Curry. And I'm reading Marcus Thompson in The Athletic, and of course he wrote the book he literally wrote the book on Steph Curry.
It's called Golden?
Yeah, something like that. And the other night when Steph Curry said, we're just average, and the question was asked about what's addressable, and there was about 5 seconds of silence, and then he said, we're mid, and we're just average. We kind of glossed over that a little bit, other than to say, boy, he seems a little frustrated. Well, Marcus Thompson, who knows Curry better than any of us, he wrote that he saw more than just kind of what met the eye there.
Well, this part wasn't actually written because I found the quote.
Oh, okay. What was it? It was on a podcast, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was on.
Okay. Yeah, it was on. It was on the air.
It was audio.
That's right. It was audio. So anyway, so Marcus Thompson says that when he heard what Curry said, he said, "Oh, that was a loud plea for Mike Dunleavy." So that takes me back to the offseason when Steph Curry said, things change quickly in this league, and as long as we're competing, I'm fine here, but that can change quickly, and if it changes quickly, we'll maybe see, what happens after that. And that was a big deal. Remember how worried Guru got about that? Guru was worried about the chef.
About what? Oh, well,
just the chefs.
I mean,
the chef's worried. The chef wants that. And what I'm getting at is Marcus Thompson is suggesting that Steph Curry doing that a couple nights ago was his way of continuing to put pressure on the organization that, hey, I haven't forgotten about you promising that we're going to try to upgrade this team and that I don't have a lot of time left. And it sounded to me like Marcus thought that was more of a little not shot at the organization, but just, hey, don't forget I'm here. Don't forget I'm here, and I don't like being on an average team. As just kind of a way to keep the pressure on the Warriors. And I don't disagree with that. I mean this might be something that Steph Curry's got to kind of stay on top of.
Well, it was also a game after he went 4 for 14 and
True.
Couldn't make a shot. But I see your point. It's like, he knows that he didn't play well in that game. No one played well against the Cavs outside of, I guess, Moses Moody. But Curry's looking around at the roster, and this was also the kind of the end of the year, culmination of a brutal month of December. And yeah, I can't dismiss that Curry might have been looking around saying, is this going to change? Or what is going to change? He also mentioned, we can always shoot better, and we started 12-3, and those are things you have to say and rely on. But I think it was a sobering month because, number one, they didn't play very well. Offensively, they were putrid. And Curry had some part of that, but also because of the opponents they played. You played a lot of really good teams. They only played one opponent in the month of December that was below 500, and that was the Pacers, and they lost. So my point is, Curry's probably looking around the rest of the West or whoever's they're playing against, and it's like, well, we're going to have to beat some of these teams if I want to go where I want to go, and we can't do it. With this team,
right? I
can't help these guys or elevate these players to the point where we can beat good teams. And one thing about January that I think is a warm welcome for the Warriors is the fact that they don't play a lot of good teams. In fact, I think they play 8 teams below 500. But it's like, if Curry's thinking about the deadline, he's thinking about the future, he might be looking at himself and saying, like, gosh, we can go on a run and we can do some things, but if we end up getting to the postseason or the play-in, we're going to run into the same issues we're running into now. And he felt that way last year. Might have felt that way after the Lakers lost in the second round. So it's a familiar feeling for him that I think that's why Marcus is onto something. It's like he's saying it without saying it. Like, Mike, you got to do something.
Right. And I kind of agree with that too. The question is, well, what if Mike can't do anything? What if we had a lot of people today on the Comcast business text line saying, you guys, you have any idea how hard, if not close to impossible, this trade will be to pull off? Well, if that's the case, then it won't happen, and we'll continue down this road. But I think what I'm hearing more and more from Steph Curry is, or let me ask you this. Let me ask Warrior fans this. Forget what I'm hearing. Doesn't matter. Are you starting to hear from Steph Curry, hey, this can't go on very much longer? Like, I'm not in this for the long haul. This was Steph on last night, after last night's game. He goes 8 for 8 from three-point range. How come he didn't go 9 for 9? We're trying to go 8 for 9, 9 for 9. Why not another 3?
First off, thanks for making up a stat that I could be the first at. That's pretty cool. I didn't really think nothing of it. Sometimes when you have like a little injury or something that's random, it kind of forces you to focus a little bit and just be free, just happy I got to play because I was kind of unsure going into the day. But I didn't get many attempts. I got up in the first half, but all 4 of them were really good in rhythm shots. And then from there, you kind of just flowing off of the joy of, things going our way and having a day where, Dennis hit 3 in the first half. JK came in, hit some big shots. Moses, like everybody was kind of just feeling the rhythm of the night. And those last 3, the glass one was just, that is your night, and you just got to laugh and have some fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, see, he knew. When you bank in the last one, that's when you cash your chips in. I bet you Steph does very well in Vegas. Very well. Like, he sits at the table, he's winning money, and the next thing you know, he gets dealt a 3 showing. He's sitting with 13. He's got nothing to do but hold. The dealer goes over, and he says, night, night. Now I'm out of here. Because I just got a win I shouldn't have. I bet he's great at it. I bet his timing's impeccable in Las Vegas.
I mean, name
Curry.
something he doesn't do well, first and foremost. I mean, the guy is a scratch golfer, apparently a good ping pong player. Like, he can do anything he wants.
There's got to be something he's not good at. Apparently he's good at bowling, too.
He's not good at calling out the front office. The thing is...
Not good, yeah, exactly.
What hit me actually was the first part of that quote, which was, thanks for making up a stat for me. You know what it sounded like?
What was the stat?
That he's, I don't know, like the oldest guy to go 8 for 8 or, so. But he knows. He knows. And what it felt like he wanted to say was like, mother bleepers, do you know who I am? Do you know what I've done in this league? Going 8 for 8 at age 35 is not something that I'm going to hang on my wall. Like, I'm never going to remember this game. You do realize that. I've played 16 years in the NBA, and it reminds me, because I had one of these moments, old guys and old athletes specifically hate when you try and give them credit for something that they used to be able to do all the time. Like, I had this moment when you were actually out. By the way, Steiny does take days off. But I was in with Goo, and we were interviewing Cedric Cornbread Maxwell.
Okay.
And I was, trying to introduce him, and I said something like, you played with Larry Bird and Kevin McHale. And he cut me off immediately and goes, young man, don't you know, Larry Bird and Kevin McHale played with me.
Yes, sir.
I got there before they got there. I was and he was totally right. He was absolutely right. But it's like when you set those questions up as if you're trying to give them some sort of credit that they're like, dude,
right?
Don't you know? Like, don't you get it? That's what I heard from Curry. They're like, yeah, 8 for 8's great, but we won the game because I've hit 8 3-pointers before. I've hit 13 3-pointers in a game. 8 doesn't mean anything to me.
559. Here's one thing Steph's not good at: the one-handed, over-the-head, cross-court pass.
Oh, that's not true. He threw one last night into the corner off a behind-the-back dribble where he just went whoop, whoop, and then he threw it cross-court into the corner. I forget who hit the three, but it was an awesome pass. So he can do that, just not all the time.
No, it
was a ridiculous pass, though.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt he's a nice player. He's a nice player, Steph Curry.
Well,
got to keep him happy.
You saw him when he wasn't a point guard.
He's still not a point guard. What
he signed your jersey.
Right, and he said, not a point guard. He acknowledged it.
That was a joke.
By the way, if he's such a point guard, why'd they go get Schroeder?
Well, Schroeder's a shooting guard. I don't know if anybody's come to that realization yet.
By the way, Schroeder. Schroedy. How you, Justin?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the last couple of years, what they've been doing has been working, and it's great. And for me, I played with a lot of people in my career, and I always can adjust. And whatever they ask me, to do, I'm always ready for it. But it's gonna take a little bit of time.
You gotta love him. I like Schroeder.
Yeah, I like him when he's hitting threes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. More Dennis Schroeder.
The last 10 days, 12 days been tough, but luckily we won the game today. Played very well, shared the ball, played with force, and we stayed aggressive. And the most important, we had fun. And we just got to get back to that. And, of course, I have to adjust to the team. And, it's getting there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. He hasn't played very well since he got here, but I like him.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's gonna play better for him.
Why do you like him?
Well, first of all, I like those two quotes. Listen, I can smell humility. And I like humility, and I think he has it. And I love his feistiness.
You've never been in the same room with him.
No, but I can smell it. Like if I walk outside and there's a fire 3 miles away, I can smell smoke, so I know there's a fire. When I hear Dennis Schroeder, I can say, I smell humility there, even though it's from down the street. But I like his feistiness. I like his competitiveness. He's not a great defensive player, but he tries. His competitiveness is what I like most about him.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. You can tell he's a pro.
Exactly.
I think I like his professionalism. And one thing that I've learned more listening to him is an appreciation for what some of the European guys have to go through, because he's been seemingly on a different team or multiple teams sometimes every single year since he was like 16. Like for 15 straight years, he has played in a different locale for different financials, different systems, and he's always been himself. And though he hasn't shot the ball very well whatsoever and is now maybe starting to help the Warriors a bit, you can tell he doesn't lose confidence. The one thing that I do feel like is, there was year 12 for him. I do think he was really comfortable in Brooklyn, and this is some of the off-the-court stuff that I also feel for athletes for. It sounds like his family, who's still in Brooklyn, also really likes the area. And I do think that him getting traded from the Nets, where he was helping them win, where he was the guy, kind of.
Right.
Like, that's what every athlete's looking for. And it seems to me like he thought he had that in Brooklyn, and then he got traded. And that might also be a reason why he hasn't played very well to start, is he's like, gosh, like I finally found somewhere that I can maybe start to call home. The wife and kids like it. And I just get uprooted.
I mean, he gets uprooted. There's no doubt about it. Speaking of Schroeder, this is Draymond Green on Dennis Schroeder finding his rhythm with the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green.
He brings a different mentality, different aggressiveness, and yet what we've needed. I think the last piece is his offense. We need that also, and he's starting to get more aggressive, which we like. It takes some time to come in middle of the season and try to find your way, especially on a team that's struggling. And I think he's starting to do that. He's starting to figure out where to find his shots. Like I said, he's being more aggressive, but also what he brings to us on the defensive end is huge. With the way he gets into the ball for the opposing team, best ball handler, it changes a lot of things for us. So he's starting to come along, and it's great because we need him to be really good for us to be good.
That's Draymond Green talking about Dennis Schroeder, he's had his imprint on 2 of the last 3 games, 2 of them wins, obviously. And, the Warriors got him to take some pressure off Curry scoring the ball. And you look at a game like last night, I don't know, what do you have, 15, something like that? But scoring wasn't an issue last night. I was talking yesterday, like, I get that everybody played well for the Warriors, but to me, that's kind of the game I was talking about yesterday when I was talking about Steph and Draymond and the fact that I don't think they've had good years. And I feel like they through 30 games maybe regressed a little bit more than we anticipated they would at the beginning of the year. But that game yesterday, to me, is the game where Steph was absolutely terrific. Draymond was really, really good. And that it felt to me like everybody fed off them. And when I look at it as those 2 guys set the tone and the team followed, as opposed to, the other guys having to pick up too much of the slack if Steph's not got it going or Draymond doesn't have it going. You know what? Can I throw? I went down a rabbit hole yesterday with a player in the NBA.
Only yesterday?
Cam Johnson. Yeah, I just went and started really looking at some of his stuff.
Yeah, what about him?
He's all right.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He's all right. Yeah, he's okay. He's good. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure why he would be a dynamic acquisition for the Warriors. It feels like there are a lot of fans that think he could be like a missing. I'll bet you this. All things being equal, as a player, I think a lot of people would rather have Cam Johnson than Butler in a weird way.
I think they
probably
would
because
too.
He's younger, but what do you think?
Well, he's cheaper, he's younger. I think Cameron Johnson is also the player that, like, everyone in the NBA covets, right? He's 6'8", he's long, pretty good defender. He's the trade piece that everybody covets right now, but if I asked you, like, all right, how many 30-point games do you think he's had this year?
Cam Johnson?
Yeah.
None.
He actually just had 3.
Okay.
His season high was 37. They lost by 15. But, like, he's had as many 30-point games as Kuminga this year. And he's a 1 on his team now. He's had far more opportunity to play and be a game changer for the Nets. And their team isn't as good. But I would argue when Schroeder was there, I mean, well, hell, they came in and beat the Warriors. Like, there wasn't a massive gap. But the thing about Johnson is, and I think we fall in love with the archetype, like the type of player. Okay, he's a wing. He's switchable.
Right.
But then when you watch him play, it doesn't always add up. You know, I like Markkanen. Oh, he'd be a perfect fit. Then you watch him play with the Jazz, and you're like, he's a good player, but is he really going to be the difference maker? You know, someone brought up on the text line, I think it was a good point, that Jimmy Butler doesn't extend the window for Curry, right?
Right.
Let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. The window is shut until someone that the Warriors can trade for comes in and opens it for Curry to step through.
Oh.
That's how I look at it. Because right now, they're not winning a title. And if that's what you think the window is, then the window is shut. I don't think Cameron Johnson has the ability to open the window for Curry. I don't think Markkanen can. I don't think Paul George can. Jimmy Butler, in all probability, can. But I think he's the best option for them to try and open that window. Unless there's some unforeseen player and superstar out there that I'm just not aware of. But right now, to me, that's what they're trying to accomplish when they say maximize his window. It's closed, and they need someone to come in and open it for him.
Cam Johnson did get hurt last night. X-rays negative. Turned his ankle late in Thursday's win against the Bucks. Isn't expected to be serious, but he could be sidelined. He was on crutches. Maybe he could be sidelined. Trading deadline's in about 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Sprained ankle isn't something that usually prevents you from getting moved, especially if you're 28 years old and pretty healthy.
There's also, I guess we got to hit a break in a couple minutes here, so I'll save it for the other side. But there's something else about the game and last night that you had me thinking about in regards to the big picture of the season and how we look at the Warriors.
And there's another part of the game last night. I want to get into a couple things that that Reggie Miller said, which I thought were pretty interesting. Let's go to Word. Word's in Oakland. What's going on, Word? How you doing, man?
What's up?
Hey, just found my car in the parking lot, and that's always the situation. I couldn't find my car.
Attaboy.
Yesterday, you had a lot of callers talking about they'd be rather than trading Steph, they would much rather just ride it out with him and just enjoy having, they didn't want to see their guy in another jersey. Dibs was talking about, even if they're not winning, he's still a cash cow. And all day long, I didn't call, but I was waiting for you to play the clip that you referenced today when Steph was talking about all is well as long as the team's not a bottom feeder. So that kind of kills everything everybody's saying about just ride it out, Steph, and we'll just keep making money and don't leave us. Just, no matter what, don't go out like, you know what I mean? Like he's saying, nah, I'm not willing to ride it out. We better not be bottom feeders. I'm not just going to be running out here shooting threes for y'all.
Yeah.
Just to entertain everybody and fill the building if we're not winning. I'm surprised you didn't play the actual clip when he said the line about being a bottom feeder.
God, Word.
Yeah,
my
Leonis
bad.
He's
you know
producing.
what? I got a
producing.
I'll tell you what, though, Word. I got him today. The point still holds today. That's right. Where do you guys get off thinking this is going to be good enough for Curry? Oh, yeah, we'll just ride it till the wheels fall off. And Curry ain't playing that. He ain't here for your enjoyment. He's not a sideshow at the Barnum and Bailey Circus. This is Steph Curry. You don't just get to keep him just because you don't want to lose him. You better work for it. You got to earn it. Word, you're the man. I usually can put two and two together.
That does remind me real quick of, you remember Kobe Bryant before he tore his Achilles?
All right.
He did a sit-down interview. I think he might have been when he was 34. He was averaging like 27 a game, was still really good at an advanced stage. And he said, you think I'm going to stick around if I don't average 25? Like, you think I'm going to stick around if I'm not at the top of my game, if I can't help us win? Kobe averaged 17 his last season. All I'm saying is players say that. They don't always mean it. Okay? So you can take whoever's word you like.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
I like Word's word.
Well, that was a sledgehammer. Thanks, Leon.
All right, 888-957-9570. Evan and I both have one or two more things to get into regarding the game last night. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
the game again then, Steiny.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Evan, Payday Friday.
See, that's what we got to bring back.
We're having fun.
In 2025. Well, I was telling you before the show, like, I want to bring things back, right?
All right.
Toots. I don't know if that's one we can bring back, but...
It's been brought.
Well, with all respect, it's from your generation. So it's not mine, but I want to bring it back. That's, it's kind of like appropriation, but acceptable.
When someone says to me in a condescending manner, watch the game again, Steiny, then when I reply in a condescending manner, that's known as Even Steven.
That's a TV show.
It is?
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf. But like what I want to do is say, you know what? That Jimmy Butler guy, I really like the cut of his jib.
That's an old one.
So I'm going to bring that back. And I have a few on my list.
Hey, did you hear Reggie Miller last night? He was on the telecast.
No, I was calling St. Mary's Pepperdine. I was a little busy. I watched the game this morning, but yeah, you knew that.
I did know that. Pepperdine nosed out.
I was off on my prediction. St. Mary's has been struggling to put away teams lately. I think they were 17.5-point favorites.
Now, you got to explain something to me.
What's up?
Because you gave me some bad info, apparently.
I also gave it to Justin. That's who really got hurt by it.
Because you said to me, probably 1 week after saying, oh, Stein, hey, bet you don't even realize Randy Bennett doesn't even do media. You came in this morning and you say, Randy Bennett did media last night.
Yeah.
Did you hear him?
No.
So you have no idea what he said? Why would he do it?
Went to the presser.
Why would he do it last night?
They won by 30.
Oh, come on, Randy.
No. There was actual media in the building last night. Generally, they start to come around more when conference play starts. Like they started against Pacific. Didn't put Pacific away like they should have on Saturday. But then last night, dude, Pepperdine stinks. That's all I know.
They can't be as bad as Tulane.
You guys?
Tulane's basketball program is not very good.
Why? What? Summerall?
That's football. I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Yeah, you were going to say something about the game last night.
Oh, boy.
Well, I was going to tell you what did you hear?
Oh, no, I didn't hear what he said.
Reggie Miller said there was a play where Joel Embiid, Curry came off a screen, Joel Embiid was nowhere to be seen, Curry rails a three, and Reggie Miller said, this is the problem with Embiid. And he used the word dogging it. He said, when you're the leader of a team and your teammates know that you're not going all out, it's just pervasive, and that's just a recipe for disaster. And I actually thought he was being incredibly harsh because Embiid isn't in great shape right now. That's obvious. But are there, what'd you think about Embiid last night?
I mean, he looked slow, but I mean, he's not a speedy player, but he looked slower than normal. I thought so. Whenever I watch a big man, especially one as large as Embiid, to me, the question is, how often do they play between the restricted areas? I felt like last night Embiid played a lot between the 3-point line. So whether it was on defense, because he was coming out and being drawn out by the Warriors, who just kind of put him in a lot of pick and rolls. Or on the other end, I thought he settled for a lot of jump shots. And when he's cruising, like when he's clearly in shape and when he's in rhythm, I mean, sometimes he can just shoot threes and get away with it because he's that good. But I don't think he's there yet. And so to me, it was just, I think I did think last night, I don't know about dogging it, but I thought he played a lazy game last night.
Yeah, I do. I do too. I mean, let me look at some of his numbers because how many threes is he shooting this year? Here's the thing.
He's also played 12 of their 31 games. So he's...
yeah, I know.
What are you going to say? Yeah, I sound condescending?
No, I was going to... No, 503 said, God, Steiny, you were saying it was over yesterday. You're such a hypocrite. When was I saying it's not over? What do you say? Like, please explain, 503. I mean, it is over. If you're talking about titles with this particular group...
I do like that one.
I'm not sure what he means there, but that's all right.
This is a good point for the 925. No one's bringing up the most important part, which is they're playing on the back end of a back-to-back.
Right.
That's true. Joel Embiid wasn't.
Right.
Because Joel Embiid didn't play on Thursday. So if there was anybody that should have had more juice and energy, he wasn't. Like Maxey played 38 minutes in Sacramento. Paul George, I think, played 33 or 34 before he fouled out. That makes sense.
Right.
Joel Embiid should have been fresh last night, and he wasn't.
Well, listen, I mean, just to give people a little look-see behind the curtain. Yeah, I mean, I thought the Sixers were absolutely awful last night. I thought
you were kind of sniffing around them before the game.
Well,
but that I think it was more based on how the Warriors been playing.
But here's the thing: if the Warriors are now 17 and 16, all right, they're one game over 500, and they came into that game at having won 4 of their last 17 games. So now Philly comes in, and they play one of those games where it's obvious now when you look back on it, they weren't going to beat anybody last night, Philly. Well, you know what? If the Golden State Warriors are 22 and 10, all right, and they play that game last night, and they beat the Philadelphia 76ers, that's the night when you're like, relax, Warrior fans. I mean, the Sixers weren't going to win that game. Paul George and Maxey were terrible. Embiid's out of shape. And so I wouldn't put too much into that game last night. But the Warriors are 16 and 16. And beggars can't be choosers. And that's why I look at that game, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on how lousy the Sixers were. This is one to celebrate the Warriors, 60% from the field, 56% from three-point range, and they absolutely, positively blow out the Sixers. Now they got 3 games coming up in 4 nights against Memphis, against the Kings, and against the Miami Heat. How are we going to do against those teams? That's now the most important thing to the Warriors season.
Well, and I think that's also why... All right, well, why you been killing them? It's like, well, because last night was a gettable game. Like, to me, losing to the Cavaliers isn't... That's not a damnation. Like, a lot of teams lose to the Cavs. Even the Clippers last Friday, Curry and Draymond out. Clippers have had your number. But when we were talking about how the season was going in the wrong direction, when you lose to the Pacers, that's a gettable game. The Lakers, I think, are playing better than the Warriors are, but remember, Anthony Davis was hurt for most of that game. That then becomes a gettable game, even if Curry isn't going for 38. So that game last night is one that you almost have to get when you're struggling as badly as the Warriors are. And so that does deserve credit. And, you know, like I heard someone today, I forget who it was, it might have been Spadoni. Someone on the radio was just talking like, well, you know, they're 2-1 in the last 3. So, you know, win against the Grizzlies or split the back-to-back against Memphis and Sacramento. And then your schedule kind of softens a little bit. Miami's not playing great. Detroit, Indiana, Toronto. Like, then that's a road trip, so it's harder. But those are all gettable games. Again, they played one team below 500 in the month of December. And when the Pacers beat them, they got to 500. This month, they got 8 teams that are under 500.
I think the Pacers are... I kind of like them a little bit.
Well,
like,
I think that's a tough... the conference finals.
I think that's a tough game for the Warriors.
Why, though?
Because I feel like they're definitely playing better, the Pacers. And I think they match up great with the Warriors. I don't even know specifically... Like, do you know the Warriors haven't beaten them
at home
in like 6 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like Indiana.
Well, I think stylistically they match up well with the Warriors because they have no interest in playing defense, but they can score. And this Warriors team really has struggled to score the basketball. I mean, not only was that a massive game, in terms of a blowout, but the Warriors hadn't scored 130 since December 15th against the Mavs, which they lost 143 to 133. And they've only scored 130 or more one other time this season, and that was the first game of the year against Portland. So, the Warriors had an awesome shooting night, but those have been very few and far between. I'm not saying they're going to score 130 every single game, but my point is, even cracking 100 was difficult for them in December.
Yeah, I mean, I think this team, let me ask you this. If I say to you, do they have a bigger issue in offense or defense?
The Warriors?
Yeah.
I would say offensively.
I would too. I see more of a potential for them to be a good defensive team than a good offensive team.
100%. Yeah, and I think when they are bad offensively, it really hurts what they're capable of doing defensively because other teams are either running or they're able to play faster because they don't have to take the ball out. I think that the Warriors kind of get stuck sometimes in these empty possessions, and it's like other teams will just continuously run on them because they know that they can, they don't have to worry about the Warriors making 3 shots in a row. So as long as you're playing with pace, and that's until the end of the game, but even clutch time situations were an issue, and still might be, I don't know. But to me, it's like the Warriors offensively, it's more connected to their defense than a lot of other teams that I've seen this year.
Right. Was there one other thing you wanted to say about the game?
Oh, last night is a game. It does make the Warriors really difficult to judge. And we talked about this yesterday, even when people thought we were bashing the team, and we might have been. But they're a team full of streaky players. And what that means is when you're judging them on paper, their percentages are going to drastically fluctuate. Like, for example, let's just take Steph. Steph went 8 for 8 last night from 3, right? Okay, so before last night, you might look at his three-point shooting and say, he's slipping pretty close to 40. He's, it's not going in a great direction. He dipped below 21 points per game. Well, now, if you hadn't watched the last game and you're just kind of paying attention week to week, you might say, Steph's back to shooting 45%, 42 from 3, over 22 points per game. He's having a solid year. And it's like, yeah, but that one game drastically swings his percentages because in December he shot like 30% from 3, and this game will put that closer to 34 or 35. And I'm using Curry as an example because, he was the guy last night, but that happens with a lot of other Warriors players and a lot of metrics that are connected to the team. Like, for example, plus minus. A lot of players that played a lot of minutes at the beginning of the season, in the first 15 when the Warriors were playing. And I'm not talking about Curry. I'm not talking about Draymond or Wiggins, the guys that were really impacting winning, but like the Lindy Waters, maybe the Gary Payton IIs, guys that would get short bursts, and they would impact the game positively. But their metrics are drastically different than what I believe their true impact on the games have been because they were playing when the team was rolling and when they had a night like last night when everybody was hitting shots.
Right. And I thought, I want to say, like Clay had a lot of those games not a lot, but he had, you're shooting 38%. I get it. And you go 11 for 14 from 3. You're going to be, but like, it's only one game. You know what I mean? It's only one game. And now, this is kind of what I mean, and I get it, they won by 30, but let's say Curry on Saturday, goes 2 for 10. And so he's 10 for 20 over 2 games. It's like, you're like, God, he just would have been 5 for 10 both games. So, there's a consistency there that, how do I want to put it? I think it's more beneficial to a team when guys are more consistent to get to a certain percentage as opposed to, a great game that can mitigate maybe 2 poor shooting nights.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, let's say Curry plays both games of the back-to-back this weekend. He goes 2 for 8 from 3 in both games.
Right.
Over this 3-game stretch, he will have shot 50% from 3. But if he goes 2 for 8, I don't feel good that the Warriors are going to win that game. I mean, yeah, you can't pick and choose, obviously, but I think the streakiness of particularly the shooting on this team, and Curry's just the symbol of it, but I mean, it obviously applies to Buddy Hield. I mean, Dennis Schroeder, his percentages will jump through the roof now, but that doesn't mean he's been good for his first 8 games. Lenny Waters played well last night. Quietly, he's down like 34%. Moses Moody has been shooting it well recently. And that also works in the opposite direction too. Like, and I was a victim of this, but I was like, oh, Pods is shooting like 40% over 8 games before he got hurt. That didn't mean he's playing well. Like, he just been shooting better than 0.
From the 707, are we really talking about how averages work? Yeah, we are. We are.
But it also means that
that's important.
When you're looking at this team, I understand where people will say that's like this team has potential. It can go somewhere. Whereas someone would also look at it and say, well, I mean, guys, read between the lines.
Exactly. I mean, if a guy's shooting 44% from the floor or from 3-point range, ideally he'd go 4 for 9, 4 for 9, and 4 for 9. He wouldn't go 4 for 9, 0 for 9, and 7 for 9. That's the way I look at it. I'd rather be consistent over that same thing as opposed to having a bunch of games, because it means you're a more inconsistent team if those are the way the numbers are coming about. 888-957-9570 is the number. I wanted to get into this, and maybe I'll bring it up now. And if it sticks, we can take it to the other side. But Charles Barkley's always amusing, and you didn't hear this.
Sorry, I thought we have like 8 minutes here. My bad.
Yeah. That's why I was gonna. So, JJ, I want to ask Warrior fans and basketball fans kind of what side of the argument you're on with this one. So this is JJ Redick from this was pretty recently, right? It says 1-3, but it was before. It was maybe a week or so ago.
On his podcast?
Yeah, this is JJ Redick on him getting sick of everybody ripping the NBA.
I don't think we as, and by we, I was part of it, we as the sort of national partners have done a good job of storytelling, of celebrating the game. If I'm a casual fan and you tell me every time I turn on the television that the product sucks, well, I'm not going to watch the product. And that's really what has happened over the last 10 to 15 years. I don't know why. It's not funny to me. Nothing is entertaining to me. This game should be celebrated. I've watched the league evolve. I'm in this league right now. I can tell you without fact, or with fact, that the league is more talented, and not just raw talent. The league is more talented and skilled than it was 18 years ago when I was drafted. That's a fact. There are more players that are excellent. There are more teams that are excellent.
First of all, whether it's not a fact. That's not what a fact is. I mean, listen, are the guys more athletic? That doesn't necessarily mean talented. I could make a case that players nowadays are more one-dimensional than most of the league was in the past. That's not what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is Charles Barkley last night.
Well, but before we go to Chuck, I just to try and see Redick's side of things, because I largely don't agree, but it does sound like the guy who said Bob Cousy was playing against firefighters.
Yes.
I think his argument is that like the 15th man on an NBA roster is more skilled or talented than the 15th man when he came into the league. Because top heavy wise, there's great players 15 years ago. Might be players that are better than they are now. I mean, maybe that's the reason why we're searching for the next phase of the NBA, because there's not as much talent. So I think that Redick is trying to argue that the overall level of talent is higher, but maybe not the ones that you and I actually care about or pay attention to.
Well, I mean, the way I would answer it is Jonathan Kuminga more talented than a lot of players from 20 years ago? Yeah. So what? Is he a better player? Then that might be a different answer. Let's but let's stick to the crux of it, which is JJ Redick is basically saying what's killing the NBA right now are the national partners, i.e. TNT and the announcers and the media, denigrating the game of basketball. Now, Barkley didn't like it. Here's Charles Barkley last night.
Was he just talking about folks on
what
TV?
Did he say? He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, JJ. Yeah, us. Like, we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvingham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. If we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
He came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77, 71.
Put the makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pigs.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man, okay.
I mean, forget.
First of all, shout out Ernie. Just trying to bring some sort of balance to whatever Chuck was about to light up in that room. All right, man, back to the halftime score, whatever game we're talking about.
I mean, where do you come down on that? Essentially, you think the NBA stinks? Or do you think that too many people are saying the NBA stinks? 888-957-957.
Based on the fact that I listen to two guys tell me every day how much better things were 30 years ago than they are now, I do have a soft spot for JJ, which is, I mean, okay, I get it, things aren't good, but Jesus, like how many times, again, when you and Guru walk in every single day and say, I cannot believe where we're at in 2025, and things are terrible. And the world is this, and the world is that. And yes, you might be right. In fact, most times than not, I think you guys are right because I know you're smart dudes. That said, I don't want to be beaten over the head with it every single time I walk into work. So from that standpoint, Redick's on to something. However, if the product is bad, which factually it is because they've lost half their viewership in 10 years, what am I supposed to say about it? Am I supposed to talk about how great it is? One of the reasons why, and God love all these studio shows on ESPN and other channels, but quit trying to sell me something that I know you don't believe. Like, if JJ Redick legitimately believes that the league is in a better place than it was 10 years ago, well, maybe he's smoking something. I don't know. But it's like, I get why Charles continuously talks the way he does because it's kind of true.
I mean, the thing that sticks out to me is, JJ Redick, who's, first of all, he's not even my age. I mean, he's younger than me. He's speaking for generations that he's not even, didn't even grow up in.
I know
he said the facts are that they're more skilled. Players are more skilled. Okay, can somebody tell me is passing a skill? Okay, are you telling me there are better passers in the NBA now than there were 20 years ago? Passers. I would say no. No. The one skill that this generation has over past generations is shooting the ball from 25 feet out and more. That's something this generation does better than past generations. That's not even close.
I would argue that's an oversimplification.
No, it's one thing that they do. I'm not saying it's the only thing.
Okay, I thought you were saying that's the only thing.
No, it's not the only thing. But when we talk about, are they better? Like, how could you say, let's say, finishing at the rim? Guys are more talented now, so they can finish it, but they're not driving to the rim as much because of the 3-point. So how do we know that they finish at the rim better, or they're more creative at finishing, or they're better at finishing, things like that? I just think, I don't know.
Well, okay. All right, is a skill? Well, I guess we got to hit a break.
But let me also say that
I want to get into this on the other side.
Okay, we can do that. And we can 888-957-9570 if you guys want to get in on this one too. Download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
And now you see what Guru has to deal with.
Yeah.
Stunny is a pro.
Hey, Warriors.
He is a G.
Now,
Hey, Warriors,
back
pick
to
up the
Stunny and
pieces.
Guru
Lay out.
on 95.7 The Game.
I know what station it is.
Cleaning up today.
How so? Mouth?
Dude, I am cleaning up.
What do you mean?
People just, look, I know I might look like an infant with a beard. I know that sometimes I come across as condescending and all these different things, but it doesn't mean I'm to be taken advantage of. All right? 2024 was the year of mid. 2025, year of the kids. Okay? And I'm coming for all of you. I just made a bet outside that the Warriors would win 41 games. That's a lock. I don't have to worry about that one.
41's the winner.
41's the winner. Yeah, we already know this is going to happen. The one that I'm about to make with you, though, this is where I'm going to have to introduce you to what's coming, which is the way of the world. So let's do it.
I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
I bet you that in 5 years, the Warriors will be worth valued at more than $9 billion, which is what they currently are. That's number one in sports. Yeah, you were ready to bet me before we got on air.
Nobody knows what I was ready to do or ready to not.
Well, I'm telling them what you were willing and ready to do.
I need more time on that one. That's not, you know what? This isn't a business show.
You offered
this
me
is a
the bet.
sports talk radio show.
Well, and sometimes business intersects with sports.
At a baby 925. Hey, Reddick. Load management ain't a skill. I love it from the 925. No, I'm looking forward to this because here's what we're going to get into. Because
damn you,
I'm going to ask you to help me.
You're going to win the Purdy bet. Just bet me this one.
Here's JJ Reddick.
I don't think we as, and by we, I was part of it, we as the sort of national partners have done a good job of storytelling, of celebrating the game. If I'm a casual fan and you tell me every time I turn on the television that the product sucks, well, I'm not going to watch the product. And that's really what has happened over the last 10 to 15 years. I don't know why. It's not funny to me. Nothing is entertaining to me. This game should be celebrated. I've watched the league evolve. I'm in this league right now. I can tell you without fact or with fact that the league is more talented. And not just raw talent. The league is more talented and skilled than it was 18 years ago when I was drafted. That's a fact. There are more players that are excellent. There are more teams that are excellent.
We're gonna have fun with this one.
Ken's on to something.
Real quick, let me just play Barkley, and then we're just gonna get into it.
Was he just talking about folks on TV?
What did he say? He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, JJ. Yeah, us. Like, we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvingham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
No, he came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77-71.
Put some makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pigs.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man, okay.
All right, a couple things there, because this is what I want to get into first out of this, because there's a lot of, obviously we can talk about how much it hurts when the media keeps saying the product stinks. I'm more interested in, here's the first thing we need to discern.
Yeah.
He's not talking about the 80s. He's not talking about Bird and Magic. He said specifically 10 to 15 years ago. So he's actually talking about what, 2005. Which to me is not even that long ago, but whatever. He made it clear there. He's not talking about Bird and Magic and those guys.
Honestly, he's talking about when LeBron James came into the league, because that was about the same time that he did.
Okay. The thing that I want to get into, and I'm not coming here saying he's crazy, that it is a fact that players are more talented and skilled now than 18 years ago. Okay, do you believe that?
In some ways, yes.
Okay, now I do want to know, like, why are they more talented and skilled? Like, what particular aspects?
Well, I think the game's a lot different than it was when J.J. Redick, and actually, God, LeBron James came into the league before J.J. Redick did. That's hilarious. The game's a lot different. Like, actually, so we were watching the Portland Lakers highlights before the show, and we're sitting like, God, LeBron, he's incredible, he's crazy, and you're saying, well, he's shooting from so far, and the crazy part is taking a 28-foot jump shot was asinine in 2004 or 5.
Right.
So the fact that LeBron's been able to adjust, I think, is a representation of how the game has evolved, which is it's moved further away from the basket. So I think if I'm going to try and hear him correctly, Redick is saying that with the way the game is played, there are more players that have to do those things, that can do those things, than when he played. Like, the most valuable shot's a three-point shot, right?
Okay.
Who's the greatest three-point shooter in the history of basketball?
Kerr.
But he plays today.
Yep.
I think pace is also really important. Handling of the basketball. Who's the most skilled ball handler maybe in the history of basketball?
Kyrie, Steph.
Kyrie.
Okay.
And he plays right now.
All right.
So his point is, like, with the way that the game is played, which is vastly different from even 15 years ago, the best are currently doing it.
All right. Now, I know we're not talking about the 80s, but clearly if he's talking about 20 years ago, he's talking about 35 years ago. Here's where I would say, like, I do not believe that Steph Curry and Kyrie Irving were better ball handlers that could handle the ball better than Tim Hardaway and Isaiah Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do now, if I get it, we're using two great ball handlers today and two great ball handlers, 35 years ago. So I want to stay away from 400 players in the league. I'm going to use the two best ball handlers. And if, Steph Curry and Kyrie Irving are incredible ball handlers, they're no better than Isaiah and Tim Hardaway were in their day as ball handlers. So I don't think that particular skill, I did, and I'm not, I guess it sounds like I'm denigrating it, but the one skill that definitely goes to this younger generation is the ability to shoot the ball from deep. That's
the skill nowadays.
Right. But I would also say that skill and the fact that more players do that to a much higher degree than they ever did it, because they didn't really do it a lot, is the reason that the game's fallen off in other areas and the game's become a little more one-dimensional than it used to be. But when I hear skill and talent, don't tell me guys now are better passers than 10, 20, 30 years ago. I don't see. I mean, yeah, they're good passers now. You know what I mean?
Well, to be fair, that's the way I feel when you tell me how great things used to be. When I walk in here and you say things are just better.
No, I'm
50 years ago than they are now.
And
I know you're joking.
No, let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not saying guys passed better 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, but but you can't say, they're better passers now. Is passing better now in the NBA than it's ever been? I would say no.
I don't even know how you measure that, which is why
that's a skill. It's skill.
No. But I'm saying measuring that it's markedly better. And that's why when Redick says it's a fact, I don't really know how you prove that. Him and Ken he got in my ear when Redick was talking, and I agree. Part of it is also, he just sounds so pompous when he says it. He sounds like he's got all the answers to the history of the game that, to be fair, he's a blip on the radar of. And I think that's where Barkley is coming down his road and saying, dude, worry about your own team and not being a historian for a game that you ain't at the table. You're not. No one is going to remember J.J. Redick in 50 years, unless it's for a Lakers situation that didn't go very well.
And that's why I'm trying to be as honest as I can. Like, I don't want to get into J.J. Redick's an idiot or he doesn't know. I'm just asking, and this is another thing. Like, I do make a differentiation. Like, I'm not sitting here saying it was better in the past. I'm just not going to sit here and agree with somebody who says, oh, well, these guys are much better in certain ways. And I make a differentiation between the players and the product. Like forget the players. Yeah, they're great. Let's say the skill level at the NBA now is just as good as it always has been. The product is what I don't like. I don't like how the game's being played. But I'm trying to separate how the game's being played with holding it, or, I get it. Styles change over the years. That doesn't mean one's better than the other and that it's better now than it was 30 years ago. When I think skill and talent, I don't.
They're different. I mean, I think that's why the
why does everybody laugh at the AA? Like, what's ruined basketball? The AAU. Why? Because they're not learning how to play the game. They're not learning the proper skills. They're not growing their talents in passing and rebounding and defense and all that stuff.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think the same thing happens with baseball in my eyes.
All right.
And I think that the 209 hits the nail on the head. Players might be more skilled and talented, but that doesn't mean it's more entertaining. Basketball is suffering from the same thing as baseball, too many games and not physical enough to be entertaining. It's not as fun and entertaining to watch players shoot 30-plus threes against. How I relate it to baseball is, in my opinion, it's harder than ever to hit a baseball because guys throw harder than they ever do. That doesn't mean they know how to pitch. That doesn't mean they actually know what count to throw a pitch, how to set up a batter, how to attack a lineup, how to go deep into a game, because that's not what you're taught to do. And I think AAU is an example of, in basketball, you're being taught skills or you're trying to improve skills that get you paid or that get you a scholarship and that all relate to making money. Because Jason Tatum just got paid $300 million. And you're telling me I got to do that to get that kind of money? With all due respect, Steiny, to hell with passing. To hell with trying to figure out how to rebound the basketball. Now, Tatum, he can do all those things. But if I'm just watching him as a young player, if that's what skill is, and if that's what J.J. Redick says skill is, that's what I'm going to try to do. If in baseball, you're telling me I can get a full ride if I throw 95 miles per hour, I don't need to know where the ball's going. I have to throw 95? Well, then I'm doing everything in my power from the time I pick up the leather to figure out how to throw that hard. And that's where I think the game has suffered because people are focused on more so how to get paid than how to play the game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So, yeah, I mean, if Curry and Kyrie right now are considered the best ball handlers in the NBA,
sure.
To me, ball handling's a skill. And allowing for the difference in the game, the style being different, I just don't believe you can't. I'm not convinced that Curry and Kyrie Irving handle the ball any better than Tim Hardaway and Isaiah Thomas handled the ball. Now, they may handle it in a different way so they can get three-point shots and be more impactful. But the skill of ball handling, just using those four guys, Well,
but again, I'm not sure it's about the top, the best of the best, because the 5-0 brings up something interesting from the Comcast business text line, which is Looney and Trace Jackson-Davis have to have ball handling skills. Will Purdue and Bill Cartwright did not. Would you say that's fair?
I would say that neither Looney nor Trace Jackson has ever reached the height of a Bill Cartwright as a center in the NBA.
Okay. Well, and this is also something, too, because I feel this whenever I talk about things that I haven't seen with my own two eyes, outside of footage or read it. Like, I'm at the mercy of your generation for these things. And not just me asking you what happened, because you can only tell your truth, but reading about them, researching them. It's one of the reasons why I love history. But whenever I take my interpretation of the history that I think I've done a pretty thorough job of digging into and present it to you, not you, but your generation, immediately there's always pushback. It's, well, you didn't see it. Well, you weren't there. And as you like to tell sometimes, Steiny, you don't always remember the past as it is. You remember it as you like it to be. And so that's where I think there's this push and pull between, in this case, it's Reddick and Barkley, but the conversation we always have, because I'm like, dude, I read it. Like, is this not gospel? You'll say, well, you never watched Bill Cartwright play. So how would you really know? It's like, well, I can read about him and someone who else saw him, but you don't really know. And I think that's where, to me, Reddick and Barkley are on the opposite side of the spectrum, where Barkley's like, dude, shut the hell up. Games are worse than they are now, and I'm not hearing enough about it. In fact, I'm going to dig at you and your team just because you besmirched my era of basketball or one close to. And Reddick is saying, old man, how could you ever think that you could play with these guys and the skill level isn't different and the talent level isn't immeasurable? And it's like, well, to be fair, like you're both wrong.
This from the Comcast business text line. Like this is kind of what I'm getting at. Hold on a sec. This is actually, come on, buddy. There we go.
Who's buddy? Field?
No. 510. This is what I mean. Come on. Looney, listen to this. Looney and Trace Jackson-Davis have to have ball handling skills. Will Purdue and Bill Cartwright did not. All right, here's the first thing about that. Those guys they don't belong in the same sentence as Bill Cartwright, okay? Bill Cartwright was way better than Looney or Trace Jackson-Davis. Like, give me a break.
But he shot like he was fishing.
Bill Cartwright averaged 20 a game his rookie year.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not using... Like, Bill Cartwright's better than all three of those guys. And I don't care what era we're playing in. But that's kind of what I mean. I'm not, like, Kevon Looney. I mean...
TJD averaged 20 and 10 at Indiana. No, I think it's... Well, and this is also... I like this, too. From the 562, TJD equals athlete, Cartwright equals basketball player. You can be successful with both, but I think that it's because the level of athleticism it's larger. I mean, there's just way more athletes. And I think that's across sports. Like, it's not just in basketball. In football, I mean, one of the reasons why, at least I read, and forgive me for reading, why Dick Butkus was so damn good is because he was the biggest and fastest linebacker of his day. But if I go look at what he weighs and how big he is, that's like an average linebacker in today's NFL. But he just happened to be that great. So, like, that doesn't mean that Dick Butkus is washed or he's average or he's whatever. But it's like, to me, comparing generations is it's like an impossible task. I mean...
Well, you know what? I think you're right. And here's the way I always look at it. Like, let me tell you what I think's a joke, is when you say, well, this guy, if he were in this, then he wouldn't be this. Or if that guy had to play now. No, I am a firm believer in that if Steph Curry was born in 1968 and came into the NBA in 1980, okay, without a three-point shot, it was just coming in, that Steph Curry would have been a great player in that era. Oh, what about the physicality, Steiny? He would have adjusted to the physicality, Steiny. That's what he would have done. Like, if Isaiah Thomas played now and grew up shooting a three-point shot. He would shoot from 25 feet more now than he did in the past. And he would have, like, Curry would have been fine in any era. Most really, like Dominique Wilkins would be great now. He was great, but like the real good players in any era, I think, would be fine in any era.
I agree with you, right. But where you lose me is where, like, which era their skill set and talents would be maximized in. Like, we had this conversation a while ago that Curry would be just as impactful without a three-point line. And I disagree, because I think what makes him so special is the ability to bend a defense based on where the three-point line is. If that doesn't exist, his game is different. So would he be great in the 80s? Yes. But would he be as good, like a borderline top 5 player ever, if he came along in the 80s? I don't know. He might be top 20, he might be top 15, but being what he is now, like I think Curry's the second best player of my generation, and people might hate me for that. LeBron's the best I've ever seen. But I don't know if Curry would be that second best player of his generation if you just dropped him into the 80s.
Boy, he would still create. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing. I mean, the three-point line came in 79.
Yeah.
So in theory, if Curry's playing in 1980, which is Bird Magic, well, he's shooting the ball from 28 feet. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I completely agree with you, where it's impossible to know that. I mean, but I do think the concept of Curry's gravity, it might not quite be to the degree because of the three if he didn't have it, but I think it would still be there.
Yeah, I think the 510 is disagreeing with me, and I totally understand. I just think that because of the extra point, there's more of an incentive to guard Curry further out. And I don't know, maybe he would be a 50% 2-point shooter back in the day. I'm not sure. But I think because you get that extra point, that is what creates the space and the gravity that we now think is, maybe the most valuable thing in basketball.
Right. And I mean, I think the other thing, while I'm not a fan of the product, I mean, the reality situation is they put the three-point line in 1979 or 80, and there were pro players in the league at that point, and there were college players at that point, and there were guys who were going to retire at that point. And they put the three-point line in, and quite frankly, it was a shot that wasn't practiced by anybody. Like, nobody shot a 28-footer. There was just no reason to. So kids started growing up, and the minute they turned 7 or 8 years old, and there was a three-point line out there, and they could reach the basket, they started practicing it. So over the course of 20 or 30 years, guys shot it. It's funny. I want to say shot it much better than but they never shot it. Like, so many players never even shot it.
Well, and maybe if he was as good as he, let's say, 2016 Curry, which I think was his best, his peak, and put him into the beginning of the three-point line, I mean, maybe he would have been so great that, he would have bent the game towards the three like he did in 2015-16. It just would have been 30 years prior. I don't know. I mean, maybe the game would have been revolutionized quicker. I'm not sure.
All right, 888-957-9570. We can continue that, but I had a lot of fun talking about that on 95.7 The Game. We got one more segment, then we're out of here. We know who's coming in today? Is it Dibs and Grandy again? Great. That's just great. All right. What's coming up on The Game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He's a man that we've come to love and know.
Dave Stewart.
And he's on the line right now, and he waits for no man. Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto. What's going on, Priest? How you doing, my man?
Hey, Priest.
Oh, man. Oh, pretty good, man. Thanks for taking my call. Oh, some of the things I say, I can't believe. When I hear, I
You're
can't
the man.
believe I said it. But I love the argument. I love the discussion, I should say, debate about different eras. Because I had those same discussions when I was a kid growing up. Oh, Ali would have beat Joe Louis to death. All this stuff, right? And what I've come to know over the years is this. Athletes are no different now than they've ever been. What's changed is the game. The defenses, how Steph stretched the defenses out. Steph, to me, is, I would say, in the top 15, 20 players I've ever seen. But I'm not sure he's for distance, maybe, but in terms of just shooting the basketball, just pure shooting the basketball, the best I ever saw was Jerry West.
Even better than Steph.
Steph for distance.
Oh, I got you.
And Steph reminds me more of Pete Maravich. Pete was like that. And so, like in different eras, you have iterations of these certain players. Like Connie Hawkins started the Michael Jordan stuff, right? I mean, I should say Elgin Baylor. Elgin gave it to Connie. Connie gave it to Doc. Doc gave it to Michael, and so forth and so on. And there were other players that were like that, like David Thompson and others like that. But, oh, God, whoa, man, if people saw that guy, they would not believe it.
No, you're right.
They would not believe. Remember, he used to jump center in college?
Remember, he used to snatch a quarter from the top of the backboard.
Top of the backboard. Man, I'm telling you, see, and this is the reason why they get, when you talk to youngsters now, they get irritated because they think that what they're seeing has never been done before. And that's not true. It's just they're doing it. That same iteration of their era. They're seeing kind of what we saw years ago, because each one of these guys are standing on the shoulders of the other.
Right.
Right? Because Elgin Baylor created hang time. He would do 3-4 different moves, and he didn't jump as high as Michael, but he would do things that you just can't even describe. Back over the top of his head with his back turned to the basket. That dude would do one or two of those a game. His passing ability was that ilk of Magic Johnson. I'm talking about Elgin Baylor.
Right. Hey, Priest.
Okay.
Let me throw this at you. I want to get some other people in, but here's the way I look at it. Is like when you asked me you said Curry's in the top 15 or 20. When I first heard that, I was like, boy, that's gonna get some people mad in this generation. But like, to my way of thinking, I don't think Curry's as good of a player as a Jordan, LeBron, Duncan, Magic, Bird. But he in his way, he's more impactful than those guys because of that shot and the fact it means one more point. Like, he impacted the game maybe more than Larry Bird or even Magic.
Right. He's the most explosive scorer we've seen because of the third point.
Right.
Yeah,
But in terms of actually dominating a game, no one touched Wilt. No one.
Appreciate it, Priest. We got to get some other people in here, but you're the man, as always.
Yeah. See, but, I respect that, and I'll take his word for it. The thing that I struggle with sometimes, like we're talking about, like we took ball handling, right? Some people are coming down my road and like, well, Curry was this and that. And I mentioned it during the break. I'm like, Magic Johnson turned the ball over 4 times a game for his career. Now, his assist to turnover ratio is better than Curry's. But in that case, well, Chris Paul's the greatest of all time. He's got the greatest assist to turnover ratio.
Great handle.
I would never think about Chris Paul, and maybe that's on me. I wouldn't consider him a better point guard than Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, or Steph Curry. He's one of them. But like that's where, again, I struggle because I can literally look and see what a player has done. And when someone says, well, you didn't see him, I'm like, okay, then do you actually want to have a conversation about this, or do you want to just lecture me about what you used to see?
Well, for example, when we're talking about ball handling, I'll tell you one to look up. We're just talking about ball handling. I haven't heard his name one time right now. But in terms of ball handling and passing, John Stockton, I don't think Steph Curry was and Kyrie were better than John Stockton
as point guards,
right? Or just I'm trying to lump it in with the word skill, and I'm thinking ball handling to me is a skill and passing is a skill. Like, yeah, Curry could shoot and score way more than John Stockton, but in terms of ball handling, like Stockton never turned it over. He wasn't as flashy as some of the other guys, but like, I don't look at Steph as any better or worse or more skilled or less skilled than an Isaiah Thomas. They're all among the greats. They're in the same class. And Steph Curry either started an era himself or took advantage of an era in a way that other players couldn't because they didn't have that opportunity.
Well, and that's why he's so great to people of my generation, is because, to Priest's point, it's like they made things that happened before him. I'll take his word for it. But that's the first time I've ever seen anybody do something like that.
Like what? Like who?
Curry. Like, he's the only he's a one of one to me. He's an original. I've never seen anything like it in film in person ever. And it's like, that is something that captures my imagination, and that makes me reconsider what a game can be.
Well, okay. Here's one thing that Curry can do better than anyone who's ever played the game. By far, nobody's even in the same class as him, and that is creating a three-point shot off a dribble. Like, I get it. Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf was good at it, and but Reggie Miller was kind of more of catch and shoot. Ray Allen was catch and shoot. Steph Curry's ability, or what he brought into the game, of that a player could make a move 25 feet from the basket and not to go by your guy, but to just create enough space to shoot a 26-footer using the dribble. Like, he revolutionized the idea of even doing that. It was done so infrequently. Like, shooting a three off the dribble, first of all, was never done when the league first instituted the three. But like, that's where Steph Curry is light years ahead of anybody ever, including guys now, I think.
Degree of difficulty.
If that's the way you want to put it, yeah.
Like, that's where he excels. And because when he takes a shot, it happens less frequently than it used to, but you're like, oh my God, how could he even fathom taking the shot? Not even making it.
Right.
The fact that he would take some of these, like, those are the back-breaking, unquantifiable, what the F did you just... And the look of puzzlement on defenders' faces is also worth a million words. It's like, again, it's the picture of Kerr throwing his hands up after Curry shoots a shot, and then he goes in and he's like, that's a great shot.
Steph shoots shots that the only way he should really be taking some of the shots that he takes is if the 24-second clock's on his back. You know what I mean? That is the degree of difficulty of some of his shots. Look, trust me when I say nobody ever thought anybody would ever come along like Steph Curry when they put that line in. And that's why they're going to have to do something about it, because nobody ever thought that. See, that's what's fun about getting older. That's what's fun about getting older. I was actually around when they put that line in. And do you believe me when I say
yes,
that nobody in a million years ever would have thought that the game would have evolved to this?
I will take your word for it.
Okay.
I'm not kidding you.
I'm not kidding you, Jerry. I'm not. But then again, what I'd like to inform you of is nobody saw Wilt Chamberlain coming either. And they had to change a lot of rules because of Wilt Chamberlain. So, I don't know what that means. But I'm kind of on one right now, like Priest.
Bring the people in.
Let's go to, all right, let's go to Horace. Let's go to Horace in Texas.
Grant?
Horace in Texas. Hey,
yes,
Horace.
Sir.
What's up, man?
How's everybody doing okay?
Yes, sir.
Good. I just want to make a comment on JJ, man. I know he said he was talking about the last 18 years, and all that stuff, but I've also heard him say when he was announcing, when he was on ESPN and stuff, he talked about all the other previous eras in the same way,
right,
more skilled. My big question about this more skilled, less skilled argument is, what metric are you using? How do you measure it? There's been so many rule changes over the years. I mean, let's say we were talking about ball handling. Okay, well, you can they allow you to carry the ball more now than then. Does that mean they're better ball handlers now? No. You can take 4 steps instead of 2 steps now without getting called for traveling in most cases. Does that mean that they're more athletic? They've taken away a lot of the defensive countermeasures that they used to be allowed to use. And so what I'm saying is, when you say something like they're more skilled, man, you need to give us the metric and explain exactly why. Okay, 3-pointers. Well, they shoot a ton more 3-pointers now than they did when it came in. Back then, they focused more on inside and the mid-range. And nobody's shooting mid-ranges now. A handful of people are shooting mid-ranges now. So they shoot more threes than they do mid-range. Does that mean they're better shooters? No, it just means that they practice the 3 more now than they did then. So when you start making these idiotic statements like they're more skilled, man, you got to break it down, because I've been watching basketball since the mid-'60s, and I've seen skilled athletes in every era. This era, 18 years ago, 28 years ago, 30 years, there are very skilled players in every single freaking era.
No doubt. Hey, Horace, thanks for the call, man. We got to get some other people in here, but I think Horace will agree with this. And, okay, I'm just going to say this. When I make this statement, pretend I'm not saying it, because I'm going to ask you how it comes off, and I know you're going to say like a horse is behind, but pretend it's not the voice. Like, when we talk about all this stuff about skill and shooting and this and that, what if I told you that, well, I've watched basketball for 60 years, and there has never been a time in basketball where the offense has been given this great of an advantage over the defense. I have never seen basketball at a greater imbalance defensively than offensively right now. How do you take that?
I take that as, because of how athletic and evolved, like humankind physically has become, you have to provide more advantages for the offense because otherwise the defense, like we saw in the early 2000s, might produce a 70 to 64 NBA Finals game, which nobody wanted to watch apparently because the game was too physical and it wasn't based around skill. Like that is actually one thing I would push back on. People say like the game isn't physical enough anymore. Well, yeah, in a vacuum, sure. But the game clearly became too physical. It became more about fighting and pushing guys around than basketball. And that's why I think they had to provide an offensive advantage because otherwise, if you were bigger, faster, stronger, you could just knock a guy off his spot. And that's not what the game's about.
Well, you know what? You know how we're talking about, it's too many threes and everybody, you want to, I can fix the game with one tweak. As long as it's that tweak. Start encouraging, allow defenses to start to actually try to defend a three-point shot. Allow them to put a hand in a guy's face, and if they brush pinkies a second after the ball's released, it's not a foul.
Well, but you get into trouble with that,
The league has flat out discouraged even contesting three-point shots.
And you know who you can thank for
here's
that.
Here's the other thing. You want to clean up the league? Stop calling. Do you think I make this up when I say if a guy shoots a three-pointer, 4 out of 5 of those three-pointers, do we all realize that the guy does not land in the same spot?
Yeah, but that's how guys shoot.
Right. So when did basketball allow for a guy to leave the floor, come down closer to the basket, and still be allowed that landing spot? That was never allowed before. And now they call it coming in under a shooter. It's not really coming under a shooter. The shooter's forward momentum is carrying them that foot or two because it's still a really long shot.
But you can't have a guy breaking his ankle because he gets somebody under him, even if it's...
Right. So we've created, we're allowing...
Zaza Pachulia is the reason why you can't do that.
Well, Zaza, I think with Zaza...
Kawhi Leonard's ankle.
Right. But I'm just saying, watch a three-point shooter. 90% of the time, where they land, it's closer to the basket. Well, that means the shooter has his space and a space in front of him. Well, how can you contend that shot? You can't contest that shot, really.
Well,
because you can't get close
I also think you're over-exaggerating. Not everybody steps in every single time.
I mean, it's tough to shoot from 25 feet out without it doesn't have to be a foot. It can only be 6 inches. But the way the game used to be played is it was your vertical space straight up in the air.
But if guys are getting chased around, there's someone on their foot. That means that there's momentum. That means that they're sliding one way or another. So they're just not supposed to be allowed to shoot, or they shouldn't take that jump shot because they're not going to land in the same place or close to it.
Well, I don't know. It's a rule that doesn't apply on any other point in the court, really. You can usually take a charge if a guy's leaning in. And again, I am exaggerating it, but my point is it's not a good or bad thing. If a guy raises up from 3-point range and he doesn't come down in the exact same spot, he comes down 6 inches closer to the basket. But he must be allowed that area, right?
Sure.
Well, then you can't contest.
The game is played too fast, though, Steiny. If you take a transition three and you're running full speed, how are you going to stop anywhere close to where you took the jump shot?
Well, that's my point. Those shots cannot, by rule, they just can't be contested like other shots.
But that's
because other shots you're going straight up in the air. And this one you have to be.
So you're just not supposed to contest the shot if
you can, but it's going to be late and there's going to be a lot of space.
Well, to me, but that's not something you can take out of the game though, because of how quick the pace is. To me, watching some games back in the day, games were played a lot slower. They were played again, when I was talking about Embiid, in between the restricted areas. Now games are played between the 3-point line. 40% of the game is in transition. So stopping someone from moving as they're taking a shot. I don't care where it is on the court. It's borderline impossible.
Okay.
And trying to officiate that is also extremely difficult.
But forget about how to officiate it. Just think about it as in a vacuum. A guy's taking a 15-foot shot.
Yeah.
And you are right up on him. You are right up on him square.
Mm-hmm.
And you both go vertical. He stays in his spot.
Yes.
That 15-footer, you really can't go into him. Or it'll be an offensive foul if the guy's standing there with position, but it's a 15-footer. So he can raise straight up. But a lot of times when you take a 25-footer, you kind of do have to rock into it. And because the guy's not going to land in the same spot, you have to give him more space out there. You're right. The momentum's going to carry him in 6 feet or 6 inches. That you cannot do that in the NBA, or it's a defensive foul. So the result is you just can't play him up that close, that far out, or you're gonna get called. Like
I'm not disagreeing that defense is more difficult. I'm just saying that because of the speed of the game, that's naturally what is going to occur. I think we're agreeing, but to me, I don't really know what you want to do about it.
Well, I mean, that's what I said.
You can't get rid of the foul. You can't get rid of the shot. Well, maybe it makes it less entertaining for you to watch, but I don't really know what you want to do about it.
I don't want a three-point shooter to be allowed to land. Like the basketball's always been, you get your landing spot. When you raise up, you can come down where you took off.
So so now the moment that, like, let's say Steph steps into a transition three and moves naturally into the 3-point line.
Right.
As a defender, I can just bury him?
No. Are you in a
No, I'm not in my landing spot anymore.
Well, hold on. Is it transit? Explain the play.
Okay.
So I'm backpedaling on defense.
Draymond gets the rebound. Outlet pass up ahead. Curry up the right side forecourt. Right stops at the 25-foot line. Raises up. Takes a jump shot. In the process, he is moving forward out of his landing zone.
Right.
Boom, I kill him.
What do you mean you kill him?
I hit his hand. Boom.
Well, no.
That's not a foul?
Am I there first? That's my point. My point is,
they don't call fouls if you literally leap into a guy.
Let's use it. Well, let's just use this hypothetical. Curry's coming down on the right side.
Yeah.
He's going to stop right at the 3-point line.
Yes, and you meet him there.
No, I don't meet him there. I'm waiting for him. I'm actually waiting for him, and I'm just standing right one iota behind the 3-point line.
Yes.
Standing still.
Yeah.
He comes right up to the line. And for the sake of this argument, I'm not going to contest.
Sure.
When he shoots that 3-point shot, he's going to land over the line by 6 feet.
Yeah, he's going to make contact with you.
Who's the foul on?
The
foul's on me.
No, it's not.
Yes. Come on.
No, it's not.
Because they would say, yes, it is.
If you met him at the 3-point line and he leaped into you, I don't think they would call that a foul.
But my point is, in the nuance of the game, that's what happens all the time. Not all the time. That's what happens a lot. And now defenses are so scared of that most of the time we have 3-pointers that you just can't really contest.
Well, what I think happens more is guys will take a 4-foot sidestep three. You're trying to contest, which is impossible if you're allowed to travel into a shot. And then you move from your landing spot and you make contact with them. Like that, that to me happens more frequently. But I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Because the game is played so fast. Okay, yeah, those fouls go either way all the time, but yeah.
Well, you could just enforce the rules consistently. I'll explain it during the break.
Sure.
Hey, see, you're mad at me right now because I'm passionate about this.
Well,
and I'm not taking a shot at anybody.
No,
Steph Curry's the greatest player that's ever shot behind the line.
We're not talking about Steph. You're talking about how... I actually don't know what you're talking about.
Do you really not?
No, I really don't.
I'll explain it during the break.
Okay.
Anybody else not know what I'm talking about? On 95 cents. This is sponsored by Safeway.
Oh, no.
Which is the play that...
Don't forget who you are, bud.
I've forgotten who I am.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, Steiny and
Right,
Guru,
it's a step back three, but he doesn't go straight out.
Oh, my God.
What's up, buddy?
Do you both know that it's a payday Friday? Are we really going to go into the weekend talking about...
No, we're going to go to the ship in about 20 minutes.
Are you really under the impression that we're mad at each other?
I'm under the impression that when I walked in here with my sometime partner, Mark Randy, that the mood was awkward and acrimonious.
Not at all.
Well, maybe that's...
my feelings. Can I express my feelings?
Yeah, they're wrong.
That's called
Evan said, I really don't know what you're talking about.
That's called projection. By the way,
so after yesterday, I'm done with you anyway.
What I'm feeling is wrong.
No, you're just projecting.
No, I'm not.
No, your feeling is wrong.
When I walk in, I have you guys and he's trying to mock a jumper, and you guys are basically yelling at each other. It's uncomfortable.
No, now you're trying to come between us and spark something. I appreciate that. It's not going to work. The play that I literally described before the break was the play you just showed me.
All right.
Which is BS. The step back three.
Okay.
We were off on the plays we were talking about, which we discussed during the break.
Yeah.
Which Dibs misinterpreted. So
what's new?
It's not about misinterpretation. It's about
that's what it's exactly
my
about.
Feelings. When you walk into a room on a Friday, a payday Friday, normally you have an expectation of a different vibe. No,
irrelevant.
Very relevant.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the crossover.
Is it?
No.
Oh, later. Yeah, that's what's bugging.
Randy.
There we go.
Don't be timid. Jump in here and yell at somebody.
You guys are good.
You can yell at your partner.
I like the conversation.
The other Mark does. So the other Mark does.
Yeah, I'll scream at Dibs. Coming up from 2 to 6.
Steiny, a lot tougher when the other Mark's not here, by the way. That's the official scouting report on Steiny.
Yeah, that's fine.
As long as there's not cookies.
Hey, what do you guys want to talk about? I got a couple things we didn't get to. Should I bring them up with you? Or should we talk about something that we talked about Warrior-wise?
You mean the year of Brock?
No, Barkley. Saquon Barkley.
Oh, the other Barkley.
I was talking about Charles Barkley.
I'll tell you what. I'll just start it this way.
What do you think about Saquon Barkley and what he's doing or not doing?
I think the way it's been handled, that's what a first-class organization does. You have Nick Sirianni, the leader of that team, meets with Barkley, meets with the coaching staff, meets with the owner, the brass, the quarterback, and says, guys, let's make a team decision here. What do you think we should do? I'm open-minded. That wouldn't happen out here in San Francisco because Kyle Shanahan would be making that decision alone for the player.
For context, Saquon Barkley's going for the single-season rushing record, but he's sitting out.
He already can't get it. I mean,
well, he can.
What do you mean?
100 yards against his former team?
In 17 games.
Okay.
Asterisk, but
do you know
most rushing yards in a single NFL season.
Do you know what the record was in a 14-game season?
Yes, it was O.J. Simpson.
Do you know what the record was in a 12-game season?
Was there one?
Exactly, there was. And so for you zygotes who want to just focus on hating on the present because he's not your guy, let's look at a broader perspective.
Whoa. Saquon Barkley ran me to a fantasy championship. He is my guy.
Well, not this championship. You were in the consolation.
Yeah, I was with you because we both missed the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think I beat Grandy for 7th place. Not that anyone cares.
I don't even think I set my lineup.
Nah, I did twice, but
desperate for a win.
Thirsty for a W. But the point is, in football, records are less important than in other sports, and I do admire Saquon for looking at it from a bigger perspective, because if I'm in his shoes and I need 103 yards against my former team to stick it to him, get a record, and stick it to my old team, it would be hard for me to walk away from that, but he did the right thing, quote unquote. You okay over there?
Is it in New York or Philly?
I don't know where it is, but I know against whom it is.
Okay, so I would be the kind of guy to be like, you guys let me go, didn't want to be a part of me.
In Philly.
It's in Philly?
Okay.
All right, if it was in New York, it'd be better, but you don't deserve to see me play. Seriously. Like, I am so much better and beyond this organization that you can watch me play in the postseason when I run my team to a Super Bowl. You don't get to watch me play. Because I already got what I needed. That's how I would
Well,
look at it.
Kind of the same way. Like, you guys are so lousy and we're so good, I don't even have to play against you, against the JVs.
What happened when you went against Muhlenberg the first time, which is where I think you started your high school career, and then you went to Holy Names.
That's true.
And you played Muhlenberg the first time.
Yeah.
Didn't you want to stick it to him?
I did.
And that's where your parents both taught.
Correct.
And you left there.
That's correct.
For reasons that were not related to basketball. As much as they were, you wanted to spread your wings and fly.
There you go.
When you went against Muhlenberg, I believe you were a sophomore.
Junior.
I apologize. I should know your entire history better than that.
I played
you're explaining
like 13 games as a sophomore, but none against Muhlenberg.
Right.
But go ahead.
And this is before you played with Ed Lackman, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah. Lackman was bringing you down.
I've heard about Lackman.
I love Lackman. But when you played Muhlenberg the first time, didn't you want to stick it to him?
Yes, the first time.
And
I
you?
did. Yeah. Yes, I did.
You hung like 20 on him, right?
Wait a minute. Oh, you know what, though?
Memories.
Was that the game? We actually... Oh.
And I apologize, Evan, because this is from the 80s, and I know you're down on the 80s.
Basically, I've just heard a lot about it today, really, more than probably ever before.
And you were born in 94?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 years old.
That's all right.
No, it's great.
It's fine.
It's great.
You're so defensive about it. I don't know why.
About what? Being young?
Yeah, you are.
No, he's
No,
an
I
old
feel like
soul.
you're defensive about being old.
I like being old.
I know. You
Life
told
gets
me.
better. You'll realize that. And then, like, the other thing is, you realize as you get older, you don't really want to be around that much longer anyway. So, I don't know what you're laughing at.
Wow.
Give me 20 more, and that's a good run and night.
Yeah, you're
and then
going to
it's
need
just
30.
catching up on sleep for eternity.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, it'll be good in
Which
about 20
sounds like heaven to me, by
It'll
the
be
way.
good in about 20 minutes. No, heaven, without the sports heaven, was actually probably the best idea.
That's one of my best takes ever.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty good.
Tell me, sports heaven?
Like, if there's truly a heaven.
Okay.
We could have actually had a conversation because I would
If
be able
there's
to.
truly a heaven.
Right.
Where you get somewhere and like, I have access to all things. Then when you get to heaven, you have access to every single sporting moment ever.
Of your life or
everybody's life?
Okay.
You can go watch
Like,
anything.
I could theoretically be like, okay, I'm in heaven. Sonny, you're in heaven. Okay. You know what? I remember hearing about how Larry Bird, after he transferred from Indiana, went back to French Lick and played pickup games against the black guys that he worked on the sanitation truck with, and he said it really helped his game. Let me see those games.
Right.
Let me see those games.
I like that.
Like that. You know, Jordan got cut from his 10th grade team. Let me see those practices.
Let me go to that tryout.
Let me see those practices.
Let me see that coach look at Michael and say, nah, JV.
Well, no, like I heard there was a story about, so Alameda High School, the way the baseball field is configured is like 500 feet to left, 220 to the right. There's a legend that like 3 people
Shout out the Hornets.
have ever hit a home run on the fly to left field at Alameda High School. One of those players, allegedly, RIP, was Ricky Henderson. And he did it with a wood bat, which makes it even more
My God.
I want to see that.
Right.
I'm right there.
That's really good.
Like,
I
here's
this.
one. I mean, I would dial this one up early in heaven. Hey, God, let me tell you what I want to see.
Hey, God.
Let me see Hook Mitchell dunking over a car at Mosswood Park. I'd like to see that. It's hard to imagine. I want to know how much is urban myth, how much isn't. Let's go to the tape.
That's awesome.
That would be so
That's
much.
a great one.
I'd keep you busy for like at least
You
2
spent a
long
lot of
weekends.
time- you spent a lot of time thinking about this. I can tell.
Well, he's
About
getting
death or-
closer to heaven than ever. And this one's an obvious one, but because there's no footage, I would love to see the Wilt 100-point game.
No doubt.
Just to see like how desperate they were to feed him, and also to watch the Dipper at the foul line actually make free throws, because the Dipper didn't do that.
28 for 32 that night.
And I think he's career like 60% or like high 50s.
Or you could see some of the, I don't know, crazy game. Like, maybe it's still out there somewhere in some random footage, but like Curry's first game in college.
Exactly.
Turned the ball over 10 times in the first half. Had 14 turnovers against Eastern Michigan.
Oh.
Bob McKillop was incensed. I want to
But
see
left
that.
him out there.
Get this scrawny ass kid
and
out
then
of my team.
Exactly.
And then after the game, he'll look back and do the revisionist history. You know, And I saw a fire in his eyes that day. A player that wasn't afraid to make a mistake. He's like, really? Because you're cursing him out his first game in college. Probably. I don't know. But I want to go see it.
No, there's so many more of those, but those are awesome.
Yeah.
And sports heaven. That's good.
Yeah, and I like a great one from our good friend Zuki made on the Comcast Business Text line.
Zucchi, but that's all right.
Okay. I could go, hey, God, let's dial up those Union City seasons when Guru was playing varsity basketball. Let's take a look at his career. No. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a Friday. Who's enjoying these bouts of rain and cold weather? The weather isn't the only thing to worry about, ladies and gents. It's also ant and rodent season. I think you know that. I think we all do. If these pets have made their way into your home and they're looking for shelter, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions, from effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and exclusion work. Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. What's bugging you?
Who wants it?
I think Randy should lead off because there's a lot that's bugging him, and I gave him a suggestion earlier. He's like, that's bugging me, but there's other things that's bugging me too.
Well, he told me I should just, talk about the college football playoff on the bracket and the way it got set up. That's sour grapes. We got Oregon.
It's not sour grapes.
Oregon got their behind handed to them.
The bracket is stupid. The fact that your seeds are 5, 6, 7, and 8. Forget Oregon.
Win a national championship or do nothing. There's no in between. Oregon was going to have to beat Ohio State at some point. You lost. Doesn't matter. It's over.
The fact that Boise State and Arizona State were top 4 seeds is a joke.
Okay, well, that could be your what's bugging you
I
if
got
you want.
so many more things that's bugging me.
What is bugging me is also Oregon football related, however. They signed a quarterback last month, and he actually was a Cal commit. So, unfortunately, we stole him from Cal. Maybe he's headed back because
That's
Oregon,
what you call karma.
Oregon signed him on National Signing Day less than a month ago. He announced today that he plans to enter the transfer portal. He hasn't even been on campus. How do you enter a transfer portal when you haven't even stepped foot on campus yet? That's what's bugging me. I'm all for player movement and player empowerment, but you got to spend a year at a place that you committed to at the very least.
Interesting.
That is what's bugging me.
I know. How do you transfer if you haven't actually been somewhere?
That's a great question,
to even transfer.
I don't know, but I know a school that will take him.
Yeah, Cal.
Cal.
Sign him up.
Cal.
Yeah.
Justin Wilcox, get busy.
Plays. Yeah, my God. What's bothering me today? Well, I kind of got it out, so we're all right. Cats. Cats are what's bothering me, and Grandy knows exactly why. The reason is, it's more. No, well, we used to. It's more about cat owners that don't take care of their cats, because cats, you have to respect them if they're to respect you, and if you don't, they will urinate and poop everywhere possible that you don't want them to, which happens to be in our apartment. Myself and Granny live together. The only carpet that we have in our apartment, which is the steps that lead up to the apartment.
Yeah.
So every single time for the last, I would say, 3 months? 4 months?
Like that.
What's this cat's name?
There's 2 of them. I don't remember, and I hope I forget. But
are they your brother's cats?
No, they're our former roommate's cats. They're gone.
Okay.
So
they go.
Every single day would walk in to just a whiff of manure. And every single morning, because I get up in the morning before everybody, there would be manure sitting at the bottom of the steps. And so for 3 months, not every single day, but most days, I've had to clean up cat poop. And I'm grateful that in 2025, hopefully, I will not have to do that again. But cats, what's bugging me?
Yeah. It's actually called scat. It's not manure. Manure is from cows, technically.
Well, interesting, because I didn't know that word scat until about 6 months ago, and it's used frequently on shows like Naked and Afraid and Alone the Beast and survival shows.
I do believe that manure is endemic to cows. A manure...
Horses, right?
He's right, because they specifically use manure to grow mushrooms, which my parents were involved in the business.
Oh, look at you.
No, not those kind of mushrooms.
It'd be a lot cooler if it was.
But my father, like the old plumbers in the NBA, were school teachers, and then they had to have a job in the summer.
The ones that J.J. Redick doesn't respect.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll go next, and it's paying for parking on the street, because what's happened in our country from a retail standpoint is that a lot of these businesses are closing. And as a consumer, and you want to go somewhere, and you want to go to a restaurant or a bar or a clothing boutique or whatever, and you try to go there, you got to pay for parking, and you go to the meter, and the coin thing won't work. And so now you have to get out your credit card, and maybe the credit card doesn't work. And so now you have to roll the dice. And even if you are able to pay for parking, your quarter, which used to get you, I don't know, a quarter of an hour, so it'd be $1 an hour. Now that quarter gets you 5 minutes. So now you're looking at paying $4 or $5 an hour by feeding this meter, and it might be a 30-minute meter, it might be an hour. You're lucky if you find a 2-hour meter. God forbid you actually find a spot. So you find a spot, and now you have to check the curb. Is it white? Is it yellow? Is it green? Do I feed it? Do I have to use my app? The whole thing is a joke because more and more people aren't going anywhere. And that's why all these businesses are closing, because to just go anywhere, you've got traffic, and then you have to park. And if you can park, you're lucky, and you're paying $12 for a dozen of eggs. Shout out avian bird flu. So for me, the whole idea of paying for parking, let alone like going to a Giants game where it's $100 to just put your car in park and walk away, or you park in the street and you know you're going to get bipped. Shout out Steiny. The whole thing about paying for parking and parking in general, it is a outdated modality. They need to make everything just free. Park where you want, on a curb, outside of the blue spots, which are very important. The whole thing about parking has made it so people don't want to go anywhere.
Dibs, have you heard about the new law that went into effect 2 days ago in the city?
Yeah.
You can't park within 20 feet of any marked or unmarked crosswalk, which is going to take away hundreds of parking spots around the city, which will make it even more difficult
20
to
feet.
find a parking spot.
Right, which in already the city in parking-wise is a joke. And
it's only going to make it worse.
Right, and I probably could have shouted out Caltrans with your $8 bridge crossing now for all bridges. So, you know, not only is it hard to park, but now it's really expensive to even cross the water from the biggity-biggity-o. So, yeah, I'm out on parking.
Well, what do you give me for don't use the car? Isn't it trying to incentivize people to take public transportation, walk, run, move around?
Sure.
Well,
do things that don't involve gas guzzling?
Easy for you to say as a city resident who just works in the city and probably frolics in the city.
I grew up in the East Bay. Took the bus.
But now you're not. So, and I mean, you took the bus, but you didn't take the bus to the city in the Trans Bay bus. Or, you know, for me, it would be bus to BART, BART to the city, walk to work, and then reverse the whole thing. It's not convenient. They haven't made it convenient enough. And God forbid you live in the North Bay, where, you know, you live in Petaluma, for example. All right, Petaluma, catch the SMART train, down to Larkspur, get on the ferry, and then BART, bus. It's just,
but a lot of the street parking issues you're talking about are in the city.
Oh, no, they're everywhere. For example, Lafayette, near my house, they will hit you 7 days a week. They charge you on
your
Sunday.
Street?
Not my street, but like if you go to Lafayette downtown and you want to grab brunch, for example, you better feed the meter on Sunday because they're coming for you 7 days a week. Walnut Creek, meters till 9 p.m. Don't think you can go to the Stadium Pub or Buon Vino.
Or 555, whatever that place is.
Whatever you want to go to. First of all, no street parking there either.
No.
And they're going to get you till 7 days a week.
You know where it's really tough outside? Havana.
Look at you.
Yeah. You ever been there? Good spot.
Cuba?
Yes, but it's a restaurant.
Yeah, it's a restaurant right there off of North Main.
What's bugging you, Steiny?
Use less cars.
I'll tell you what. This is about what we call the game within a game.
Oh boy.
On the radio.
Yeah.
And this is one for Filmo Mike is bugging me.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Filmo Mike. And Filmo, you might have noticed that you were on hold today for quite a while and that the calls never did come around to you.
You iced Filmo Mike?
I iced Filmo Mike today, and I'll tell you why.
Ice, baby.
Let me tell you what's gutless, reprehensible, and Bush League. You don't call another show to rip a host of another show that you're afraid of, apparently. Don't call Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky and Spadoni and complain about my takes to them because you're so scared to call from 10 to 2 and bringing it to the big boy himself. Filmo, you hurt me, and you hurt me bad in a big way, and quite frankly, I don't know what's going to happen next week. I don't know.
Well, Guru will be back.
But man up and say what you want to say. That's it. Filmo Mike.
Wow.
Cheap shot. Cheap shot me in the morning.
But didn't he then call your show and you left him on hold?
That's correct.
So wouldn't he ostensibly been trying to come at you directly?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Oh.
And I noticed this too.
I think I'm onto something.
The description.
The description was, Filmo wants to weigh in on this topic.
Oh.
And guess what? You don't get to, Filmo. You know I love you, buddy.
So which take did he run Tabante and Spadoni with? Did he say that you wanted to trade Steph? Is that what it was?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, by the way, do you hear word? Here's a question for you. Because you made some very salient points. They're not trading Steph, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, he'll retire here a Warrior, right?
Why wouldn't he?
Well, because if you continue down this path, he said he's not playing for a bottom feeder. So it might not just be Joe Lacob who can, never going to trade you. What do you mean? You better start winning then. Because Steph has already made it clear that he will want out. He will want out. He will make you trade him. We go 36 and 34 wins back to back.
Well, that to me is the only way any of this has any legs. If Steph Curry goes not full Jimmy Butler, but partial Jimmy Butler. And I mean,
Marcus Thompson says that the other night might have been partial when he was saying we're mid.
I do think,
he said it was a plea for Mike Dunleavy.
Off season away, and Grandy and I got into it yesterday, and we'll talk today about the Jimmy Butler odds. I don't think you guys talked about this, but the offshore odds of Jimmy Butler's next team is Warriors odds on favorite.
Oh, we did
1-2. So I do think that there's something there. I think that the Warriors are more interested in a bad move to help Steph as opposed to a bad move moving Steph. And
that's fair.
And I do think that they're going to give, I don't think that Steph is like, look, the deadline is in 27 days, which it is. I don't think he's saying you got 27 days to do this or else. I do think that Steph could ride out this year, a disappointing year, and get to the offseason and then say, all right, guys, I'm going to give you till next February. I think that the chef is more in a 13-month mode than he is a 1-month mode to do what you and Marcus Thompson are intimating.
That's fair.
I mean, that's just my read on it.
Yeah, the other thing is, if you ever decide you're open to trading somebody, anybody, forget it doesn't have to be it. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Probably going to take 6 months.
Well, but the deadline is important because if you do nothing and you continue down this road, which has been poor basketball.
Not last night. They're back.
Yeah, I know. So is Joel Embiid. He's also back. But you open yourself up to expediting that process, in my opinion, because if you have this message that you're going to help and maximize and open and do all these things, which they have tried, to their credit, trades are hard, then the moment you don't do them and things do not go in the right direction, you're going to get more nights like Curry being asked if they're good or what's going to figure it out, and he's going to say they're mid.
Keep in mind.
Yeah, I'm just real quick before you go. I do think that they are better suited to do something big in the offseason as opposed to now.
And Don Nelson, the great Don Nelson, used to always say,
Nelly
in the 80s.
Trade deadline. He said, it's not much of a deadline, really. Trade deadline's February 5th, and if we don't trade anybody on February 5th, we can trade them 2 months later when our season is over. See what I'm saying?
The word you used at the end there is the most important one.
What?
Over.
Yeah, but it's only if you don't trade them in February when you don't make the playoffs in April,
Exactly.
Then you'll be able to trade with every other team that didn't make the playoffs in April.
What if they make a trade for Jimmy Butler? It doesn't go well. They don't miss the playoffs, don't win a series. Jimmy Butler opts out of his player option. You don't re-sign him, and you lose Wiggins in the process, and you're even worse next year for it.
Then you got $70 million
Might not be the worst thing. If you can get a free agent in here on 95.7, the game.
Here we go. Happy Friday. No Mark Willard. It's Mark Randy in alongside Dan Dibley, as always, here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. It's a payday Friday. It is the Friday after New Year's, which is one of the best Fridays because it's a short week, Dibs.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the most Monday-feeling Thursday of all time. Today is the most Tuesday-feeling Friday of all time. It's a good day. Happy to be here with you once again. And we get to react to a Warriors win, and a dominant Warriors win. How about that performance last night, Dibs?
Very impressive. And, the chef goes 8 for 8, and he was 1-3 away from joining an elite group of, I think, 3 other players have ever gone 9 for 9 from 3, including Latrell Sprewell. So Steph didn't really know about that record, nor should he. I mean, you can't know about all the records that you don't have, but he was not the only one who was good. Schroeder locked in, Moses Moody. I think Kuminga is continuing to show you a new diversity to his game, passing and cutting and moving. That was a feel-good game for the Warriors, and I can't wait to talk to Steve Kerr later today.
Yeah, that's coming up at 5. Steve Kerr, coach of the Dubs here on Willard and Dibs. 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. So get your alarm set or just hang out with us for the next 2:45 until Steve Kerr joins us. We're all you guys for the rest of the show, though. Until 5 o'clock, if you want to get in, you have a thought on the Dubs, what happened last night, everything Dibs just laid out. And yes, we will get into the Jimmy Butler conversation as he has as officially as you possibly can, requested a trade from the Miami Heat, saying that he'd be willing to play anywhere else other than Miami because he wants to find his basketball joy once again. Interesting that he used the word joy, Dibs, and we can get into that.
Right.
You can give us a call, shoot us a text, 888-957-9570. Let's start with joy, Dibs, not necessarily as it relates to Jimmy Butler, but as it relates to what we saw the Warriors do last night. I thought it was important or interesting that we saw Steph Curry really emphasize playing with joy. The first made field goal of the game, Dibs, Steph Curry, pump fake, fly by 3. He hits it, and he celebrates as if he just broke a record.
Right.
That was the first bucket of the game, 3-0. He celebrated. Not sure if that's why the team shot 60% from the field. Probably not. But it felt like there was an emphasis for the Warriors to manufacture that joy that they've played with for such a long time when we finally saw it for the first time in a while again last night.
Right, and he kind of sets the tone all the time when it comes to how well they play. And if he comes out and does that, he hits a 3 on a flyby, and he's exuberant like that, it's letting the team know that he's feeling good and they're feeling good. And, Philadelphia on the second half of a back-to-back on the road, that was always going to be a tough spot for Philly. Schedule-wise, that was going to be a tough game for Philadelphia. The Warriors more rested and at home, and the Warriors were more desperate, really, considering the fact that they came in losers of 13 of 17. So the fact that Steph made that and did that and everyone followed suit, and that game was what they really needed. Forget the win part. It was a comfortable win. It was an Ottoman win, and you got Pat Spencer, you got Guy Santos, and you got the other bench guys.
You got Kevon Looney and Kyle Anderson playing minutes.
And apparently they're in the GT team, garbage time team now, which I didn't think that you'd see slow-mo in that spot. And Kevon, you get it because TJD's been so good the past couple, 2 or 3 weeks.
Kevon kind of has bounced back and forth from those.
A little bit matchup-wise, but I do think that we're starting to drill down on Steve Kerr's preferred 9. And when Pods comes back, is it 10? And when GP2 comes back, is it 11? Probably not. And we'll ask Steve today about his rotation. It feels like he's starting to finally pare it down.
He has, and the Looney slow-mo decisions are where he's really made a decision, but you just laid out the couple of injured dubs, GP2 and Pajemski. What happens when those two guys are back? Because this was a team, when everybody was healthy to begin the year, they were willingly playing 13 guys a night. And Steve Kerr, as best as he could, tried to write it off as a positive, as a strength. Well, we're a veteran team, and we've got a lot of guys that are quality basketball players that all deserve to play. But what you do when you're playing 13 guys, Dibs, is you can't allow anybody to get into any sort of rhythm. It's hard to build confidence. You don't know what your role is going to be on any given night. And I think we saw someone like Kuminga really struggle through that for the first 25 games of the season. But over the last 10 games, he's played a whole lot better. And I think a part of it is because he has a consistent role. Even though he's not starting, he's getting 30 minutes every single night. Not last night because the game was over and he did not need to play in garbage time. Although he's 22, he could have played 30 minutes last night and it would have been entirely fine. But you didn't have to play him to win a basketball game. So you rest him, you rest Steph, you rest Draymond, you rest all those important players. But that's where what happened early in the year is a little hard for me to come to terms with, because I feel like we're seeing the struggles of that show itself on this 4-13 stretch they were in the middle of before last night.
It's interesting, though, when you look at it that way, because they did start out 12-3. So they were playing 12 guys, and they were 12-3. And so it was more of a curiosity than it was a problem.
Yeah, true.
Because they were winning games. And then you go through a little bit of a stretch where things are tougher, and you're trying to find guys, and you're trying to find the rotation. And, Pods got called out by the head coach, and Kuminga got called out by the head coach, and Moody missed some games, and GP2 has missed games. And so you didn't have that same sort of a rhythm. And Buddy Hield fell into a deep, deep funk. And
still is.
Slow-mo is a guy who suddenly became unplayable. So all these things that you went through, I don't believe were related to playing 12 guys. You were still playing 12 that you did when you were 12-3, but the 12 you were playing during the losing skid, you were playing 8 guys of the 12 who weren't playing well, or more of them. And so,
but why were they not playing well? I mean, could you attribute some of them not playing well to inconsistent minutes, roles, expectations?
You have to look at it, I think, individually. And for me, Buddy Hield is the most interesting one. And we could talk to Steve about it today at 5:00. And, he won't say whether or not he'll be in the rotation when Pods comes back and GP2 comes back. But I look at last night, and the one guy who stood out to the negative, it was Buddy Hield.
Yep.
And he only played 21 minutes, and he went 1 for 5, all threes, and his misses were pretty unsightly.
But a plus 17, Dibs, and the plus minus.
Right, but if you want to look at plus minus the way I do, and I look at plus minus relative to what the team was.
Yeah.
So the team was a plus 34. So you look at Steph, and he was plus 32. So, okay, he was 2 points worse than what they were, plus 32. Forget about it. TJD was a plus 14, which means the team was 20 points better when he was not on the floor. And this one's a little bit skewed because you look at, the garbage time guys, and they all kind of built it up a little bit. Although you look at Kavan, Guy, Kyle, and Pat, they all played 8 minutes of straight garbage time, and they were a plus 1. So for the most of it, the team was 33 points better than Philadelphia with the regulars in. And so, you look at Buddy, plus 17. He was 16 points worse than the rest of the fellas when he was on the court.
Yeah, I mean, I threw out the plus 17 as a joke.
I'm with you. But in general, when I look at plus minus, I try to look at it with a player relative to what the team was. Like, sometimes you'll see a player who was a plus 7 and the team lost by 11. And that tells me that, man, when that player was out there, they were 18 points better than what the overall team performed as. That, to me, becomes somewhat significant. And when you have a blowout win, it doesn't matter as much. And the thing I look at with Buddy Hield is only 5 shots, only 1 make from 3 on a night that everyone, even Draymond Green, was lighting it up from 3.
Even Dennis Schroeder, he got going. He made 3 threes. All of them came in the first quarter. He was 5 for 9 from the field, scored 15 points, had 6 assists, 4 rebounds, a couple of steals. It was his best game as a Warrior, no doubt about it. Stephen Curry did something he has never done before, 8 for 8 on threes. He also became the only player ever to go 8 for 8 from deep, score 30 points, and dish out 10 assists. By the way, he also passed Michael Jordan for the most 30-point games by a guard aged 35 or older. That was his 40th such 30-point game after turning 35 years old. Andrew Wiggins was solid. Draymond Green, as you mentioned. Jonathan Kuminga had not his highest scoring game, Dibs, but for my money, one of his best games, the most under control I've seen Jonathan Kuminga play a game of basketball, maybe ever. I thought he was awesome in this basketball game. Buddy Hield is the one negative, but there's so many other positives that outweigh that one. It was just refreshing and good and fun to watch the Warriors play this kind of basketball once again. And one thought that I couldn't get out of my head last night, watching Joel Embiid struggle to get up and down the floor after not playing last night in Sacramento when the Sixers blew a game they absolutely had against the Kings, who just fired their head coach. One of my thoughts, Dibs, was I know the Warriors are going through a tough stretch right now, and the last 2.5 years have not been terribly fun to watch and to observe. And I'm sure the next couple of years, I'm sure, but it doesn't seem like we're going to have another championship to celebrate here in the next couple of years. All that said, man, at least you're not the 76ers.
Right.
Man, at least you're not the Kings. Man, at least you're not the Miami Heat, who are looking at trying to trade Jimmy Butler or let him walk in free agency in a few months. There's so many other franchises that have it worse, and that does not make the Warriors not going for it any less, any more acceptable. But there are a lot of NBA franchises who have it so much worse than the Warriors.
And
do.
I do think that it makes you more cautious about how you're going to, quote, go for it. And that's why I look at the Zion Williamson trade and I say, no, he doesn't play. And he's, a big injury risk. And I think about Jimmy Butler in a similar way, where Jimmy Butler is now forcing his way out of Miami. I don't know if it's going to work, but he clearly doesn't want to be a Miami Heat anymore. And he's forced his way out of multiple spots already. He's an older player. He has a player option that he will or will not exercise. And if he doesn't exercise it, he's going to want a long-term deal.
He says he's going to opt out of the last year because he wants a long-term deal.
But I don't want to give him a long-term deal.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have to spend $50 million on a player, I don't want to give him $50+ million a year for the next 3 or 4.
Yes.
So I'm out on Jimmy Butler. I'm out on Zion. And unless you want to present to me a real trade that makes them better now and doesn't hurt them in the future, because you just said it, like all these teams that are in a bad spot, Sacramento, no coach, and Miami, your star player now wants out, and we can go through all the list of New Orleans and all the rest of the teams at the bottom, Washington, Detroit. These are teams that are broken, and there's no fix. This Warrior team's not broken. They're just kind of stuck in the middle, and there might be a fix, but for me, the fix is not a big dramatic overhaul.
There might be a fix. There might not be a fix, but it's something you got to try. At least, at the very least, you got to consider. And we will consider Jimmy Butler when we come back. I know a bunch of you want to talk about Jimmy Butler. If you did not hear, he took to the podium last night and said, essentially, trade me, Miami. I want out. We'll let you hear what Jimmy Butler had to say. We'll take your calls on Jimmy Butler. If you want to talk anything Dubs, we got you here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. That's also the Comcast Business text line. Shout out to the 510, the 262, the 650, the 408. All you chiming in. We'll get to all your comments coming up. Next, we're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Happy Friday. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
to the corner. Trying to hold Doughton off. Left-hand dribble, goes baseline, cut off into a double team. In trouble, falling out of bounds. Far corner finds Buddy Hield for three. Got it! Well, this is the corner the Warriors have been waiting a month for.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Our guy Cam Williams, running things behind the glass, managed to find the only Buddy Hield made field goal of the night.
Attaboy, Cam.
1 for 5 from downtown. Had to search through how many made field goals to find that one? Let's see. 53 makes for the Warriors.
Yeah.
On the 1 out of 53 that came from Buddy Hield.
And he reminds me why we don't need Cam Thomas. We don't need Cam Johnson. We don't need Cam Newton. We got our Cam here.
We got Cam
Williams.
at home.
Yeah.
There we go.
Exactly. We got the only Cam we need here in Golden State.
Nothing against Cam Williams. I'm still a huge fan of Cam Johnson.
I like him too.
I mean, there's room for 2 Cams in the Bay.
Yeah. And Cam Johnson makes less than Cam Williams, so in that. Ooh,
we pay Cam the big bucks.
Yeah,
huh?
we do. He's in there on fire. Love to see it.
Let me ask you this, Dibbs, and welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. Grandy in for Willard here today. Willard will be back on Monday after some time off for the holidays. And 888-957-9570. You can weigh in on this. Let's say the Warriors acquire Jimmy Butler, and let's just say, for the sake of argument, it costs them Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton, Kyle Anderson, and Kevon Looney. Okay, let's just say it costs them that. And you get Jimmy Butler back, you might have to get another player back to make it work, but no one that's any factor, no one that you're going to play major minutes. Does that make the Warriors team better this year? Jimmy Butler in, Wiggins, Payton, Slow-Mo, Looney out. Does that make the Warriors better?
I don't think so, because I do think that it kind of hurts your depth. So then your rotation is Steph and Draymond and Schroeder and Buddy and Kuminga and Moody and Pods. That's basically your 8-man rotation.
And Butler, yeah.
And Jimmy Butler. I failed to mention Jimmy in there as well. I think that you're a little bit thin, and because you're thin,
They're only playing 9 right now, and it's decent.
Well, they're playing 9 because they only have 9, and you didn't have GP2 last night, and you didn't have Pods, and
you're not playing Slow-Mo. So what's Slow-Mo worth to you right now?
Well,
you're not
he's
playing
not worth a
Kevon
lot right now, other than depth and insurance.
Yeah.
And I look at a team that would be relying on a 36-year-old Steph, a 35-year-old Butler, and a 34-year-old Draymond. And for me, it makes you a little bit vulnerable to where if you lose one of those 3, you're in real trouble. And I also am going to hesitate to part with Andrew Wiggins because he's not quite back to peak Wiggs, but he's damn close. And you watch him last night, and he has an ability to cut and finish at the rim. He can shoot the 3 a little bit. He's your best perimeter defender on the team right now. So I think about getting rid of a 29-year-old Wiggins and replacing him with Jimmy Butler, and your defense, I believe, gets immediately worse.
Yeah, I hear Wiggins. You. I am not 100% sold that it makes the Warriors a ton better. I think if you manage to sneak into the playoffs, though, Dibbs, and you have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga on your roster, that's a pretty good foursome. I don't think there's a lot of foursomes. I know that 3 of those guys are like 34 years or older. I get that. I'm not sure there's many foursomes better than a potential foursome of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga. And you are 100% right about the fear of, all right, maybe you lack some depth. And maybe that's something you have to work through for the regular season. But you know darn well when you get to the postseason, that rotation is shrinking, and you're playing like 9 guys at the very max.
Yeah, probably 9. Probably 9.
Maybe 8. But the Warriors might be a team that plays 9 because they are older, and you can't play Steph 38 minutes in the postseason. Like that can't happen. But that's still a pretty good group of 4 to build things around in the postseason. Now the challenge is getting there. But if you get there with that group, Dibbs, I'd have a hard time believing that team isn't winning at least a postseason series.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that they would win a postseason series because you look at some of the other teams in the West, and the biggest issue that I see with the Warriors is speed and youth and exuberance, because you get against some of these teams, and Oklahoma City is younger, longer, and faster, and Houston is younger and faster, and they can defend you. And I think about Steph Curry against some of these teams, and I wonder if, and you have Jimmy Butler, who would be your secondary scorer. You lose Wiggins. Kuminga is showing me great things, and I've been on Team Kuminga a lot longer than most of us here at 95.7 The Game, so I'm not going to discount him. Really, it comes down then for me to Buddy Hield and Dennis Schroeder. Can they play up to the form that we expect them to play up to? And if they do, well, now maybe you have action to get in the playoffs and win a series.
Yeah.
But that, for me, is the bigger issue no matter what trade you don't make, because Buddy Hield has got to be better, and Dennis Schroeder's got to play more like last night as opposed to the first 7 games as a Warrior.
Yeah, no doubt. And Dennis Schroeder was good, and we're going to ask Steve Kerr about Dennis Schroeder coming up in a couple of hours. Steve Kerr joins us here on Willard and Dibs in 2 hours at 5 o'clock. Until then, though, we're waiting for your phone calls. We'll check the Comcast Business text line as well, 888-957-9570. The one thing about this potential trade, Dibs, that makes a ton of sense to me is, yeah, you'd be saying bye to Wiggins, but Wiggins is a piece for the now and not for the future. I know he's, 29 years old, and he's still in his prime, and you would expect him not to really start to decline for another 3 years. You get around 32, that's kind of where things generally start going downhill. Like, he's in his prime still, and that's a quality piece. But we can't pretend that post-Steph, if Wiggins is still on this roster, that's a piece that still is, keeping the team afloat. Like, we've seen Wiggins on a bad team before. In fact, it's been the majority of his career.
Right.
And they only made the postseason once, and if memory serves, that was when Jimmy Butler was on that team. Because Jimmy Butler goes to the postseason no matter where he is. It's not like you're moving on from that much that helps you in the post-Steph era. Like, you're only dealing with the Steph era, the final few years of the Steph era, and it doesn't seem too bright at the moment anyway. So what really are you risking? You're taking a swing in honor of Steph, and if it doesn't work, you haven't really hurt yourself that much post-Steph.
I agree with that because, Andrew's only under contract for next year, and then there's a player option for $30 million in Steph's final year.
And in this thought, we're keeping Kuminga, which is the future of what's currently on the roster.
Right, and if you do believe that Kuminga is the future, then that's part of it as well. But for me, I'm looking at, a situation where Andrew Wiggins right now, if you go from Wiggins to Jimmy Butler, what's the step down just in that? And I don't think it's like a step up from Wiggins to Jimmy Butler. I don't think that Jimmy Butler makes you that much better than losing Wiggins. I think it makes you a little bit better. And then you get down to the depth part of it where you're losing all these other depth pieces, guys who potentially help you or could help you or might help you based on injury and other things.
The 510 on the Comcast Business text line brings up the question that's been rattling around in my head, and it's partly a question I have about Zion Williamson. And if you missed yesterday's show, I'm a big proponent of the Warriors trying to make a trade for Zion Williamson happen. But the 510 brings up a good point, Dibs. And that point is this. Butler, Draymond, Kuminga, 3 non-shooters on the floor at once. You can't play together. Maybe this is kind of what you're talking about. I think Jimmy Butler added onto this team. The one main subtraction would be Andrew Wiggins. I think overall you do get better, but you do run into a lot of the same issues you are currently running into, which is you have a lot of overlap, and that acquisition isn't like the connecting acquisition that makes a lot of other rotations, groupings work better, right? Like, remember when they tried Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, and Trace to begin the season?
Right.
You had 3 non-shooters on the floor at once, and then Wiggins as your second best shooter, and he's an okay shooter, not a great one. But that did not work. It failed spectacularly offensively, even though the Warriors won their first couple of games. It was because they went away from that starting group, and then other offensive units worked. Like, I would view an acquisition of Cam Johnson as a connecting acquisition. Yeah. He's a shooter that can defend the perimeter. He just makes other units work. I'm not so sure Jimmy Butler added into this roster makes a lot of those other combinations work. And if you're also giving up, as you're talking about, Dibs, if you're giving up depth, you then suddenly have fewer rotation pieces to pull from. You have fewer potential permutations to make it all work. And you might be stuck with a lot of roster potential configurations that just simply lack shooting, and maybe it is a bad experiment offensively.
Yes, and I think that the risk of doing that is too great as opposed to, what it would take to get Cam Johnson. And it looks like Brooklyn is willing to sell for maybe not pennies on the dollar, but nickels on the dollar. And second-round picks seem to be in vogue for teams to acquire. And the other piece would be Nikola Vucevic, a guy who I think is a very connecting player, a guy who can play the 5, shoot the ball, defend the rim a little bit. I would much rather see them make, and it's a smaller move, it's more incremental to bring in a Cameron Johnson or a Nikola Vucevic as opposed to the big swing with Jimmy Butler or Zion.
Well, I'm a huge Cam Johnson
fan. I know that.
You know that. Time for a quick break, but first, it is time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by the Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. This was an easy one last night, Dibs. The Warriors exploded for 22 made three-pointers last night, which means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Curry was a perfect 8 for 8 from deep. Moody made 4 off the bench. Schroeder made 3 early. Both Kuminga and Waters made a couple, and a few others chipped in with a make as well. That's the 10th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're back with more of your calls and texts. 888-957-9570 on the other side. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
95.7 The Game. We're talking so much about potential trades and what the Warriors should do to dig themselves out of this hole they have kind of dug themselves into, Dibs. It was just nice to see the Warriors play that way again. You heard Tim Roy talk, there's the ball movement. That just felt like classic Warriors basketball.
Yeah, everyone moving it and everyone shooting it. And when you shoot 61% from the floor, you're going to win. And I'm going to try to see if I can get a stat and find out, like, how many teams, what's the record of teams who shoot 60% from the floor? Do teams ever lose when they shoot 60%? And forget the All-Star game where you could shoot 68% and lose.
Score 220 points and a loss.
And lose. But I'm wondering if any team has ever shot 60% from the floor and lost a game. Because especially
it's probably
nowadays.
happened just in the history of the NBA because there's been so many games.
Right.
But, the winning percentage has got to be like 99%.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, last night was great because they got a win. And it also was great because it feels like they got their confidence back. And Steve Kerr coming up here at 5 o'clock, I want to ask him about the locker room feel last night as opposed to, what they've been going through. Because when you lose 13-17 and you hear Steph Curry sound the way he sounded after the Cleveland loss, it sounded like he was down. And if he's down, how is everyone else feeling? Because he's one of the more positive framed athletes I've ever been around.
I'm glad you brought that up because I want to play these back-to-back for you. So here's Steph Curry post-game on Monday after the loss to the Cavs where the Warriors didn't break 100 again, and they lost by double digits, 11 points in the second quarter. They got going offensively in the second half, but that's when Cleveland got going offensively themselves. Here's Steph Curry post-game Monday asked who this Warrior team is.
The kids say we're very mid right now. We're just very average. I think we understand that better days can be ahead if, you're not in that big of a hole in the Western Conference. If you look at the standings, you go on a 5-6 game run. To us, that sounds like a lot, but it is like the numbers. You can make up a lot of ground pretty quickly. It's a tough task, but that fine line between losing hope and confidence and understanding, one good week, you're kind of back in it. That's where we are.
So that's Steph Curry postgame on Monday. Here's Steph Curry postgame last night on other guys hitting shots, which opened everything else up.
Opening up the court, it just makes you think about every option that we have out there. Like, obviously, 42 assists is indicative of good ball movement or good organization, taking care of the possessions, finding the open guy, and no matter who gets it, they can finish the possession with a shot. So my game was indicative of how we all played, and it was a beautiful, brand of basketball. And it seemed like everybody who stepped foot on the floor had conviction about what they were trying to do, and we need to maintain that.
It doesn't even matter the words that he's saying. It's the tone with which he's speaking, especially the very beginning of that cut when he just had it so much more upbeat. The other thing, Dibs, all the tapping on the table that he was doing on Monday night, not a single tap on the table post-game last night. He was more sure of himself. He knew what to say. Of course, it was positive. He was clearly in a better state of mind. It felt good. That's just a performance and a win. That's just good for your basketball soul. And that's
no doubt.
What it felt like.
And you talk about 53 baskets and 41 assists. So 12 times they scored a basket and there was no assist. And you think about that percentage, that's about 80% of baskets that were assisted upon. And we always talked about the Steve Kerr effect and the Steve Kerr era and, 30 assists. And the team averaged 30 assists, and that's when they were an amazing team. And so that's always the goal, to have 30 assists. Yeah. And you had 41 last night. And the thing that kind of struck me watching the game, and I was watching highlights again today, is Kuminga as a passer. And he had 5 assists, and he's throwing bounce passes to cutters, and he's catching the ball in the key and making the right pass. And there were so many possessions where it was 5 or 6 passes in 3 seconds and just boom, 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 in and out, around the perimeter, find the open shooter, not only the right shooter, but the open shooter. And Kuminga in rhythm, knocking him down. And Dennis Schroeder, a couple of early ones. And, of course, Steph is going to do Steph things.
8 for 8.
8 for 8, including a bank. He didn't really call it, but I love that he threw both his hands on his head after, like, oh, my God,
It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. The bank is always open for Steph.
The bank is always open, even on Sundays, although yesterday was, I guess, a Thursday.
It doesn't feel like a Thursday.
Today, it felt like a Monday yesterday, but you're right. And so when the ball's humming around and they only had 11 turnovers, 41 dimes, 11 turns, it's going to be very hard to lose a game when you're that good.
Yeah, we got Steve Kerr coming up in about an hour and a half at 5 o'clock, but here's Kerr post-game just talking about how badly his team needed the win like last night.
Needed it badly, It's been a long time since we even shot 50% from the field, so to shoot over 60 felt like the floodgates kind of opened up for us. So great night for the whole team. It was a really well-executed offensive game, and then, we caught them on the back-to-back, which helped, but, our defense was solid, and great start to the game, and there weren't any let-ups, so it was a really good night for us.
More Steve Kerr asked, when was the last time they showed ball movement? Well, you're talking about Dibs as well as they did last night.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I think it's all connected. The game is always connected, and when we defend and we get stops, it's easier to run. When we push the pace after makes, that makes a big difference. I thought Draymond really did a great job of that, just maintaining the pace throughout and urging our guys to run the wings and get down the floor.
That's Steve Kerr, and he said on the first cut I played, it's been a while since we even shot 50% from the field. Last time the Warriors shot 50% or better from the field, Dibs, was November 10th, the 127-116 win at Oklahoma City. If you remember that game, that was when they built that 30-point lead, and then they nearly blew it down the stretch. Oklahoma City got back with it, I think, 4 or 5 in the fourth quarter. The Warriors ultimately held on. That was the finishing touches on a 5-1 road trip, which included a win in Boston as well. Then the Warriors go 22 consecutive games without shooting 50% or better, and then they just blow right past 50 and shoot 60.9% last night. Incredible that it all started working at once. The one thing I will urge the Warriors, don't overreact to one good shooting game. The larger evidence, Dibs, suggests this is a team that has struggled offensively. Doesn't matter if you shot 100% last night. This was still a team that is a little bit offensively challenged.
They are, but ultimately this team is going to rise and fall based on shooting. When you look at who they are, you've got the greatest shooter in the history of the game, Steph Curry, and when he's hot, it's no longer just enough to carry you. You also need other shooters, and if you have Schroeder with an OOTER, when he shoots like he did,
Schroeder,
all of a sudden, yes, you become a viable team. And if Buddy Hield can find his way into scoring, then you become a team that can weather a couple of rough nights. I was doing a little quick Googlage about teams that shoot 60%. Do they ever lose games? Okay. And I came up with a game where a team shot 70%.
Oh, no.
70.5%, and they lost.
How?
And they lost to the Golden State Warriors.
When was
1981.
Oh, wow.
Warriors 120. The Bulls 119. Chicago was 43 of 61 from the floor. 43 of 61.
How did they only get 61 shots up in a whole game?
No threes. It was the 80s. This is what we did in the 80s. You dribbled it up slowly, you worked it around, and you didn't just run and gun. There were no three-pointers.
61 shot attempts in a 48-minute game.
And they scored 119 points. But they turned it over 30 times.
Oh, so that's how they only got up 61 shot attempts.
30 times. Artis Gilmore, 24 points, 10 turnovers.
Wow.
And 5 blocks. I don't know, you probably don't remember Artis Gilmore. He was
I know the name.
7'4", out of Jacksonville State, one of the original giant big men. The Warriors were led by Bernard King and World B. Free.
I know those names, yeah.
The Warriors turned it over 23 times.
Wow.
The Warriors shot 102 shots to Chicago's 61. 41 more shot attempts, and the Warriors won by 120 to 119.
You got up how many more shot attempts?
41 more shots.
And you only won by 1.
Yes.
That's got to be the most insane box score in NBA history.
The Warriors only shot 51% from the floor.
Only.
The Bulls shot 71% and lost. So I was just doing a quick Googlage, and
that is incredible.
There's a website, StatMuse.
Yeah.
And sometimes StatMuse is good, sometimes it's bad.
Yeah.
This one highlighted the top 25 field goal percentage games, and those teams are 24-1.
Wow.
The second highest field goal percentage from a team ever was Chicago, and they lost the game.
That's the second highest field goal percentage ever in a single game.
The Spurs shot 70.7% in a 12-point win over Dallas in 1983. And not surprisingly, almost all of these are in the 80s before the three-point shot.
Yeah, when a lot of the shots were in the paint.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there was no 3-point line. So,
Yeah.
you didn't even shoot the 20-footer. The 20-footer was ridiculous.
The least efficient shot in basketball, which it still is. but
Exactly. Now
even more so
exactly.
then.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that I found one instance of a team shooting 70% and losing. But the greater
crazy.
point is, especially in the modern NBA, where the Warriors shot, 39 threes, and you go 22 of 39 from three, you should win that game, especially when you go 31 of 38 from two.
Yeah.
31 of 38 from two, Grandy. If my math is right.
That's wild.
So 31 of 48, apologies.
So
math is hard.
The Warriors 22 for 39 from downtown. Extrapolate that out to 100 attempts. Essentially, they're making 56 out of 100, essentially. So that's 56 times 3 is the number of points you would get by shooting that percentage 103-point attempts. 168 points.
Yeah.
So the way to find the efficiency, you shoot 56% from deep. What does that equal efficiency on 2-point attempts? You would have to shoot 84% on twos to get that same efficiency as the Warriors shot.
84
from
100.
deep. That's how effective field goal percentage is calculated, because you get an extra point for a made three, obviously. You shoot a lesser percent from deep than you do from two. It can be equal or better efficiency because of the extra point. That is how good the Warriors were from outside. It was like a team shooting 84% on twos. That's incredibly efficient.
Yeah, especially when you consider how bad the Warriors were on twos against Cleveland, where they couldn't seem to make a layup. And then you go out in last night's game, and as I mentioned, you wind up going 31 of 48 from two, which is about 64% from two. Not quite the number that you're saying you need to match the efficiency, but when you shoot that well from two and then that well from three, and you only turned it over 11 times, it's going to be a blowout victory. But to your point, it's not something that you get to carry over. Hopefully you get in that locker room afterward, and I'm going to ask Steve this at 5 o'clock when Steve Kerr joins us. Was it more relief or more jubilation in the locker room? Because you played great and you want to celebrate a great performance, but at the same time, there had to be a feeling of oh, thank God. Finally, we had this kind of game. Because you mentioned it hasn't been since November.
Since they shot over 50%.
Right. So
not 60, 50.
Yeah, so there definitely was a sigh of relief, but I hope there was also a sense of, celebration and that feeling of yes, this is us, and it's not going to be us every night, but that feeling of we're a shooting team, and now we shot the ball well for a night. That had to feel good for the fellas.
Yeah, I also think something that's aiding the Warriors right now, and it's interesting because it kind of fits in with the Jimmy Butler conversation we've been having, because it seems like if the Warriors are to make a trade work, first of all, the reports out of Miami are that the Heat have been pretty... the Warriors and Miami reportedly have been in discussions, at least they have been within the last month at some point. Miami has stuck to asking for Jonathan Kuminga in any potential return for Jimmy Butler. In my mind, that's just a dead stop. Mike Dunleavy hangs up the phone, says, "Nice talking to you, Pat. We'll catch up next time when you come off your high horse and you're willing to part for him, because he wants to leave and he's going to leave. You're going to be stuck with nothing, Pat, if you don't trade him." That's probably the Warriors' stance. At least that's what it should be. But if the Warriors are to make a trade work, Dibs, you're probably shipping away. In fact, you have to be shipping away more players than you're getting in, because you don't have a guy other than Steph to match the salary that Jimmy Butler makes, which kind of forces the Warriors to shorten their rotation. What else has forced the Warriors to shorten their rotation is injuries, minor injuries to GP2 and to Brandon Podziemski. Here's what Steph Curry said about the Warriors trimming their rotation. They've been playing 9 games of late, because also Kevon Looney and Kyle Anderson have been pulled from the rotation. Here's Steph post-game last night on a shorter Warriors rotation.
I mean, asking a lot of the guys over the course of the season, it's great when you're winning and it's tough when you're not, because it's the way this league works, obviously, and kind of the predictability of knowing when you're going to be in, who you're going to be out there with, that does matter. Guys having an understanding of where their possible shots are going to come from and starting to get, a rhythm. We've talked about it, obviously, as of late. I know BP's out, and he's part of that 9-10, rotation, whatever it is. And you even got Kyle and Loon, who have played significant roles for us at certain parts of the season, not get minutes. So again, it's tough because that's the challenge of this team. But I think narrowing the roles and the rotation just helps everybody because you start to build a little bit of chemistry. It's not an easy thing, and will continue to be a challenge for us until it's not. But it's one of those things about our identity as a team that we have to keep addressing and staying locked in on.
That's interesting from Steph. And I think the tail end there, the final 10 or 15 seconds is the big stuff. He says it's going to be a problem until it's not. I don't know if he's hinting at a change to be made or if he's just talking about in Steve Kerr deciding, all right, X, Y, and Z, you're not playing anymore. We're sticking with these 9 or 10 or whatever the case may be. But he also said the shortened rotation allows you to build up some chemistry with the guys that you're consistently playing minutes with, which makes a lot of sense.
It does, and I think you nailed it when you talked about the last 10 seconds or so when he says it's going to be a problem until it's not, and it won't be a problem if you make a 3-for-1 or a 4-for-2 kind of a trade where right now you've got, last night you played 9 guys, 15 minutes or more, not including Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney or GP2 or Pods. So literally,
or Pat Spencer.
That's fine. And Guy Santos, I get that. But you have literally 13 guys you could play 15 minutes or more. Right now, 2 are hurt. And last night, 2 sat, Kevon and Slow-Mo. But if you end up trading 3 and get 1 back, well, then you're in a spot where you're going to have 11 guys to play in a 9-man rotation. And at that point, you might have 1 injured or 1 hampered or 1 other guy can sit and the rest of it. And so you can alleviate it through a trade, or you can be in the same situation where you just play in the hot hand. And I'm struck by the fact that Lindy Waters was the guy last night who played almost 16 minutes, and Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney didn't play until garbage time. So clearly, right now, Steve Kerr is emphasizing offense over defense because Kevon and Kyle Anderson are both better, not in scoring. Like, Kevon is a good screen setter and he's a good rebounder. He's an okay defender. Slow-Mo's a very good defender, and he's also a high IQ guy, but neither one of them is a scorer. So right now, Steve is looking at his offense, and he's looking at his team and saying, if you can score, I'm going to play you, and that's Lindy Waters.
Well, what's interesting then is what happens when Podziemski and GP2 return, because those aren't, great offensive scorers. Podziemski is more of an offensive player than GP2, but more as, a
glue guy.
Kind of the glue guy, the connector, not a great shooter and not great at creating his own shot, but can help create for others. GP2, he gets fast break dunks and he'll kind of fill in on the dunker spot for a couple of alley-oops here and there, but that's about all he does offensively. His benefit to you is what he does defensively, and he's one of the best perimeter defenders the Warriors have on the roster. But if the emphasis is, I'm going to play the best offensive unit that I have, which given the numbers of late, you probably should put an emphasis on the offense, that might mean that maybe when GP2 and potentially when Podziemski comes back, maybe those guys are seeing reduced roles than what they had before the injuries.
I think more GP2 than Pods because I look at what he does in the intangibles, and that's the stuff that gets Steve excited. The charge taking, the overall basketball IQ. He usually makes a smart play, although this year I think he's regressed in that area. He's
been a little better lately. Yeah.
He's been better lately, but he's really struggled this year in making the right play. And so GP2 for me becomes more of a matchup guy where there's another player you're going against who's a very good perimeter player, and you can put him as a good on-ball defender. He might be their best on-ball defender right now on this team. So GP2 feels to me more like a matchup guy. The interesting one is Moses Moody. He's averaging 14 a game over his last 3, and I know he had 19 against Cleveland in a game that wasn't really that effectual.
A lot of garbage time scoring in that one.
Yes, but then you watch last night, and he is catching and shooting in rhythm.
4 for 5.
And he is stepping up and just finding his offense. And so when those guys get healthy, barring a trade, that is the player to me that becomes harder to take out of the rotation.
If you're expecting Podziemski to slide right back in to get at least, 14 minutes a night, I think those minutes are probably coming from Moody. Probably.
And again, he only played 15 minutes last night, and he would have played more, but, you got to the 7.5 minute mark, and they went to, Gee and Pat and Lindy and Kavan and Slow-Mo, that became the finishing five because you're up by 30.
Yeah.
I think Moses would have played more, but that one is, again, what all fans are always harping on is, Moses, he's been playing great, and if those guys do get healthy, does Moses get shuttled back to the 10th or 11th man spot?
And that's what has happened in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. Not that I'd be a fan of it necessarily. If Moody's shooting the way he is from downtown and you have all these offensive struggles, I don't know how you can keep him on the floor. But unless something changes and you do get Podziemski back, the Warriors were expected to release some kind of update on Podziemski this week, or on GP2 this week. We haven't heard that. But if you also get Podziemski back at some point soon as well, it feels like the Warriors are going to go right back into the problem that Steph Curry is talking about with the larger rotation, inability to develop chemistry with your guys, which, by the way, Dibs, maybe we're burying the lead entirely. The player that has benefited the most from this shortened rotation is Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He by far has had the best, the most step up in production ever since the Warriors went to this shorter, cleaner, easier, more consistent rotation. He knows he's getting 30 minutes off the bench every single night, and it feels like he's a little less concerned about starting because guess what? He's playing 30 and he's finishing close games.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is because of his play, but it's easier for him to ease into games when he feels confident that he's not going to get pulled if he makes one mistake, which has kind of been his history with the Warriors. Not that that's out of the ordinary, but it's just kind of what he's had to live through. So I feel like if what you're saying is what happens, Dibs, Podziemski comes back and he plays in the rotation, but you got to keep Moody in the rotation. I feel like you're doing a disservice to Jonathan Kuminga.
Maybe, and I'll get to that in a second, but I do want to share the Kuminga numbers since he missed those couple of games due to the mild injury. He's played in 16 games, 7 starts, 30 minutes a night, to your point, 20 points a game.
Pretty good.
That's over the last 16 games. That's now a big chunk, and he's shooting at 46% from the floor, 34% from three, which you'll live with from Kuminga, and from the foul line, 66%. So trending back toward the player that you want him to be. You want him about 70%, Jonathan Kuminga, from the foul line. And you mentioned Moody sacrificing minutes. The one that I'm really interested in, and Steve won't answer this directly at 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr joining us, but it's the BI, the buddy issue. Because you've got yourself a little bit of a buddy issue, and you go back to the beginning of December, 14 games, Buddy's only playing 22 minutes, and he's shooting at 35% from three, worse than Kuminga. 30% from three. I'm sorry. Yeah. 35% from the floor, and he's getting you 8 points a night. And you know that Buddy's not a great defender, and he's only giving you 0.7 assists a game, and 3 rebounds a game. So if Buddy's not scoring, Buddy is unplayable. So, yeah, I wonder, well played, Cam. I wonder when you get those guys healthy, if Buddy's a guy who ends up getting his minutes cut. Because right now, the one thing that Buddy does, Buddy's not doing.
He's not doing it.
So are you really going to not play Moses, a guy who can help you on both ends of the floor, in place of Buddy Hield, who's been... Dude, he's been cold for a long time now, kid.
Very
long
cold.
Time, yes.
And not just cold. Like, he's ice cold.
Yep.
He's in danger of getting frostbite cold.
Too cold.
And you can't ask Steve Kerr the way you phrase it, but what do you say to a shooter like that who's going through that struggle? I mean, Steve Kerr, the percentage-wise, the best three-point shooter in NBA history. I'm sure he's gone through a slump or two in his career. What do you do as a shooter that's going through something like that? We can ask Steve Kerr that.
Yeah, and I would love to, at some point, have this conversation with Steve about why he is the number one three-point shooter percentage-wise of all time.
And what is he going to say? Because I played with Michael and I played with Tim, and I was the forgotten guy on offense, and I always got the open shots.
Those pieces are true, but the real truth to it is look at his career, and he benefited more than any other player by the fact that the three-point shot at the top of the arc used to be, I believe, 22 feet.
Oh.
There was a 3 or 4 year stretch where the top of the arc three, I think it was a uniform three-point line, and it was about 22 feet and change. One of those years, he shot, I think, 51% from three.
We'll have to ask him about it.
Yeah, I mean, today's probably not the day, but maybe when we get to a little bit of a slower spot. But you look at Steve Kerr's numbers, a great shooter, a knockdown shooter, but he definitely benefited from the time when the three-pointer was a layup. It's a layup, Kerr.
Steve Kerr coming up at 5 in an hour and 15 minutes. Until then, we got time for your calls, 888-957-9570. It's Grandy and Dibs. I'm in for Willard on Willard and Dibs. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's Steve Kerr. He's coming up in an hour and 10 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. No Willard today, though. Enjoying today off and the weekend with family. I'm sure he'll be back coming up on Monday. So it's Dibs and Grandy with you today. Steve Kerr coming up in a little more than an hour at 5 o'clock here on Willard and Dibs, and he will do so on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? That's River Islands in Lathrop. Dibs, we were talking a little bit about the Warriors' shortened rotation and how it has benefited a lot of players, but maybe none more than Jonathan Kuminga. And you were running through some of the numbers for Kuminga. I wanted to focus specifically on what he did last night, because while the points weren't there in terms of career records, career highs for him like it has been recently, I thought it was one of his best games of his entire career, because you said it. It wasn't just him scoring at times, and he was efficient from the field. 8 for 11 from the field, Jonathan Kuminga was. 2 of 3 from downtown, played only 25 minutes, yet scored 20 points, had 5 rebounds, had 5 assists, had a steal as well, only turned the ball over once. It just seemed like, Dibs, maybe at a higher clip, a higher percentage than any other game he's played in, and this is just eye test. I don't have the actual statistics to back this up, and it's kind of a hard thing to exactly quantify. It feels like every single time, maybe other than one, when the ball was in his hands, he made the right decision. Whether it was, oh, this is my opportunity to get it to the rim and to score, or, hey, this is an open corner 3 and I'm in rhythm, I'll take that one. Or, hey, I'm driving, but there's an open Dennis Schroeder in the left corner. I'm going to pass him this ball because he's got an open look. He's just made 2 threes. He's in a rhythm. He's going to hit that. We spend so much time focusing on the point totals, I think, for Kuminga, but last night was a game where he maybe played the most complete, well-rounded, good decision-making game of his career.
And I think it was you in the crossover who used the phrase in control or under control, and it seemed like he was playing not at 75% speed, because that is to indicate that maybe he wasn't playing hard, which he was, but he was under control, and he was getting the ball and making the right choice, to your point, where there was a seam and he was going to the basket. And he had a great play in the second quarter where they run pick and roll with Steph, and he sets the screen and goes right off it and rolls. Steph hits him with a bounce pass at about the free throw line or a little bit higher up. There's a little bit of a seam in the defense, and it was either a 1 dribble or just a 2-step right to the rim, not out of control, and he finished. And he had a couple of instances where it was a catch and shoot outside the arc. He was 2 for 3, shooting the 3 ball. He wasn't forcing himself to shoot threes. When the ball came his way and it was an open shot, he took it. He got to the line a few times. He knocked those down. He's starting to rebound now. But the one that stands out to me the most is 5 assists.
Yep.
And I know that everybody had an assist because they had 41 as a team, but Kuminga was, to your point, getting the ball, penetrating and making the right play. And there were a couple of times where he cut to the basket about the free throw line and he got the ball, and instead of going head down and trying to make something happen for himself, he kicked it out. He found the open shooter. He was fantastic in many ways last night.
I think we probably have circled the same play, and I want to ask Steve Kerr about this because I think I saw him react on the bench to this play, and it wasn't Kuminga scoring. It was somebody else scoring, but I'm pretty sure Steve Kerr was reacting to what Jonathan Kuminga did, and it's similar to what you just described. Moses Moody has the ball in the right corner. Kuminga on the right wing is kind of in motion towards the right elbow. So from the right wing, diagonally towards the free throw area. Kuminga catches it basically at the 3-point line, but as he catches it, he's in motion towards the rim. And he gets past the initial defender, but then it's Joel Embiid who slides over and gets in front of Kuminga. And Kuminga takes 1-2 dribbles, kind of a crab dribble, jump stop move, and passes out to the corner after drawing 4 defenders all around him near the paint to Dennis Schroeder wide open, not quite the full left corner, kind of between the left wing and the left corner, and Schroeder catch and shoot 3. All because Kuminga caught the pass on the right wing in motion, drove past his first man, as you said, stayed under control, saw there was a big 7-footer in front of him, didn't think about trying to go through him, which he's certainly capable of doing and can finish, but the better, higher percentage play, especially when the guy you're passing to has just made 2 threes earlier in the quarter, is to pass to the hot shooter who's open. And he did that. Schroeder knocked it down. And I feel like that is the kind of play that Steve Kerr and the Warriors staff has been begging Kuminga to make consistently for a long time now, and it feels like now he is finally doing it consistently.
And I think he's growing into a comfortability to go out there and do these sorts of things, as opposed to, I'm going to try to score every time because that's what I'm best at. And the beauty of NBA.com is you go to the box score.
I'm doing right now.
I'm doing the same thing. So I'm looking at all 5 of his assists. So you go to the box score and you click on whatever metric you want. So you could look at every turnover from a player, every assist from a player, and I'm looking at all 5 of Kuminga's assists.
It's a great tool they have on NBA.com.
It's amazing. And you get a clip for every one. And he actually assisted on Buddy's only basket, and Kuminga's kind of trapped at the baseline, and he jumps out of bounds and fires a pass cross court to Buddy. Buddy knocks it down. But the one that I want to highlight is Kuminga drives to the basket in the second quarter, and the defense comes, and he just lays off a little pocket pass to Lindy Waters, who goes up and makes the easy layup. Instead of Kuminga trying to force his way into contact or, make a tough shot from 6 feet, he realizes that Waters is open, and he just lays it off. And it's that sort of maturity and court vision that is developing right before our eyes.
And it's kind of like a thing for Kuminga that I think it gets easier as he scores more, because if you're Kuminga and you're a guy who's coming off of multiple recent 34-point games, and say you're Nick Nurse, or I don't know who like the quote-unquote defensive coordinator is for the 76ers, but you're on the Sixers coaching staff and you're in charge of like establishing the defensive game plan against the Warriors. And you watch recent Warriors games and you see what Kuminga is doing in the paint and at the free throw line. You're telling your defenders, say, hey, when he drives, like collapse on him, like make him pass the ball. So like when you get the reputation of I can score down low, and you're then going to demand more of the attention from the defense, which is going to open up everybody else, which is therefore going to make it easier for you to pass. Like you kind of build momentum doing one thing, and it makes the other thing easier. And you said, not that he's playing slow, not that he's playing 75% of his speed, but it just feels like the game has slowed down for him.
Right.
And he's making, the Warriors say it all the time, and Steve Kerr, if we're lucky in an hour, might say it, like 0.5 basketball. You're making a decision in half a second. And it feels like Jonathan Kuminga is now making that decision like it's second nature. And if he does that consistently with what his physical skill set is, and he shoots better from the free throw line, and he shoots those in-rhythm threes as opposed to the contested ones off the dribble or off a jab step or whatever it is, his maybe not scoring always, but his positive impact on the team is only going to continue to rise.
And I think a lot of that stems from him getting regular playing time, like you were saying earlier. And, he's not starting every game. And in fact, he's come off the bench the last 8, but I mentioned this before, last 16 games that he's played, it's 30 minutes a night and it's 20 points a game. And you look at that consistent amount of playing time, and there was one game he played 19 minutes, one game he played 37, but most of the time it's everything in between where he's getting 26 or 28, maybe he's getting 30 minutes. And when you have that much of a leash, you can feel like you can make mistakes and not have to look over to the bench. And you can go ahead and make the wrong play and not feel like you're going to come out of the basketball game. And I think Jonathan has earned that level of confidence from the coaching staff and from Steph and Draymond. And now he's starting to flourish, knowing that he can go out there and learn and grow and make mistakes and make the right play. And I'm seeing the game, like you said, slow down a little bit for him. And also his confidence level is skyrocketing. And, barring any possible trade, any acquisition, or any other move, if Kuminga can continue to be this player, 20 points a game over the last 16, and more importantly, making the right play more often than not and starting to rebound. He's averaging 6 rebounds a game over that same stretch, rebounding more. The defense is coming along slowly but surely, but he's become a viable number 2 scorer for this team.
Yeah, no, he has been. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. The one thing that's super interesting about Jonathan Kuminga, at least in my mind, Dibs, is this. And maybe this is a little bit chicken or the egg, because generally the more minutes you play, or you play more minutes because you're playing better basketball. I don't think that's what it is for Kuminga. When Kuminga has a longer leash and he trusts that he has a longer leash, I think he presses less and he's more often making those good decisions. And the numbers bear that out. This season, Dibs, when Kuminga plays anywhere from 10 to 19 minutes per game, he shoots 34% from the field. When he plays 20 to 29 minutes per game, he shoots 47% from the field. When he plays 30 to 39 minutes per game, he shoots 49% from the field. Across the board, that's just field goal percentage. It's the same thing for free throw percentage. It's the same thing generally for three-point. Essentially, 20 to 29 and 30 to 29 are very similar, but he shoots a little bit better from deep in the 20 to 29 minutes bracket. But generally speaking, Dibs, when Kuminga has that longer leash and he feels confident in that, he is a more efficient basketball player and just flatly a better basketball player. Again, some of the counting stats like points per game, you play more minutes, you're going to score more points, you're going to grab more rebounds, you're going to have more assists. I get that. But it also seems like there is a common thread between Kuminga's total minutes and just the decision-making that he's making, because he's less wary of, I make a mistake,
right.
I'm going to get pulled from the game.
And also, I do think, and I can't speak to Jonathan's mindset, but I put myself in his shoes, and you're a fourth-year player, and you wanted an extension in the offseason, and you didn't get it, and a lot of your other draft classmates did, and so now you go into this year, and there's got to be a certain amount of, I got to go out there and show it, I got to prove it, I got to, aggregate the numbers, and I've got to go out there and let the association know the player that I am so I can go out there and get my bag. And it's almost runs counter to the way you have to play to become better and to earn more minutes and to be more efficient and to be more successful. And I think that he's reaching that point now. And I don't know if it's the coaching or his own maturity and experience or his teammates, but it feels to me watching him that he's now kind of taking that deep breath and taking that step back and realize that if you play the right way, you get more minutes, and if you get more minutes, you're going to get more numbers, and if you get more numbers, the wins will come, and if you get more wins, then you'll get to where you really need to be. And honestly, if
you'll get the contract that you want.
If Kuminga's going to get the bag, it's going to come playing like this in April and May.
Yeah.
And what you do in January at home against Philly on the second half of a back-to-back is nice, and it's good, but if you get into a series with fill in the blank, and you put up 20 and 6, and you go 7 games, and even if you lose that series, but you show out in April in a playoff series, that's worth a lot more than putting up 34 against a Cleveland team that blows you out.
Yeah, and he's also the kind of player, and the 415 on the Comcast Business text line is pointing out the same thing as well, and you can join the conversation both on the text line and over the phone lines, 888-957-9570. It's Grandy and Dibs with you here on Willard and Dibs. Steve Kerr coming up in about an hour as we wrap up this week before the weekend. But the 415 also talking about how, what we're talking about, Dibs, it feels like the more often Kuminga's playing consistent minutes near 27, 28, and upwards of 30, he's making better decisions offensively, not just scoring more, but making better decisions. It also feels like he's the kind of player that feeds off that positive momentum he gets on offense and then plays better, more engaged defense on the other side as well. And I think something that has frustrated the Warriors in his career at times is, this dude's 6'9" and a physical specimen. There's few athletes like him in the NBA. There is no reason he should not be, at the very least, a good defender, let alone he could very well be a very good defender. And it feels like he's a guy who, when he is playing that way offensively, it feeds into what he's doing defensively too.
Defense is hard. Defense is harder than offense. And I think about just hearing you lay that out, I was thinking about George Kittle, because he as a blocker and then George as a receiver, and he is the best tight end in football because he's a really good receiver, but it's because he's a willing blocker and he goes out there and he loves to block. And you think about Draymond Green, why is he a Hall of Famer? Well, for a number of reasons, but the main reason is he is a fantastic defender, a guy who can defend 2 through 5 and has for a long time in his career. And a lot of defense is desire and attitude. Yes, it's ability, but you have to want to be a good defender. And as a younger player, and Jonathan Kuminga, who started as an 18-year-old in the G League, playing for G League Ignite, a team that probably didn't focus a lot on defense. They were focused on individual development and how could I get to the association.
And you know what makes money in the NBA. You score 20 points a game, you're getting the bag. Doesn't matter what you do defensively.
And if I asked you right now to name last year's all defensive first team, you could come up with probably 2 or 3 because they're always on it, but you'd be hard-pressed to really drill down on those
Gobert
guys.
and Wembanyama and
Exactly. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it underscores the point that you're making, which is, offense grabs the headlines and defense wins championships. But as a defensive player in the NBA, you've got to want it. And if you don't want it, then you've got to work at it. And I'm not saying that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be a good defensive player, but when you start out as a young player in the association and you're playing on a team with Draymond Green and you're playing on a team with Klay Thompson, you got to find a way to work at being a good defender. And, he still has a long way to go. But to your point, having a good offensive night is going to make you feel a little bit more motivated to go down and play defense on the other end.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm with you. We'll get back to this Kuminga conversation, but we do have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, so much of the topic here at 95.7 The Game today, Dibs, has been Jimmy Butler, who was asked, essentially, the Miami Heat to trade him anywhere. The Miami Heat have just announced this, and I'll read their press release. We have suspended Jimmy Butler for 7 games for multiple instances of conduct detrimental to the team over the course of the season and particularly the last several weeks. Through his actions and statements, he has shown he no longer wants to be part of this team. Jimmy Butler and his representatives have indicated they wish to be traded. Therefore, we will listen to offers. Jimmy Butler is officially on the trade block. The Heat have suspended him for 7 games. Dibs, I find it hard to believe that he is not going to be traded by the time February 6th comes around.
Geez, that is... It's surprising, but at the same time, it's not. And I'm seeing the report here from Shams Charania, 7 games for conduct detrimental to the team. And I was reading something earlier about an unnamed rival GM saying basically you don't mess with Pat Riley. And, Pat Riley is a guy who's been in the association for probably 50 years, maybe longer. I'm not sure the exact start date. As a player, as a coach, as a team president, a GM, and all the rest of it. But you don't want to try to call Pat Riley on the carpet. So by Jimmy doing what he's been doing, talking about, I want joy and I don't want to be here and I want an extension and all the rest of it. So Pat Riley, I don't think that you want to necessarily try to tangle with Pat Riley. I don't think that this automatically means now that the Heat will trade Jimmy Butler. I think this is the Heat's way of saying, all right, Jimmy, you want joy? You want to be traded? How about you take a 7-game timeout and we'll get back to you and we'll let you know after 7 games. We'll come back to you and see how you feel about it then.
Well, what's the alternative? They're just going to let him walk for nothing?
They might just, shut it down. They might just have Jimmy Butler, and I guess Butler could ultimately opt in and he could, call their bluff.
No, you would never do that, right?
Well, he might. I mean, you're talking about...
He wants out of Miami, wouldn't...
He does, but if he wants out of Miami, then he becomes a free agent, and maybe the free agent market isn't as good as, 50.9 is what he's in line to make next year? I do think that this is heading for a game of chicken, and I don't think that Pat Riley and the Heat are just going to trade him for pennies on the dollar. If you're willing to suspend him for 7 games, and think about where Miami is right now, I think they're the 6th seed.
Yeah.
So Miami...
On the edge of playoffs right now.
Right. They're fancying themselves, though, as in it. I don't think that they're in a mode where they're going to suspend him and just shut it down and tank. That's not what Miami does. Miami doesn't tank with Coach Spo and Pat Riley. And if they're really suspending him for 7 games, they're saying, you know what, Jimmy, we are so fed up with you and your act that we want you out of here. And yeah, maybe we'll work on a trade, but I don't think that they're going to ship him out for pennies on the dollar. They don't do that in Miami.
Okay, but then if they don't ship him out for whatever the best offer is, then again, you're getting nothing for him. I don't see the logic in Jimmy opting into the player option the last year of his deal. His whole goal is to get out of Miami and sign a new contract extension. He would want that to happen now so he doesn't have to live out the final few months of his current contract with the Miami Heat. But if the offseason comes and he hasn't been traded, he's not returning back there.
That's fine. And I don't think that they would want him to return back there. So then they'll have that salary slot to use to go out there and acquire a free agent.
So the question then becomes, is Pat Riley is he stubborn enough? And maybe you think that he is, and he is very stubborn. Is he stubborn enough to say, I'm not trading him for anything less than what we think he's worth, and I am willing to get nothing in return for him if that's what it takes?
Absolutely. And what's the alternative?
That seems like a bad basketball decision.
Well, you're talking about Pat Riley, one of the greatest basketball minds / figures / coaches in the last 40 years. And Coach Eric Spoelstra, who has also been incredibly successful. And if you look at Miami this year without Jimmy Butler, they're 5-5. They're 12-10 with him. They're 5-5 without him. So you look at a Miami team that could probably still be a play-in team in the East without Jimmy Butler. And if they have Jimmy Butler, are you really going to be an NBA championship contender? I think Milwaukee's better, Boston's better, Cleveland's better. So what do you have really to lose here? You can trade Jimmy Butler and get pennies on the dollar, or you can just, keep him and you suspended him. So obviously you're as sick of him as he is of you. I think you could look at this from a number of different ways. And if you want to draw the line in the sand, then you draw it. And then ultimately, if he walks as a free agent in the offseason, you do have that salary slot to use to go out there and get a $46 million player.
The breaking news of the last 7 minutes or so, this from the Miami Heat. We have suspended Jimmy Butler for 7 games for multiple instances of conduct detrimental to the team over the course of the season, and particularly the last several weeks. Through his actions and statements, he has shown he no longer wants to be part of this team. Jimmy Butler and his representatives have indicated that they wish to be traded. Therefore, we will listen to offers. What exactly does that mean? Does it mean a trade to the Warriors is more likely? Does it mean Pat Riley's playing a game of chicken? What is going on? We'll take your calls and your texts on that. 888-957-9570. Plus, we got Steve Kerr coming up in about 45 minutes at 5 o'clock. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More next on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Up next on the phone lines, Leo in SF. What's up, Leo? You're on Willard and Ibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Hello, gentlemen. I'm going to tell you right now, and I've been following Pat Riley since he was a player. I'm almost his age. We're pretty close in age. Pat Riley has made a decision, a basketball decision. And the bottom line is he's not going to give Jimmy Butler the money he wants, the extension he wants. Jimmy Butler is not in Chicago or Minnesota where he can throw his tantrums and think he's going to get away with it and get traded wherever he wants to go. It's not going to work that way in Miami. And Pat Riley is making a business decision. He'll let him walk for nothing. Similarly, what the Clippers did with Paul George. They basically let him walk for nothing. But at the end of the day, why would anyone want to trade for Butler when he wants a 2-year extension and probably 60 or close to $60 million on at least for those 2 years? He'd probably opt in next year at 50 plus. But there's no way that the Warriors should even consider giving him an extension of about $60 million in addition to the 50 plus he's going to get next year. He's been hurt the last 3 years, and that was one of the things that Riley spoke to at the end of last year, is when Butler wanted his extension, is that he's going to have to show that he's available, because for the last 2 years plus this year, he hasn't been available. He's already demonstrated what happens when he doesn't get what he wants, and to think about it, there's no way he's coming here unless he's got a guaranteed extension, and the Warriors will have to give up multiple players to match his salary. So I don't know how this is a good move for the Warriors, and I don't know what they're drinking in Vegas, but there's no way that he should be. This should be his top landing spot. Maybe other places where they think that he might help them turn it around and win a championship. There's no way that Jimmy Butler's coming in here and they're suddenly going to be a top 4 team as a result of him being here and giving up people like Kuminga. And if Pat Riley wants Kuminga, it's going to have to be Kuminga, or he's not going to make the deal.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Leo. At least according to reports, as of now, it seems like Miami has been holding out for Kuminga, and the Warriors haven't been interested in including him in the deal, so that's why at the moment there seems to be a stalemate, if you can believe the reports, and that's not necessarily like that call happened yesterday, but it's been going on for almost like a month now. Jimmy Butler has made it pretty clear that he has not been happy there. The updates in the last couple of days, though, that he officially requested trade, and today the Heat announced that they are officially listening to offers, and they've also suspended him for 7 games. What Leo says is interesting, and I share his concern when it comes to like a multi-year extension for Jimmy Butler. If you're talking about paying him like $50 million or more when he's 38, like that is a major, major concern, because then you're looking at maybe potentially post-Steph and still paying a really, really high amount of money to a very old player. That's concerning to me. What I'm not too concerned about, Dibs, is what I've heard some people be a little bit concerned of, which is, well, he's asked out of Miami. What's to say he's not going to ask out of Golden State? I mean, you're asking him to be here for like 2 or 3 years at the most. Like, this is going to run its course, and when he might want out, you probably want him out anyway, and you can just move on from each other and be happy about it at that point, because he's going to be 38 years old, and you're going to say, all right, we don't want you here anyway. It might work for both parties that way.
I understand that, but when I look at the finances of this, if you do bring in Jimmy Butler and you do decide that you want to give him an extension, you're basically saying farewell to Jonathan Kuminga anyway, based on what you're going to already be paying Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And if Jimmy Butler, he's slated to make $52.4 next year and a player option. So if you don't opt in, let's say the Warriors do acquire him and Jimmy Butler doesn't opt into 52.4, I don't think that the pay cut that he would take would be much more than a couple of $1 million, and he's going to want a multi-year deal. So if Jimmy opts out of $52.4 million, he probably wants 3 years and $150 million, like you're saying. So now you're going to be paying him, 48, 50, and 52, whatever the number breakdown is, over 3 years, and that's going to hamstring you to go out there and get anybody else. And I also think it prevents you from keeping Jonathan Kuminga unless you can somehow pay him $25 million, which I don't think you'll be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how all the finances work, but Curry's obviously making a lot. Draymond's making, 25? What the Jimmy would be next year if he opts in is 52. If you sign him to an extension, it would probably be, it might be less than that if you just give him more years. Like you might be a lesser amount than $50 million. And maybe he would be open to that, getting more money through the life of the contract, but for less per year. Maybe that's something he would be interested in. But what I will say is, again, I don't know exactly how all the numbers work, but if signing Jimmy Butler to an extension costs you the ability to sign Jonathan Kuminga to an extension, then 100% it's not worth doing, because then you're missing out on something that could help you now, and you're missing out on something that could help you after Steph.
And essentially, you'd be trading Kuminga, just not to Miami. If Kuminga got a 5-year, $200 million offer, $40 million per for another team, and you look at your books and you think, geez, we can't afford to pay him 40, then essentially you're trading him for nothing. And
or you'd only be trading Jimmy Butler for the next 3 months.
Right.
4 months.
And again, you'd
let him walk, and then you still can keep Kuminga. But then is it worth making the trade in the first place?
It's not. And also, so let's just say that you have a handshake agreement that he won't opt in. So you're just going to bring in Jimmy Butler from February 7th through the end of the year, whenever it is. Yeah. And you're going to get rid of Wiggins and Hield and Slow-Mo and, one other piece. So now you bring in Jimmy Butler for just 2 or 3 months, and then that's it. And then he walks, and you get that salary slot, fine. But then you ultimately had a 2-month run for a guy, and you gave up a pick or more and your depth for just one throw of the dice. To me, it's not worth it. And also, I do think it's a risk bringing in Jimmy Butler, because you don't know if he's going to opt in, and maybe he's here for 2 months, and it doesn't go well, and you're a play-in team, and it doesn't work out, and he opts in. Well, now you're screwed, because now you're paying him $50 million for a guy who has been proven to blow up the spot before multiple times.
His number next year, if he opts in on that player option, is $52.4 million. It's a lot of money. But it wouldn't be the most expensive player on your roster.
No, but it would be second. So if he opts in for 52 next year with the Warriors, you got Steph at 59. So that right there, you're 111. Draymond's making 26, so that's 137. 3 players. Now you add in Moses Moody, now you're at 148 for 4 players. And, this year you're paying 176. So now you're not looking at an ability to do much of anything to, you're bringing in maybe a mid-level guy, and unless you want to really go crazy and go into the second apron again, and I don't know if Joe Lacob will want to do that for a team that ultimately is either a play-in team or a one-and-done playoff team.
How much was that for the 4 players, Steph, Butler, Draymond, and Moses Moody?
It would be basically 148, roughly. $148 million for 4 guys.
This is for this year. These numbers will probably all go up incrementally for next year, but for the sake of what those numbers mean, the salary cap this year is $140 million. The luxury tax, where the tax line begins, $171 million, essentially. So you're looking at being over the salary cap and having, $22-ish million of space before you start getting taxed to fill out the rest of your roster.
Well, and we can also add in Pods, who's making $4 million next year. And
so 152.
Guy Santos, it's a team option for $2 million. So, if you want a body, that's fine.
The point is, you don't have much room to do much else at all.
TJD's at 2.2, not fully guaranteed, but they're going to make it guaranteed because he's been that good.
And that doesn't even include, again, Kuminga.
Correct.
Which would be the other big expenditure.
And you're losing Schroeder, Peyton, Looney, and Lindy Waters. They're all going to be off the books free agents. So now you're looking at bringing in 5 or 6 bodies for a total of about $20 million, not including Kuminga. That to me becomes a really risky proposition. And again, all of this is conditional on Jimmy Butler opting in.
But that's, again, completely up to him. The team has no power over that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a big risk, and it's made even bigger by the fact that Jimmy Butler has shown that he's not afraid to blow up the spot. He blew it up in Minnesota. He took the third stringers and took on the starters famously.
An awesome story,
It is an awesome story. He said, hey, you 4 bums with shoes on.
Hey, Cat, take whoever you want. I will crush you.
We will, and he did.
Yeah.
He took the scrubs and crushed the starters and crushed their spirits.
And then left.
Exactly. And then left. And now he's gone to Miami and done well. And I'll refer you again to the disease of me and the signs of it. Jimmy Butler is right out of central casting, where he's more concerned with himself than he is the team. And I get it. He's a wonderful player They call him Himmy Butler for a reason. He's him. But you're going to go toe-to-toe with Pat Riley, and now Riley has flexed back and suspended him for 7 games? And Jimmy Butler doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to, man, I got suspended for 7 games. I'm going to come in and toe the line now. I'm going to apologize.
It'll make it worse.
I'm going to sublimate. Yeah. So now he's going to fire back his next salvo, and then the team will fire back. And
great drama.
Well, the next thing you're going to hear is Jimmy Butler rumored to be traded to Detroit. And rumored to be heading to Washington,
Charlotte,
Portland, all of the places that Jimmy Butler would never want to go to.
Detroit, quietly an okay basketball team now.
Yeah, on the rise. Yeah. Apologies to the
Cunningham, pretty special.
No, he's very good. Yeah. But I think about...
Although Jaden Ivey just broke his leg. I don't know if you
saw that.
I
did see that. Awful.
That's a terrible break for the Pistons.
But when you think about how Miami's going to, how this is going to continue to go back and forth, tit for tat, you've got a 79-year-old... Hall of Famer, strong-willed president against a very strong-willed 35-year-old superstar who wants what he wants. This thing is going to be an ongoing clash.
It's the battle of the Titans, Dibs.
27 days till the deadline. This one's not going away.
Yeah, definitely not. 888-957-9570. If you miss it, the breaking news of the day, a day after Jimmy Butler essentially told everyone publicly he wants to be traded anywhere from the Miami Heat, the Miami Heat, essentially Pat Riley, have responded saying, we've suspended Jimmy for 7 games due to conduct detrimental to the team, and we are also now listening to any and all trade offers for Jimmy Butler. Back out to the phones we go. 888-957-9570. Bud is standing by in Oakland. What's up, Bud? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's good, man? I ain't touched y'all in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen. You know what Pat Riley is thinking? What that bowler dude was thinking? Who you think I am? The one guy. You know what I mean? That's exactly what Pat Riley's thinking right now, because as we all know, Pat Riley has history behind him. He has the championship spirit and everything, but let alone that Kentucky team when they lost to Bobby Joe Hill and them. That's just history with Pat Riley. You know what I mean? So Jimmy Butler, we don't know who you think you are. Now, as good as he once was or he may have been, I don't think he's a good fit with the Warriors. And honestly, I don't want him with the Warriors. And right now, as bad as we want the Warriors to compete, and we know how we started off this year with that 12-3 run, and like I said, the NBA season is like a freeway. Some days you're going to get on, it's just flowing. Some days you're going to get on and it's congested. The Warriors had the freeway when we started the season. It was good. Now we're in the traffic jam. We just got to figure these things out. But you don't sacrifice the future of the team for a guy that you're uncertain about. And the guy is going to cost you your bankroll. I mean, yeah, Jimmy, he may can score some buckets or whatnot, and we may just need him for more of a defensive presence at this point in time. But at the same time, what Steve Kerr is starting to realize and what he should be realizing is that this team is about their future. Steph and Draymond, as much as they can hold on and say that they're going to try to hold on, everybody knows that the next day, the next year, the next month is not promised. So Steve Kerr has to look at this like, man, I'm not going to sacrifice the future of this team. And the way Kuminga is playing off the bench, he's showing these people like, look, man, if you guys are going to pay me, pay me. I can do these things. And I always looked at Kuminga as a lesser Antoine Jameson. Jason Richardson. Excuse me. He's like a lesser Jason Richardson. He has the hops just like him. All he has to do is continue to develop that jump shot. He's like a new and improved Jason Richardson, man. Just let the guy get free. Let him get in the motion of things. But you don't give up the future for Jimmy Butler. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, appreciate it, Bud.
Thank you.
What do you think? I mean, I don't really see the Jason Richardson, but I think Bud's larger point is don't sacrifice your future young assets for someone like Jimmy Butler. And I agree. Like what we're just talking about, if a potential future contract or just opting in, Jimmy Butler opting in for next year for $54 million keeps you from signing Jonathan Kuminga and keeping him around long term, it's a no-go. But if we're just talking about what a trade might be, and if you can acquire Jimmy Butler without giving up Jonathan Kuminga, and you have guarantee that the presence of Butler in Golden State doesn't keep you from re-signing Jonathan Kuminga, then I don't see why not to do it. But those are potentially 2 major hurdles to get over, because the Heat as we know, Pat Riley, pretty stubborn, might not be willing to trade away Jimmy Butler if he doesn't get Kuminga. And then who knows what the contracts might be. So those are two big hurdles to clear. But if you can clear those, I say why the hell not? What are you really missing out on? The only thing you're trading away of any major value is Andrew Wiggins, who's only valuable to you in the Curry era. And Jimmy Butler is also only valuable to you in the Curry era.
Yeah, and I would argue that Andrew Wiggins is maybe as valuable to you in the Curry era as Jimmy Butler is, especially if you look at the totality of what the era continues to be going forward, because Wiggins is signed for this year, next year, and then a player option at $30 million. Jimmy Butler, he wants a new deal, and if you don't give him a new deal, you only have him for 2 months. So who's going to be more impactful, a year and a half of Wiggins or 2 months of Jimmy Butler? And it actually might be 2.5 years of Andrew Wiggins, depending on how the rest of the time goes. So yeah, this year from February through April, you can argue that Butler would be better than Wiggins, and I'll agree with you, although I do think Wiggins is playing well enough to where that becomes closer of a debate. But if you want to talk about the last 2.5 years of Steph, Wiggins is here under cost control. Jimmy Butler's a wild card, and I don't want to give Jimmy Butler a long-term deal for any amount of money.
Yeah, I think that's probably how a lot of Warrior fans feel, because I think the bottom line, and we were in the middle of a conversation about Kuminga when this news happened, and if you missed it, the Miami Heat, read Pat Riley, have released a statement saying they've suspended Jimmy Butler for 7 games and are listening to any and all trade proposals from teams around the league. The Warriors should not trade Jonathan Kuminga essentially by any means necessary, unless it's part of a deal that gets you someone like a Giannis, like the legitimate best of the best, because otherwise you are missing out on insane potential. And there's a number of bad trades in Warrior history, Dibs. Our caller, you just pointed out Jason Richardson. Do you remember when the Warriors traded Jay Rich for the draft rights to Brandon Wright? That was a pretty bad trade in Warriors history.
Yeah.
There's some others, including some Hall of Famers, that got sent out of town for a couple of players that didn't turn out to be all that impressive. So I'm not saying it's on that level, but if you trade away Jonathan Kuminga for a 35-year-old that maybe is only here for a few months, that might go down as one of the worst trades in franchise history. Okay, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we got more time for your calls, 888-957-9570. Plus, Steve Kerr is 18 minutes away. We'll ask him not about this. He can't comment on that. We'll ask him about what happened last night inside of Chase Center, Jonathan Kuminga's emergence, Steph Curry's epic performance, and a whole lot more. That's all coming up with Steve Kerr in now 17 and a half minutes. Time for a quick break. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs. More next on 95.7 The Game.
I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here off the court, but I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
And that was Steve Kerr, and he's coming up in about 12 minutes, so stay locked here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs, but Grandy in for Willard, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. The cut you heard was Jimmy Butler yesterday, essentially telling the Miami Heat that he wants to be traded away to any other team in the NBA. The breaking news of the afternoon is that the Miami Heat have suspended Jimmy Butler for 7 games for conduct detrimental to the team, and that they are listening to any and all trade offers. On the Comcast Business text line, Dibbs, the 510, did Jimmy Butler say, I want to get that joy back? Yes, he did say, I want that joy back. And a lot of us may be reading into that a little bit too much, because at least when you ask us who are around the Warriors and around Stephen Curry 24/7, when you hear the word joy in NBA circles, the first thing that pops to mind for me is Steph Curry and Golden State Warriors basketball.
Right, and it reminds me of the Kevin Durant era when he was talking about joy. He's like, I thought we were doing joy. Or what happened to joy? I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact quote, but, that was the thing. And it kind of came up in that last year that KD was here. It felt like the joy was gone from the team. They'd gone back-to-back. He and Draymond had a couple of high-profile, highly publicized disputes on the floor. And it seemed like that whole season there was an overarching lack of joy, and the year would end with no joy at all when KD and Clay both got hurt in the finals and they lost to Toronto, and that was the end of the era. But that to me was what I think about when I think about joy, because this team has always played with a tremendous amount of joy, even through some of the Draymond incidents that haven't been very joyful in general. And you watched last night. Last night was joy encapsulated basketball-wise. They were shooting 61%. They had 41 assists. Everyone got to eat. Steph was 8 of 8 from 3. You clobbered a team coming in off a back-to-back. That was joy last night. And the other thing that kind of strikes me here in that comment from Jimmy Butler is there has to be a lot more going on behind the scenes to provoke a 7-game suspension. There's more than just him saying, I want to find my joy and no, I can't find it here. So how much S or T for trouble is he causing behind the scenes to make the team say, you know what, 7 games? That's a big, big suspension from a team.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you're like in terms of the things that he's doing, I'm not so sure. I know that this has been an issue for a while now. I mean, it goes all the way back to the end of last season when Jimmy Butler was in and out of the lineup and didn't play in the postseason series, and then made it known then that he wasn't happy and wanted something to change. And at the end of season presser, I believe it was, Pat Riley came out and said, well, you don't get to be frustrated and you can't complain if you're not playing in our playoff series, Jimmy. Like, it at least went back to last postseason. Like, this has been an ongoing thing for a while, but if it was just I'm not happy here, I don't know if that's enough for 7 games. Maybe he's doing a lot of things behind closed doors that you're talking about that we don't know anything about that are legitimately detrimental to the team. Like maybe he's sabotaging practices. Like there could be 1,000 things that could be going on that we don't know about.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking about other suspensions in NBA history. And when you run through, and I just went to the Wikipedia, and you've got Ron Artest, who got 86 games, Malice in the Palace. You've got Latrell Sprewell, 68 games for choking PJ Carlesimo. You've got Gilbert Arenas and Javaris Crittenden. Arenas got 50 for bringing a gun to the locker room. And as you start to go down the list of smaller suspensions, the majority of them are for either on-court violence or, I'm looking at Kyrie Irving, who got 8 games for a tweet that he sent out, which was, completely insensitive and ignorant. Ja Morant 8 games for flashing a gun on IG, and now you've got 7 games for Jimmy Butler for basically not playing with joy.
Publicly requesting a trade.
Right, which again is leading me to think that there's got to be a lot more going on. Like you're saying, sabotaging practice or, MFing Pat Riley, the team president, or...
That would be enough to get you like 5 games itself.
Right. So I wonder what else is going on there that other than, he's been unhappy and he has wanted out and now he's publicly wanting out. And so now on this day, the Heat says enough is enough, 7-game suspension. That to me makes it seem like this is the tip of the iceberg.
You're probably right. I know how you feel about a potential trade to the Warriors. You are, generally speaking, out on it. And if it costs you either Kuminga to acquire him or it costs you the ability to give Kuminga an extension, you are totally out. And I agree with you there. A good question, though, comes in on the Comcast Business text line. And again, we're about 6 minutes away from welcoming on Coach Kerr here on Willard and Dibs. The 716 Dibs asks, I know most folks are a hard no on Butler, but what if Steph Curry wants him? What if Steph Curry says, Jimmy Butler's the guy, I think we can win with Jimmy Butler. If it costs Wiggins, if it costs Moody, if it costs Looney, if it costs Slow-Mo, get it done. This is the guy that I think I can win number 5 with. And if he goes up to Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and says that, do you do it?
Well, it's persuasive. It's the most persuasive part of all of this. And, if Steph says, bring me Jimmy Butler or else I go full Butler, well, now we've got a whole different conversation. I'm not intimating that Steph ever would. I don't think that he has that in his playbook. But if Steph is, adamant saying, I think that Jimmy is the guy, I think with Steph and Draymond and Dennis and, Buddy and Pods and TJD and Kuminga, if Steph really thinks that's enough to be a championship caliber team, well, you have to think about it then, even if you aren't thrilled about a possible Jimmy Butler opt-in or giving up the assets it would take to bring him in.
Well, you said something on the crossover. It seems like the Warriors are more inclined to make a quote-unquote bad move to help Steph versus a bad move and trading away Steph. Or is that what you said?
Absolutely.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And no doubt, right? The Warriors are more likely to take a major risk that might blow up in their face in honor of Steph versus tearing it all down right now and saying Steph will help you get somewhere else.
Agreed. And I also think that the team is more likely to make a bold move in, let's say, July than they are to make a bold move in February. I think that a trade deadline deal, a big swing, and we mentioned Zion a lot yesterday, and today's been about Jimmy Butler, one of these really, really big moves that involves players and picks and, young assets. I think that a big swing is much more likely to happen in the summer. Now, that's not to say that this year doesn't matter and that this year is a punt, but I look at their situation contractually, and I think that they've got more, their word, optionality.
Oh, they love that word.
They love optionality. I do think they have more optionality in June and July than they do January and February, and particularly with Jonathan Kuminga. The ability to sign and trade him in the summer, for me, is a greater way to use Kuminga as opposed to making him the centerpiece of a deal right now.
The one thing that's hard about that is this is an ability, and you could trade away all these pieces for another disgruntled star in the summer that's under contract. But if Jimmy Butler is the guy you have your eyes on and he becomes a free agent, you can't just go out and sign a free agent to a max deal because you need roster space. And the way you get roster space is by trading money away in return for the big money guy that you want. So if you're trying to make maybe the big move then is just re-signing Kuminga versus anything else, but then you're kind of in a similar situation where you're running back a similar roster that you currently have again next year.
Yeah, but you will have a little bit more room, I think, if you count all the contracts that are coming off the books. I don't know if you can get a max player. I don't think so, but you can probably get a $25 or $30 million guy or do what you did this year, which is bring in Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield and D'Anthony Melton all combining to make about $26 million.
You either do that or you do what you said. You combine those contracts for one guy, but then you're running into the same situation that you might have if you trade for Jimmy Butler, which is an incredibly top-heavy roster and no room to fill out the bottom like 3 or 4 spots.
Which is why I'm more of the mind of doing something at this deadline for either Cam Johnson making about 20 or Nikola Vucevic making about 20. Both of those guys are under contract for the next couple of years at about that same number, and I think both can help you now and be tenable, something you can stomach going forward into the future.
Yeah, it's partly why I'm so high on a potential Zion move, because he's 24 years old under contract for a few more years, and he's a player that can help now if he's healthy, and he's a player that can be the face of the franchise after Steph. Cam Johnson is not on that level, but he's young. He's under team control for 2 more years after this year. He would undoubtedly help this team. Of all the players, Dibs, that are potentially available at the trade deadline, I don't think there's another fit quite like Cam Johnson. Is he the best available player at the deadline? No, probably not. But is he the best fit with the Warriors? Yes. And just imagine the different lineup configurations that Steve Kerr could trot out with a connector like Cam Johnson. So I'm with you. I would say a move like that is more likely than a major move for someone like Jimmy Butler. And a big part of it is because of the contract, and it's just so difficult to make a major number like $48.8 million, Jimmy Butler's contract this year, to make that work. But then you're also looking at it, well, how much better does Cam Johnson make you, and does that give you enough of a chance to really, quote-unquote, maximize the Steph Curry years?
Yeah, I think that it gives you an incremental step forward toward being better next year. And again, I don't think there's any move that you can make now that makes you good enough to challenge right now this year. So if you're able to take a couple of your expiring deals and a pick and turn it into a player who's under your control, who's good and young, and help you next year, that makes more sense to me than this idea of a big swing for any one of these guys who's been thrown out there.
Yeah, you might be right. All right, that's going to put an end to our Jimmy Butler conversation for now, because as you all know, we can't talk in hypotheticals with Coach Kerr. He can't comment on a player on a different team like that. That is on the trading block officially now, Dibs.
Well, we can ask him how that changes the way they'll game plan for Miami next Tuesday.
True. We could ask. I'll let you ask him that question.
He's just going to say, well, I'm just focused on Utah, Dibs. We're going to take it one game at a time.
You know what else he says? Much like John Morant, unavailable for the Grizzlies, man, I hate it when the opposing star players aren't available to play.
So good.
And that is what's happening when the Grizzlies are in town, and that is what is happening when the Miami Heat are in town as well. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And now let's go out to the River Islands guest line, because it's time for Coach Kerr. Presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Coach, it's Mark Randy and Dan Dibley with you, in for Mark Willard today. First of all, Happy New Year. Thanks for the time as always, and a hell of a win for your team last night.
Yeah, thank you. Happy New Year to you guys, too. Good to be on, and I do enjoy coming on after we win, so thanks for the timing on this week's interview.
Yeah, we appreciate it as well. I know you talked about it a little bit last night, but I mean, that felt like emotionally cleansing. Your team desperately needed that. The win, of course, but also that kind of shooting night, 61% from the field. How needed was that for you and the guys last night, Steve?
Yeah, we needed it. I mean, we just, there's no secret. We have not made shots really the entire month of December. So just one of those weird things that can happen occasionally to a team where you get into a team-wide slump. And we've played so many close games this year, I think more than any team in the league. And obviously, shots have to go in. But you also don't want to, feel like the guys are pressing, and you don't want to put too much pressure on anybody. So, we're just trying to let it all play out and let it happen. But our guys are good shooters. We know we can do what we did last night more often, and I'm excited to see it happen.
What was the locker room like, Steve, on a scale of relief to jubilation?
I think it's more relief. I mean, this team, these guys in the locker room have accomplished a lot. I mean, 4 or 5 of them won a championship 2 years ago, so they're not going to go too crazy over a regular season win, but definitely there's relief coming on the heels of a pretty long shooting slump and a lot of losses. So it was really good to get back on the winning track.
Coach Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Steve, one thing I noticed last night, it was the first bucket of the game. Steph Curry pump fake flyby and made a 3, and he celebrated making that 3 that made it 3-0, the very first bucket of the game. I don't know, it felt like he just broke a record or something, and he did, interestingly enough, set a record later on in the game. But it felt like he was trying to manufacture a little bit of joy, a word that has been used to describe your basketball teams really your entire tenure. Was that something you guys talked about or something Steph just did on his own to try to jumpstart this team?
No, it was just what Steph did on his own. He told a couple of the coaches before the game that he was going to have fun no matter what tonight. I think he's been feeling a lot of the strain that comes with being, the leader of the team and having, having our struggles as a group. I think he really wanted to show the rest of the guys, like, let's go out and let it rip and have some fun tonight. So I think he was just sort of sending that message in a good way, and the guys loved it on the bench. They got a good laugh out of it.
And he was 1 3-pointer away from history, and I guess he didn't know about the odd record that's held by Ben Gordon, Jalen Brunson, and Latrell Sprewell, who are the only players to go 9 for 9 from 3. He blamed Raymond Ritter. Is it proper to blame Raymond for not alerting him to another record he could have achieved?
It is always proper to blame Raymond for anything, deserved or not. I just think it's the right thing to do.
That's perfect, Steve. And we're going to go ahead and cut that and keep it. And Mark Grandy and I have been we've been talking all day today, and Mark and I are a couple of the bigger Jonathan Kuminga fans here at the station, and I'm just struck by how he's been playing over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Can you describe some of the things that he's been doing really well, and is it an outgrowth of the confidence that he's starting to feel playing more minutes with this team?
He looks like a different guy to me, honestly. These last 5 games, I think the light switch has gone on, and it's you can see it in the rebounding. I think he's averaging about 8 rebounds over that stretch. The ball movement, I thought his passing in the second quarter really unlocked the game. He was penetrating, getting to space, and then moving it. And then, then we just started to move the ball from there. He's one of the guys, along with Steph, who can break down the defense. But I think in the past he's looked at scoring once he's broken the defense down and pulling up and shooting, maybe some mid-range shots that we don't need in the middle of the shot clock. The last few games, he's really looking to attack and get the ball moving, which helps our overall offense. So I love what JK's doing. He's playing hard. There's an awareness of what's happening. He looks fantastic. I'm really excited. I think he's breaking through.
Coach, there's one play specifically that stood out to me, and he obviously had a game full of really good decisions, 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, but it was late in the first quarter. He caught the ball on the right wing in motion towards the rim, gets past his defender with 2 dribbles. Joel Embiid slides over to cut him off on the attack to the rim, and instead of, as you're talking about, trying to maybe take a tough fadeaway mid-range or finish around a really big and athletic defender, he passes to an open shooter in the corner, happened to be Schroeder, who made 2 threes prior, and Schroeder makes that one as well. Are those the kinds of plays that you're looking at seeing from him? I mean, I feel like so many of us fans and in the media just focus on the points that he scores, but it's got to be so much more on every time the ball is in his hands, just making the right decision, and it feels like he's making that right decision more often.
Yeah, because it's the right decisions that really lead to success. Every team in the NBA is going to score, 100 points a night. And so points are points. It's what happens in the flow of the game and what leads to team success that is the most important thing. And so what I'm seeing with JK is an awareness that when he breaks the defense down and he moves it, it's powerful. It gets other guys going. It develops a rhythm for the offense that's really tough to stop over the course of the game. And that's what we're seeing. So that play you mentioned is a good example, and I can give you, 6 or 7 more. That's what's exciting, is that he's seeing the pictures now really a lot more clearly than he has in the past, and that's exciting.
He had 41 assists for the team, season high, 41 assists on 53 made baskets. That was almost basketball porn as a Warrior fan, Steve, to just watch that level of ball movement. And you only played 9 until you got into garbage time. Are you starting to zero in a little bit more on the idea of a 9 or 10-man rotation going forward?
Well, we have limited minutes for some of our guys. Obviously, Loon and Kyle Anderson have been out of the rotation the last week, and I hate it. Both guys are so important to us. They're total pros. They're great players, but we had to do it. I mean, we just had to I think, just streamline the rotation and try to get guys more rhythm, more momentum. We've been shooting so poorly that it just seems like we've got to do everything we can to give the guys who are on the floor the best chance to find their rhythm. So that means we are streamlining the rotation a little bit, but it's still not simple. We're going to get Gary Payton back. We'll get Brandon Podziemski back. It's not an automatic thing from night to night, but we are attempting to cut it down.
Warriors coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. But Coach, it feels like one of the other things that has been a challenge for you, talking about rotations, one of those rotations or groupings of players that you're playing has been Draymond Green at the 5. And it feels like, at least as an outsider looking in, that a couple of your best groups feature Draymond at the 5 and Kuminga at the 4. But I know you have a hesitancy to play Draymond at the 5 too often, at least early in the season. So how do you find the balance between playing a unit that obviously is working, but not riding Draymond a little too hard and maybe not having him as effective come March and April?
Well, that's what we're attempting to do, and that's why we start Trace at the 5 and Draymond at the 4, so we can, buy some minutes with those two together. And then we're rotating from there. So, I think right now we're probably playing Draymond, about 15 minutes at the center spot, which seems about right. We don't want to overdo it, but we also need to do it and take advantage of what that lineup gives us, especially with JK at the 4.
And you look at what Trace has done playing the 5. How have you measured his development, especially over the last couple of 2-3 weeks? Because watching it from the couch and occasionally in the arena, it seems like he's another guy who's really starting to unlock his complete potential.
I think he is. I mean, he's really running the floor well. He's gaining confidence, going against Joel Embiid last night, one of the best in the game. He held his own. He made a couple of great plays against Joel, and he's really doing a good job of providing the things we need, the lob threat, the rebounding, the shot blocking. So Tracy's really coming around, and it's exciting.
Another player, Steve, who had a nice game last night after somewhat of a shooting slump was Dennis Schroeder, who you acquired, of course, from the Nets in a trade in December. Somewhat similar to Steph Curry celebrating after he makes his first 3 of the game. I'm sure it felt nice for Dennis Schroeder to have that first quarter that he had last night. I know you like a lot of the other things that he does, but how nice was it to see him, and I'm sure how nice was it for him to see some shots from the outside go in last night?
Yeah, it was great for Dennis and for us. He shot 40% from 3 in Brooklyn this year when we traded for him. So, he's never been, a three-point marksman, but he's always been solid. I think maybe 35% for his career. So, that's what you would expect for the season. But the main reason we got him, is the defense on ball. You saw that with him guarding Tyrese Maxey last night. He guarded James Harden last week, against the Clippers. he's going to be on the opposing team's best ball handler, and that's a huge benefit for us. I thought his defense last night was terrific, just like it was last week against Phoenix. Night after night, you can count on his defense, his ball handling. He's a winning player. He just makes a lot of really important plays, and when he starts shooting the ball like he did last night, it only adds to his effectiveness.
Yeah, crucial to have that on-ball defense, especially with Gary not in the lineup. I need to ask about Buddy Hield, Coach, because first 8 games of the year, he's averaging 21 a night, and over the last dozen or so, he's not shooting it. And he's just getting 8 points a game. How do you explain the funk that Buddy's fallen into, and what can you do to help bring him out of it?
Well, I think as a former shooter myself, there are just spells in the season where things just don't feel right. Like a hitter, in baseball, just not seeing the ball well. And Buddy's similar to what I was as a player. He's not going to get to the line a whole lot. He's not going to get a lot of easy baskets. He's a jump shooter, and I think he's just in a little bit of a tough spell, but for the season, he's still at 39% from 3. So this guy is, he's one of the great shooters that the league has seen in the last decade, and the numbers bear it out. I always trust the track record of a player like Buddy who's been in the league for a long time, and I know he'll bounce back.
Warriors coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coach, the telecast last night highlighted a moment in the second half when Steph was on fire that you sent Dennis Schroeder in to come in for him, to sub in for Stephen Curry. Apparently Steph refused, and then he made another bucket. Is that what happened? Can you talk us through what happened?
No, he didn't refuse, but Dennis was supposed to check in at the next dead ball. There's a dead ball, and Steph had just made a couple threes, and Dennis turned to me and he said, let's leave him out there one more play. And I said, all right, but if he misses, it's your fault. And so Steph got the ball, and he made the shot, and Dennis and I slapped 5. I said, good choice. And then there was a timeout. I think Philly took a timeout right then. And at that point, I basically asked Steph, I said, what do you think? I had one of the coaches ask him, actually, and you want to stay? And he said, no, I'm ready to come out. He was pretty tired. So that's something that happens during the course of the game frequently. If I'm subbing a guy out and he's just made a shot, whether it's Steph or anybody else, that the guy subbing in for him will kind of look at me and say, what do you want to do? And sometimes we'll let a guy go because obviously, you make one or two, you're feeling hot, you let it ride a little bit.
Gotcha. So it was Dennis who didn't want that to happen. Has Steph ever, when you've set up a sub, has Steph ever said, no, let me stay in for another stoppage?
Yes, many times, many times. So it's and I'm all for it. I mean, if he's feeling it, I gotta ride with it.
And the game last night made it so you didn't have to play Steph or Draymond over the last 7 and change. And I'm just looking at the schedule starting Saturday, Steve. 5 games in 7 nights. Does last night's limited minutes change your possible load management approach going forward? And have you, as a staff, kind of charted a course for the next 5 games that you have all coming up?
Yeah, Steph's going to be out tomorrow. He's with the back-to-back and with the tendonitis in his knees, our training staff made the decision a couple weeks ago that we would limit his vulnerability in the back-to-back. So he'll miss tomorrow, and he'll be back Sunday for Sacramento, and then we'll just go from there. But we have to manage the tendonitis and as best we can, and just try to win games while we're at it.
Okay, so no Steph tomorrow. I know in your most recent back-to-back in LA versus the Clippers and then at home against Phoenix, both Steph and Draymond didn't play in LA versus the Clippers. Is the expectation that Draymond might play on both sides of the back-to-back coming up Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, he should play both. He missed that game in LA with a back injury, but he's healthy, he's feeling good, so he's good to go for tomorrow night.
While we're here in the blue tent, Steve, to keep with the medical part of it, GP2 and Pods, anything you can update us as far as their upcoming availability?
They're both out tomorrow as well, and just day-to-day beyond that.
I know it's difficult to try to figure out how rotations look, and I know we were talking about this earlier, but when those two guys get back, do you anticipate both of them, Podziemski and GP2, immediately inserted and are getting regular minutes again every game?
Well, I've learned not to answer questions that I don't have to until they actually are relevant. So those questions will remain to be answered based on who's available and what our health situation looks like. But they're both really important players for us, and they're both going to play important roles. We just have to wait and see, what the circumstances are when they return.
Well, staying in that same rotational space, Moses Moody's been a guy who over the last 3 or 4 games has been nothing short of spectacular. How much are you impressed from what Moses continues to do in this somewhat of an on-again, off-again role?
Well, it's good to get him back in the rotation, and we're going to keep him there. He's shooting the ball well the last couple of games, and, coming off that injury, it took him a few games to find his rhythm, but it looks like he's found that rhythm, and we'll keep him going for sure.
Hey, Coach, on a lighter note, I don't know, I'm sure you heard, big news for your basketball program, your college basketball program. The Arizona Wildcats got a big commitment from Bryce James, LeBron's son. I don't know if you've ever seen him play basketball before, and he's not an NBA player, so you can talk about him. What do you know about Bryce James, the newest Arizona Wildcat?
Never seen him play, but pretty good genes, I would say. Pretty good genes. So it sounds like a good choice by my alma mater for sure.
That's an elite scientific scouting report right there. Just going straight to the DNA and the chromosomes, Coach. I didn't know you had that much of a science background in your game.
Yeah, well-rounded guy.
Nice, impressive. Speaking of well-rounded, you guys played on the 30th and you didn't play on the 31st. What kind of a New Year's celebrant are you when you've got free time? Are you like me, fellow old guy, where you just focus on the East Coast New Year, or do you get after a little bit, Coach?
No, I don't even remember the last time I've been up till midnight on New Year's Eve. New York New Year's for us in this house for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm lucky if I make it to 9 o'clock, Coach. I'm mid-50s, just a couple of clicks behind you, and yeah, midnight is it's a big ask when you get to be our age.
No doubt.
Awesome. Well, Coach, that's all we got for you today. Appreciate the time as always. Happy New Year. Congrats on the win last night, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds great. Happy New Year to you guys, and we'll talk to you next week.
Cool.
Thanks, Steve.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve.
Okay.
That's Coach Kerr. Right. Great as always here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard, Dibs, and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. A little bit of breaking news from Coach Kerr. No Steph Curry tomorrow night, which means the two headliners in that matchup, Steph and John Morant, both out tomorrow. Warriors versus Grizzlies, 5:30 tip from Chase Center.
Yep, and Draymond in for both, it looks like.
That's kind of surprising, honestly.
A little bit, and I wonder if the lighter load last night plays a role in that because, neither one of them was necessary to be on the floor for the last 7 and change, and so a little bit of a lighter load for Draymond Green, but just glancing at that schedule, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you've got 7 days. You've got 5 games in 3 different cities, so that's going to be a little bit of a tough stretch. Back-to-back this weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Back-to-back next Thursday and Friday. First 2 games of a 4-game road trip. So this is a little bit of a 5-game gauntlet, and I wouldn't be stunned if Steph didn't sit out one of the 2 back-to-backs at Detroit, at Indiana. Makes sense that he would sit out at Detroit, although I do know the Warriors are very sensitive to sitting Steph when it's an Eastern Conference opponent on the road because somewhere out there's an 8-year-old Detroit resident who saved his or her money, the Christmas money, so I can see the chef.
Dreamt about watching Steph for years.
So it's always difficult to, and I'm doing this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I know the Warriors are very sensitive to that.
It's happened in the past.
It has.
And Steph, even though he feels terrible when not playing, has often gone up to the fan and given him a shoe, given him a signed basketball, a signed jersey, or whatever it is, try to make it as right as he possibly can. The Warriors are good at that. But you're right. I mean, this is what you run into in the modern NBA over and over and over again.
When you've got a guy with knee tendonitis and he's, mid-30s and he's already sitting out tomorrow, Steve just told us as much, and you've got a guy you need to have fresh in April, and you do have 5 games and 7 nights in 3 cities. That's a little bit of a gauntlet. You got Miami here Tuesday, then you go to Detroit, to Indiana, back-to-back next Thursday and Friday.
You got a lot of games coming up. I mean, they had a couple of days off, as you talked about, around the holidays, and now you got Tuesday and Wednesday off this week. You played Thursday, then you got Saturday and Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, you got a lot of games. Now, the next 3 are really important, specifically. They began this homestand 15-15, and I said the 6-game homestand, you go 4-2. That's the goal. 4-2 is the goal. You can go out on the road at 19-17, feel good about yourself, and they are in prime position to do that. They've won 2 of the first 3. All you got to do is win 2 of the final 3, and you've got Memphis tomorrow. They're without Ja, but you're without Steph. You got Sacramento on Sunday. You should have Steph and Draymond. You should have essentially everyone that's currently healthy. Maybe you get an additional player back if Podziemski's ready to go. Who knows? And then you've got Miami playing without Jimmy Butler. You should be able to win 2 of these final 3, Dibs. And then you finish out this homestand 4-2, and you might have a little bit of semblance of momentum heading onto a road trip.
In Detroit, as much as they are improved, that's a game that you look at as one you should probably be able to win. Indiana is a team that's regressed this year. That isn't as difficult a spot.
Tyrese Halliburton's having a rough year.
Yeah. And then you go, to Toronto, and Toronto is just a bad basketball team, and you wrap up your trip with a really difficult one at Minnesota. But to your point, if you can go 4-2 on the homestand and pull off a 2-2 on the road trip, now you're 6-4, and all of a sudden this bad stretch of basketball feels like it would be behind you.
Yeah, well, what is interesting is when the Warriors get a couple of players back, like a Podziemski and like a GP2, how do the rotations change? And I asked Steve Kerr as much, and he did his tap dance right on out of it. I've learned to not answer questions that I don't have to answer yet. I'll answer that question once those 2 guys are back. And he's obviously 100% right, because what could happen is those guys come back, but then who knows? Buddy Hield misses a couple of games, and those guys easily slide in and take his spot. So he did a good job not answering it. But I think it's a concern, Dibs, not that you don't want Podziemski or GP2 to be playing minutes, but there's clearly, I think, a correlation between the role and the number of minutes and the rotation, the shortened rotation for Kuminga, and his output and his impact on winning. And you throw more guys in, you play an 11, a 12-man rotation again, you might be risking hurting some of the momentum that you've built up specifically from Kuminga, but maybe from the entire roster.
Right, and I think that Kuminga's a guy who's now a fixture as far as what he's going to play, how much he's going to play. It becomes interesting when Pods and GP2 both come back and they're healthy. Who is going to miss out? Well, Lindy Waters is a guy who you would think naturally would be somebody who falls out of the rotation. But then again, when he plays, he shoots it pretty well usually, and he's a guy who can come in and score. GP2 and Pods, neither one of them is a great offensive player. The other one I was thinking about, and that's why I kind of was fishing around with Steve Kerr, is Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Because, Buddy Buckets is very streaky, but he has not been very good for the better part of a month. And Steve is right, though. He's still shooting 39% from 3.
It's kind of crazy that he's still hovering around 40.
It is crazy.
I mean, that's how good he was to begin the year, but he has been, it's been rough.
It's been rough, and it's been, the better part of a couple of weeks now. But even through that stretch, and I'm just looking at it here, he did have a 7 for 13 back against Minnesota from 3. And, after that, it's been no real great nights. The last 5, he is 3 for 26 from 3. And that's where, we look at it, but it's kind of skewed. You go back to the beginning of the year, 5 of 7, 7 of 9, 7 of 11, 6 of 10. That was 3 of his first 5 games. So he did build up a pretty good cushion of shooting the ball from 3 to where this 3 of 26 has only knocked him down to 39%.
So let's look at his splits by month, Dibs. Buddy Hield from downtown by month. In October, which was only 5 games, 50% from deep.
Pretty good.
In November, 41.4% from deep. You'll take that. That's good.
Absolutely.
December, 30% from deep. That's
January, 20%.
20%. Yeah. One game, 1 for 5. That was
30%
last night.
in December.
And that, for a guy who essentially his job is to run the floor and to shoot and make threes, you can't be shooting 30% from deep over the course of a month.
Right.
You just can't be a positive basketball player doing that.
You can't, but as Steve would tell you, the only way for a shooter to get out of their slump is to shoot the ball. The only way you can shoot the ball is to play. And so I think that Buddy Hield is going to stay in the rotation, which is bringing us back to the previous conversation about who goes out, what do you do? You need Schroeder to play, and I think that he will play. Of course, you're going to play Steph. So if you bring back Pods and GP2, maybe it's Gary who doesn't get to go back into the rotation. Maybe it's Pods in, Waters out, and the rest of your 9-man rotation stays the same.
Maybe. I mean, I get what you're saying about Buddy Hield. It's easier to do that, to keep a shooter in when he's struggling, when the team around him is all right. But the team around him hasn't been all right. And I know it's not fair to pin all of the Warriors' struggles in December on Buddy. Of course, it's team-wide. A lot of players have been struggling throughout the last month plus. But when everyone is struggling around you and you have one dude who's maybe struggling more than everybody else, that kind of feels like the obvious answer there. Even if you know that playing is the best thing for him, you got to prioritize what's best for the team over what's best for the individual. And it seems like right now, maybe, at least when you get maybe a couple other bodies back, giving Buddy Hield a little bit of time off might be what's best for the team.
You could look at it that way, but it's not what Buddy does. It's not what Buddy's ever done. And I'm looking at his career right now, and this year he's the only Warrior to play in all 33. He's played in every single game. Last year, he played in 84 games.
Because of a trade.
In an 82-game season.
Yep.
He played in 84 games. The year before, he played in 80. The year before that, he played in 81. So, Buddy Hield, we always talk about the number one ability is availability. This man is available. He's missed, by my count, a total of 3 games in the last 4 years. And I don't know if...
And he played 2 extra games,
exactly.
too.
So he's only 1 game in the hole over 4 years. So I do think that Buddy's ability to always be there is critical. And also he gives you something that nobody outside of Steph gives you, and that's the ability to just get absolutely white hot. And we've seen it early this year, and I don't know why he is not shooting it great. Last night, of his 5 misses, at least 2 of them were not even close misses. And so hopefully he's just in a funk, because if he can heat up offensively, it gives his team the dimension that they need in the non-Steph minutes, right?
He'll win you a game or 2 throughout the course of a season, but the issue is if he's shooting like this and you keep trotting him out there, he might lose you a game, because when he's not making his 3, he's just a player that he has an impact elsewhere. He runs the floor very well, but he's not the greatest defender. He's not going to help you out on the boards too much. He's not a creator for other shooters. That's your main skill. That's your sellable skill. It's why you have been in the NBA for as long as Buddy Hield has. At some point he's going to start shooting the basketball better. But when he's not, it's hard to be a positive player while you're doing that. I think the rotation conversation is incredibly interesting, because it can go a number of different ways. I don't know how you can look at what Jonathan Kuminga is doing and think that going back to a 12-man rotation is the best thing for the Warriors. Now, you're right. I would imagine if the Warriors get fully healthy and say they start playing maybe 12 guys again or even 11 guys again, it's not going to be the same kind of rotation from earlier in the year, where Kuminga is maybe getting 18 minutes tonight and 14 the next and then 22 the next. He seems pretty safely up around the 30-minute mark. But if that's the case, that's already an extra, 12 minutes a night that's going to Kuminga that you got to take away from somebody else. And that feels like a way to eliminate somebody entirely, or just right there alone based on the extra Kuminga minute.
Right, and I don't think the Kuminga minutes are going anywhere, because as you were mentioning before Kerr came on, the more Kuminga has played, the better he's played. And Steve even said that he's playing with an unbelievable amount of confidence right now, and he's playing with force, and Kuminga's rebounding. And if you look at the total minutes available in a game, it's 240, 48 minutes a game times 5 players. And if you look at Curry, Wiggins, Green, Schroeder, and Kuminga, those are your big 5 mainstays. And from a minute standpoint, that's about 130 of your 240 minutes. So now you're looking at 110 minutes to divvy up over the remaining guys. And that's Pods and Buddy and TJD and then whoever else, Moody.
Yeah.
Looks like Looney and Kyle Anderson, Steve even said it, they're out of the rotation right now. The big question comes when Pods and GP2 come back, who else falls out? Because I'm pretty firmly of the belief that they're now going to go to a 10-man rotation. They're not going back to 12. I think that what Steph had said about the rotation earlier this week and also the reality that you can't win long-term playing 12 guys. Guys can't get comfortable. The team can't have a rhythm. So I do think that they're going to go with 10. And when everybody gets healthy, it'll be interesting to see who those 10 are.
Yeah, here's what Steph said last night post-game after the Warriors win about the shorter rotation.
I mean, asking a lot of the guys over the course of the season, you know, it's great when you're winning and it's tough when you're not because it's the way this league works, obviously, and kind of the predictability of knowing when you're going to be in, who you're going to be out there with, that does matter. Guys having an understanding of where their possible shots are going to come from and starting to get, you know, a rhythm. We've talked about it, obviously, as of late. I know BP's out, and he's part of that 9-10, you know, rotation, whatever it is. And you even got Kyle and Loon, who have played significant roles for us at certain parts of the season, you know, not get minutes. So, again, it's tough because that's the challenge of this team. But I think narrowing the roles and the rotation just helps everybody because you start to build a little bit of chemistry. It's not an easy thing, and will continue to be a challenge for us until it's not. But, you know, it's one of those things about our identity as a team that we have to keep addressing and staying locked in on.
Narrowing the roles and rotations is something that helps everybody because it allows you to build some chemistry.
Exactly.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Well, and if you take the top 5 that I mentioned, it's 143 minutes if they just play their averages. Curry's at 31 and Wiggins 29, Draymond 29, Schroeder 28, Kuminga 26. So that's 143, 97 more minutes available. Pods is averaging 24 minutes a game. I think that goes down.
Feels like it.
Buddy's getting 23 minutes a game. That probably stays where it is unless he goes into a really deep slump. And then TJD's getting 19 minutes. That probably goes down a little bit, not a lot, because I think he provides something that you don't have anywhere else. And as Steve was saying, rim running and rim protection.
What's the Draymond minutes average?
He's at 28.6.
And TJD's at 19?
Right, 19. So there is basically, that's 47 minutes combined. And that's your center spot.
And Steve Kerr said essentially they only want to play at the most Draymond at the 5, like 15 minutes a game.
Right. So then you're looking at maybe a sprinkling of Kevon or, you know, TJD gets a little bit more time because those are really your only 2 5s. If Looney's out of the rotation, it's basically TJD and Draymond, right, who are going to play the 5. So if Trace is able to get in there and play, you know, 20 minutes, then Draymond's going to play the 5 for 15 minutes.
Yep.
Well, now you need 11 minutes of Kevon Looney, right? And if he's not in the rotation, now you're asking Draymond to play the 5 more than 15 minutes, unless you're going 5-less. And
I wouldn't recommend that.
Right, especially against, you know, most of the teams in the West have a legitimate 6'10" and above 5 who you need to put somebody on.
Like when the Miami Heat are in town, I know that's not a Western Conference team, but Bam Adebayo in town,
right?
You need at least Draymond or TJD or Looney on him
And
at
even
all
tomorrow,
times.
right, with Memphis, and they got Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah, and they've been starting Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson Jr.
Exactly.
You need 2 bigs.
Good point.
You probably need more TJD. You might get some Looney tomorrow. You might.
Yeah, I like watching Zach Edey play, and I feel good because I was on Team Edey watching him at Purdue. I thought that he could be a good pro. I didn't think he'd be this good this early, but he has appointed himself very well in the association.
One of the best drafting teams in the NBA, the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
They just find like role players like late in drafts all the time. And I know Zach Edey was a first-round pick. Not a lot of people believed in him. He's been good. But Jalen Wells, I believe his name is, second-round pick, or maybe it was late first round. I forget. By way of Sonoma State, transferred to Washington State, relative unknown, drafted by the Memphis Grizzlies, is already starting and playing major minutes for them, and he's been good, and they're one of the best teams in the Western Conference.
And he was the Steph stopper, if I'm not mistaken, when they played last time.
Yeah. When Steph didn't make a single field goal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was, God, it feels like so long ago now after last night's outburst.
1-point loss.
Right. And it wasn't even that close, to be honest.
No, it wasn't. They got down by 57 at one point.
Yeah.
In that game.
So I just look at the names and the rotations and the minutes, and it always comes back to Moses Moody for me because, he's getting 16 minutes a night on the year, but you watch him the last few games, and even last night, he's stepping into threes, and he's just playing great, and yet you can't help but, kind of close your eyes and imagine that he, again, will be the odd man out.
Yeah, Moses Moody and Kevon Looney kind of fall into the same type of player, the player that, a coach feels comfortable having a chat with and say, hey, you're going to fall out of the rotation a little bit. And they're both willing to accept that. Steve Kerr talking post-game last night about Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney, thanking them for their professionalism, accepting, for the moment, a benching.
Kyle and Loon, we're so lucky to have those guys on the team. They're the most professional guys you could ask for as a coach, as a teammate. And, they're the odd men out right now. The only way it works in the NBA is if the guys who are not playing are supportive of the other guys and aware of what's happening and accepting of it without being happy about it, but being great teammates. And those guys are amazing. We're lucky to have them, and they're helping everybody else right now and staying ready for when their time comes, which is it's going to happen. They get in for the last 7 minutes. They're clearly the two best players on the floor. No pouting. They just go out there and compete. That means a lot to a team, and so we're lucky to have those guys.
It's a good characteristic to have, someone like Looney and Moody, and I guess you could throw slow-mo Kyle Anderson into that, but it also feels like a characteristic of somebody that kind of gets taken advantage of because so often it's Moody and Looney, and part of it is because of who they are as players, but it's also like, yeah, I know they can handle it. And when they're called upon to be ready to play once again, they'll be at their best because that's what those guys do. But you're more likely to maybe be the guy who's asked to take a back seat.
And Kyle Anderson as well. And Gary Payton II has been in that same boat because if you think about those guys, not so much Moses Moody, but Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney and GP2, they're more classic one-way players, quote unquote. So, you can bring in GP2 in a game and have him go out there and do what he does best. And he doesn't really need to be in rhythm to go out there and be a defensive stopper. And the way Kyle Anderson plays, I think you can dust him off after a week of him not being a key figure, and he can go out there and still contribute.
Yeah. So Warriors in action tomorrow. They got the Memphis Grizzlies in town. 5:30 is the tip. No Steph. No Ja Morant. Pre-game coverage begins at 4:30. I'll have you covered on Warriors Live at 4:30 tomorrow. Nice. Game tips off at 5:30 live from Chase Center. Dibs, we got to take one final break.
Okay.
But we have some business to get to on the other side because it's Friday.
Oh, boy.
It's final weekend, regular season weekend of the NFL. There was no Thursday game, so normally we've already faded the Dibbers once.
Yep.
We would do it for a second time for the Niner game over the weekend. We're going to fade the Dibber twice, but before you even make your picks, we have a decision to make. You have a decision to make. You're going to pick one of the two Saturday games, and then you're going to pick the Niner game as always. The Saturday games, Cleveland and Baltimore.
Okay.
Baltimore is 19 and a half
19.
point
19
favorites.
and a hook.
19 and a half.
Oh, boy.
Baltimore over Cleveland. And then the other Saturday game is Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Cincinnati, 2.5 point favorites.
Okay.
The Cincinnati game still matters for postseason positioning. Cincinnati has a slight chance to get in. So before we go to break, you got to tell me which of those two games are you picking? The Cleveland-Baltimore game where Cleveland is favored by 19.5, or Cincinnati-Pittsburgh where Cincinnati is favored by 2.5. Don't tell me the pick. Tell me the game.
I'm going to take the Baltimore game is going to be where the pick is. And the pick is in. And
I know which way you're going. At least I think.
The pick is coming up. And also, another shoe has dropped in the Jimmy Butler Miami Heat saga.
Uh-oh.
I'll have that for you on the other side as well.
That's a tease right there.
That's what it is, people.
All right, a Jimmy Butler update and a double fade the Dibbers coming up next to close out the week. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Closing out the week next on 95.7 The Game.
He brings it across half court, puts on the brakes. He check three. three. Got another one. Curry is now 8 for 8 from 3. He's got 30 points.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was something special last night from number 30. He had 30, 8 for 8 from downtown. He banked one in. He simply could not miss. That's how good Stephen Curry was last night. Welcome back to Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard here. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, we will get to Fade the Dibbers, but not quite yet. We have an update on the Jimmy Butler saga. If you're just joining us, Jimmy Butler yesterday essentially said that he's trying to find his joy on the basketball court once again. He cannot do that in Miami, so he has asked for a trade. The Heat and Pat Riley have responded today, suspending Jimmy Butler for 7 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. They have also said that they are now listening to any and all offers for Jimmy Butler on the trade front. It seems as if, Dibs, Jimmy Butler has responded back to the Miami Heat.
Yes, according to Shams Charania, the National Basketball Players Association will soon file a grievance to dispute the Heat 7-game suspension. This is according to Shams and Brian Windhorst. The grievance process is lengthy, however, and will likely not stop the suspension. So the grievance is kind of window dressing because by the time the grievance is heard, then Butler's suspension already would have been served.
The 7-game window is already gone by.
Yes, but there is financial ramifications to this. He can recoup money if the suspension is deemed to be not illegal, but against the CBA.
Yeah.
And, also this might prevent further action. But as I was predicting earlier, Jimmy Butler does his thing. The Butler-Riley back and forth is only going to escalate. It's going to be an escalation sensation is what
no
it's
doubt.
going to be.
Yeah, cha-ching.
Thank you.
No doubt about that.
So there you go.
I imagine how Pat Riley and the Heat will respond to this.
Yeah.
Both people responded back and forth.
Yeah, it'll be, we'll see you not on the court, but in the court.
We'll see you in court.
Right.
Oh, well
not
done.
on court,
That's
but
a
in
3,
court.
Dibs.
I'll
Well
take
done.
it. I'll
Yeah,
take it.
Well
But,
done.
and this one is just going to continue to devolve into, a game of chicken, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Pat Riley at 79 with all his success is going to cave in to Jimmy Butler after everything that's gone on.
Do you have the odds for Jimmy Butler's next team in front of you?
I have it. I had it sent to me from the great Jimmy Shapiro. Here it is. It was an offshore book, but they had the Warriors listed as odds-on favorite, which means it's more than even money. You'd have to bet $2 to win $1. So basically it's minus 200 that the Golden State Warriors will be his next team if there is a next team.
I'm curious who the other teams are. What he said he might be interested in Phoenix, Dallas. I would imagine the Lakers are probably up there. The Lakers are always up there. Houston might be up there. Who are the other top 5 teams?
This according to covers.com. The Warriors minus 200 as mentioned. Houston is plus 400. Mm-hmm. Dallas plus 500. Mm-hmm. The Nuggets and the Thunder are plus 700.
Ooh.
So those would be the next 2 on the board. Then you get to Brooklyn, and those are odds as of today.
Brooklyn. Interesting.
Brooklyn plus 1,000.
I don't know how Brooklyn makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Brooklyn I thought was going to be in a full rebuild.
It seems like it.
And they're running out of big contracts to shove out the door,
no
too,
doubt.
right?
They could throw Cam Johnson, who's making, 22?
Yeah.
But that gets you not even halfway.
And then I think Cam Thomas is another guy they have who's making decent change, but they already traded Dorian Finney-Smith, and of course they traded Dennis Schroeder to Golden State, so...
they have Ben Simmons, who's worth $40 million. I forgot about Ben Simmons.
Disgruntled for disgruntled. How could you forget about Ben Simmons? Does he even play anymore?
He played recently, I think.
Okay.
Looks like the same old Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Anyway, that's the Jimmy Butler news. Took a couple of twists and turns today. We'll see if the Warriors are interested, but I wouldn't expect anything to happen anytime soon. I mean, he's suspended for the next 7 games, which is for the next couple of weeks. He will not play when the Heat visit the Warriors at Chase Center coming up in a couple of games. That game is on Tuesday of next week. That game's at 7 o'clock. You can hear it here on 95.7 The Game, but there will be no Jimmy Butler in that one. Okay, Dibs, before we get on out of here, we do have to take care of some business because there was no Thursday night football game.
we have to fade the Dibber twice, and that's what we'll do to close out this weekend on 95.7 The Game.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
All right, Dibs, we got 2 games for you to pick from. Up first, Cleveland at Baltimore, the largest spread you've ever seen. Baltimore minus 19.5. This is pick number 1 for you.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you don't try to overthink it, and you look at a Baltimore team that is playing for something, I believe, playing for the 2 seed with a victory and a Buffalo loss, and you've got a Cleveland team that is not playing for anything, that is terrible, but I look at a game like this, and I see Baltimore getting a pretty sizable lead and then calling off the dogs and shutting it down. And nothing like asking for a backdoor cover when an NFL team is down by 3 touchdowns, but I think that's the way this goes. You're offering me 19.5? That is too many points to walk away from, so I'm going to hold my nose and take the dogs at 19.5.
Wow, okay. Here it is. Ready?
Man, loud over here.
It is loud.
Bring it.
So Baltimore favored by 19.5. You're taking Cleveland plus nearly 20 points in Baltimore.
And Baltimore does have something to play for, right? They're playing for ostensibly the 2 seed.
I think so.
Which would be...
There are not many games in Week 18 that mean anything at all.
Yeah. And I think that Baltimore, I have to check it, but I thought they had a chance to potentially grab the 2 with a Buffalo loss. No, they're 11-5, so they're locked in at the 3. They cannot catch Buffalo for the 2. Yet, I would imagine they're going to go out there. They need to hold off Pittsburgh, right? They have a 1-game lead on Pittsburgh in the North, so they're going to be playing for something. But you get up 28-7, and
a 14-point win is as good as a 20-point win.
You're taking Lamar off the field, and I would imagine you're going to pull a lot of guys out. So I'm hoping for a backdoor from Cleveland. And Dorian Thompson.
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Oh, God, he's terrible.
There's some other. Who else do they have?
Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi. You're right.
Oh, is it Zappi?
It is Zappi. The former Patriots quarterback Zappi is now a Brown, and I think the 2 healthy quarterbacks they have are DTR and Zappi.
And DTR is awful. I mean, just from watching him last weekend, he looked terrible.
Not an NFL quarterback.
No.
He was fun in college. Not an NFL quarterback. All right, that's game 1. The other game we got to pick is another meaningless one, although meaningful for draft order. Niners close out their regular season and their season in Arizona. Cardinals locked out of a playoff spot as well. They're already locked into 3rd in the NFC West. The Niners, even if they win, they are last place in the NFC West, which is important for next year's schedule. Niners, 4.5-point underdog.